CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, the Workshop offers an unusual departure in radio drama, a free adaptation of 14th century Japanese theater based on Arthur Waley's translations of the classic No plays of Japan, adapted by Harvey Marlowe. Music composed and conducted by the noted Japanese composer Takushindo.
There is a rock which stands at the gates of the shrine on the highest peak of Mount Katsuragi. On this rock is written, "Whosoever of all mortal men, whether he be king or slave, if he turn his heart to me, I will send a light to lead him and guide him on his way."
I am Lord Hojo no Tokiyori, ruler of all Japan. But today my heart is heavy. The prayers at the temple are of no avail against the illness that has overtaken my wife, mother to the heir to my throne. Perhaps a pilgrimage to Mount Katsuragi will serve her better than all these prayers here at the temple.
So he arranged with the temple priests for a pilgrimage to begin on the morrow. Clad in the holy habit of the priests, with only his honored short sword strapped to his side, he went to take leave of his wife.
I have come to say goodbye, for I am soon starting on a ritual mountain climbing.
God be with you. I have heard that it is a dangerous ritual. Shall you take our son with you?
It is not a journey that a young child could make.
Well, I pray you will come back safely.
And I will pray for your good health. I must go now.
My lord, I have something to say.
What is it?
I would go with you to the mountains.
No. No, how could you leave your mother when she is not well?
It is because my mother is ill that I would go with you to pray for her.
My dear wife, your son says he would come with us. What is to be done?
Ishiwakamaru, when your father leaves, I will have none but you at my side. I have not had you out of mind or sight for as long a time as it takes a dewdrop to dry. Give me back the measure of my love. Let your love keep you with me.
This is all as you say, yet nothing shall move me from my purpose. I must climb this difficult path and pray for your health in this life.
They saw no plea could move him, and so they set out. 80 or more, priests, pilgrims, the ruler of all Japan, and his son. The way was rough and tortuous, the elements showing no respect for the pilgrims, nor the ruler of all Japan. For the winds howled and the thunder rolled down from the mountains. The rain and the sleet wetted them so that they were all a-shiver. And then the hail, the size of hen's eggs, smote them, and they all cowered in the shelter of the rocks. And Lord Hojo no Tokiyori, noticing his son faltering more than the rest, ordered the pilgrims to halt and take shelter.
We have climbed so fast, we are already near the summit. We will stay here and rest for a while.
My lord, we gladly obey.
Father, I have something to say.
What is it, my son?
I do not feel well.
Quiet, my son. Let not the priests hear you talk so, lest the spirits of the mountain take offense at our coming. Perhaps you are merely tired because you are not used to climbing. Lie there and rest.
But the boy was not merely tired from climbing. He was deathly ill. And soon the color ebbed from his face. His complexion was as the coloration of the rocks around him. The priests and the pilgrims grew restless, and as they grew restless, they grew fearful. They muttered amongst themselves, and they commissioned the priest to speak strongly to Lord Hojo no Tokiyori.
The pilgrims are saying that your son is indisposed.
He is not feeling well, but there is nothing wrong with him. He's only tired with climbing.
So you are not troubled about him?
No. He will arise refreshed and ready to resume the climb in the morning.
But the pilgrims would not readily accept this reassurance. All night they burnt incense and chanted the scriptures. In the morning, they gathered around the child, and they saw that he was no better. Again they grew restless and then fearful, and they muttered among themselves, and again they commissioned the priest to speak with Lord Hojo no Tokiyori.
O master, ruler of all Japan, last night you said this boy was only tired from climbing. But now he is looking very strange.
Though I say it with dread, there has been from ancient times a custom that those who fail in this climb should be cast down. All the pilgrims are saying that he should be thrown into the valley.
Would you hurl this innocent child into the valley?
It is the custom of the god of Kumano.
It is a mighty custom. I cannot gainsay it.
Then the pilgrims, sighing for the sad ways of the world and the bitter ordinances of it, made ready for the hurling. Foot to foot they stood together, and Tokiyori too amongst them, heaving blindly, none guiltier than his neighbor. The piercing cry of the falling boy emblazoned deep in the mind of Tokiyori, echoed again and again, from mountaintop to mountaintop, from pilgrim heart to pilgrim heart. Like a madman he stood there and had to be restrained lest he leap after the falling boy. And the winds howled and the thunder rolled down from the mountaintops. With anguished face raised high to the gods above, he vowed to forsake all worldly goods and to dedicate himself to eternal earthly wanderings until his flesh became spirit and merged with the like of his son. He unbuckled his honored short sword and flung it far into the valley to rest forever beside his son. And then, as a lowly priest, he set out on his lonely wanderings, and would brook no one addressing him as Lord Tokiyori. And soon no one any longer knew him as Lord Tokiyori, ruler of all Japan. 4 years pass, 4 years of wandering, 4 years of not forgetting. 4 years later, he again found himself in the valley at the foot of Mount Katsuragi.
Ara, it is snowing again. I must seek shelter here.
The curtain of snow parted, and there, not many feet from where he stood, lay a windswept excuse for a house. He knocked and called.
Is there anyone in this house?
Who is there?
I am a pilgrim. Pray let me lodge here for the night.
That is a small thing to ask, but we have no lodging fit for you. We cannot receive.
No. I do not care how poor the lodging may be. Pray let me stay for this one night.
We would gladly ask you to stay, but there is scarcely space for us that are husband and wife and a boy whom I call son. You had best be on your way before the daylight goeth.
So you are resolved to turn me away?
I am sorry for it, but we cannot shelter you.
Peace be with you. I will go my way.
Alas, it is because in a former life we neglected the ordinances that we are now come to ruin. Please let him stay.
If you are of that mind, why did you not speak before? Holy man, we will give you lodging. Though mean the shelter, rest with us till day.
Gladly he took shelter with them, and shared with them their food. But alas, he also shared with them the cold, for it was no warmer in the hut than without. And the cold wind from the woods blows sleep away, and the dreams of recollection. And on the morrow, with the gray of dawn as he had made ready to take his leave, he said,
There is something I must ask. I would gladly know to what clan my host belongs.
Indeed, I have no reason to conceal it. Know then that Soneo Gendiamon, Lord of Sano, has sunk to this.
How came it, sir, that you fell to such misery?
And thus it was. Kinsmen usurped my lands, and so I became what I am.
Why do you not go up to the capital and lay your case before the Shiken's court?
By further mischance, it happens that Lord Hojo no Tokiyori himself is absent upon pilgrimage these past 4 years. And yet, all is not lost. For on the wall, a tall spear still hangs, and armor with it, while in a stall a steed is tied. And if at any time there came word from the city, news of peril to our master, then, broken though it be, I would gird this armor on, and rusty though it be, I would hold tall this spear, and lean-ribbed though he be, I would mount my horse and ride neck by neck with the swiftest. But alas, another fate awaits me, worn with hunger, to die useless.
Take courage. You shall not end so. If I live, I will come to you again. Now I must go.
Then take this boy I call my son to guide and protect you on your way.
Yes, I am strangely drawn to him. He is like my own son had he lived. You have good cause to be proud of him.
As much as if he were of my own flesh. 4 years ago, we found him wandering in the valley, neither he nor we knowing whence he came from, nor how. Strapped to his side was this honored sword.
And then Tokiori knew that his pilgrimage was over, and he embraced the boy. But he did not reveal himself, but merely said he would be glad to have him as guide and protector. And he turned to Suneo and his wife.
Though my longing bides with you.
You leave us?
Farewell. You have made me happier than you know.
Come back to us soon.
He said no more. He went his way. He sad to leave them, and they to lose them from their sight. They traveled many roads together, prayed at many temples, and read the scriptures together. And a bond grew between them, such as father and son. But still he did not reveal himself. Daily he versed him in the science of state, in the expression of poetry, in the arts of battle. He taught him the overhead slash, the 10-side cut, the 8-side sweep, the body wheel, the Hanyu turn, the flower double, the blade drop, the maple leaf double, and the gnashing lion. He taught him to be nimble on his feet, but never to retreat. And then the winds abated. The snows melted and the rains came. And soon the cherry trees were in full blossom. They had traveled hard and they traveled fast. And then, weary with travel, they came to the inn of Akasaka in the country of Mino.
Welcome, O holy priest. You grace my house with your presence. And you too, noble young prince.
We thank you for your hospitality, but I am no prince.
Oh?
Merely a pilgrim in company of this holy priest.
Oh, be that as it may, you're doubly welcome. While my good wife prepares some hot food for your stomach, do come and meet my other lodgers and listen to the sweet voice of Tonoi. She's renowned through all of Mino. Pleased to meet Kichiji and Kichiroku, merchants of Mino. I'm sure they will pleasure your presence on the journey tomorrow.
You are many times welcome, for this area is infested with robber bands who prey on merchants such as us.
We cannot hope to outnumber them, but perhaps they will not impede our journey if we travel together with a holy man and so stalwart a young protector.
We join you gladly. This sword that serves this holy man shall serve you as well.
Then join with us in some food and wine.
It seems the geisha girl would approach us. Come closer, girl. What would you say?
I have words of warning for you.
Then speak without fear. We listen readily.
Be on your guard, gentlemen, for the outlaw Kumasuke has got wind of your coming and the gold you carry, and has sworn to set his brigands upon you tonight.
All is now lost. What are we to do?
How can we defend ourselves against the hordes of Kumasaka?
Let them come in what force they will. Yet if one stout soldier go out to meet them, they will not stand their ground, though they be 50 armed men.
What can one mere stripling do against so many?
Perhaps we can trade them our gold for our lives?
Nay, you shall walk over many dead bodies ere you have to give up your gold or your lives. Holy man, give me your blessing ere I go.
Go, my son. Go with God. And remember well the lessons I have taught you. And know this, too, ere you go. 4 years ago, my son was lost to me, but the gods were kind. I found him again in Tsuneo's house.
The boy embraced his father, and then turned to the others.
Now arm yourselves as best you can, and wait here. I will go out to meet them.
And while he spoke, evening passed to darkness. He found himself a place where only 3 or 4 could pass abreast, and waited. The night was still. No sound but the crickets and the quick breathing of the boy. The moon was bright and cast many fearsome shadows around him. But neither evil spirits nor evil men could chill the heart of little Ushiwakamaru, son of Lord Hojono Tokiori, ruler of all Japan. And then a wave of sound of horses and men roared over the hill. In they rushed, each jostling to be first to cut down the stripling. More of them and more in a wild onslaught. Not even the god of peril had dared to face them, but little Ushiwakamaru showed no fear. He drew his belt sword and met them. The lion pounced, the tiger leaped, the bird pounced. He parried them all. The body wheel, the Hanyu turn, the flower double, but they could not prevail. 30 there were who attacked him. Now 13 lay there who were dead. And others, wounded, flung down their swords and slunk back weaponless to report to Kumasaka. And then Kumasaka cried,
"What demon of God can he be, under whose hand all these have fallen? For a man he cannot be. Shall Kumasaki Joan be worsted in tonight's affray? Where could he then hide his shame? If he be but spirit, covered with flesh, I will cut him asunder, or die with my men. Come, robbers, to the attack!"
So with mighty voice he called them to him, and they, raising their war cry, leapt to renew the assault. Fast as the wind they rode, none daring to overtake the mighty Kumasaka, lest they be the first to meet the lightning thrust of Ushiwakamaru's blade. And suddenly, there he stood, waiting. So tiny he appeared against the tall mound of slain bodies. Yet so unperturbed he seemed, Kumasaka's heart was chilled with a sight. But he measured by eye Ushiwakamaru's 2-foot blade against his 5.5-foot sword. And he thought, be he mortal or hobgoblin, demon or god, tonight's battle will be fought in hell. And he forced wild laughter from his throat to ward off the chill in his heart and perchance to frighten the boy. But none of his men joined him. All stood silently by. Slowly they merged in the circle of battle, each waiting for the other to spring. Warily they circled, cautiously they moved. And so they fought, now closing, now breaking. Again and again Kumasaka strikes. Again and again his blows are parried. And then Kumasaka, deeply versed in the art of the battle sword, lunged with his left foot, and in quick succession he executed the 10-side cut, the 8-side sweep, the body wheel, the Hanyu turn, the flower double, and Ushiwakamaru countered with the blade drop, the gnashing line, the maple leaf double, and the bird pounce. Thus 1,000 bouts they fought, neither wearied, ever strong. And then Kumasaka, losing patience, threw down his battle sword and, spreading out his great hands, rushed wildly forward. But Ushiwakamaru dodged him as he passed, mowed around at his legs. Kumasaka fell with a crash. And as he struggled to rise, the belt sword of Ushiwakamaru smote him clean through the waist. And Kumasaka, that had been one man, lay cloven in twain. Then Ushiwakamaru, mounting Kumasaka's steed, made his way back to the inn. Lord Hojo no Tokiyori, overjoyed at the safe return of his son and his miraculous accomplishments, had this to say.
Now that I have a son to share my throne with honor and serve my people with integrity, I would return to my wife and to the affairs of state. When the pale moon fades from this night sky, we will pursue our way toward the capital.
That very morning they set out on their way and reached the capital without further mishap. And there was great celebrating and rejoicing awaiting them. There were fireworks and cannon, parades, entertainments and pageantry, feasting, and much spilling of wine. The temple bells tolled for the safe return of the ruler and the young prince. And heeding their call, the ruler, his wife, and the young prince forsook the revelries of the populace and spent 2 days fasting and praying to the great god of Kama. And when they returned from their meditations, he issued a proclamation.
This public notice is hereby posted. If there be those amongst you who would challenge my return to rule this land of sunrise, then mass your armies and declare your aims. Or if you be of a mind to serve your ruler loyally and true, then come in full regalia and receive my blessing and my love.
They came from far and near, barons and dukes, lords and masters, chamberlains and chancellors, samurai and soldiers, pilgrims and priests, farmers and merchants, fishermen and sailors, freemen and slaves. They came on horses fat with fodder, on rickshaws rickety and worn, in carriages resplendent, in clothes raggedy and torn. And along with them rides Suneo, haggard and wan. The horse is old, it cannot hasten, neither whip nor spur can urge it on. His armor is dented, worn and dusty, his spear is tall, corroded and rusty, but he moves like a man dedicated to serve his ruler, his country, with determination and nerve. Many a road was traveled, many a day had set to rest, until all were assembled in the great courtyard of the palace, and the ruler called to his attendant.
Have the samurai, the lords, and nobles all arrived?
Yes, my lord, they have all come.
Among them should be a knight in broken armor, carrying a rusty sword and leading his own lean horse. Find him and bring him to me.
I tremble and obey, your majesty.
He ran without catching his breath, and amongst the richly clad nobles he had no trouble finding Suneo. He was led to where on a great dais all the warriors of this levy were assembled like a bright bevy of stars. Row on row they were ranged, samurai and soldiers, nobles and lords, bejeweled and resplendent. Swift, scornful glances, fingers pointed, and the noise of laughter met his entering. His rusty sword sags and trails, yet undaunted he kneels at the foot of the throne where sits Tokiyori and the young prince.
Silence!
My lord, I have come.
He has come indeed. Tsuneo, lord of Sano, have you forgotten the priest whom once you sheltered from the snowstorm, and the boy you once called son?
My lord, I am overwhelmed.
You have been true to the words that you spoke. Now I shall be true to mine. Now all ye hear this. In the case of Tsuneo, I return to him his land, his title, and his deeds, and add to this my eternal gratitude and devotion.
Then Suneo took his, bowed low before the ruler of all Japan, embraced the young prince, the one he once called son, and then, broken though it was, he girded his armor on, and rusty though it was, he held straight his spear, and bony though it was, he mounted his steed, and went proudly his homeward way.
You've been listening to a free adaptation of early Japanese theater written by Harvey Marlowe. Featured in today's cast were William Conrad, John Daner, Hans Conried, Virginia Gregg, Mary Flynn, Ben Wright, Joe DeSantis, Torrin Thatcher, Henry Blair, David Frankham, and Yoshiko Niya. Authentic court music by the Tenrikyo Kyokai musicians. Choral group from the Japanese Union Church of Los Angeles. Original music composed and conducted by Tak Shindo. CBS Radio Workshop was produced and directed by Harvey Marlowe.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
I don't care what you say. I say he keeps a canary in that cage.
That's my wife, Jacqueline. Jackie for short. A woman of firm opinions.
And I say, leave that cage alone, do you hear?
That's Mr. Henchard, our boarder. A man of similar firm convictions. Me? My name's Eddie. And I say, I don't care what kind of a bird he keeps in the cage, so long as he pays the rent. The CBS Radio Workshop,
dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind, presents Housing Problem. An unlikely story, but the kind of story you're not likely to hear anywhere else except on the workshop. Housing Problem, an experiment with your imagination. Adapted by Sam Pierce from the short story by Henry Kuttner. Produced and directed by William N. Robeson.
My wife, Jackie, and I both work. We have to keep up the house payments. And we couldn't make ends meet even then if it weren't for the rent Mr. Henchard pays us for the back room. So, naturally, we were pretty worried when he announced one night.
I gotta leave town for a while.
Oh.
You're giving up the room?
I'm doing nothing of the sort.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm quite willing to keep paying the rent while I'm gone, providing...
Providing what, Mr. Henchard?
Providing I can count on you two to cooperate.
Why, of course, Mr. Henchard.
Oh, whatever you say.
I'll be gone about a week. Some property of mine up north needs tending to. I don't like to leave my birdcage behind, but I can't take it with me on a bus.
Oh, we'll be more than glad to take care of it.
That's just what I don't want you to do. Don't go near it. Don't touch it. Don't remove the cover.
But the canary, it'll starve.
Canary. Canary, you listen to me. I'll leave plenty of food and water. You just keep hands off. That's how you cooperate. Stay away from that birdcage, understand?
Yes, Mr. Henchard.
But I don't understand.
You heard me. Keep your hands off that cage.
Yes, Mr. Henchard.
The next night, when Jackie and I got back from work, Mr. Henchard was gone, but the cage was still there in the middle of his room, sitting on a pedestal, shrouded by a flowered cretonne cover.
Eddie, we promise.
Well, we're staying away from it, aren't we? We didn't promise not to look at it.
Hey, Eddie, there's a note pinned on the cover.
Yeah.
Well, what's it say?
How do you like this? It says... Mind now, don't touch this cage.
Honestly, you'd think we were a couple of kids or something.
Just for that, I'd like to yank the cover off the silly thing and... What was that?
It came from the cage.
Doesn't sound like any bird I ever heard.
It sounds like someone moving furniture. And opening a bottle.
Champagne for the canaries, no doubt.
Oh, Eddie.
You don't think we ought to just peek under the cover?
No, I don't. I think we ought to tippy-toe out of here and go to bed.
Okay. But I'd still like to see what kind of a bird it is that can open a champagne bottle. Next day, that silly bird cage was so much on my mind, I nearly fed my hand into the planing mill down at the plant. Jackie admitted the same kind of trouble. Her shorthand went way off and her typing fell below 50 words a minute while she worried about Mr. Henchard's bird. I guess it was really plain curiosity, but we rationalized it into concern.
Eddie, it's got to be thirsty by now.
With all that champagne?
Well, hungry, maybe.
Maybe. Of course, I'm not exactly a bird lover, but I'd hate to think of a poor little feathered creature dying of hunger when I could do anything to save it.
Oh, darling, you have a great heart.
Oh? It's nothing, really.
Mm.
It's just the way I feel about things.
Well, then we'd better make sure.
Yes, I think we should.
We'll share the responsibility.
Yes, together.
You lift the cover, and I'll take a quick look.
We'll both lift the cover, and we'll both take a quick look.
All right. You take that end, and I'll take this.
Ready?
1,
2,
3. Eddie!
It's a house. A perfect little doll's house. What was that noise?
It sounded like shades being pulled down. Eddie, it was a shade. I saw it snap shut on that tiny little window there.
There are lights in the house.
Oh, Eddie, the little green shutters, the white woodwork.
But what's inside there?
I never heard of a canary that could pull down shades.
Oh, this is crazy.
Eddie, look, at the chimney.
Smoke. There's smoke coming out of it.
The canaries are cooking.
Oh, something is cooking, but who says it's a canary? Who says it's any kind of a bird?
But what else could it be? It's a bird cage.
It's a house in a bird cage. A perfect little house down to the very last detail. Look, Look, there's a doormat and a tiny little doorbell.
Ring it.
Ring it?
The doorbell. Ring it.
How am I going to ring a doorbell on a house that's inside a bird cage? I can't get my finger through those bars. Cage is soldered to the stand.
Well, maybe you could use a pencil.
Pencil, sure. Good idea. Here. Now, let's see if I can get the tip through the bars and against the doorbell button. That's about it. Now, push it.
Eddie!
I don't think they're going to answer it.
Well, they must be such little things.
Things?
Birds or whatever lives in that house.
Well, if they won't come to the door, let's see if we can poke the pencil in a window and have a look inside.
Be careful, Eddie.
There. I think now if I can get my eye up against the cage here, I can see through the... Ouch!
Eddie!
Something bright flashed at me like a flashlight right in my eye, like a tiny beam of light from a flashlight.
Eddie, let's go. Let's leave them alone, whatever they are.
I'd like to take that cage apart.
Oh, no, Mr. Henchard.
Well, when he gets back, I'm going to ask him a few questions. He can't keep pixies. It isn't in the lease.
He doesn't have a lease.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I suppose we better leave it alone. We need the money he pays us, that's for sure.
And whatever it is that lives in the cage hasn't bothered us up to now.
Yeah. Let's cover it up and turn in. Maybe they'll be in a friendlier mood tomorrow.
Listen.
Yeah. Boy, whatever that is, it's out of tune.
I think you've hurt its feelings. They're turning out all the lights.
Jackie had nightmares all night. I know, because I didn't sleep a wink. So, the next morning, we decided on a quick look before we went to work. Now, let's be real quiet, and maybe we can sneak up on them.
You think they'll be leaving for work, too?
What kind of work? Painting buttercups? Now, be quiet, and I'll get the cover off.
Okay. Look, one of the window shades is up and the window's open.
Maybe I can see inside this morning. If I can just get up close enough, I think I can see...
Eddie, what is it?
An eye. A great big bloodshot eye staring back at me.
Let me see. Eddie, it's a little mirror.
Mirror?
Yes, a little mirror hanging on a wall. And that was your eye looking back at you.
Well, it didn't look like my eye. It was bloodshot.
Well?
Very funny.
Eddie, look, on the porch.
It's a milk bottle.
And it's purple.
Purple milk?
From a purple cow, maybe?
Oh, cut it out. Hey, is that a newspaper there beside it?
It looks like one.
Let me see if I can make out the printing on it. Looks like a headline. It's in red and it says, Extra, Fotspa moves on tour.
Fotspa moves on tour? What kind of talk is that?
Pixie talk, no doubt. Fotspa moves on tour. I'm going to buy me a magnifying glass today. I'd like to read the rest of that paper. I don't know how Jackie and I got through that day at work, but somehow we did. And that night, we didn't even wait to get our coats off before we went in to see the cage. I heard the sound before Jackie did.
Eddie, listen.
Music. And it's good music, too.
But it sounds so little.
Well, what else? They're little people.
It stopped.
They must have heard us. Let's get the cover off. No lights, windows shut, and the blinds drawn.
The milk and the paper's gone, too.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Is that a sign on the door?
I can't make it out. It's so tiny.
I'll use my new magnifying glass. Quarantine. Scoppy fever.
Scoppy fever?
Why, the little liars. I'll bet they don't have scoppy fever at all.
You only get scoppy fever in April, don't you?
April and Christmas. That's when the bread and butter flies carry it. Where's my pencil? I'm going to ring the bell again.
They're not going to answer. There go the shades.
Pretty snooty, if you ask me. After all, it's our house their house is in, if you follow me.
I wish we could just see them, just one little look at them, whatever they are.
Well, I'll try one more thing. I'll write them a note.
On what?
On the door, like this. Let us in. There.
But we don't want to get in. We just want to see them.
Well, they'll know what we mean. Now, let's leave them alone, and maybe in the morning they'll have an answer for us.
Eddie, the quarantine sign's gone.
There's another one on the door. They've answered us. They've written us a note.
Oh, read it.
Wait till I get my magnifying glass. Huh? There. It's printed on a little card. WETPAINT.
Wet paint. I knew you shouldn't have written on the door. They've gone and repainted it. They're neat little things, whatever they are.
Wet paint, indeed.
There's more milk on the porch. Green milk this time, and another newspaper.
Yeah. Let's see what the headlines are today. Extra. Fotzpa overshoots Tur. What kind of news is that?
Well, I don't know, but I think we'd better cover the cage, Eddie. I think we've bothered them enough. We don't want them to get mad at us. They might blab to Mr. Henchard and get us in trouble.
You sound as though you thought they could talk.
Well, who says they can't? They can read, they can write, so they can talk.
The next few days were like nightmares. We'd pretend to be working all day, and then at night we'd immediately go into Mr. Henchard's room and uncover the cage. And always there would be smoke coming out of the chimney and smells of cooking and the sounds of dinner preparations in the evening. And every morning, new bottles of milk, different color each day, blue, red, yellow, and the newspaper headlines. Extra, Tur slides toward Fotzpa. Extra, Fotzpa goes up. There were even tiny little letters in the mailbox. And one morning there was a telegram. Oh, but we couldn't get to them. Day after day we tried to see inside the little house, but always it was the same. When we took the cover off the birdcage, the noises would stop. The shades would snap shut, the lights would go out, and nothing was left but the lazy spiral of smoke from the tiny brick chimney. Then one night, Jackie and I headed out.
But what would Mr. Henchard say?
Oh, I don't care. I've got to find out what goes on in that house. My work's going all to pot.
I know, Eddie. I filed a letter today that I was supposed to mail.
I almost welded my thumb to a wing section. Heck with Mr. Henchard. Let's go in and find out what lives in that cage, even if we have to melt it down with a blowtorch.
Sure is quiet in here tonight.
I'll get the light.
I'll get the cover off. Oh, no. Eddie.
What is it?
Look, on the front door.
It's a sign. A big sign.
For rent. It says for rent. Oh, Eddie, they've moved out.
They sure left the house clean. Look inside there. The floors are polished, the walls are scrubbed, but the furniture's gone, and the window shades.
Oh, Eddie, what are we going to do? What are we going to say when Mr. Henchard comes home?
Well, we didn't have long to wait. The very next night, Mr. Henchard blew in like a blast of cold air, went directly to his room, and blew back out again, considerably hotter.
Busybodies, priors, I told you not to touch the cage.
Oh, Mr. Henchard.
I told you to leave it alone. Oh, no, not you two. You had to fool around with it.
Mr. Henchard, we only thought they might be thirsty.
You only thought you had to stick your noses into somebody else's business. That's what you thought. Well, you've done it. You've ruined the whole thing. They've gone, moved out, lock, stock, and barrel. They've moved, and I'm moving too.
Oh, Mr. Henchard, we're so sorry.
Sorry? It took me months to build that little house to their exact specifications, and months more to coax them to live in it. Now you spoiled it. They won't be back.
Who won't be back?
My tenants. I'll have to build a new house now. But this time I won't leave it within the reach of meddlers.
Mr. Henchard, are you a magician?
Magician? I'm a craftsman. A mighty good one. That's all it takes. You treat them right and they'll treat you right. It isn't everybody who knows how to build the right sort of house for them.
But who are they?
Who are they? You mean who are they? Little folk, of course. Call them what you like. Nixies, pixies, leprechauns, brownies. They got lots of names. But all they want is a quiet, respectable neighborhood to live in. Not a lot of peeping and prying. Gives the property a bad name. No wonder they moved out. They always pay the rent on time, too.
Rent?
Luck. Good luck. What you expected paying? Money?
But luck? There's no such thing as luck, Mr. Henchard. That's a superstition.
Superstition? Hey, you remember when I kicked that boulder loose and it fell in the wooden steps we was going down at the beach that day?
I remember.
Boulder hit the step below me, went clear through. The wood was so rotten. I'd have broke my neck if I'd stepped on it.
Oh, that's right.
Things like that happen to me all the time. That's luck. That's the little people paying their rent. And now you've ruined it. Goodbye.
Oh, wait, you're forgetting your cage.
You can keep it. Keep the house, too. No decent folk will live in it now. You've ruined
Watch
it.
those
Goodbye.
steps, Mr. Henchard.
Friars, meddlers.
Oh, Eddie, his luck has left him already.
Yeah. Boy, that was a nasty fall.
Eddie, take me down to Moriarty's for a nightcap, will you? I feel terrible. I still feel terrible.
Yeah. The nightcap didn't help much. Let's turn in. It's late.
Shall we take a last look at the cage?
Can't hurt anything. Come on.
Eddie, listen.
They're back. The house is rented again.
And they're having a party. Eddie, they're happy in there.
Honey, we're in. We've got the house and we've got the tenants in it.
Maybe we'll have the luck that goes with them. Maybe they'll pay us the rent now.
Yeah, but we won't bother them anymore.
We'll leave them alone.
We'll never peek or pry again.
And if they're happy, they'll probably stay on for always. Oh, Eddie, this is wonderful.
The next day, I felt almost like my old self, even though we had lost our roomer. We had new tenants in the little house, and it was ours now, all ours. It was just before quitting time. I was working on the big metal planer when I heard somebody yell.
Eddie! Look out for that load of tires! Behind you, Eddie! Look out! It's pushing me into the planer, Mike! Wait!
Eddie, you all right?
Yeah, I think so. What stopped the planer, Mike? It was right on me. I thought it was going to slice me up like a cold cut.
It was one of those cylinder casings that fell into the planer and jammed it just as you reached the blade. I never saw nothing like it in my life. Oh, boy, what luck.
Luck, Mike, that's it. It's luck. Good luck. They're paying their rent already.
They're what?
They're paying their rent in luck. Oh, boy, wait till I tell Jackie about this. Imagine those wonderful little guys, Jackie. Saved my life, and they've only been in the house one day.
It was a miracle, Eddie. You could have been killed.
Yeah. Any other time, the planer would have gone right on slicing, and I'd have gone into it. You know what I've been thinking?
No, what?
I ought to write them a note of thanks. Let them know I'm grateful.
We promised we'd leave them alone, Eddie.
Oh, but this would be different. I just lift up the cover on the cage and slip the note in and cover it up again. It couldn't hurt anything.
Well, I don't know.
Matter of fact, I've already written the note. Oh, come on. Let's take it into them.
You won't try to mess around with them?
Oh, I promise. Anyway, who messed around with them before? Just me?
I know. Come on.
What's going on in there?
Sounds like the same party they were having last night.
Only it's bigger and louder. Come on, let's get the cover off.
Eddie, look!
Bottles. Empty bottles all over the porch and garbage pails.
Scattered all over the place and, smell the smoke coming out of the chimney.
It smells like corned beef and skunk cabbage. Jackie, what have we got in there?
Well, they're certainly not the same class of tenants Mr. Henchard had.
That's it. He said the place would run down.
He said he'd have to build a new house to get the decent kind of tenants. Oh, Eddie, what have we done?
We've inherited the Jeter Lesters, the Jukes, and the Colloquys. The place looks like Tobacco Road.
When there's even a clothesline stretched across the front windows.
Well, that does it. I'm not going to put up with sloppy tenants. I'll pour water down the chimney and send them all packing.
Eddie, you can't.
I can and I will. There's no reason for us to put up with this kind of nonsense.
But there is a reason, Eddie. Don't you remember? They pay their rent.
You mean the planer?
You would have been killed today if you hadn't had some extra luck, some extra good luck. These pixies may be sloppy, but they pay their rent.
You're right, honey. You're absolutely right. I fall in the planer and a cylinder casing jams it in time. But I'll be out of work for a week while they fix it. But Mr. Henchard's luck worked all the way. If he'd have fallen in a planer, a fuse would have blown, and he'd have been back at work the next day on full salary.
Okay, so Mr. Henchard had a better class of tenant. Ours are sloppy, so our luck will be a little sloppy, too, but they stay. They stay here if they have the wildest parties in town.
Oh, you're right. We own a slum, but it's better than nothing. Let's go down to Moriarty's for a drink. I think we need it.
Ain't a fit night out for man or beast.
How about Pixie?
Oh, Pixies.
I wonder what Moriarty would say if we told him about our tenants.
He'd probably 86 us and throw us out of the place.
Stand back, honey. The bus is coming by. Might splash mud on us.
He's coming awfully fast for a wet night.
I say he is, the crazy idiot. Jackie, jump! He's getting toward us! You all right?
Oh, yeah. I think so. How did he ever miss us?
Caught his skid at the last minute.
Oh.
Pure luck.
Pure luck? And us sitting here with mud all over us?
We may be muddy, but we're alive. Come on. Let's get into Moriarty's.
Oh, boy, can I use a drink.
Right. 2 doubles, Moriarty, and fast.
Okay, Eddie. Hey, what happened? You two fall in the mud?
Yeah.
Boy, that's bad luck, kids.
No. You're wrong, Moriarty. Not bad luck. Good luck. Sloppy, but good.
You're so right, honey. Well, here's luck.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented Housing Problem, a play for radio by Sam Pierce, adapted from the short story by Henry Kuttner. Shirley Mitchell was heard as Jackie, Shepard Menken as Eddie, and Dawes Butler as Mr. Henchard, Mike, and Moriarty. The original score was composed and conducted by Leo Diamond. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Gus Bays. Next week, from New York, the workshop will present Norman Dello-Joyo's Pulitzer Prize-winning composition Meditations on Ecclesiastes with Edward R. Murrow, Father Lawrence McGinley, Rabbi Theodore L. Adams, Dr. Oswald Hoffman, Senator John Kennedy, and a 55-piece string orchestra conducted by Alfredo Antonini. This is the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. The CBS Radio Workshop presents The Son of Man, a passion play.
The words of the Passion and Resurrection are taken from the 4 Gospels in the King James Version of the Bible. The music is the music of Bach, There are 4 speaking voices. The words of St. Mark are read by Herbert Marshall, those of St. Matthew by Robert Young, St. Luke by Victor Jory, and St. John by Vincent Price. These, with the music, make up the play. That is to say, the music has an actor's part, for Johann Sebastian Bach was himself a witness, not to the event, but to the meaning of the event. Of the 4 speakers, Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, we know little beyond the words they wrote in their Gospels. These words, however, have much to say of their characters as men and of the differences between them. Mark speaks with the simplicity of an old man remembering what he himself had seen, the voice of one who had taken part in great actions. The Gospel according to Mark.
The beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. As it is written in the prophets, Behold, I send my messenger before thy face, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, Prepare ye the way of the Lord, make his paths straight. And John did baptize in the wilderness, and preached, saying, There cometh one mightier than I after me, the latchet of whose shoes I am not worthy to stoop down and unloose.
Matthew speaks with the force and authority of one who respects the past, one who has labored and lived among the people, listening long to their stories and putting the great narrative together with love and humility and passion. The Gospel according to Matthew.
The book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. And from David until the carrying away into Babylon are 14 generations. And from the carrying away into Babylon unto Christ are 14 generations.
Luke's voice is the worldly but profoundly believing voice of a man who had journeyed much in the great cities of the Roman world. He was a cosmopolitan, an urbane and sensitive observer to whom the narrative was true not only for the province of Judea, but for the Roman Empire and for the world. The Gospel according to Luke.
Forasmuch as many have taken in hand to set forth a declaration of those things which are most surely believed among us, it seemed good to me also, having had perfect understanding of all things from the very first, to write unto thee, in order that thou mightest know the certainty of those things wherein thou hast been instructed.
John testifies not by the witness of his eyes, but of his soul. John is the mystic, the penetrator, to whom the past exists in the present, and the present exists in eternity, and whatever was, still is, and always will be. The Gospel according to John.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, full of grace and truth. No man hath seen God at any time. The only begotten Son, which is in the bosom of the Father, he hath declared him.
The Son of Man, the passion and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ.
When the morning was come, all the chief priests and elders of the people took counsel against Jesus to put him to death. And when they had bound him, they led him away and delivered him to Pontius Pilate, the governor. Then Judas, which had betrayed him, when he saw that he was condemned, repented himself and brought again the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and elders, saying, I have sinned in that I have betrayed innocent blood. And they said, What is that to us? See thou to that. And he cast down the pieces of silver in the temple and departed, and went and hanged himself.
Then lead they Jesus from Caiaphas unto the hall of judgment, and it was early, and they themselves went not into the hall of judgment. Pilate therefore went out unto them, and saith, What accusation bring ye against this man?
And they began to accuse him, saying, We found this fellow perverting the nation, and forbidding to give tribute to Caesar, saying that he himself is Christ, a king.
Then said Pilate unto them, Take ye him, and judge him according to your law. They said unto him, It is not lawful for us to put any man to death. Pilate therefore said unto him, Art thou a king then? Jesus answered, Thou sayest that I am a king. To this end was I born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Pilate saith unto him, What is truth?
Then said Pilate to the chief priests and to the people, I find no fault in this man.
And the chief priests accused him of many things, but Jesus yet answered nothing, so that Pilate marveled.
Now at that feast the governor was wont to release unto the people a prisoner whom they would. And they had then a notable prisoner called Barabbas. Therefore when they were gathered together, Pilate said unto them, Whom will ye that I release unto you, Barabbas, or Jesus, which is called Christ?
So they cried out all at once, saying, Away with this man, and release unto us Barabbas.
Pilate saith unto them, What shall I do then with Jesus, which is called Christ?
And they cried out again, Crucify him. Then Pilate said unto them, Why, what evil hath he done? And they cried out the more exceedingly, Crucify him.
When Pilate saw that he could prevail nothing, but that rather a tumult was made, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person. See ye to it.
And he released Barabbas, that for sedition and murder was cast into prison, whom they had desired, but delivered Jesus to their will.
And the soldiers led him away into the hall called Praetorium, and they called together the whole band, and they clothed him with purple, and plaited a crown of thorns, and put it about his head, and began to salute him, Hail, King of the Jews! And they smote him on the head with a reed, and did spit upon him, and bowing their knees, worshipped him.
And after they had mocked him, they took the robe off from him, and put his own raiment on him, and led him away to crucify him. And as they came out, they found a man of Cyrene, Simon by name. Him they compelled to bear his cross.
And there followed him a great company of people and of women, which alas bewailed and lamented him. But Jesus, turning unto them, said, Daughters of Jerusalem, weep not for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children.
And when they were come unto a place called Golgotha, that is to say, a place of a skull,
into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha.
They gave him to drink wine mingled with myrrh.
They gave him vinegar to drink, mingled with gall. And when he had tasted thereof, he would not drink.
And when they were come to the place which is called the skull, there they crucified him.
it was the 3rd hour, and they crucified him.
And they crucified him, and parted his garments, casting lots. And sitting down, they watched him there.
Then said Jesus, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
And with him they crucified 2 thieves, the one on his right hand, and the other on his left.
And they that passed by reviled him, wagging their heads and saying, Thou that destroyest the temple and buildest it in 3 days, save thyself. If thou be the Son of God, come down from the cross.
Likewise also the chief priests, mocking, said among themselves with the scribes, He saved others, himself he cannot save.
The thieves also which were crucified with him cast the same in his teeth.
And it was about the 6th hour, and there was a darkness over all the earth until the 9th hour, and the sun was darkened.
And about the 9th hour Jesus cried with a loud voice, saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. That is, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?
And some of them that stood by, when they heard it, said, Behold, he called Elias.
And straightway one of them ran and took a sponge, and filled it with vinegar, and put it on a reed, and gave him to drink. The rest said, Let be. Let us see whether Elias will come to save him.
And Jesus cried with a loud voice, and gave up the ghost.
And behold, the veil of the temple was rent in twain from the top to the bottom. And the earth did quake, and the rocks rent, and the graves were opened.
And when the centurion saw that he so cried out and gave up the ghost, he said, Truly this man was the Son of God.
And all the people that came together to that sight, beholding the things which were done, smote their breasts. And all his acquaintance and the women that followed him from Galilee stood afar off, beholding these things.
When the even was come, there came a rich man of Arimathea named Joseph,
which also waited for the kingdom of God.
This man went to Pilate and begged the body of Jesus. Then Pilate commanded the body to be delivered.
And Joseph bought fine linen, and took him down, and wrapped him in the linen, and laid him in a sepulchre which was hewn out of a rock.
And he rolled a great stone to the door of the sepulchre, and departed.
And the women also which came with him from Galilee followed after, and beheld the sepulchre and how his body was laid.
And there was Mary Magdalene and the other Mary sitting over against the sepulchre.
And they returned and prepared spices and ointments, and rested the Sabbath day according to the commandment.
Now the next day, the chief priests and Pharisees came together unto Pilate, saying, Sir, we remember that deceiver said, while he was yet alive, After 3 days I will rise again. Command, therefore, that the sepulchre be made sure until the 3rd day, lest his disciples come by night and steal him away, and say unto the people, He is risen from the dead. So the last error shall be worse than the first. Pilate said unto them, Ye have a watch. Go your way, make it as sure as ye can. So they went and made the sepulchre sure, sealing the stone and setting a watch.
And when the Sabbath was past, Mary Magdalene and Mary the mother of James and Salome had bought sweet spices that they might come and anoint him. And very early in the morning, the 1st day of the week, they came unto the sepulchre.
Very early in the morning.
When it was yet dark.
And they found the stone rolled away from the sepulchre.
And entering into the sepulchre, they saw a young man sitting on the right side, clothed in a long white garment, and they were affrighted. And he saith unto them, Be not affrighted. Ye seek Jesus of Nazareth, which was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. Behold the place where they laid him.
He is not here, for he is risen, even as he said.
He is not here, but is risen. Remember how he spake unto you when he was yet in Galilee, saying, The Son of Man must be delivered into the hands of sinful men, and be crucified, and the 3rd day rise again. And they remembered his words. And they returned from the sepulchre and told all these things unto the 11 and to all the rest. And these words seemed to the disciples as idle tales, and they believed them not. Then arose Peter, and ran unto the sepulchre, and stooping down, he beheld the linen cloths laid by themselves.
Then cometh Simon Peter following him, and went into the sepulchre, and seeth the linen cloths lie, and the napkin that was upon his head, not lying with the linen cloths, but wrapped together in a place by itself. Then went in also that other disciple, which came first to the sepulchre, and he saw and believed.
Now when Jesus was risen, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene.
Mary stood without at the sepulchre, weeping. And as she wept, she stooped down and looked into the sepulchre, and seeth 2 angels in white, sitting, the one at the head and the other at the feet, where the body of Jesus had lain. And they say unto her, Woman, why weepest thou? She saith unto them, Because they have taken away my Lord, and I know not where they have laid him. And when she had thus said, she turned herself back, and saw Jesus standing, and knew not that it was Jesus. Jesus saith unto her, Woman, why weepest thou? Whom seekest thou? She, supposing him to be the gardener, saith unto him, Sir, if thou hast borne him hence, tell me where thou hast laid him, and I will take him away. Jesus saith unto her, Mary. She turned herself, and saith unto him, Rabboni, which is to say, Master. Jesus saith unto her, Touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father, but go to my brethren and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father and your Father, and to my God and your God.
You have just heard the CBS Radio Workshop's production of The Son of Man, the story of the passion and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. All of the words were taken from the 4 Gospels of the New Testament and were arranged for this broadcast by Archibald MacLeish. The words of St. Mark were spoken by Herbert Marshall, those of St. Matthew by Robert Young, St. Luke by Victor Jory, and St. John by Vincent Price. Introductory words were spoken by Raymond Burr. The music was extracted from the B minor Mass and the Passion, according to St. Matthew, by Johann Sebastian Bach. The Son of Man was produced and directed in Hollywood by William N. Robeson.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Well, from where we sit in this air-conditioned, glassed-in control room high above the floor on the Convention Coliseum, it would appear that Eustace J. Favouriteson has the nomination all but sewed up. He's only 10 votes short of the needed 667, and New Mexico's 16 votes can put him over the top. The roll call is about to continue, so now back to Sam Pierce on the convention floor.
There's Sam Pierce once again. Oh, believe me, ladies and gentlemen, the final moments of the 64 convention are really something. Well, Larry Thor is here on the floor with me. Larry, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do, Sam Pierce. It seems to me that the final moments of this 1964 convention are really something.
That's how I would have put it, Larry Thor. Chairman Cal Porter is pounding the gavel for silence now, and it's my guess New Mexico will throw her entire 16 votes for Eustace J. Favouriteson. Right, Larry Thor?
Right, Sam Pierce.
The convention will please be in order. Whereas in previous years, many delegates complained that they did not get to wave a sign in front of the cameras and thereby missed the opportunity of obscuring the television audience's view, this year, all delegates without signs to hold have been given balloons on long strings. This way, everybody gets to hold something. But this morning, 2 states got into a fight over civil rights, and Alabama broke an Oregon balloon with a lighted cigar. Now, balloon breaking is the kind of thing that can split our party. So let's have respect for the other fellas' balloons, at least in front of the television cameras. Now, New Mexico.
New Mexico, 16 votes.
Mr. Chairman, New Mexico, home of the pinto bean, and the land of 10,000 lakes proudly casts its 16 votes. In a moment, the result of those votes. But first, Mother and Dad, thinking of sending the kids to camp this year? Don't you do it. Bring the whole family to fabulous, colorful New Mexico, home of the pinto bean and land of 10,000 lakes. Say, you can bet your bottom dollar that when you
Chairman, I rise to a point of order.
May I remind the chair that under the unit rule, I have a full minute for my state commercial.
That is true, but your slogan is home of the pinto bean and land of enchantment, not land of 10,000 lakes.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Minnesota.
Land of 10,000 lakes is Minnesota's slogan.
I know, but I like it.
All right, New Mexico, that will do.
No, if I can't have land of 10,000 lakes, I don't want home of the pinto bean.
Oh, well, then take home of the jumping frog. That hasn't been used.
Mr. Chairman!
Chair recognizes California.
Before the chair gives away jumping frogs, I would like to call attention to the fact that the original jumping frog, which Mark Twain immortalized, was an amphibian from Calaveras County, which is in California!
Order! Order! Order!
Mr. Chairman?
Order!
Mr. Chairman?
The chair recognizes the delegate from Missouri.
May I remind the delegate from California that the birthplace of Mark Twain was the little town of Hannibal on the banks of the Mississippi in the great and glorious state of Missouri.
Order! Order! All right, Missouri, sit down. New Mexico won't use your old frog.
I will if I want to. I got to where I like it now. New Mexico, home of the pinto bean and a jumping frog.
New Mexico? New Mexico, you can just hand me your balloon.
This is Sam Pierce again. The delegate from New Mexico is visibly shaken by the chairman's rebuke. He's relinquishing his balloon now. Oh, this is a tense moment, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen now. Anything.
Mr. Chairman, are we here to squabble over slogans or nominate a candidate for the presidency of the United States of America?
First things first. Now, New Mexico. How about home of the western meadowlark? That has a nice sound.
Mr. Chairman, the western meadowlark is the state bird of Montana.
Well, you could share your bird with New Mexico. That's the American way.
I won't do it.
All right, then. Here, New Mexico, here's a dandy. New Mexico, overflowing with the milk of human kindness.
Point of order. Point of order. Mr. Chairman, Wisconsin is America's dairyland.
Oh, sit down, Wisconsin. Sit down. Sit down. Now, this convention will come to order, or I will take away all of your Musketeer hats.
Hey, what'd you turn the set off for? That was Stan Freeberg kidding the political convention.
I don't care. He makes me mad. He doesn't take anything serious.
Yes, he does. That's satire.
Satire? What's satire?
In the next half hour, we will attempt to answer that question as CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Colloquy 3, an analysis of satire. What is satire? How does it differ from wit, from humor, from criticism? Is it all of these or none of these? To help us answer this question, the CBS Radio Workshop is proud to present one of the most penetrating young satirists of our time, the Capitol recording star, Stan Freeberg.
Thank you very much and good evening. Well, what is satire? That's a good question. Well, there are all kinds of satire. We opened the show tonight with a political satire, for example,
Yes, and it was an outrage to right-thinking Americans everywhere.
Well, just a minute. You can't come bursting in here.
Oh, yes, I can. I am the censor.
Oh, you mean the network censor?
Oh, no. Censor with a capital C. I represent society.
With a capital S?
No, lowercase. I represent public opinion. There are some things too serious to be kidded, too sacred. Big business, labor, the farmer, the American way, mom, politics,
What's the matter with kidding politics?
You can't afford to offend one party or the other.
Oh, but that little exercise in rhodomontade was not directed at any political party. I was only poking fun at the absurdity of all conventions.
Well, maybe. But you offended the states. The idea, having the delegates carry balloons.
Tell me something. Did you watch the conventions recently?
Of course, and very carefully, I can tell you.
Well, then, honestly, didn't they look a little like big, rowdy kids? Sort of a ding-dong school with delegates?
That's a slanderous statement. I might even say a dangerous thought.
Oh, come on. All I suggested was this could be a convention of 1964 if they keep on at the rate they're going.
What do you hope to gain by such impertinence?
Gee, frankly, I don't know, but I can't help myself. A lot of things and a lot of people strike me as being funny, that's all. And by holding up a satirical mirror to them, maybe in a small way I can help them to laugh at themselves. And then everybody might be a little wiser. And even maybe a little happier.
Yes, but you went too far when you put Mouseketeers' hats on the delegates. Now, that is defamation.
No, it's not. It's all in fun. Where's your sense of humor? Besides, our political conventions are nothing more than glorified Mickey Mouse cartoons anyway.
Watch your tongue, watch your tongue.
That's not my tongue. That's Will Rogers' tongue.
I don't believe it. Will Rogers was a great American. He wouldn't have said anything like that.
Well, gee, I'm sorry to argue with you, sir, but in September 1932, he did say it. Listen, this is what Will said.
Well, our national political conventions, if you have ever attended one or heard it over the radio, are nothing more than glorified Mickey Mouse cartoons and are solely for amusement purposes.
Unquote.
I just can't believe that 100% American like Will Rogers could have
gotten away with it.
Shocking. Simply shocking. Why, it verges on the seditious.
Well, look, if you don't mind, I'd like to get this show on the road.
All right, go right ahead.
Please.
But I warn you, I'll be making notes of everything you say.
Fine. Be my guest.
May I borrow your pen?
Oh, certainly. Here you are.
Oh, I hate ballpoints.
Aren't you afraid you'll offend the ballpoint people?
Don't you get smart with me, young man.
All right. Sorry. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. What is satire? Well, it's a lot more than pointless fun poking. Satire is criticism, first, last, and always. But criticism disguising itself in the bright robes of barbed wit. The jester may insult the king, so long as he does it with a laugh. So criticism, arm in arm with humor, glides confidently past the censor.
Well, you're not gliding past me, young man.
I know. Satire is as old as man's pomposity. More than 2,000 years ago, Juvenal pierced the stuffed togas of ancient Rome with the same weapon Alexander Pope used to clip the powdered periwigs of 17th century London, or Ogden Nash to puncture the tinsel bubbles of Park Avenue's pretensions. But long before these viewers would alarm, there was a playwright named Aristophanes, a Greek. He didn't think much of the works of another playwright named Aeschylus. In fact, he seems to have come to the conclusion that Aeschylus was one Greek who didn't have a word for it. At least Aristophanes wasn't bearing any gifts when in his great satire, The Frogs, he had this to say of Aeschylus.
I know him. I've seen him years ago, wooden-mouthed. No door, no bolt, no bridle to his tongue. A torrent of wild bombast. Intelligible? Not one line.
24 centuries later, a contemporary satirist felt the same way about rock and roll.
Life could be a dream. Life could be a dream.
All right, hold it, you guys. This is a rhythm and blues number. You gotta be careful or somebody liable to understand what you're singing about. You want that to happen?
No.
Well, then you gotta talk unintelligible like me, right, Stella?
You said it!
Okay. Now, you guys want to sell a few records?
Yeah.
Well, then stick some old rags in your mouth and take it again from the top, okay?
Okay.
I don't understand the words now. Real mumbly. Life could be a dream. Shaboom, if I could take you up with above. Shaboom, it will be done. I'm the only one that you love. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello again. Shaboom, hello, we'll meet again. Boom, boom, boom.
Intelligible? Not one line. But satire's weapon is the same, exaggeration. There was another top tune a while back that came marching out of my radio so often I began to think my set had been made in Texas by Texans. Remember? Got So the only place you could escape it was diving for abalone in the Straits of Juan de Fuca. So fearful of being snare drummed to death, I rushed to the studio and recorded this.
There's a yellow rose in Texas that I am gonna say. Nobody else could miss her, not half as much as me. She cried so when I let her pardon me. That's just a shade loud on the snare drum.
She's the sweetest little rosebud that Texas Avenue. Her eyes are bright as diamonds, they sparkle like the dew.
See now, you covered up sparkle like the dew. One of the loveliest parts in the whole Texas.
Hey, what's the idea of turning it off?
I warned you, and you've gone too far.
Oh, please.
That is a direct insult to the Lone Star State, to say nothing of Southern womanhood and the memory of the boys in gray.
You think maybe I should have cleared it first with the state capitol at Austin, huh?
They would never have given you permission.
See what I mean? You see what we're coming to? It won't be long before you'll have to carry a license to laugh.
Exaggeration again?
You think so, huh? Listen, before I was allowed to laugh at Jack Webb, I had to get his written permission. And the only reason I ever got it is that Jack's shirt is not stuffed. He thought this was funny.
The legend you are about to hear is true. Only the needle should be changed to protect the record.
This is the countryside. My name is St. George. I'm a knight. Saturday, July 10th, 8:05 p.m. I was working out of the castle on the night watch when a call came in from the chief. A dragon had been devouring maidens. Homicide. My job. Slay him. You call me, Chief?
Yeah, it's the dragon again, devouring maidens. The king's daughter may be next.
Mm-hmm. You got a lead?
No, nothing much to go on. Said you take that .45 automatic into the lab to have them check on it?
Yeah. You were right.
I was right?
Yeah. It was a gun.
Do you really think you can get away with that?
Why not?
It makes fun of the police, and the police preserve law and order, and anyone who is against law and order is against America.
Oh, come on.
However, no good American would buy such a scurrilous record.
But more than 1 million of them already have. Maybe we better call them back.
Oh. Well, it's anti-British, too.
I'll bite why.
It lampoons St. George, the patron saint of England.
You don't leave me much to satirize.
That's not my problem. There's got to be a censor to keep you fellows in line. There always has been.
Maybe so, but he hasn't always been as tough as you are. Just this year, the world lost a great satirist who knew the bitterness which is the lot of a man in mid-century America who refuses to take things too seriously. You remember his acid sarcasm?
California is a great place to live if you're an orange.
The biting wit of Fred Allen was finally suffocated in a society where slapstick is king and where it is all right for a man to take a pratfall as long as he falls on his own prat. But nothing was sacred to Fred Allen, from network vice presidents to Mom herself.
For 20 years, my mother kept a light burning in the window for me. When I came home, my mother gave me a royal welcome and a gas bill for $729.
Can you guess who got sore at this little interchange?
Well, Mr. Cassidy, what is that ladder you have there?
I'm going over to Sweeney's for dinner.
And you have to carry a ladder?
The dining room table is too high. You can't sit on chairs. Everybody eats on a ladder.
Why is the dining room table so high?
Sweeney is a mounted cop. He always rides into dinner on his horse.
Oh?
Sweeney never uses a napkin. He wipes his hands on the back of his horse. There's so much food on the back of Sweeney's horse, he has mice under his saddle. Goodbye to you.
Well, who do you suppose beefed about that innocuous scene? The mounted police? The American Society of Ladder Manufacturers? Mice? No, the Irish. Or at least a small, militant, vociferous, and humorless group of Irishmen. So finally, Ajax Cassidy was written out of the show. It seems to me that today only two mediums remain where the satirist may operate with the widest latitude: books and the theater. Elsewhere, there are restrictions of one kind or another. Even in phonograph records, which sometimes end up in locked vaults instead of music store shelves. Here's part of a satire which Dawes Butler and I wrote, but never recorded, and which you are about to hear for the first And last time. In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, on the trail of the lonesome pine. Well, Hawaii, Hawaii, Hawaii. Gee whiz, it's a nice day.
That's right, Arthur.
Well, you look like you had a good night's sleep, lad.
That's right, Arthur.
It's a pretty tie you're wearing.
That's right, Arthur. That's right, Arthur.
Oh, I just cleared my throat, is all. See, I was over to the Douglas factory the other day. They had a 1-cent sale. You buy one DC-3 for $100,000, you get the other one for a penny. I think you folks can still get in on that if you hurry right over.
That's right, Arthur.
Say, how about a tune from Frank? You want to sing, Frank?
Yes, I do, and my name is Frank.
Well, it's Frank as far as I'm concerned.
Frank.
Say, guess who I had warming up in the audition pen this morning?
Who?
Morton Downey.
Call me Frank.
Okay, all those in the cast who want to see my new Honolulu movies, hold up your leg irons.
There isn't time, Arthur. The program's almost over.
Oh, what a shame. Well, I think I get time for one joke. You see this ukulele? I bought it with no strings attached. What's that? What's that noise?
It was me, Arthur. I was drinking a glass of noodle soup when you told that last joke. I wasn't able to laugh in time, so I did the next best thing. I gargled.
Say, that's thinking on your feet. Only the quick thinkers stay with me. Hey, you with the freckles, you're fired. Oh, that's me. I'm looking in the mirror.
That's right, Arthur.
We'll see you Monday, folks. If you want to have some fun over the weekend, get out and build your own airstrip. It's more fun than a barrel of monkeys.
Sing it, Arthur.
In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, on the trail of the lonesome pine. All right, the censor's still with us, huh?
Oh, very much so. Oh, very funny, very funny.
I thought you'd be gone by. You liked it, huh?
Oh, indeed, I did.
No comment, no cuts, no blue pencil?
Well, no, not really. Now, of course, in all honesty, I must say I think that last joke was a wee mite suspect.
Oh, what joke was that?
The one about the ukulele with no strings attached.
What's suspect about that?
Well, it does seem to infer that Hawaiians are not above indulging in sharp business practices, such as the sale of stringless ukuleles.
Oh, I see.
But then we must be lenient.
I hadn't noticed.
After all, our ancestors in Connecticut were alleged to have sold wooden nutmegs from time to time. So we can afford to be lenient.
Lenient, huh? Well, that's a step in the right direction. And tell me, Mr. C.
Censor is the name.
Pardon me. Do you consider hi-fi enthusiasts sacred cows?
Hi-fi enthusiasts sacred... I don't even know what they are.
Well, then I can speak freely.
Radio station WHIFI-FM, serving the greater Milltown area, is once more proud to bring you at this time your weekly high-fidelity forum of the air. And here is your moderator, Feedback Frugal.
Yeah, thank you. Well, every week at this time, I have to ask all you people listening on anything less than a 15-inch speaker with an 8-inch tweeter to tune out, please. We don't mean to be undemocratic, but we're a select group, and we can't have just anybody listening. Thank you, so get out, please. Well, tonight our panel looks a little bit like who's who in hi-fi. To my right, Mr. H.H. Horn, president of the Summit Ridge Louder and Louder Club. Mr. Horn? Mr. Horn?
And to my right, Mr. Dacron Grillcloth, editor of Assemble It Yourself magazine.
Thank you, and good evening. And on my right, a very charming teenager, Miss Rhoda May Flogg of the West Branch Falls branch of the Johann Sebastian Bach fan club. I believe that's the inscription on your windbreaker, Miss Flogg.
I hope your ears are better than your eyes. It says, "Don't knock back." That's the slogan of our club.
Oh, that's the slogan.
Yeah, we have jerseys, too, that say, "Every toccata is worth a fugue."
Fine. Thank you, Miss Flogg, for the plug. Well, that's our panel. Now, first, we'll play just a teeny bit of a brand-new LP recording
and see who'll be the first to identify it. Here we go.
I think you will find it works better if you remove the record jacket first.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, my mistake. Here we go. It's a sturdy jacket. Well, there we are. Now try and identify this. Well, that's about enough of that, I guess. Whoa, sorry. Well, my arm slipped. I'm sorry. Now, do you know who that was? H.H. Horn had his hand up.
Well, that was played over a Pimlington amplifier model 220.
Right so far.
With a Feely preamp and Magnus tone arm.
What do you mean a Feely preamp? That had over 1.6% hum. You can't get that kind of distortion out of a Feely.
My dear Miss Flug, I can hear up to 20,000 cycles.
All right. If afraid Miss Flug has got you there, H.H. It was a Murdoch Jr. with over 2% hum. Now, what about the turntable, Mr. Grillcloth?
Yes, well, it has quite a bit of rumble in it. I think it was the new Murdoch just on the market.
Right you are. Do you think it'll sell 200,000?
No. They have quite a few bugs in them yet.
I got a Murdoch. It doesn't have any bugs.
What? Well, they've got a rumble like a cement mixer.
Well, sure they do if you don't use a foam rubber spindle adapter.
All right. Did anybody recognize the music?
Tell you the truth, I wasn't listening to the music.
Me either.
Well, no matter. Now we come to our contest. If you can guess the sound, you win a life-size, inflatable, latex rubber Liberace. He comes with his arms extended, ready to be blown up and set down at your own piano.
Gee,
Yeah, now what familiar sound is this? Listen. Well, I don't see any hands. That was Benny Goodman in a skin diver suit, 20 feet underwater, playing Danny Boy in a kelp bed.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think it
had
was
that.
Bob.
H.H., you should have had that. Well, now one more just quickly here. Recognize that sound?
I think that was, no, I give up.
Yeah, what was it?
That was King Farouk in his skin diver suit, 20 feet underwater, applauding Benny Goodman.
Oh, well, if you'd played that on something beside a lousy Murdoch turntable without all that rumble, I think that I would have...
Lousy Murdoch? I'd like to hear your turntable.
All right, Miss Flug, you'll have an opportunity right now. Mr. Grillcloth has assembled his home hi-fi kit here in the studio, and we're all going to get a little listen, right, Doctor?
Yes. As advertised in our magazine, assemble it yourself. Now, of course, in order to prepare for our kit, you have to rip out all the walls in the interior of your house.
I see.
Next, our acoustical walls go up in sections.
Prefabricated.
More or less. One wall is solid tennis balls. The other asbestos. The third, wet bathing suits. And the fourth, sort of a foam rubber bas-relief mural of the Pickens sisters in repose.
Some acoustics, right? What about equipment?
Well, I use 521-inch speakers in the ceiling, as you can see here. I have it all set up there. Plus a 10-foot horn enclosure in each corner. I have a Stylemaster preamp and a Fomroy turntable.
Oh, the waste one he could have picked.
Listen, madam, people who own Murdoch turntables should not...
All right, now. How much does all that equipment cost? I know our listeners will be anxious.
Yes, well, I'll tell you.
Find out the cost.
Yes, please, I'll tell you.
Fine.
$5,499.50 takes it home. Of course, the cost of building the railroad spur right to your house, which is essential, is not included
Not
in
included
that.
in the price. Well, could we hear a little music through your system? I see you have it all set up.
No, I'm afraid it wasn't designed for this studio.
Oh, that's a shame.
No, the room won't stand the stress.
Oh, I think it would, but I'm sure our listeners would have enjoyed hearing it.
I would have enjoyed hearing it, too.
No, not me. This way I don't have to hear that more than 5% turntable rumble in that lousy Fomroy.
Just a minute,
All
Miss
right.
Smart Alex.
Yeah, you
All right,
just afraid to play
panel.
it, that's
Here,
all.
Mr. Plug, put your windbreaker back on, please.
All right, you want to hear a little hi-fi, eh? Well, listen to this.
Run for the hills!
That concludes our weekly high-fidelity Forum of the Air. Now back to the frothy beat of Claude Hopper and his boys.
There's still hope for laughter in America, for there are still satirists in America. We're a hardy species as difficult to extinguish as liberty itself. Our names are familiar, and our lust for laughter cannot be discouraged. You may think of us as cartoonists, writers, comics perhaps, but we are all fundamentally satirists, from Chaucer to James Thurber, from Molière to S.J. Perelman, from George Bernard Shaw to Dorothy Parker, Al Capp, Voltaire, Sid Caesar, Groucho Marx, Bob and Ray, Walt Kelly's Pogo, and Jonathan Swift's Lilliput. The list would outrun the time we have left, but all of us all have this in common. In seeking to blow away mankind's absurdities on a gust of ridicule, we hope to make mankind's burden a little easier to bear. Before you reach for that blue pencil, stop and think. Can you imagine life without a laugh?
You have just heard the CBS Radio Workshop production of Colloquy 3, an analysis of satire, starring the Capitol recording artist Dan Freeberg, and produced and directed in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. Colloquy 3 was written by Mr. Freeberg and Mr. Robeson, with music by Lynn Murray. Included in the cast were June Foray, Dawes Butler, Sam Pierce, Larry Thor, Parley Bear, Alan Reed, and Bill Thompson. Next week from New York, the workshop will present the radio premiere of The Hither and Thither of Danny Dither, a modern morality play in which a very young angel upsets a celestial efficiency expert's efforts to streamline heaven. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed over most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. And don't forget, CBS, caution before speed. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The purser said we'd meet her about 11.
I have to see her.
Those lights.
Impressive, isn't it? Like a phosphorescent water bug.
Oh, much prettier.
I suppose they are having a ball, too.
Oh, isn't it thrilling? Christmas Eve, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and... oh, Jeannie.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, all is bright, a simple story of a simple song, which from long-lost beginnings, through the help of a persistent king and a melodious bird, trained by a truant schoolboy, developed into the world's most beloved expression of the spirit of Christmas, the feast of men and women of goodwill, and especially of children.
Takes me back, that.
Huh? I beg your pardon?
I said it takes me back, that waltz. Quite a way, I'm afraid.
Oh, yes. Yes, still, you're not playing it right.
Oh? In what way?
Not enough spirit, not as the Viennese thought of it.
Oh.
They're playing it as an English waltz, I suppose.
Ladies and gentlemen, this, as you know, is Christmas Eve. So, on the eve of this, our greatest of holidays, we will play a melody which I am sure you all know. Play, boys.
No!
What? Who?
I'm sorry, Mr. Conductor. I did not mean to be heard.
Well, sir, I don't see why... Oh, my maestro. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry I didn't recognize the voice immediately.
Allow me to introduce, ladies and gentlemen, the famous conductor of some of the greatest orchestras in the world, Maestro Reinhard Kramer.
No,
Ladies and gentlemen, the maestro is Austrian, I know, by birth that is, and since this worldwide favorite of all Christmas carols was written in Austria, I can't think of anything more fitting that the maestro himself should take over the baton. What do you say, ladies and gentlemen?
Go on, old boy.
It will be an honor, sir, something all of us will remember.
Well, if you insist, so... Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. There's a guitar in your band, Mr.
Woodson, sir.
Here, Maestro. Thank you. Yes, I will have to ask your indulgence, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Woodson. But this song, you see, has meant a great deal to me ever since I was a child, so long ago. That was in a place called Hallein in Austria, near Salzburg. The composer of this melody, Franz Gruber, was his name, still lived there when I was a boy. And I went to school with his grandson, Felix. He later became a conductor in Vienna. Well, he also is now dead. It is really a very simple song. It was first written for just one guitar and two voices, clear, young voices. And the melody was somewhat different from the one we play today. It is only a peasant song, after all. A song without pretension. What feeling it has came from the hearts of two simple men, two friends, imbued with devotion to their fellow beings, a love of life, humility in the face of its mysteries, and a deep sense of reverence.
I say, old boy, why not tell us the whole story?
My reliable British friend, of course. Well, this was in, now let me see, yes, in 1818, just a short while after the Napoleonic Wars. There were two men who met several times a week in a small village near Salzburg called Oberndorf. The local priest, Father Joseph Mohr, and the school teacher. The two used to sing and play the guitar together, and the school teacher always helped the priest out on Sundays by playing the organ in the village church. Christmas, of course, was the most festive season of the year. And no one for miles around ever missed the Christmas Eve midnight mass in Oberndorf. But on the day before Christmas, 1818, there was an unexpected disaster.
Father! Oh, gelobt sei Jesus Christus.
Ewigkeit, Amen. What is the matter, Franz?
The organ, Father. I had called the children in for practice, but the organ won't play. I can't get a sound out of it.
You're sure?
Of course I am sure.
But there's a midnight mass.
It couldn't have happened at a worse time.
The organ man is not due until February or March.
But what will we do for music at the mass? We can't disappoint all those people.
I will have to think, Franz. Please, go back to the church now. I will be with you soon.
It's no use.
Franz.
Yes, Father. I can't make it work.
It is all right, Franz. I have had an idea. Here is a little poem I have written. You think you could put this to music?
Stille Nacht, heilige Nacht. But we have no organ, Father.
Well, we still have our guitar.
Ah, you mean we'll use the guitar?
The guitar and two voices, perhaps. That may be all we can count on. You and me.
Yes. Let me see. Alles schläft, einsam wacht. We don't have to do the singing, Father. There are two girls in the choir with the sweetest voices we have ever had.
And within a day, Franz Gruber had indeed set Father Mohr's little poem to a simple yet beautiful melody. This is what the people of Oberndorf and the nearby mountain farms heard that Christmas. A melody so touching and so easily grasped that all the other children in the church quickly joined in. Well, that is how Silent Night was born. But there's more to it. First of all, there are the mice.
The mice?
Yes, the mice. And then there's a bird in the story, too. Well, the mouse part is simple. When the snows began to melt in the valley of the Salzach, where Oberndorf lies, the organ man, as Father Moore called him, arrived in the village. Organ building and repairing were highly specialized trades in those days. And many of the men skilled in them came from villages along the Ziller River in the Austrian Tyrol.
Well, Mr. Mauracher, nothing serious, I hope.
Nothing serious, Father. It's just that you don't seem to feed your mice very well. They ate out a whole section of the bellows the size of a silver thaler, and then built a nest inside. I cleaned out the mice and put a patch on the hole. You want to try it out?
Oh, Mr. Gruber here plays the organ for me. Franz?
Of course, Father. I'll try our new Christmas carol.
Round yon dearest high holy pair, and their infant with curly hair.
Say, that's a nice song. I never heard it before. That's great. Mind if I take it with me?
I'll write it out for you.
Oh, nah, I couldn't read it. Me, I carry them up here in my head.
Well, Mauracher, the organ man, did carry the new song in his head. And when he returned to his native Ziller Valley, he taught it to all the children there. Later, the young Strassers, 2 brothers and their 2 sisters, became especially fond of the Song from Heaven, as they called it. And they worked out a 4-part singing arrangement for the 2-voice melody.
Stille Nacht, heilige Nacht, alles schläft.
Old Mr. Strasser was a glove maker. And when his children were old enough, he sent them each year to the many big trade fairs of Europe to sell his output. But the children often felt lonely, of course, and homesick. And they used to relieve their feelings by singing all the songs that reminded them of home. And so, one day in Leipzig, the capital of the Kingdom of Saxony, a dignified elderly gentleman approached them.
Don't be alarmed, children. My name is Pollitz. I am, in fact, I am the Director General of Music of this Kingdom of Saxony.
Yes, sir?
I like your singing, especially that last one you sang.
The song from heaven.
What was that?
The song from heaven. We call it that, the people in our valley.
Oh, and where might that be?
In Tyrol. We are Austrians.
Oh, a Tyrolean folk song. Well, children, I want to ask whether you would be interested in singing for me at a concert.
This was only 15 years after Franz Gruber and Father Moore had written their little hymn of devotion. But Mauracher, the organ builder, had never troubled to ask who had written the song. And so when the Oberndorf carol had a great success in Leipzig and then swept through Europe, it was as an orphan. Another 20 years later, King Frederick Wilhelm IV of Prussia heard the melody during Christmas Eve services in the Berlin Cathedral. He called for the royal concertmaster.
Your Majesty?
Herr Eck, you are the concertmaster of the Kingdom of Prussia. What is the origin of that hymn, that lovely melody that was played tonight during our services?
I'm sorry to say that I do not know, Your Majesty. The melody, if I might say so, suggests an Austrian origin. Haydn, perhaps.
Well, then it's off to Austria you go. I want to know who wrote that song, and I don't want to see you again until you found out.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Well, the Prussians are a determined people. And the royal Prussian concertmaster soon was on his way to Austria. To Vienna first, of course. It was then the musical capital of the world.
Most honored, sir. I have been music librarian here at the Imperial Archives for many years, and I can assure you I've never heard nor read that melody. And I can further add that Joseph Haydn did not compose it, nor did the great Mozart. Of course, it is just possible that Joseph Haydn's brother Michael wrote it. And now that I come to think of it, there are certain similarities of phrasing.
Yes, but where can I find out for certain?
Well, most of Michael's works have been lost, unfortunately. However, he was organ master at St. Peter's Abbey in Salzburg for a good many years. You might inquire there.
On went the Prussian concertmaster Ludwig Eck. But in the length and breadth of Austria, he could find no trace of the song, or of anyone who might have composed it. The Berlin concert season was coming up, and so one day, Concertmaster Ludwig Eck, miserable over his failure, reluctantly took a coach back to Berlin. He stopped at the inn in Bavaria on his first night after leaving Austria and composed a letter to the publishers of the official Prussian hymn book.
And would therefore suggest, in the next edition of your hymnal, you list Silent Night, Holy Night as probably by Michael Haydn, brother of the celebrated Joseph. Yeah, that ought to do it.
By next morning, though, Ludwig Eck had recovered sufficiently from his disappointments to stop by in the dining room of the inn for a hearty breakfast.
Now then, after the soup, a few eggs, perhaps, and some of that wonderful bacon of yours. And then, yes, a half chicken, and a stein of beer, of course. That bird!
Sir?
That bird, my song. He has my song.
Oh, I am sorry, sir, but I am not responsible. He was singing when I got him.
Yes, man, yes, but where did you get him?
A traveler left him here, sir.
Now, never mind that. Where did he get him?
A man came from Salzburg, sir. He did say that he had bought the bird from someone at St. Peter's.
St. Peter's in Salzburg. So it was Michael Haydn after all. Tell my coachman we are not going on to Berlin. We're going back to Salzburg, St. Peter's Abbey.
Gelobt sei Jesus Christus. Yes?
The abbot. I am emissary of His Majesty, the King of Prussia. Now, please tell your abbot that I must see him.
Ludwig Eck was cordially received by the abbot and invited to stay and examine Michael Haydn's remaining manuscripts. He pored over yellowing scores for a week and found nothing. And so Ludwig Eck went home to Berlin. There was one person, though, who had overheard the concertmaster's story of the singing finch. Ambrosius Prentsteiner, who had himself studied at the Abbey School and was now choir inspector of the Salzburg district. he had developed an idea.
Let's see now, the first two windows, that would be the 5th class. No, probably not that old. The next two, the 4th. I don't think so, but let's try it anyway. I hope I can still whistle. No, that's no good. Well, let's try the 3rd class.
Hey, Felix, your bird is back. That singing bullfinch you taught that Christmas song to, when you saw that Barbarian.
No.
Yeah, well, listen for yourself. It couldn't be any other bird who knew that melody.
But how could he have come back?
Well, don't ask me. Let's look at it.
Sir?
What's your name, boy?
Felix Gruber, sir.
And you have been capturing birds and teaching them to sing and then selling them?
Well, only a few times, sir.
Oh, never mind now. I myself tried to earn a few groschen that way when I studied in that same room. Not that that is any excuse.
No, sir.
I have something more important now. Did you ever teach one of your birds a song that goes like this?
Yes, sir.
Well, where did you learn that melody?
From my father, sir. He's a musician. He made it up.
He made it up?
Yes, sir. At home, we always sing it at Christmas.
And where is home, may I ask?
In Hallein, sir. My father is choir master.
Come on, boy, jump down from the window. I'll catch you. We're going to Hallein. You boys, you may tell the master that Felix Gruber has been excused for the rest of the day.
Just to the right down the street, sir. That White House.
I hope your father is at home.
Oh, he's always home, except Fridays and Sundays.
So you did write that song?
Only the melody, Inspector. My friend, my very great friend, Father Moore, wrote the words. He died about 6 years ago in Wagram.
Do you still have your original manuscript?
Original? I don't know. It was so long ago, and the song was such a little thing. I would have to ask my wife. Marie?
Never mind now. You will find it later. But that little song of yours has gone a long way in the world. There was a man down here all the way from Berlin to find out about it.
About that song?
Yes, about that song. Here is a copy of a book he left with me. It was published in Leipzig, and it has your melody. But here is what you had better do now that fame is catching up with you.
Well, that's almost the end of my story, ladies and gentlemen. Except that the letter went off shortly from Hallein to the Royal Concertmaster of Prussia, Ludwig Eck.
Authentic history of the composition of the Christmas song, Stille Nacht. And since this song subsequently appeared in a collection in Leipzig, in a somewhat changed form, the author begs to submit a copy of the original music. Hoping that my essay will suffice, I am, with veneration and high esteem, your most obedient servant.
Franz Gruber died 10 years later, as poor as he had been born. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there seems to be only one thing left for me to do. And the only thing I was asked to do in the first place. And that is to play the song from heaven, as those Tyrolean children called it, as I feel it should be played. I hope that the orchestra, perhaps some of you, will join me.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and All is Bright, the story of Silent Night, written by Henry E. Fritsch, with the original music of Franz Gruber and additional music composed and conducted by Alexander Steinert. Rudolph Weiss was heard as Kramer, Joe Julian as Father Moore, and Herm Dinkin as Gruber. This is Bob Pfeiffer inviting you to listen to the CBS Radio Workshop each Sunday at this same time. Stay tuned for Suspense, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Frank C. Baxter.
Who steals my purse steals trash, but he that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him and makes me poor indeed. William Shakespeare said that.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, transcribed, the workshop presents its first colloquy, featuring the eminent teacher of Shakespeare, Dr. Frank C. Baxter, professor of English at the University of Southern California, who in turn will introduce his special guest, Dr. Baxter.
Thank you and good evening. For some time now, many of us have been fascinated by a controversy unique in the annals of literature. Stated simply, the question is, who wrote the works of William Shakespeare? Articles have been carried in our most popular magazines. Eminent scholars have debated and debunked. Almost everybody has a theory. So, in the interest of true scientific research, in an effort to settle this knotty problem once and for all, we have invited as our special guest tonight the distinguished author, Mr. William Shakespeare.
How do you do?
I trust you had a pleasant journey, Mr. Shakespeare?
Aye, and with more comfort and in less time than once it took to fork a palfrey from Stratford up to London. Half a day from old England to the brave new world. The time, to be sure, is out of joint, sir.
Yes, time travels in divers paces with divers persons. That's an As You Like It, Act 3, Scene 2.
Yes, I know.
Well, Will, if I may call you Will?
Will it as you will.
Thank you. Will, there have from time to time been questions raised as to whether you actually wrote the plays and poems which bear your name.
No, 'tis a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury signifying nothing.
Well, be that as it may, that's why we've asked you to be with us tonight, to shed some light on this clouded controversy.
I shall be glad to help, though in truth the matter galls me.
As indeed it well might.
Believe me, it is no flattering unction to my soul. Have you the slightest notion how many candidates have been nominated to fill my buskins?
Well, there's Sir Francis Bacon, of course, and Edward Dyer, and the Earl of Oxford.
And 3 more earls, Southampton, Rutland, and Derby. Then there's Sir Walter Raleigh.
There was even a woman, I believe.
Oh, spare the mark, the delicate Countess of Pembroke. And don't forget my contemporary scriveners, Dekker, Heywood, Webster, Peele, Nash.
How do you account for such confusion of claims, Will?
There were no such things as copyrights in my day. A writer was commissioned by a company of players to write a play. He did so, he was paid for it, and that was the end of it.
Well, how much was he paid?
Well, that would depend. 6, 7, 8 pounds. 10 pounds was most generous, about $500 in your money.
Oh, $500 seems very little for all the rights to a play.
It was, and therefore a writer had to do other things to eke out a living. I myself was an actor, as well as a shareholder in the company.
Your company was called the King's Men, wasn't it?
Yes. You see, it was absolutely necessary in those days for an acting company to be patronized by a nobleman or a member of royalty.
Why was that?
Well, if he were not so sponsored, the law demanded that the lobe of his right ear be pierced by a red-hot iron of the circumference of an inch.
Well, apparently it wasn't exactly respectable to be an actor in your time.
Is it in yours?
Well, even today we find it better to have a sponsor.
Exactly. As members of the King's Company, we enjoyed many privileges not granted to less eminent groups. But with these privileges went the obligation to maintain our eminence, to please not only the court, but the crowd. In other words, we had to produce hits, and almost every day a different play.
I see. You didn't then know the luxury of long runs.
Oh, indeed not. Our public was as fickle as it was avid. Therefore, our theater was voracious, a gluttonous maw into which we crammed play after play.
Somewhat like our movies today, or our radio, television.
Well, somewhat. Certainly the audiences gave not a fig for high passion. They clamored for clowns and loved the lewd and bawdy line. Do you think Richard or Henry V or the Merchant of Venice were enough to fill the bellies and pay the lodgings of my company? Indeed not, sir. We knew the sheriff as well as many a theatrical company that came after us. Else why do you think that I wrote those banal vulgarities?
Banal vulgarities? The plays? Which do you mean, for instance?
Why, Much Ado About Nothing, which indeed is all it was. And As You Like It, which is to say, not as I liked it.
But, Will, these are still among the most often performed of all your works.
Need I argue further proof?
No, but they still play your other works, too. Will, this week, for instance, Romeo and Juliet, Kiss Me, Kate, are being revived in New York.
Kiss Me, Kate? 'Tis no play of mine.
Oh, yes, it is. You called it The Taming of the Shrew.
Then why was its title changed?
Oh, they fixed it up and set it to music.
Oh, perfidy.
It makes money, Will.
Oh.
Was theater attendance good in your day?
Not bad, when you consider that 2 out of 15 Londoners attended the theater every week. And there were no less than 100 poets and playwrights writing words that you still read today.
Well, that's remarkable. But, Will, were you really one of those 100 playwrights and poets?
Why, of course I was. My 2 long poems, Venus and Adonis, and The Rape of Lucrece, attest to it. To say nothing of the 154 sonnets. I was indeed, sir, a poet.
A poet. But the plays. Your name is known today chiefly for the plays.
The plays. Oh, poor foundlings, conceived in need and born in the desperate rush to feed the insatiable appetite of the sweating mob. Manuscript dashed up by candlelight, its parts extracted by a scribe, and the only copies serving the prompters as long as the play pleased the crowd.
What happened to the manuscript after that?
Who knows? Perhaps it remained in the theater, or found its way to an actor's trunk, marked and smudged with the arrogant changes of a dozen performances. Perhaps it was sold for waste to a butcher or a fishmonger to wrap up a slice of veal or an evening kipper. The playwright neither knew nor cared. He was, if that strumpet fortune smiled upon him again, working on his next play.
But this seems incredible. These great plays.
Oh, good Dr. Baxter. Have you a copy of all the scripts that you have ever broadcast? Or even yet a copy of every lecture you have made?
Well, I see what you mean.
Who knows how many plays were reduced to black and ash the afternoon the Globe Theatre went up in flames. Not I, for one.
As I remember, it was during a performance of your Henry VIII that the Globe caught fire.
Aye. Some varlet boy, tending the cannon that heralded the entrance of the king, let flame and powder o'erreach themselves. And ere night fell, the Globe, my theatre, was a stinking mass of smoking ashes. A dozen years of my life were in the Globe. Across its boards first trod Hamlet, Othello, Lear, Macbeth. It was the birthplace of Julius Caesar and Cleopatra's cradle. The date was consumed in fire. The theatre having quit me, I quit the theatre. I never wrote another play, sir.
Another? Did you ever write one? Will of Stratford.
I beg your pardon, sir. Who are you?
'Tis Kit Marlowe, most recent of the thieves who seek to steal my name.
Christopher Marlowe? The Marlowe who wrote Tamburlaine and Dr. Faustus and the Jew of Malta?
Aye, sir. Marlowe of the mighty line. I've been listening to this drivel on the wireless in yon tavern till my gut could stand no more. This impostor, this clown must be answered, and I'm here to demand equal time to that which you've granted the poet ape of Stratford. Equal time, mark you. I believe that is the custom with your modern theater of electronic witchcraft.
Indeed, sir, it is. Come in. Welcome. Our time is your time, or at least part of it.
You understand, good sir, I can no longer stand silent whilst this unlettered bumpkin, this supporting player, palms himself off as the brightest jewel to grace the crown of England's Renaissance.
Then it was you, Christopher Marlowe, who wrote the plays of William Shakespeare.
Who else?
I thought you were murdered in a tavern brawl in the very year that Will Shakespeare published his Venus and Adonis, the year of Richard III and the Comedy of Errors.
Good professor, not you, too. Murdered, I? You've let your reading slip while overmuch you've taught your classes. There were reasons enough why I should disappear, reasons which yet I dare not fully tell, but murdered? Not I, it was another.
A likely tale.
Likelier than the monstrous myth that a countryman, unschooled and uneducated, could have written the works which bear the name of Shakespeare.
'Tis true you will not find my plays as scholarly as yours, Kit Marlowe. 'Tis true I knew little Latin and less Greek. I was better acquainted with people than I was with books.
Oh.
Master Marlowe, since you insist that history lies in telling us that you were murdered at the age of 29, perhaps you'd be good enough to tell us what did happen to you.
That I will, sir, and gladly. My friend, Sir Thomas Walsingham...
Oh, that one.
Arranged the deception. Having had some unknown and worthless varlet murdered, he gave forth the word 'twas I who died. Then all secured, I made my way to France, and thence south to Italy, where I learned the manners and the customs of those distant lands, where, incidentally, I gathered background material for Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, what a lying rogue and peasant slave is he.
I wrote that, yes, and other comedies and tragedies which I produced under the name of an obscure actor called William Shakespeare.
But why use my name?
Well, mine I could not use, being still suspect and with a price upon my head. Wanted, I believe, is the current phrase. So why not your name, since you were nothing, nobody, zero?
Then why did you not attribute your own Tamburlaine the Great to me?
Well, really?
Now that it has flopped so dismally on Broadway.
The Saturday Review called it a piece of classic theater. I have the notices, yeah.
Yes, they look excellent. Master Marlowe, yours is the latest name to enter the list of claimants for the works that we know as Shakespeare's. Perhaps you'd like to take this opportunity to substantiate that claim.
Indeed, I would, sir. That is, in fact, why I'm here. Therefore, hark ye. In Edward II, under my own name, I wrote, "Weep not for Mortimer that scorns the world, and as a traveller goes to discover countries yet unknown." And then I wrote Hamlet, using the name of Shakespeare, in which you'll find these words, "The undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns." You notice the similarity?
Not exactly.
Discover, undiscover. Very like.
Nevertheless, Master Marlowe's claim is seriously presented, the result of years of somebody's thought.
That indeed it is, sir, but to pursue the point. Note again in Edward II the line, "How now, why droops the Earl?" And as Shakespeare in Henry IV, Part 2, "Why droops me lord like over-ripened corn?"
At least you had learned to make a simile when next you stole from yourself.
Once more, in Edward II, I say, "I arrest you of high treason." And using Shakespeare's name in Henry VIII, I wrote, "I arrest thee of high treason."
If you must arrest a man of high treason, is there a simpler way of saying it? Though it is clear that my way is more graceful.
No, I could go on
and onward he will go, unless somewhat stopped by lack of breath or the roving eye of a passing wench. Is there no way, good Dr. Baxter, to bring an end to it?
Not an end, but the middle. For here, as is the custom in our CBS radio workshop Colloquy, we pause for a short announcement.
You are listening to Colloquy 1, the first in a series of discussion programs to be presented from time to time as part of the CBS radio workshop. This evening, our special guest is Dr. Frank C. Baxter, professor of English at the University of Southern California, who is interviewing the noted author, William Shakespeare. Once again, here is Dr. Baxter.
And we have an unexpected but very provocative guest, Christopher Marlowe, the great Elizabethan playwright, and the most recent of a score of Shakespeare's contemporaries who claim to have written his works.
Well, can there be any rational argument against such overwhelming proof?
I would not deign to dignify such syllogistic sophistry.
Beg your pardon, sirs.
Yes? Were you looking for someone?
I'm told by the warders of your gate that somewhere within a colloquy is being held. Is this the place?
Well, it is, but I'm...
Then permit me. I am Edward de Vere, 17th Earl of Oxford. And you, sir?
I am the first Francis Baxter of South Pasadena, at your service, my lord.
Oh, we are well met, sir. Will Shakespeare.
Your lordship's looking well. Indeed, somewhat better than when we last met.
If I recall, it was at the Globe in the spring of 1604, and you were playing, as was your wont, the ghost of Hamlet's father.
Indeed I was. Though I must confess your lordship picked a bad day to see the play. I was way off that afternoon.
Oh, tut-tut, good my man. You played it well as I intended it should be played when I wrote it.
You wrote it?
I don't believe that I've had the honor.
Oh, pardon me, your lordship. May I present Christopher Marlowe?
Ah, yes, Marlowe. Informer, spy, pederast, and sometimes scrivener.
Have it, the ruling aristo, sycophant, spineless ornament of a decadent.
It's easy to see why Marlowe's mighty line was ended so early and so violently.
I demand this ignorant valley be removed.
Ignorant! I grace the halls of Cambridge more brilliantly than ever you, the university which bears your name.
My name, sir,
school ties, the current phrase, is it
Yes,
not?
approximately. Let's call it school spirit. Sir, Master Marlowe has as much right here as you. These days, we make much of a man's right to speak his mind without fear or reprisal.
Of what use, then, the stock, the rack, and the pillory?
None any longer. Ours is an enlightened age.
And so was ours, but we had ways to curb the vagrant tongues of churls.
Well, we found out that if we let them wag their vagrant tongues long enough, they end by hanging themselves.
It is passing strange, what?
So, my lord, you've come here to present your case.
In all truth, it would be beneath me to plead a case for writings tossed off in a moment of whim and consumed with eagerness beyond credulity by a tasteless public. Were it not for an American gentleman who discovered my secret, I would not be here. But since he has gone to such lengths to prove the truth I know so well, I feel it only fair to him to present here the arguments he has advanced in my favor, and thus set injustice right, and prevent either a brawling tippler or an Avonian peasant from claiming what is my due.
Your due.
An American gentleman, you say?
Oh, yes, yes. It was he who more than 30 years ago revealed in a book called Shakespeare Identified that 'twas I, Edward de Vere, 17th Earl of Oxford, who was indeed the author of the works which for nearly 400 years have been attributed to this strolling player, yclept Shakespeare.
And how was this American gentleman yclept?
Looney was his name, J. Thomas Looney.
Did you say Looney?
I did, sirrah. Looney, Looney.
That's what I thought you said.
And how did Mr. Looney arrive at his conclusions?
Oh, by deduction. He decided that Shakespeare's works could only have been written by a mature man of recognized genius, an unconventional man not adequately appreciated, a lyric poet of recognized talent, a man of superior classical education, and, finally, an aristocrat, a gentleman. Whose image fits within this frame? Whose? But mine.
But surely, sir, surely there were others in London at the time who could meet these specifications?
Perhaps. But remember Mr. Looney's insistence that his man be a lyric poet of recognized talent.
And you were such a one?
Oh, good master. And you call yourself professor of English literature? Wist ye not this jewel? If women be fair and yet be fond, or that their love were firm and fickle, still I would not marvel that they make men bond. By service long to purchase their goodwill, but when I see how frail those creatures are, I muse that men forget themselves so far. What say ye to that, sir?
Very pretty indeed.
For my own part, it was Greek to me.
The subject's women? Aye, there's a topic to task a poet's muse, a worthy topic, a ballad for passion, a right and proper challenge for Marlowe's mighty line. Hark! Here's a woman for you, lads. Was this the face that launched 1,000 ships and burnt the topless towers of Ilium? Sweet Helen, make me immortal with a kiss. Her lips suck forth my soul. See where it flies. Come, Helen, come give me my soul again. Here will I dwell, for heaven be in these lips, and all is dross that is not Helena. and none but thou shall be my paramour. Dross, indeed.
You quote yourself very well, Master Marlowe.
No, it offends me to the soul to hear a robustious, periweight-pated fellow tear a passion to tatters, to very rags. With presumption, you may lay claim to my work, but in all assurance, I would never put my name on yours.
Well said, Master Will.
You speak of love. Oxford with cynical doubt, Marlowe with froward lechery. Bear with me, gentles. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh, no. It is an ever-fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is a star to every wandering bark whose worth's unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved.
Ah, 'tis one of my favorites, and has been since the day I wrote it.
Good Dr. Baxter, let us be done and finished. I care not what others such as these may say. I know who wrote the works of Shakespeare.
And who might that be? Sir Francis Bacon?
A lawyer, the most unkindest cut of all.
No matter what he might have been, the Viscount St. Albans was not a poet.
No, never claimed to be.
Oh, Bacon, the Lord Verulam, not above eavesdropping.
I had been content to stay without this colloquy, had not my name been mentioned.
Ah, you started the tongues to wagging. You let loose the dogs of rumour, my Lord High Chancellor.
Not I, gentle Will. I lay no pretensions to any man's work save my own.
No, Will, you really do Sir Francis an injustice. Just as an American presented the Earl of Oxford, and more recently another American put forth Kit Marlowe, so it was an American lady 100 years ago who proposed that Sir Francis was the moving spirit behind your works, and her name was Miss Delia Bacon.
No relative of mine, let the record show.
The record so shows. Don't you remember, Will, how she used to spend nightly vigils on your tomb?
100 years ago. Ah, yes. Slow memory knits the ravelled sleeve of time. A most disturbing woman. More ghost than I.
Yes, after she published her book, The Philosophy of Shakespeare's Plays Unfolded, she requested permission of the mayor of Stratford to open your tomb.
Is there no peace? Everybody wants to open a tomb.
But the mayor refused, and perhaps because of it, shortly afterward, she became quite mad, died in a lunatic asylum.
Where all who doubt me belong in truth, sir.
Oh, now wait, just a minute, Will. A man named George Townsend, a staunch supporter of yours, who wrote an answer to Miss Bacon's book, also became mad and committed suicide.
And you asked me, who's loony?
The Baconians have flourished ever since. They claim to have found cryptograms in the Shakespeare text which prove your authorship, Sir Francis.
Indeed, well.
They form societies and publish papers. They're quite sincere, almost fanatical about you. Some claim that you live to be 107. And there are extremists who insist that you still live today in some pleasant English country house, writing immortal works which someday will be revealed to us.
I must aver that I am indeed dead, quite dead, and have been these past 330 years. In fact, I caught my death of cold collecting snow with which I intended to stuff and foul.
Why, pray?
I was a scientist, to test the effectiveness of cold in the preservation of organic substances.
Yes, by this you anticipated the principle of modern refrigeration.
Exactly. I am well content to have left behind me my essays and my philosophic writings, to know that my major work, the Novum Organum, released the world from the tyranny of Aristotelian philosophy and paved the way for modern science. My life was full and richly rewarding. I had no cause to wish myself renowned in a métier in which you were supreme, Master Will.
I believe you with all my heart, my lord.
All say, an end to petty quarrels and fruitless bickering. Who writes the play, 'tis small import. Who plays it brings to life the art. Aye, the play's the thing, but a poor thing indeed without the actor.
You, Burbage.
Burbage? You're Richard Burbage, the first great Shakespearean actor?
Marry that I am, sir. Richard Burbage, star of the Globe Theatre, but more, much more than Burbage. I was Othello, the dusky Moor destroyed by the jealous perfidy of Iago. I was Macbeth the murderer. I was the tortured and tottering Lear, the misunderstood and victimized Shylock. I was the paragon of the pit and the god of the galleries. It was for me that Will Shakespeare wrote his plays. And 'twere not for me, none of you would be met tonight in this futile discourse. For it was I who gave the name of Shakespeare its first bright luster. Say now, Will, are not the Prince of Denmark's moods but scrawls on paper without the voice of Richard Burbage, for whom they were created?
Far rather would I agree with thee, friend Burbage, than list the vain and maundering arguments of these literary opportunists. Therefore, once more, good friend, speak the speech, I pray you, as I did write it for you.
To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing end them. To die, to sleep, no more, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death what dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dream of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others we know not of. Thus, conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought, and enterprises of great pith and moment, with this regard their currents turn awry, and lose the name of action.
Oh, let there be an end on it, good Dr. Baxter. 'Tis an argument I fear will run a course eternal, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, to the last syllable of recorded time, and never find its proper settlement. I say a plague on all their houses.
Come on then, Will. Though we boast no Mermaid Tavern in Hollywood, there's a quiet little place across the street from the studio where the landlord might well find a stoop of ale or a cup of Rhenish.
Come then, good my friend, let us tarry here no longer.
They've gone, all of them, back into an ancient past. Our revels now are ended. These our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit, shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep.
You have been listening to an interview with William Shakespeare, featuring Dr. Frank C. Baxter, and produced and directed by William Frug. Our transcribed colloquy was written by William N. Robeson, with additional dialogue by William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, Sir Francis Bacon, and the 17th Earl of Oxford. Additional research by Professor Frank W. Wadsworth of the Department of English, University of California, Los Angeles. Ben Wright was William Shakespeare. Hans Conried was Christopher Marlowe. Ramsay Hill was the Earl of Oxford. Jay Novello was Sir Francis Bacon. And William Conrad was Richard Burbage. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to listen next week to The Voice of New York, narrated by Clifton Fadiman. A unique venture in giving dramatic form and poetic mood to the actual sounds of New York City, presented on the CBS Radio Workshop. Vera Zorina will narrate 3 poems of Baudelaire. Isaac Stern will be violin soloist, and Dmitri Metropolis will conduct the orchestra in works of Glinka, Prokofiev, Lieberman, and Liszt, when the New York Philharmonic Symphony offers another brilliant concert this Sunday. Be sure you're listening for the Philharmonic Symphony on Sunday over most of these same stations. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
In a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men living and dead who struggled here have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind, presents William N. Robeson's production of Gettysburg.
It began 94 years ago tomorrow morning. Gettysburg, before July 1863, was known only to its neighbors. It was neither a place for battle nor a place for immortal oratory. Gettysburg, before July 1863, was a sleepy Pennsylvania village, hemmed in by the rolling green ridges of the Appalachians and crisscrossed by several dusty farm roads. It is quite difficult to think of it now as it was then. Only the monuments remain and the yellowed pages of the report. Gettysburg, 94 years ago today, was warm sun and ripening wheat and a strange, quiet expectancy.
Today we heard that the rebels were crossing the river in heavy force and advancing onto this state. No alarm was felt until Governor Curtin sent a telegram directing the people to move their stores as quickly as possible.
Sally Robbins Broadhead was a teacher who lived on the Chambersburg Pike near the center of the town. Day by day, as the rumors she heard grew into reality, Sally put them down in her diary.
June 20th. The report of today is that the rebels are at Chambersburg and are advancing on here. June 21st. Great excitement prevails and there is no reliable intelligence. One report declares that the enemy are at Waynesboro, 20 miles off. Another that Harrisburg is the point. June 22nd. The report now is that a large force is in the mountains about 18 miles away.
General Robert E. Lee had planned his invasion for two important reasons: to feed and supply his troops on the bountiful harvests of the North, and to lure the Army of the Potomac away from his native Virginia. And now, as he neared Pennsylvania, Lee needed Jeb Stuart, the dashing cavalry officer who, frisky as a mischievous colt, rampaged through Maryland, tearing up the tracks of the B&O. On the same day that Jeb captured a federal wagon train at Rockville, President Abraham Lincoln appointed George G. Meade to replace Fighting Joe Hooker as commander of the Army of the Potomac. That day was June 28th.
June 28th. About 10 o'clock, a large body of our cavalry began to pass through town. I hope they may catch the rebels and give them a sound thrashing. June 29th. Quiet has prevailed all day. June 30th. We were told that a heavy force of our soldiers was within 5 miles, and the rebels, learning that a body of cavalry was quite near, retraced their steps and encamped some distance from the town. It begins to look as though we will have a battle soon, and we are in great fear.
Sunrise, July 1st. General Henry Heth, at the head of a column of infantry, advanced down the Chambersburg Pike toward Gettysburg. His mission most unmilitary in function, but nevertheless vital to the success of the Confederate campaign, was to find shoes for the barefooted men of the Third Corps. Where Willoughby Run flowed under a covered bridge a mile and a half from Gettysburg, General Heth halted, watchful, uncertain, observing the terrain. To his right was a cover of woods. Union forces could be there, waiting in ambush. Heth had to be certain. He ordered the woods shelled. It was here that the first shot of the battle was fired.
I got up early this morning to get my baking done before any battle would begin. I had just put my bread in the pans when the cannons began to fire, and true enough, the fighting had begun in earnest.
In his headquarters at Cashtown, Lee had heard the sound of battle and had hurried forward to Gettysburg. Heth supplied his commander-in-chief with a full report. Lee seemed satisfied. He cautioned, however, that a major battle should be avoided until all Southern columns had converged. That afternoon of July 1st, there was the fire and confusion of a major clash. On the Union side, Cannoneer Augustus Buell remembered seeing the Confederates coming.
First, we could see the tips of their color staffs coming up over the little ridge, and the points of their bayonets, and then the Johnnies themselves coming with a steady tramp, 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 and with loud yells. 7 or 8 minutes ensued, probably the most desperate fight ever waged between artillery and infantry at close range without cover on either side. They gave us volley after volley in front and flank. We gave them double canister as fast as we could load. The very guns became things of life, not implements, but comrades. For a few moments, the whole rebel line, clear down to the Fairfield Road, seemed to waver, and we thought maybe we could repulse them single-handed. But the second line came steadily on. The ordnance sergeant gave the order to limber to the rear. The 6th Wisconsin and the 11th Pennsylvania behind us, having begun to fall back down the railroad track toward the town, turning about and firing as they retreated.
As the fiery sun settled behind the Pennsylvania hills and dusk settled over the village, battle-weary men, many of them wounded, straggled through the streets of Gettysburg. General Abner Doubleday was among them. This is how he saw it.
They, the men of the First Corps, walked leisurely from the seminary to the town and didn't run. I remember seeing Hall's battery and the 6th Wisconsin halt from time to time to face the enemy and fire down the streets. We lay on our arms that night among the tombs of the village graveyard, so suggestive of the shortness of life and the nothingness of fame. But the men were little disposed to moralize on themes like these. and were too much exhausted to think of anything but much-needed rest.
In the Confederate camp, hot Southern blood went to Southern heads. The younger officers insisted on striking at once. Follow up the advantage. Give no quarter. But Lieutenant General Ewell hesitated, remembering that Lee had said a general engagement must be avoided until all the corps of the Army had converged. And while Ewell diluted his valor with discretion, the Army of the Potomac got its second wind. It was sometime after midnight, July 2nd, when Meade reached Gettysburg. He established his headquarters at a shabby little farmhouse on the left of the Taneytown Road. There he could view the rugged terrain that gave his force a natural defense. For during the night, the Federal Army had added the names of Big Round Top and Cemetery Ridge and Culp's Hill to their war map. By morning, they would be well dug in.
Of course, we had no rest last night. Part of the time we watched the rebels rob the house opposite. It was a moonlight night and we could see all they did. The cannonading commenced about 10 o'clock this morning, and we went to the cellar and remained until it ceased.
General James Longstreet eyed the menacing heights of Cemetery Ridge. He had no taste for the battle that was taking shape. Any fool could see that Gettysburg had become Fredericksburg in reverse. Brigadier General John B. Hood reported to Longstreet.
General Lee was seemingly anxious you should attack this morning. He remarked to me,
"The enemy is here, and if we do not whip him, he will whip us."
You thought it better to wait the arrival of Pickett's division, at that time still in the rear, in order to make the attack. And I remember you said to me subsequently while we were seated together near the trunk of a tree,
"The General's a little nervous this morning. He wishes me to attack. I do not wish to do so without Pickett. I never like to go into battle with one boot off."
The report minces no words. It explains the delay and Longstreet's pouting impetuousness. Although he disagreed with the tactics, Longstreet would stubbornly carry out Lee's orders to the letter, despite a recommendation from Hood's scouts to skirt Big Round Top quietly and attack the Federals from the rear. Hood pleaded, but Longstreet held fast.
"General Lee's orders are to attack up the Emmitsburg Road."
And so Hood led the attack. And some days later, while nursing a wound, completed his report.
In about 20 minutes after reaching the peach orchard, I was severely wounded in the arm and borne from the field. I shall ever believe, had I been permitted to turn Round Top Mountain, we would not only have gained that position, but have been able to finally rout the enemy.
Meanwhile, Robert E. Lee sat on a stump of a tree and watched the panorama of battle through his field glasses. Behind him, a Confederate band played polkas and waltzes. Before him, a cannonade played its song of death. Throughout the terrible siege, the general sent only one message, received only one report. Perhaps this was his system, to plan thoroughly with the three corps commanders, then leave it to them to modify and carry out his plan to the best of their abilities. How did the plan look close up to the scene of action?
Colonel Perry of the 48th Alabama. Upon the decision of a moment depended the honor of my command and perhaps the lives of many brave men. I knew that if called upon, they would follow me, and felt confident that the rocks of Devil's Den could be carried by an impetuous charge. But then what? There were no supporting troops in sight. Before the enemy had time to load their guns, I made my decision. Leaping over the prostrate line before me, I shouted the order.
Forward! Charge and countercharge. On the Union side was Theodore Garish of the 20th Maine.
Our line is pressed back so far that our dead are within the lines of the enemy. Our ammunition is nearly all gone, and we're using the cartridges from the boxes of our wounded comrades. We can remain as we are, no longer. We must advance or retreat. Colonel Chamberlain understands how it can be done. Fix bayonets!
The whole air roared with the conflict but a moment since. Now all is silent. Not a gunshot sound is heard, and the silence comes distantly, almost painfully to the senses. And the sun purples the clouds in the west, and the sultry evening steals on, as if there had been no battle, and the furious shout and the cannon's roar had never shaken the earth. And how look these fields? We may see them before dark, the ripening grain, the luxuriant corn, the orchards, the grassy meadows, and in their midst the rural cottage of brick or wood. They were beautiful this morning. They are desolate now, trampled by the countless feet of the combatants, plowed and scored by the shot and shell, the orchard splintered, the fences prostrate, the harvest trodden in the mud. And more dreadful than the sight of all this, thickly strewn over all their length and breadth, are the habiliments of the soldiers, the knapsacks cast aside in the stress of the fight, or after fatal lead had struck, haversacks yawning with the rations the owner will never call for. Canteens of cedar, of the men of the rebellion, and of cloth-covered tin of the men of the Union. Blankets and trousers, and coats, and caps, and some are blue, and some are gray. Muskets and ramrods, and bayonets and swords, and scabbards and belts. And last, but not least, numerous, many thousands of men. And there is no rebellion here now. The men of South Carolina are quiet by the side of those of Massachusetts. Some composed, their upturned faces, sleeping the last sleep. Some mutilated and frightful, some wretched, fallen bathed in blood. Survivors still, and unwilling witnesses of the rage of Gettysburg.
For the Confederates, the 3rd of July completed a tragic cycle. There had been hesitation and loss of the heights of Seminary Ridge the first day, an assault too feeble and too late on the second, and now on the third day, dawn began to break over the crests of the hills rising out of the bed of Rock Creek. This day was to begin with an attack too early in its timing to support Lee's revised plan. Culp's Hill. There, at the barb of the Federals' fishhook defense, Confederate Gray fixed bayonets and rose to the charge. The forces met, fused in one fighting force, fell apart at length, leaving their dying and dead. And a decision still unsettled. Behind the Confederate lines, the bitter dispute between Longstreet and Lee continued. To Longstreet, there was only one sane course now.
To move around the right of Meade's army and maneuver him into attacking us.
But Lee stood firm for another attack on Cemetery Ridge.
The Army of Northern Virginia is not yet ready to confess repulse. The whole of the First Corps must be thrown into the new assault.
And so it was. First, the review. Men standing lined up before Lee, Longstreet, and General George Edward Pickett. Then, 5 hours later, in the stillness of a merciless July sun, the men heard the shot, the signal, and flattened themselves in the tall grass. The Confederate artillery thundered the beginning of the end. 2 hours later, the artillery duel ceased, and Longstreet rode up to Pickett.
Pickett, I'm being crucified at the thought of the sacrifice of life which this attack will make. I've instructed Alexander to watch the effect of our fire upon the enemy, and when it begins to tail, he must take the responsibility and give you your orders, for I can't.
Even as he was speaking, a note was handed to Pickett from Alexander.
I showed it to General Longstreet, asking if I should obey and go forward. He looked at me a moment, then held out his hand. Clasping mine without speaking, he bowed his head. I shall never forget the look in his face when I said, "Then, General, I lead my division on."
July 4th. It's been a dreadfully long day. We know, however, that the rebels are retreating and that our army has been victorious. And for the first time for a week, I shall go to bed feeling safe.
As Sally Robbins Broadhead retired for the night, as Robert E. Lee led his thin, wavering line of defeated Confederates back south across the mountains, as rain drenched the battleground debris, and as black clouds settled low over the unburied dead of Big Round Top and Cemetery Ridge, so ended the Battle of Gettysburg. Two days later, Frank Artius Haskell, aide-de-camp for General Gibbon, revisited the battlefield.
No soldier was to be seen, but numbers of civilians and boys, and some girls even, were curiously loitering about the field. And their faces showed not sadness or horror, but only staring wonder or smirking curiosity. All along through those bullet-stormed woods were interspersed little patches of fresh earth raised a foot or so above the surrounding ground. Some were very near the front of the works, and nearby, upon a tree whose bark had been smoothed by an axe, written in red chalk would be the words, not in fine handwriting, 75 rebels buried here, 54 rebs here, and so on. Such were the burial and such the epitaph of many of those famous men once led by the mighty Stonewall Jackson. Oh, this damned rebellion will make brutes of us all if it is not soon quelled. Already, as I rode down from the heights, nature's mysterious loom was at work, joining and weaving on her ceaseless web what the shells had broken there. Another spring shall green these trampled slopes, and flowers planted by unseen hands shall bloom upon these graves. Another autumn and the yellow harvest shall ripen there, all not in less, but in higher perfection for this poured out blood. In another decade of years, in another century or age, we hope that the Union may repose in a securer place and bloom in a higher civilization.
You have just heard the CBS Radio Workshop's production of Gettysburg, adapted by Leroy Bannerman, from the book of the same title by Earl Skank Myers and Richard A. Brown, with a musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. John Daner was the narrator, and others in the cast included Ellen Morgan, Barney Phillips, Joseph Kearns, Byron Kane, Ted DeCorsia, Dawes Butler, Raymond Burr, Ed Jerome, and Howard McNear. Sound patterns by Gus Bays and Ray Kemper. Next week, from New York, the workshop will present You Could Look It Up by James Thurber. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, The Space Merchants, Frederick Pohl's and C.M. Kornbluth's modern classic about the future when the wizards of high-pressure salesmanship take over. It's the story of Mitchell Courtney, a copysmith, star class with Fowler Shock & Associates, the biggest and greatest advertising firm of the future, and a tale of a rocket ride to Venus.
As I rubbed depilatory soap on my face and waited for my beard to melt away, I switched on the news over the bathroom mirror. A funny little man whom I finally recognized as the president had given another speech last night. There was a shot of the Venus rocket squat and silvery on the Arizona sands. A report of rioting in Panama, the Concy Underground probably. Then the phone rang. Hello.
Chief, you're due at the office.
Can't you see I'm dressing?
Oof, why that tie?
Never mind. Why are you phoning me?
Mr. Shockins called a board meeting a half an hour early. He's going to name the head of the Venus project today, so hurry.
Hester, do me a favor. Will you call my wife, Dr. Nevin? Make an appointment at noon for Walter J. Silver.
For who?
Walter J. Silver.
Are you crazy?
Well, she won't talk to me, Hester. Use the fake name. Maybe I can get in.
All right, now get down here fast.
Down on Fifth Avenue, there wasn't a pedicab in sight. For a moment, I thought I had a Cadillac with two men peddling it, but somebody else got it. I did the best I could. I hopped aboard the rolling northbound sidewalk and found myself hemmed in by a milling, perspiring group of consumers. I got off at Shockin' Towers and rode the express elevator to our offices on the 182nd floor. By sheer luck, I'd just taken my seat with my fellow board members when Fowler Shockin walked in.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Shockin.
Now, sit down. I'm going to stand for a moment. I've just come back on the moon rocket, as you know. Want to stretch my legs.
How is our project on the moon, Mr. Shockin?
Gentlemen, I'm proud, and I'm humble when I say it's successful. The mining ventures are bringing the people here on Earth many of the metals our forefathers exhausted long ago. The colonists seem quite untouched by the Concy revolutionists. Only 6 instances of Concy sabotage in the past week. Thank you. Now I'd like to hear some reports on our other projects. Industrial anthropology,
Well, I wish to report that according to the midnight indices, all primary schools east of the Mississippi are being fed our Fowler Shockin' packaged school lunches, soy burger, and regenerated steak. Now, these lunches are being packaged in our Stars Alias Red, which means that in the future, these young consumers will be completely conditioned to buying everything packaged in our special color, Stars Alias Red. They'll have no choice.
Magnificent, magnificent. Now, let's hear from point of sale.
Well, Mr. Shockin, sir, we have tested our latest beverage, Coffeeist, in 15 key cities. Each sample of Coffeeist contains 3 milligrams of a simple alkaloid. Nothing harmful, but definitely habit-forming. After 10 weeks, the customer is hooked for life. A cure will cost $1,000, so it's easier to buy more Coffeeist. 3 cups with every meal and a hot jug beside the bed at night.
You know, gentlemen, on my trip back from the moon, I begin to wonder, are we getting soft?
No, sir, Mr. Shockin.
Thank you, Matt. But I wonder, were we doing enough for our consumers? Those consumers sleeping out there on the stairways. I know how lucky they are being able to buy the wonderful goods we make, package and sell them. Seaweed suits, soya burger, regenerated steak, Coffeeist, straw-butt cigarettes. But I still wondered, were we in the upper classes of advertising getting soft? But now I've decided Fowler Shockin' Associates is not soft, that it's ready to meet a challenge greater than our organizing India into one giant cartel, greater than our development of the moon, the greatest challenge the world of advertising and promotion has ever met, the colonizing of Venus.
Shockin's sense of the dramatic was never better. A touch of a button on the conference table before him, the lights were dimmed. Another touch of a button, and one wall of the room became a giant projection screen. We are looking at it again. The Venus rocket. But this time we knew that one of us would be named to head the Venus project.
There she stands, gentlemen, the Venus rocket, a 1,000-foot monster, surrounded now by steel scaffolding and aglow with welding torches. And here's how you'll see her 6 months from now, just before the takeoff. Just before the takeoff. There's the ship that Congress gave us, Fowler Shockin' Associates. There's the ship that will span the stars. 6.5 million tons of trapped lightning and steel. A rocket-powered Mayflower for 1,800 pioneers seeking a new world to settle. Who will man it? Gentlemen, it's our job, A, to justify my buying enough congressmen to vote us that rocket. B, to sell 1,800 crazy consumers on giving up life on the Earth for the sulfur and nitrogen and canned life on Venus.
Yes, sir, Mr. Shockin. Yes, sir.
I've made my choice of the man to head up our Venus rocket project. His name is Mitchell Courtney.
Congratulations, Matt. Thanks, Matt.
Terrific break for a young and experienced guy.
Yes, I'm flattered.
Fowler seemed to be sure he knew what he was doing.
He seemed to be sure.
Well, drop into my office anytime you need advice.
Yeah, thanks. I'll keep my back to the wall.
Good luck with Venus Project, Mitch. As far as I'm concerned, you can't sell people on life in a sardine can, even if you throw in a slave girl as a premium.
This way, Mr. Silver. Dr. Nevins will see you now.
Dr. Nevins?
Mitch, how did you get in?
I used another name. I had to see you, Kathy. After all, you're my wife.
I am not your wife.
My certificate's on file.
Mine isn't. It never will be. As soon as this year is up, we're through.
Wait. I've got some news.
Well, what is it?
I've been put in charge of the Venus project at the agency.
Congratulations.
Oh, Kathy, I love you. I'm not above using this promotion as an excuse to celebrate. Won't you go out on the town with me tonight?
No.
Well, I promise not to make a scene. You're the only one I want to celebrate with.
All right, Mitch. My apartment at 7. And now let me take care of the sick people.
Outside Kathy's office, I hailed a two-man Cadillac pedicab and told them to step on it to Shockin Towers. I took the express elevator to the top of the towers. I ran across the heliport to Shockin's private helicopter. I had a very important date out of New York's newest airport, at Montauk. I was due to meet the Earth's #1 celebrity, Jack O'Shea, the first and only man who would ever set a rocket down on Venus and return. As I landed, his jet was just coming in. And as I jumped to the ground, his jet moved up the runway toward me, and the place was crawling with women. I'd forgotten what a swath Jack had cut with the women on his cross-country lecture tours. In fact, I'd almost forgotten until his Pinkerton cards cleared away through the vast crowds. I'd almost forgotten that Jack was a midget. Welcome to New York, Jack.
Hello, Mitch. I hear you're #1 boy now.
Well, I still work for Fowler Shockin, Jack, but the Venus rocket project is mine.
You're a fool to take it.
Oh, you're joking.
Am I? All right, fellas. Mr. Courtney's from Fowler Shockin. You can check off now.
Yes, sir, Mr. O'Shea.
Crummy guards. I never get a free moment.
Well, that's the penalty for being a celebrity. This way, Jack. Our helicopter's over here.
Hey, look out, Mitch. That cargo ship.
Darn fool pilots.
Run, Mitch. Run! Hey, Mitch. Mitch, you all right?
Yes, I'm okay. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Mitch, that was no accident. That pilot had orders to get one of us. And I think it was you.
I had to start pumping Jack O'Shea about Venus. Shockin was paying him a fat retaining fee as a consultant. Jack didn't seem to want to talk, however. I showed him projections, maps, drawings, charts. But he barely said a word worth recording on tape. Suddenly an idea hit me. I made a phone call.
Oh, Kathy. Kathy, do you know that this is the first time I've laughed, really laughed, since I came back to Earth?
Is it, Jack? I'm complimented.
And that this is the first time I've been alone with two people since I came back?
I thought you'd had enough of being alone in that rocket on Venus.
It must have been a shattering experience, Jack.
Kathy, you're the first person who seems to have understood that. Not exciting. Not thrilling. It was frightening. Shattering, as you said. It wasn't at all like what I've told the women's clubs, the reporters. That's been a pack of lies. The atmosphere, for instance. It's really formaldehyde. Embalming fluid. Who'd understand that, except the dead? And the heat, who'd understand that? Who's lived in heat above the boiling point of water? If there was any water on Venus, which there isn't.
Why did you go, Jack?
That's easy. You're a doctor. You know about midgets. We eat 1/3 the food, drink 1/3 the liquids, inhale and exhale 1/3 the air full-sized humans require. They'd never have gotten that test rocket to Venus if I hadn't been the size I am, if I hadn't been a child who's been laughed at, who'd turned test pilot to prove myself. I was so small they could pack me into that test rocket with all the equipment necessary to sustain me. 83 days. It takes a lot of equipment to sustain even a midget.
6 of those days were on Venus. What was it like, Jack?
I think the closest thing on Earth is the painted desert. The wind blows hard. It tears rocks apart. Soft rocks disappear and make dust storms. The light is funny. Nobody ever saw a light like that on Earth. Orangey, brownish light. Very, very bright, but threatening. And there's no water on Venus. No vegetation. No living thing.
In the quiet of Kathy's apartment, Jack O'Shea talked for another hour. Then suddenly, with hardly a word of goodbye, he stood up and walked out. Thanks, Kathy. Thanks for changing plans and letting me bring him.
Don't mention it, Mitch. Do you think you got it all on your little tape recorder?
You knew I had one in my pocket.
I was sure you would have. And I hope you play it back to yourself over and over and over.
Oh, Kathy.
Yes, over and over and over. Until even you were convinced how hopeless your Venus project is.
Hopeless? Oh, our science boys have answers to all those objections.
Mitch, doesn't that mind of yours ever stop selling somebody something? Do you have to be a contriving, selfish Machiavelli who serves Fowler, Shockin, and never people?
People? You mean consumers?
Oh, Mitch, must you always be top dog, making money, money, money without scruples, without ethics? What was that?
A gunshot.
Jack's out there.
Well, I'll go and see. Oh, he's all right. Those are his steps.
Mitch, I was standing talking with the doorman and someone shot him in cold blood. Someone thought that doorman was you.
Well, Mitch, trouble with the Venus project already?
Personal trouble, Mr. Shockin.
Personal trouble?
Yes. Yesterday afternoon, a cargo helicopter tried to drop its full load on me, and last night somebody tried to shoot me. I've had a couple of head-on collisions with Matt Runstead.
Are you accusing a Shockin man? That's treason. Killing an agency employee is an offense against the United States government. Any idea who's behind this?
No. Well, it might be the Consies, of course.
Well, conservationists hate us. They try to sabotage everything we want to do, but they're crazy, mixed up, unorganized. They want to go back to the old days when we had natural wood, natural water, all that sort of claptrap. Forget them.
Well, it could be another advertising agency.
It could be. But look, Mitch, I made you copysmith, star class, because I thought you could live up to your responsibilities. Now, you're young, but you have power. 5 words from you, and a few months later, 500 million consumers will find their lives completely changed. That's power. Absolute power. So you must remember, power has its compensation and its hazards. That's all.
With this encouragement, I continued work on the Venus project for the next 6 weeks. I even talked Kathy into giving up her patients for 48 hours and taking a flying trip with me to Arizona. I wanted to get the feel of the giant rocket itself as it was being built.
Your credentials, please. Army intelligence, check. Navy intelligence, check. Air Force intelligence, check. FBI, check. AEC, check. CIA, check. 4A's, check. I hope you two are all right. This way, please.
Kathy and I followed the security officer into the vast steel shell of the Venus rocket.
1,257 feet high. More cubits than the average New York apartment building.
He took us into the dormitories for the 1,800 pilgrims I had to sell on the idea of going to Venus.
Closed cycle food, water, and air regeneration. 1/3 living space, 1/3 drive, 1/3 freight.
It was an inferno and a promise of paradise. A monument to 22nd century engineering and an incomparable monument to the sheer artistry of the machine.
Mitch, do you always have to talk like a copysmith?
Huh? Oh, well, I noticed you were impressed too, Kathy.
Well, it draws me and repels me. I can't explain it.
It excites me. Kathy, how'd you like to go on to San Diego with me?
Whatever for?
Well, Matt Runstead's boys in our San Diego office have been gathering test figures on our sample colonizing campaigns. Very helpful.
No, I can't come, Mitch. I'd love to, but my patients back in New York need me.
Oh. Well, then I'll get you aboard the return jet and see you in New York in 48 hours. I didn't tell them I was coming to San Diego. I walked in on our entire San Diego staff playing push-button poker. What's the meaning of this?
Oh, who are you, mister?
Mitchell Courtney.
Oh, it's Courtney from New York, fellas.
What are the reports on the Venus sampling, Harris?
There aren't any, sir.
Tally sheets, punch card codes, Sigma progress charts? Nothing on the attitudes of consumers toward life on Venus?
Well, nothing, sir. Nothing.
You've made up everything you've given me so far.
Well, I'm afraid so, sir.
Well, get New York on the line. I want Matt Runstead.
Well, he's not there.
Well, where is he?
Well, he called this morning. He's taken off for Little America to look after our interests there.
And left you holding the bag, huh? Find out when the next jet leaves for Little America. Little America is a dollar trap for the tourists of the world, conceived and promoted by Fowler Shocking. The clerk at our hotel told me Runstead had checked in for a 2-day tour of the Stars Alias Glacier. That he already had started out on the trail. I rented the glacier equipment, Antarctic coveralls, hood, gloves, boots, and power pack to warm them. And on my back, I had an EDF that went beep, beep when I was on the trail, and beep, beep when I lost my way in the snow. I set out after Runstead, beeping and still mad. I stopped after a while and cooked a meal in my electric pocket. It wasn't bad. Well, very bad. I had some coffeeists to pep me up, and then I set out again. My feet hit a drift, and I stumbled. The wind was blowing stronger now. The snow flurries were more frequent. I must have gone on another hour. How far in distance, I don't know. And then up ahead, I saw the figure of a man. Matt! Matt Runstead!
Mitch Courtney!
Matt, I've been following you.
Me? What do you want with me, Mitch?
I want to know what happened in the San Diego office. What are you up to, Matt? A sudden blast of wind hurled snow into my face, and then, as it cleared, I saw Matt raising his skis high above his head. I saw them coming down toward me as he poleaxed me.
The CBS Radio Workshop has brought you Part 1 of The Space Merchants, adapted for radio by Charles Monroe, with original music composed and conducted by Samuel Matlofsky. Produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Stotts Cotsworth starred as Mitch Courtney, Virginia Kay as Kathy. Others in today's cast were Bob Dryden, Ed Prentice, Mary Patton, Bob Reddick, Joe Julian, Ralph Bell, Ian Martin, and Joe Helgeson. The sound effects were devised by Tom Buchanan and Tom Perkins. The engineer, Jack Katz. This is Ted Pearson inviting you to join us next week for the second part of the CBS Radio Workshop production of The Space Merchants. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. According to Funk and Wagnall's Desk Standard Dictionary of about 83,000 words and phrases and 1,200 pictorial illustrations, a mystery is something unknown, unexplained, or incomprehensible in its nature. The definition could add that nobody likes a mysterious situation indefinitely, including the police, whose job it is to make the unknown known and to apprehend the incomprehensible. And so it is tonight that we present George H. Faulkner's story of a mystery, it now can be told. The Case of the White Kitten. Our scene, a police station in the suburbs of a large city, possibly the city of New York.
My name is McGonagall. I ain't a cop. I'm a police officer, duly sworn to uphold the laws of this state, be they good or be they lousy, such as they may be. Now, once upon a time, there was a small white cat or kitten which it got lost. Said small white kitten or cat which it got lost.
Hey, McGonagall, what is this? Who are you talking to?
Subside, Brennan, and get your chin off in a desk rail. Oh. Now, once upon a time, there was a small white cat or kitten named Blanche, which means white in French, Brennan.
Well, how would you know, talking to yourself?
Quiet. According to secret but recently declassified files of the Shorefield Township Police Department, 3rd Precinct, this here now small white cat or kitten was 3 months old when first apprehended in 1954, 2 years ago. Previous record, none. Occupation, cat. Color, white. All white, including the ears.
Sergeant McGonagall, you are positively nuts.
Brennan, I am not nuts, not whatever. I am testing, just testing, you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, woof. Testing.
Testing what? And don't woof at me. I scare easy.
I'm trying out the new tape recorder, this thing.
Oh, another gadget. What's it for?
For the convenience of duly elected public officials and for the confusion of the criminal classes. Especially drunken drivers.
How so, for instance?
Well, for instance, supposing you pull in a drunk in a brand-new Fire-make sports car for speeding down 25A under the influence of intoxicating libation.
Oh, no, not me. No, not no foreign-make sport car.
Right,
no,
you
no.
are. Make it a 1938 Rio. All right.
Yeah.
So, you drag some poor square-type drunk in here, falling over your feet as usual. We invite this lush to read the Gettysburg Address into the gadget here, and, brother, it tells on him.
No.
Or suppose, for instance, the Honorable Charles A. Peabody, Justice of the Peace, supposing he wants to record one of his bad jokes for posterity.
Yeah?
He just presses a button, he talks into this, and then press another button. Now, listen.
Hey, what in the world is that?
That is you going backwards, which is what you are usually doing.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
And you see, we got to go backwards before we can go forwards again.
Huh?
All right, here we go. Now, listen, boy, just listen.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, there was a small white cat or kitten which had got lost. Said small white kitten or cat.
That's you.
Who are you talking to? Subside, Brennan, and get your chin off on a desk rail. Now, once upon a time, there was a small white cat or kitten named...
You know, maybe I don't talk so good after all.
In French, Brennan.
How would you know, talking to yourself?
According to secret but recently declassified...
Yeah, but I got a very nice deep voice.
Police Department, 3rd Precinct.
Yeah.
This here, our small white cat or kitten, was 3 months old when first apprehended in 1954.
But that ain't so bad, is it?
Previous record, none. Occupation, cat. Color, white. All white, including the ears.
Sergeant McGonagall, you are positively nuts.
Brennan,
Fred, me pal, do I sound like that?
For your sins, Patrick Brennan, you do.
Oh, no.
And so do I. And all at the taxpayer's expense.
Yeah, but what's all that stuff about a cat?
I'm telling a story, Pat, into the machine. On account I got to learn how to operate the thing.
A story?
Yeah. A mystery story.
Oh, like in the movies.
The movies wouldn't touch it. This story probes too deep, Pat. It lays bare the human heart.
Honest? Really bare?
I don't know. I haven't sold it yet. Now, let me see. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Once upon a time, there were 3 small trees. A, B, and C. All 3 trees aforementioned are guaranteed to contain chlorophyll, sap, bark, and buds, which are waiting for the springtime. And behind the 3 trees, let me tell you, there are 3 houses. A, B, and C. Said 3 houses are all alike. But said 3 houses are not all together in a row. Scattered they are all over Hillside Manor, which it ain't got no hill and not so much manners, but it is now in Precinct 3 for better or worse. On paper, Hillside Manor looks like this on a map here behind my desk where I'm pointing, see? Police think, get that, Brennan, police think that the cat or kitten in question came from approximately here through an open kitchen door. And it is surmised by police that at on or about this point, the poor little feline was scared stiff by a large Airedale Terrier known to frequent the neighborhood after dark with evil companions. So what does she do? She hightails it out of there to about here, approximately, where she sits down to sort of think, near House A, here. Our reconstruction of the circumstances can now proceed only by way of conjecture. And you, Officer Brennan, will kindly note that beautiful expression. Police think the youthful cat may have been alarmed once again by this. Which has been known to scare the pants off anybody since they give up steam whistles on the railroad. She couldn't know it's just the commuters getting home worried like her. So she winds up here at House C, all tucking out. The back porch looks familiar, very familiar. And inside House C, there's the Curtis family, just Joe and Louise. Very nice people of Curtis. They're sort of educated, but no children.
Dear.
Yes, just a second, darling. Oh, what is it, Joe?
First sign of spring in newsletter, believe it or not. You ever hear tell about skunk cabbage?
No, I haven't, and I don't think I want to.
First sign of spring out here says so.
Oh, spring. Why, it's only February, February what?
February 21st.
Spring.
Did you listen to this? Mm-hmm. Up and down the northern shore, our first harbinger of spring, now visible, is Symplocarpus fetidus, the common skunk cabbage, which, as Thoreau put it, sees over the brow of winter's hill.
Mm-hmm. Thoreau said everything.
Just about.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the editorial goes on. This lowly, rank, and stinking member of the lily family possesses, in lieu of beauty or pleasant scent, a remarkable hardiness and the property of increasing its interior temperature as it forces its bud through the chilly crust of February. Like a species of green fire, it literally burns its way up out of snow and ice to find the sunlight.
Attaboy, Cabbage. Find me some sunlight. Oh, continue, Joe. Don't mind me.
Yes, well, with the air at 59 degrees Fahrenheit, the temperature in the interior of a nascent?
I don't know. I'm not a skunk cabbage.
Well, where was I? With the air at 59 degrees Fahrenheit, the temperature in the interior of a budding skunk cabbage has been found to be as high as 123 degrees, 25 degrees above blood heat, and 64 degrees higher than the surrounding atmosphere.
Well, now, what do you know? Hot diggity. There's more, I hope.
Yes, it ends with a poem in praise of the skunk cabbage.
What?
Yep, I'm not kidding.
This is in the newspaper?
It's a good newspaper.
Oh,
Intelligent.
honestly.
Listen. All hail to Simplecarpus, the harbinger of spring. Inside his leafy carcass, he boils like anything. Although he doesn't smell so sweet, this fen-side fellow yearns to break the ice and be complete. And as he yearns, he burns. Not snow, nor rain, nor gloom of night can stay his hot desire. Let's learn from him and warmly fight to lift ourselves up higher. For we... Louise, you're not listening.
No, I was listening to something else.
Well, what?
Joe, be quiet. Listen. Oh?
Cat. The neighborhood is cat full.
Oh, it's right outside our door, I'm sure. I'm going to see.
Louise, I don't like cats.
I know you don't, just skunk cabbages.
They kill birds.
Not if you put a bell on them.
Skunk cabbages?
No, nature boy, the cats. Oh,
Beat up on your own head, Louise.
Dear. Come in. Oh, look, isn't she a darling? Just a little stray kitten, but white all over.
Well, kittens I can take, but they grow up into cats. Any color, they get to be cats.
Oh, poor little thing. She must be starved wandering around in the snow. Here, Joe. Here, you hold her a minute while I heat some milk.
Me hold her?
Yes. Here, now, she won't bite you. Oh, listen to her purr. Oh.
Nice kitty. Nice kitty. Uh-huh. Maybe you are. Where are you from, Miss Cat? Catalina? Catalonia? The Catskills? Kitty Hawk, maybe, huh? Hey, you left your motor running, Miss Cat. Does your mother know you're out?
All right, Joe. Here's the milk. Now, here, put her down.
She likes it here where she is on my shoulder. She's a happy cat.
All right, but she must be hungry.
Well, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Milk, Miss Cat?
Oh, look, what did I tell you?
She's hungry, all right.
What are we going to do with her?
That is indeed the question. Seeing that we already have 1 cocker spaniel, 1 parakeet, 24 tropical fish, and 15 dependent chickadees outside the window.
Mm-hmm.
Louise,
Yes, Joe.
could we keep her?
No. No, we couldn't.
No, I guess we couldn't. Lonely as we are. What I want to know is, where did she come from? Well, she's lonely, too. Like the tree out in front.
So much for House C, the Curtises, which are stuck with the cat. At this point, we, the police, were baffled.
Police ain't even ever heard of this here cat yet, Sarge.
That's why we of the police were baffled, Brennan. I am telling the story in introspect.
What does that mean?
It happened 2 years ago. Do I hold your interest, Brennan? Do you wish to know more about this cat or kitten?
No. But I like to watch the recording machine go round. It fascinates me in a mild way.
So don't ask questions. We proceed now to House B, 62 Haberdasher Lane. People name of Benson. The Bensons are just moving in. There's Dwight D. Benson, age 10 months, wet or dry. Clark Benson, 10, and Gregory Peck Benson, 8, are upstairs in the expansion attic, which is not finished, walking the open floor beams, which we have to warn kids around here not to do all the time, lest they should maybe fall through the ceiling. Downstairs unpacking are Miss Gloria Benson, 12, with Mrs. Greta Benson, housewife. Here comes Mr. Benson, Woodrow W. Benson. Woody is carrying in a bed. He is very large.
Greta!
Yes, Woody?
Where you want the youth bed?
Upstairs.
Well, there ain't no upstairs, only the attic. No floor up there, just beams. Expansion, it says.
Oh, I keep forgetting. No cellar either. I tell you, Woody, tote it upstairs to the expansion attic and put it down crosswise on the floor beams. We'll figure it all out later. Okay?
Okay, manager. Up we go. Evo!
Mommy? Huh? What is it, child?
Blanche. Where's Blanche?
The kitten. Oh, good heavens, did we bring her?
Sure we did. I held her myself all the way in the car.
Woody?
Yeah?
Did we bring the kitten?
Sure, I saw her here just a couple of minutes ago in the kitchen.
Oh, I'll call her. All right. Don't go too far away, dear.
Hey, you tired, Greta?
Yes, I am, and sort of lonely.
Oh?
Oh, so many houses. Like one big apartment house, only spread out all over the land. With one tree in front of each house.
Homesick for the Brooklyn flat already, huh?
Oh, no, but we don't know anyone around here. I feel lonely, Woody.
Well, in 2 weeks, we'll know 20 people, sure thing.
Oh, I hope so, Woody. I hope so.
And so we passed by logical deference to House A, the home of Mr. and Mrs. Richard Andrews, with tree. I guess we'd have to say there isn't much hope here. Not just now. There's Mr. Andrews and a doctor.
Doc? She may have waited too long, Mr. Andrews.
But I told her. I kept telling her if she got one of them spells, she should call you.
Well, your wife probably will recover. Tomorrow will tell. By tomorrow evening.
Yeah. Can I see her, Doctor?
No. The nurse is in there. It's lucky I sent for her. Now, you just take it easy.
Easy? Easy? Angela and me, we've been married 25 years. Kids are all gone away. We're alone now.
I know. Well, I'll be here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I advise you to go to work as usual. There's nothing you can do. Now, where can I call you, if necessary?
The pet haven over on the turnpike. Stray dogs and cats. It's the animal shelter. I run it for the Kennel Club.
Well, I'll phone you there tomorrow. And, Mr. Andrews.
Yes, Doc.
That whiskey bottle, put it away. It can't help you. Or your wife. You know that.
Yeah.
Don't disturb your wife, please. The nurse knows what to do. Good night.
Night, Doc. Angela were to... no, I won't think about it. I must not think about it. What do you want?
We lost our kitten, mister. Over back there. A white kitten. Did you see a white kitten, mister?
No, I didn't. Get out, you brat. Alone. All alone. I can't live all alone.
Leaving the three houses, A, B, and C. Hey, Brennan.
Yes, Sarge.
Wake up. Did you ever try to get any person to adopt a stray kitten? Don't answer, because take it from me, it can't be done. Either persons have got a cat, or they wouldn't have a cat, not at no price. And so kittens is a drudge on the market. In Hillside Manor, we got definitely a surplus of cats. Of course, there is only one sensible thing to do, which people should learn, but since when did people learn?
Since when?
They didn't. Except the Curtises. They phoned me, and I entered one loss and found white kitten right in the blotter. And when we changed shifts on the desk, I handed the blotter over. Over to you, Brennan. Remember? Only 2 years ago?
I refuse to answer on advice of counsel lest somebody should kick me out of my job.
Don't worry, Brennan. With you gone, who would listen to me? Nevertheless, the Curtises called me up like good citizens about this here homeless cat. And not 5 minutes after I had wended my homeward way, there were you reading a comic book where Mrs. Benson comes in here to the station house. As I reconstruct the conversation...
Ma'am?
We just moved in on Haberdasher Lane, and our phone isn't connected yet.
So, ma'am?
Well, has anybody called up about finding a stray white kitten? It's my daughter's kitten. We like her very much.
No, ma'am. Not tonight. Not yet. If you'd leave your name and address, we get an awful lot of kitten trade.
Time passes, which is habitual. Next afternoon in front of the Curtis residence.
Sure, I know it's sensible, but since when have we been sensible people?
Now, Joe, we've got to think of the kitten. What's best for her? The police have had no calls. I phoned the pet place on the turnpike early this morning, and the man said he knew a photographer who wanted 2 white kittens for an advertising picture.
Yeah? What happens then? Does Miss Cat here get to go to Hollywood, maybe? A stand-in for Marilyn Monroe?
Oh, I don't know. All I know is we can't keep her, and this is the best thing to do. Well, it's a good thing it's Saturday. I just couldn't take her myself.
Okay, let's go. Poor Miss Cat. Over the hill.
Come in, come in.
Mr. Andrews?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, what you got?
This little white kitten. I gave you my address and phone number this morning. I told you that
Oh,
we...
yes, I remember. Hey, Elwin. You want to leave you're going to leave the cat. Elwin,
Well, yes.
come in here. Bring the cat box.
Hey, what is this?
You want to have to get rid of the cat? You give him to Elwin here with the box.
But this box...
When you sign the papers, you pay me $1, and that's all there is to it. I find him a nice home and take care of the cat and get him the best home and the crazy man, photographer.
Louise.
Fellow that wants to
We
buy.
are not putting this cat in that box.
No.
Besides, this man is drunk. Let's get out of here. Let's go.
Now, just a minute, please.
At this point in the pursuit of police duty, it became necessary for me to take a personal interest in the case of the white kitten as follows. Mrs. and Mr. Curtis?
Yes. Won't you come in, officer? Oh, Joe, this is Mr. Curtis.
Evening, sir. Pleasure indeed.
Evening, officer. What can we do for you? PBA? Tickets for the ball?
No. Well, due to the inefficiency of a subordinate on my staff...
What was that?
On account of Patrolman Brennan is so dumb... Well, I see Mr. Curtis has got a white kitten on his shoulder.
Yes. Anything wrong with that?
No, but according to information we of the police have recently received...
Oh, I'll get it, dear. You get out. Joe, it's that awful Andrews man.
Oh, no,
Andrews?
Mrs. Curtis.
Joe,
Oh,
Joe.
no. Mr. Curtis, please, let me explain.
Now,
I'm
just a
sorry
minute.
I was drunk, sir.
You sure were. What are you doing here now?
It means my job. I can't afford to lose my job. You must listen.
We're listening people. Come in.
I don't know how to tell you. My wife, Angela, she's sick. She's terrible sick. I couldn't take it. I was waiting for the doctor to call, and there wasn't anything I could do at home. So I went to work. The doctor said I should. I couldn't sit still, not, waiting. I had to. Oh, please. I had to.
Oh, Joe.
Here, officer. You take the cat.
Sure. Oh, come here, kitty. Come.
Mr. Andrews, my wife and I have discussed reporting your conduct to the people you work for. We don't like to do things like that, but in this case,
Hey,
we
look
felt
here, I
probably
know Mr. Andrews. Curtis, he's all right.
He may be all right in your book, sir.
Please, that call may be for me. I had to come here, but I left word with Dr. Walton. You don't mind if I answer the phone, please?
No. Go ahead. You might as well.
Yes. Yeah, this is Andrews. Doctor? Oh, thank God. Thank God. Yeah, I'll be right back. Angela, she's my wife. She's better. Much better. She's not going to die. She's not. Angela.
Good heavens. More people?
Mrs. Curtis?
Yes?
This is my husband, and this is Lloyd.
Pleasure, Missy. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and neighbors, friends and good people, if you will kindly take chairs, I think we can clear up this case in an inimical fashion.
Hey, who are you?
I'm a police officer.
So I notice. Well, go on. Don't let me stop you.
I don't think you could, sir, if you wish to do so. Would you wish to try, pal?
I might, pal. I might. This here's our cat. The cat my daughter's got. That's our cat, that there.
That there, sir, is your cat if and when I choose to say so, and not before.
How come you can say whose cat is whose cat around here?
Because I represent the law in Hillside Manor, 3rd Precinct. This, sir, is my life work.
No, wait a minute, you two. Officer, it seems clear that the cat must belong to... I'm sorry, what was your name?
Benson.
Benson? Yes. The cat must belong to the Bensons because you can see she knows their little girl.
The cat does not as yet have an owner. Not officially, Mr. Curtis.
Oh, but I don't understand.
Not until I say so officially.
Then why don't you say so?
Because this citizen has chosen to make an issue of my authority. I do not permit my authority to be questioned or fluted.
Greta, would you mind if I socked this copper in the jaw?
Now, look, you
He
say
wouldn't
it.
be the
Please,
first
don't
one.
say that. That would be necessary.
Wait a minute!
What? Just a minute, I said. Nobody is going to sock nobody in the jaw in my living room. That is not what living rooms are for. Not primarily. This little girl has the cat, and possession is 9 points of the law.
Yes. Not in the 3rd Precinct.
And besides, in addition, a cat has 9 lives, and that makes everything extremely legal. Can't we settle this without any right hooks? How about it, officer?
I do not actually wish to engage in fisticuffs over and above a cat or kitten.
How about you, Mr. Benson?
Woody.
Well, all right. So it's okay, officer. You win.
Very well. Officially, the cat is yours, ex post facto, or from here on in.
Isn't that wonderful?
Look at him.
Officer, what I don't understand is, how did you happen to come here to our house?
On account of Blanche.
Nope. On account of that flatfoot Brennan, my colleague, ladies and gentlemen, what ain't got hardly any little gray cells. But it's otherwise okay. Had Pat Brennan been able to put 2 and 2 behind each other last night, police would have thrown out a what do you call it?
A dragnet? No!
Yeah, and we would all have been spared the sad spectacle of Dick Andrews' distress.
Oh, well, I'm all right now, Fred.
And it is thanks to Mr. Andrews that police were able to solve this case.
Really?
Having sobered up somewhat late this afternoon, Mr. Andrews called me, which is always a sensible thing to do in these parts. So, to look up the white kitten or cat in the headquarters blotter was but the work of an instant.
Well,
and then
all's well that ends well. Could I offer you people some coffee? Mr. Andrews? Oh, I'm so sorry about this afternoon. I can't
Not as sorry as me, ma'am. It was the first time. But I think I better go home now. The doctor said I could see Angela.
Oh.
She's going to get well.
I'll see you.
Oh, well, we're glad for you. We'll do it some other time.
Poor little guy. They're very lonely people, folks. The Andrewses. Awful lonely. They're sort of left over.
Well, not anymore, they won't be. We'll see to that. How about it, Mrs. Curtis?
You bet, Mr. Benson. But now, will you folks have some coffee?
Oh, sure, you must have some.
Sure
Wait
thing.
a minute.
Sure,
It's good to know somebody around here.
All of this happened 2 springs ago. In the meanwhile, nature has happened like always, and the kitten Blanche has blossomed out into glorious feline womanhood, providing further kittens for the Bensons, the Curtises, the Andrewses, and each and sundry throughout our charming community. And so we leave the 3 families, A, B, and C. And that's the end of the story, Brennan. End of the tape.
That's a mystery story. When nobody got sapped or knifed or shot up or even kicked in the stomach? What's the mystery?
Everybody lived somewhat happily ever after. That's the mystery, Pat. That's always a mystery. Just a second. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Oh, right away, ma'am. Hey, Brandon.
Yeah, Fred.
94 Candlestick Makers Lane. Dog has got a white kitten up a tree. Get down there on a double, Pat. Life continues, which is also habitual.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop. and The Case of the White Kitten, written by George H. Faulkner. Music by Charles Paul and directed by Ira Ashley. Featured in the cast were Audrey Christie, Kenny Delmar, Barry Kroger, Ed Latimer, Arlene Blackburn, Don Briggs, Lynn Loring, Bill Smith, Frank Milano, and Mason Adams as McGonigal. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week when Hollywood will present Sarah Churchill in Portrait of London, a personal recollection. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop. Air Raid by Archibald MacLeish. CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. 19 years ago, the workshop was honored to produce Air Raid, a new verse play written especially for it by the distinguished American poet Archibald MacLeish. In this work, Mr. MacLeish foresaw the nature of World War II and prophesied that it would be waged against defenseless civilians. Today, when the concern of every man of goodwill is for the safety and defense of his fellows, Mr. MacLeish's play seems even more stirringly true than it did nearly 2 decades ago. The workshop is once more proud to present William N. Robeson's production of Air Raid, a verse play for radio by Archibald MacLeish. When you hear the gong sound, the time will be 10 seconds past 2 a.m. precisely. WCBS, New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have only one thought tonight, all of you. You who fish the fathoms of the night with poles on rooftops and long loops of wire. Those of you who, driving from some visit, finger the button on the dashboard dial until the metal trembles like a medium in a trance and tells you what is happening in France or China or in Spain or some such country. You have one thought tonight and only one. Will there be war? Has war come? Is Europe burning from the Tiber to the Somme? You think you hear the sudden double thudding of the drum. You don't, though. Not now. But what your ears will hear within the hour, no one living in this world would try to tell you. We take you there to wait it for yourselves. Stand by. We'll try to take you through. One moment now. We'll try to take you. The ultimatum, you remember, was for sunrise by their clock, midnight by ours. Now ours is long past midnight. The sun is up on the whole curve of that continent. The weather is fair with wind southwest going southerly. A few clouds at 10,000, cumulus. Mist among the passes of the upper Julian Alps. Some fog on the East Baltic, but lifting. Otherwise, sun. The Tyrrhenian Sea, all sunshine. The Adriatic creased with curling light. The Atlantic tumbles forward into morning on those beaches. The whole continent lolls in summer sunlight. Spain is drifting eastward with the shapes of clouds. France is smooth with morning as a turf. Germany is checkered with the squares of green and grain. The visibility is perfect. You think you hear the lonely, droning danger of the plains. You don't, though. Not yet. One moment now, we'll take you through. We take you to a town behind the border, one of those old-time hill towns where the papers come tomorrow morning and the wars come years ago or in some other country. Our men are on a roof above the houses of the town. Strange and curious times these times we live in. You watch from kitchens for the bloody signs. You watch for breaking war above the washing on the lines. In the old days, they watched along the borders. They called their warfare in the old days wars and fought with men, and men who fought were killed. We call it peace, and kill the women and the children. Our women die in peace beneath the lintels of their doors. We have learned much. Civilization has gentled us. We have learned to take the dying and the wounds without the wars. Stand by, please. We take you through now. We take you now across the traveler's sea, across the trawler's coast, the parson's orchard, across the merchant's villa with the vine above the porch, across the laborer's city with the flames above the forges, across the drover's plain, the planter's valley. The poplar trees in alleys are the roads. The linden trees in couples are the doors. The willows are the wandering water flowing. The pines in double lines are where the north wind burns the orchards. Those are the mountains where no meadow is squared, nor a stream straight, nor a road, nor water quiet. The town is in those mountains. You are there.
You are 28 miles from the western border. You are up on top of a town in a kind of tenement. You are out the other side the night. The sun dazzles you, not the light bulb. You are staring out to eastward toward the sun. We have seen nothing and heard nothing. Before dawn, we thought we heard them. It was wind we heard in the valley cedars. Sounds rise to this roof. Hoofs of stabled horses, leaves, even the speaking of sleepers rises. Many sleep in the one house here. They work in the fields, sleep in the village. The men go out at dawn, return to evening burning from the chimneys. The women keep the town between. They keep it now. The tenement's full of them, a 4-story building of women. They're filling the court with their quick talk. They call back and forth from the windows. They laugh behind the kitchen doors. They rinse the shirts in the first real shine of the morning. They talk, their arms to elbows in the tubs.
Look at it. Look at the cuff of his shirt. What's he been into? Black grease?
What would you think he'd be into? A man like yours with an eye like his for wandering.
And you to talk. You with that red-headed lollipop. Oh, hardly a day at dark, but his head's on the window. He's wearing his elbows out on the stone sill, looking us over from one floor to the next.
Well.
If it's only the eye with him that wanders, I wonder. It's war again. Have you heard them talking?
How can we help but hear them blabbing about, cocking their feet on the kitchen table and talking?
It's always war when they talk, and it's always talk.
It's always talk when they get to the beer and tobacco.
The beer comes out of the bottles. So does the talk, too.
Yes, and the wars.
Wasting their time on wars with the dishes to do and the children to chase.
The wars. As though to make the wars was something wonderful.
Mary! Oh, the petticoat. Look at the petticoat, Mom.
We have seen nothing and heard nothing. If they left at dawn, we should have heard them. It's 2 hours now since dawn. They could make it in 2. They could make it in under 1.5 from their field to the border. 10 minutes more. The town is very quiet and orderly. They're flushing the cobblestones with water. The sidewalks are slippery with sun. It smells of a summer morning anywhere. It smells of 7 o'clock in the morning in any town they water dust in. Towns are all the same in summer. A man can remember the name of his own in any city after the water carts. The last shutters are opening, the rooms where no one hopes, the rooms where all the hope's been had, and sleep covers it, folding it.
How much longer must I wait? Have they told you?
Wait for what, Mother? Wait to be well?
Wait to be... Yes, I remember. Someone saying it will come. Don't fear it.
Were you never afraid, Mother?
Never. Of anything.
There's nothing comes by day or night to fear.
Not even war? Not even if they came here?
They came when I was young once. I remember them. We smelled the smoke one morning in the alders. They had their tents by the stream in the water meadow. I'd never eat the sausages. I was the dainty one. I used to rinse my things in 7 waters. Well water, brook water, rain. I dried them on the gravel by the river. Even at night, late, they would smell of the sun on them. I ate the watercress to make my mouth sweet. They had blue capes on their coats with scarlet linings. They spoke together in another tongue. They were slow and soft in their speech, with laughter and looking. Evenings coming home across the evening, seeing the constellations of the stars. They gave us milk to drink from jars of metal. You sit in the dark and drink. You don't say anything. They seem to want you not to speak or move. They seem to want you quiet, like the heifers. You sit in the dark and rest. You don't say anything. You don't say thank you even. Not good night. You sit in the dark and rest. You don't say anything.
Listen. Motor throbbing. Probably one of their own. No one watching it anyway. There he is. We've got him. One of the home ships. He's combing the hills in circles, working heavily, laboring, leveling now. He's high enough. Spark in the sky when he hangs and the sun angles the fuselage. Gone when the sunlight loses him. Sound coming down out of nowhere. Eddying, floating down. No one noticing anyway. No one looking or listening. Only that late sleepers waken.
Are you there? Are you still there? I dreamed you had gone. Never go.
Say we're happy. Tell me that we're happy.
Stay as you are. Do not move. Do not ever move. Stay there. Stay with this sunlight on your shoulders.
Tell me we're happy. No, but say we are. How can I know we are unless you tell me? How can a woman know the world is good? Which is the world and which is her? And which is things she's known for sure that never happened? She can't tell. She can't and be a woman. Can a cup full of well water tell you the taste of the well water?
Stay with this sunlight on your shoulders. Stay with this sunlight on your hair.
We've lost him this time. No, wait. Wait, we've got him. He's doubled. He's doubling back into the sun. They've found something, or feared it. They've found it. Feared and found. There's the siren, the signal. They've picked them up at the border. 10 minutes to wait. 10 we'd guess if we had to. Strike at a king, you must kill. You strike in sleep at a king. When you strike by trick at a people, the treacherous wars must be quick, or the victims live for the victory.
Thank God that's all fit to deafen a woman.
Town quiet, waiting. Women's skirts in the court. Women's arms in the windows. Women's talk on the stairs. They lean there, careless and talking, Their shawls are bright in the doors, the morning airs in their aprons. They shape their hair with their hands. They stand there softly and simply. The women lean from the stairs.
Crazy government. Can't they run the country decent and quiet till 8 in the morning even? The rest of the day they can rule as loud as they like and as long as they mind to. They can do what they want with the country from 8 on. Only till 8 if they'd wait for the difficult sleepers. Those that count their heartbeats every hour.
A woman's got no time to watch the wars. Scrubbing the kitchens Tuesdays, marrying Mondays, bearing and burying, men to be born and to bury, people dying never died before.
A police sergeant. He's shouting. He's marching down through the street. He's beating the shutters and shouting. He's calling them out.
The cellars!
Listen.
Take to the cellars! Take to the church cellars!
They only laugh. They lean from the open windows and laugh at him.
You take the cellars. You can take them, Sergeant. Let the town policemen take the cellars. Mice in the cellars. Maybe they'll catch them.
The alarm has been given. 5 minutes have passed. In 5 minutes more, they must be here. They're coming in numbers. I do not know how many. The instructions are to occupy the vaults. These are the orders of persons of proper authority. You will march to the church by twos and at suitable intervals.
Will we? And who'll be watching the pot while we're squatting there, counting the mother spiders? The police?
There are frogs in the vault. There are also people's relations, not the kind to gossip either.
And who will iron the underwear now that it's sprinkled?
Oh, the police will. Listen to me, policeman. Perhaps it's true they're coming in their planes. Perhaps it isn't true. But if it is, it's not for housewives in this town they're coming. They're after the generals. They're after the cabinet ministers. They're coming to capture the square in the capital city. They always have. They always capture the city. Now, a fine sight we'd be, a parcel of housewives spinning with the spiders in a hole, while soldiers that don't know the hole is there, or we are there, or anything is there, go running through the wonderful great sky.
6 minutes gone. 4 more as we figure it. If they pick them up to the right, we'll sight them over the river, rising or seeming to rise as geese do coming inland. Blur of light on the fins.
They're always marching past to capture something. It's all one if they march or they fly. They won't hurt us. It's all one to us if they wing or they walk. They've never troubled us yet. They've never harmed us.
They never will. You are a new policeman. Less than 10 years you've been in this district. I do not mention this to shame you. Only you do not know the history of this neighborhood. We have seen such people in this place before. They come in uniforms, carrying elegant banners. They march up and down. They ruin roads. They interfere with the cattle. They rob the fruit trees. They frighten calving cows. They trample clover. No one would say they were likable people for visitors, making history over the corn and the cabbage, writing glorious pages in the beans, disturbing serious men in haying season. Nevertheless, it is true that few have suffered. Maybe a girl would be rumpled a little. Not many.
I do not say the order was expedient. I say it was issued. I do not account for orders. It is not my duty to account for orders. Nevertheless, it was issued by men of experience, persons of sound sense. It may have been thought the wars have changed with the world, and not for the better. It may have been thought this enemy kills women. It may have been thought this enemy kills women, meaning to kill them. I say it may be thought he makes his wars on women. It may be thought this enemy is not the usual enemy, that this one is no general in a greatcoat conquering countries for the pride and the praise, that this one conquers other things than countries. It may be thought that this one conquers life. That life that won't be conquered can be killed. That women are most lifelike, that he kills them. It may be as I say. It may be thought he makes his wars on women. It is possible.
It's an ogre is coming. The devil is after us.
Listen. Anti-aircraft. We can't see it. We hear it. Wait, there's a burst. There's another. They follow each other like footsteps. The steel stamps on the sky. The heel hits. They hang like quills driven in the sky. The quarry invisible.
You can hear for yourselves. You will now follow the orders to occupy the vaults of village churches. In any event, to descend from upper floors and scatter in streets avoiding visible gatherings.
They're coming.
I hear them.
They're nearer.
They're nearer. They're nearer.
Oh, they'll go over. There's nothing to fear. They'll go over. They always do. They go over. Don't you fear. Don't you fret. Don't you peer in the air. They'll go. They will. You'll forget they were ever by Saturday.
Dukes, kings, emperors. Now there's this kind.
We hear them. We can't see them. We hear the shearing metal. We hear the tearing air. All we see is sun. Sun, the hawk's ambush. Their flight is from the sun. They might be low. They might be well down. 3,000. They might be less. They are many. Hard to guess how many. We've got them now. We see them. They're out of the dazzle. They're flying fighting formation in column. Squadron following squadron. 10, 15 squadrons. Big ones. Not so low as we figured them. Almost over. They're changing formation. They're banking. The whole flight is banking. Front wheeling to flank. Flank anchored and climbing. Climbing back into line. The line swung like a lariat.
It circles as a hawk would circle hunting. It's hunting us under the roof.
They're wheeling round for the town. They're rounding in by the river. They're giving it throttle. They're climbing. The timing is perfect. They're flying with perfect precision of timing. Perfect mechanical certainty.
Show it, our show. All of us into the street. All of us.
They turn like stones on a string. They swing like steel in a groove. They move like tools, not men. You'd say there were no men. You'd say they had no will but the will of motor on metal.
Show it our skirts in the street. It won't hurt us.
Show it our softness. Show it our weakness. Show it our womanhood.
They swing. The wing dips. There's the signal. The dip. They'll dive. They're ready to dive. They're steady. They're heading down. They're dead on the town. They're nosing. They're easing over. They're over. There they go. There they...
It's us! Do you see?
It's us! Don't you see us?
Stay as you are. Do not move. Do not ever move.
The CBS Radio Workshop has brought you Air Raid, a verse play for radio by Archibald MacLeish. Frank Goss was heard as the studio announcer and Ben Wright as the remote announcer. Others in the cast included Lorene Tuttle, Virginia Gregg, Shirley Mitchell, Ellen Morgan, Norma Jean Nilsson, Ann Whitfield, Betty Noyes, John Daner, Richard Beals, and Shepard Mencken. Mr. MacLeish's prophecy of 19 years ago is grim reality today. Headlines tell of guided missiles whistling in from enemy submarines hundreds of miles at sea. They tell of Nike installations ringing our target cities in the hope that at least most of the missiles would be stopped before they loose their deadly nuclear destruction. Some will get through, some planes, some missiles. Learn what you can do to increase your chances of survival. Contact your Civil Defense Office. Next week, the workshop will present The Road to Nowhere by Henry E. Fritsch, a story of a road that led to peace and prosperity until it linked to the outside world.
This is Christopher Isherwood. The story you're about to hear was written by Aldous Huxley and myself. It's based on a true incident, and it has never before been told. It concerns a man who had a gift greater than he could understand, a gift so unique that when it was shared by others, it destroyed them.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Jacob's Hands, an original new story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood. We are proud to have Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Original music composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith.
On a small ranch in the Mojave Desert, not far from the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, is the home of Professor Arnold Carter, his sister, and his daughter, retired now to this medically approved climate. Nourished by the warmth of the sun, the professor lives quietly with his family and his bitterness.
Shut the door.
Look, Father.
Where have you been?
Aren't they lovely? Almond blossoms, the first of the year.
Get them out of here. You want to bring on another attack of my asthma?
I'm sorry, Father. Do you mind if I practice my singing?
I can stand it if you can. Where were you at lunchtime, Sharon?
Outside, looking for flowers.
With Jacob, I'll wager.
Good afternoon, Aunt Annie.
Were you with Jacob, Sharon?
What's wrong with that? Jacob wouldn't hurt a flea.
Jacob is a hired hand. And you're the daughter of a fine scholar. Don't you ever forget it.
That's silly. He's just a friend.
What your aunt means, Sharon, is you're a grown lady now. You've got to learn to be cautious. Things can happen.
To a cripple? To a girl who walks around on crutches?
Annie, see if there's some lunch left over for Sharon.
Self-pity. Look at her. Dirt on her shoes. Wash up, young lady, if you expect to eat in this house.
Well, who is it? All right, I'm coming.
It's me, Professor Tom Pierce.
Oh, I'll come out. You here to look at my calf, Tom?
Whatever looking I can do. The way you talk, Professor, it's a waste of time.
Well, come along. We'll see.
All right. What kind of shape is she in?
Her hind legs are paralyzed. She's got a high fever.
Yeah, could be the black quarter.
She's over here, Tom. Tried to keep her away from the other animals. We never can be sure. Jacob! What are you doing with that calf?
Just looking after her, Professor.
Didn't I tell you to leave her alone? The disease might be contagious.
Here, let me have a look, Jacob. She been collapsed like this long?
Since yesterday.
Well, I guess that's it, Professor. Black quarter, all right.
All right. Jacob, get the rifle.
Jacob!
Sharon, stay back at the house.
You can't shoot a thing just because it's lame.
Did you hear me? I said go back to the house.
You better go back, Sharon. It isn't pleasant.
Before you do it, Professor, can I keep her for a minute?
What?
Can I hold the calf?
Are you crazy? Get my gun. Let's not hear any more of this claptrap.
You're not going to die. I won't let you die.
Why? Why are you touching her, Jacob?
I won't let you die. I won't.
Take your hands off my calf. Do you hear?
You won't die. You won't die.
Jacob, the calf's on her feet.
What did you do to that calf? I demand to know.
I don't know.
Well, you must have done something, Jacob. She's on her feet now. Her hind legs move.
It's not anything I did. just came to me, a feeling, something I could feel moving into my hands.
That's ridiculous. That calf wasn't sick to begin with.
Oh, I examined him. I say he was sick. Jacob here, he's a healer.
He's no such thing. You think as a scientist I could
Just
accept...
the same, I'm going to try him out. Listen here, Jacob, I got me a lame dog down at my place. You try it on him?
I guess so, if you want.
Yeah, and there's others around here might like to see this thing work.
Nonsense. You're making too much of it. Jacob, give that calf some water. And you, Sharon, come in the house.
And Jacob healed the dog and a cat from another nearby ranch. And the following week, a colt said to be suffering from an incurable disease. And the editor of the local newspaper.
Jacob, open the door. There's a man here to see you. Ed Burton from the paper.
I'd like to speak to you, Mr. Erickson.
All right.
There's a lot of talk around. Some of our folks seem to think that you have the power to heal. Is that right?
Well, Jacob, answer Mr. Burton.
I guess so. Sometimes it happens. I touch an animal, a dog or a calf, and he seems to get well.
I see. And do you charge money for this healing?
No, sir, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Because, well, it isn't mine. Whatever this thing is, it just comes over me. A strange feeling, I don't know. First I feel it in my hands, then it passes on to the animal.
It's quite a story, Mr. Erickson. I'd like to write it up. I think everybody should know about this power. All right with you?
Sure, if that's what you want to do, I don't mind.
Thanks, Mr. Erickson. Good day.
I'm going to write some friends of mine in L.A. to drive up. Prominent doctors, both of them. I think they could settle this whole business once and for all.
A good idea. I'd like to do a follow-up piece when they get here.
Ed, do you really believe in this nonsense?
Now, Professor, do I believe in Santa Claus?
Jacob, this is Dr. Marlowe and Dr. Carruthers.
How do you do,
How
Mr.
do you
Erickson?
Pleased to meet you.
Now, Jacob, these gentlemen merely want to talk to you. As doctors, they're naturally curious about your power to heal.
We certainly are, Mr. Erickson. Dr. Carruthers is an outstanding psychiatrist. My field is neuropathology. Professor Carter and I were at Chicago University together.
Before the loss of my health, I was professor of biology at Chicago. You didn't know that, did you, Jacob?
No, sir.
Mr. Erickson, I'm frankly skeptical about so-called miracle cures. Have to be in my profession. I'm sure you understand that.
Well, I just don't know. All this talk and everything. If you don't mind, I'd just as soon not...
Jacob, no one is going to hurt you.
Of course not.
Well...
All right, Doctor. You may proceed.
Mr. Erickson, here we have a rabbit. Oh, not just any rabbit. This poor little fellow happens to be quite ill. Cancer of the lung.
But, sir,
Please, let me finish. In most cases of so-called faith healing, we find the illness to be hysterical in nature. That is to say, though there is an actual and very real physical illness, its basic origin is in the mind of the sufferer.
Release the tension, and you often release the illness. Hence a so-called miracle cure.
Now, Mr. Erickson, we obtained this rabbit from a laboratory. We know the animal's disease. It is entirely organic in nature. We ask you to cure it.
But I don't cure things. It's this feeling that comes into my hands.
Yes, we understand all that, Jacob, but whatever it is, you seem to impress some people of our neighborhood. Why not let these two gentlemen in on it? They're men of science, Jacob.
Yes, sir. Only I don't know if anything will happen. Sometimes it doesn't. There was a hen last week up at Tillman's, and
We understand, Mr. Erickson. You just do it any way you like. We have plenty of time.
Here you are, Mr. Erickson.
Go ahead, Jacob. Talk to it.
You're going to get well. You're going to get well. I won't let you die. I won't let you.
Well, Jacob?
You're going to get well. You're going to get well. I won't let you die. I won't let you die. I won't.
Gentlemen?
May I examine the rabbit, Mr. Erickson?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's very interesting how you stroke the back of the animal. You have a great gentleness in your hands.
Everyone around here says Jacob is a very talented young man. They believe in him.
And if there is any difference, I can't detect it. Of course, we'll have to dissect the animal when we get back to L.A. to be sure, but it appears...
You're not going to cut him open.
Naturally. We want to be absolutely sure before we pass judgment.
But to kill the rabbit just to find out...
Mr. Erickson, the rabbit will die anyway. Well, Arnold, we appreciate your letting us in on this.
Yes, it was a wonderful opportunity. You don't often get to test these things firsthand. Well, we'd better be getting back. Long drive, you know.
I certainly do appreciate your coming out. It's been a real pleasure for me. And I feel a lot better.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
You boys go on out to the car. I'll join you in just a moment. Jacob?
Yes, sir?
I think you'd better pack your things. You're fired.
Who is it?
It's me, Jacob. Sharon. Can I talk to you?
Oh, I guess so, only it's kind of messy in here.
Oh, I don't mind.
Your father wouldn't like it if he knew that...
What he doesn't know won't hurt him. I heard what happened today. I'm sorry, Jacob.
They don't understand. They wouldn't listen.
I understand.
You do?
It wasn't your fault. It just didn't happen, that's all. Where will you go now, Jacob?
I don't know.
You know where I'd go if I could.
Where?
To Los Angeles.
Oh, not me. I was in cities before. I didn't like it.
Where? What cities?
Well, when I was in the Army, they shipped me overseas from New York. It was noisy and crowded. So was Paris.
Paris? Oh, they have the opera there, Jacob. Imagine if I could sing in Paris at the opera. A great stage and people in fancy clothes. And a girl on crutches singing opera.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Everybody in the audience would laugh.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't think of your leg at all. I'd be listening to your voice and looking at your face. And...
Jacob.
Yes?
What if you could cure my leg?
Sharon.
I mean, it isn't as though it was deformed or anything. It isn't. It's just lame, like the dog you cured. Oh, please, will you try for me?
But I couldn't.
Why?
Well, don't you see? People and animals, they're not the same. I loved animals all my life. I understand them.
Do I mean less to you than a dog?
But that was different.
Why, because animals can't talk back to you? Do you like me, Jacob?
Yes.
I mean a real whole lot?
Yes.
Then cure me.
I don't know how.
Kneel down. Take my foot. Take it in your hands.
But Sharon,
Now do it. Do what you did to the calf and to the dog and to the colt. Jacob, don't you see you have the power to make me well? I'm begging you. I want to walk. Do it for me, Jacob, please.
Don't let her limp anymore. She's going to get well. She's going to get strong and well.
I'm going to get well. I know it. I'm going to get well.
She's going to get well. She won't be lame anymore. She'll walk like everyone else. She'll walk again. She's getting well now. The lameness is leaving her, and she's getting well.
Jacob! I can walk! Look at me! Look at me! I'm walking! Jacob! Oh, Jacob!
Sharon.
Oh, it's the happiest night of my life. Look at the night. At the beautiful, beautiful night. A million stars all shining for me. I own this night. I own the world. Jacob, it's mine now.
I can heal. I can heal people.
I'm going to walk and run and dance the rest of my life. Jacob.
What?
When you leave here tomorrow, I'm going with you.
No, but you can't run
I'm
away.
going with you.
Sharon, no, you can't.
But I am. You're going to take me to Los Angeles, Jacob. And I'm going to sing and dance the rest of my life.
And Sharon and Jacob left together for Los Angeles. But once there, they went their separate ways. For Sharon had only one goal, the opera. The weeks passed, and audition followed audition, and the response was always the same.
Well, it's a pleasant enough voice, but a bit light for our needs. Why don't you try the popular field?
And at the broadcasting and recording companies, audition followed audition, and the response was always the same.
Yeah, okay, Miss Carter, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll call you if something turns up.
For Jacob, too, there was only one goal now, to heal the sick. But he chose another direction, a small mission near downtown Los Angeles, in an area called Skid Row. And a year passed.
I want you to get well. I want you to get well. I won't let you stay sick. You feel my hands on your foot. Now you're well again. You're feeling better. You see? Now you can walk.
Well, what do you think of that, huh? Hello?
Doc, that boy's got an act.
He's for us, ain't he, Lo? Would that pull him into the art theater, or would that pull him in? I tell you, we should hire that guy. You put him on top of the bill. After Flossie does a strip number, we got it made. Lou, you crazy or something? We'd pack the house.
This boy's too big for a barbecue house. No, I got other plans for him.
Such as?
Doc, we're gonna go into the healing business in a big way. You and me and this here boy Jacob. Now listen, you go up there after this bit is over with and you bring that guy back to the theater with you, see? I don't care if you have to rope and tie him, but you bring him.
Lou, listen, I need money. Honest, I'm broke, I tell you.
Baby, you're always broke. Will you stop trying to make like a diva or whatever? I got dames who can sing better and live on the salary, you know?
Lou, please. I gotta have the money.
Okay, Miss Dolores.
Lay off to Miss Dolores, will you?
What's the matter? You don't like class?
Okay, Lou, here he is.
Wow, well, Mr. Jacob, are we ever glad to see you? Step right in.
Jacob! Oh, Jacob!
Sharon, what are you doing here?
You know this broad?
Old homeboy.
Jacob, it's really you.
I didn't recognize you. The costume.
Wow, this here's Miss Dolores, the star of our show.
Oh, then you're singing. Oh, that's wonderful, Sharon.
Well, give us a knockdown, baby.
Oh, Jacob, this is Lou Zacconi, the owner of the theater, and this is his assistant, Doc Waldo.
Well, I'm pleased to know you, Mr. Zacconi. Doctor?
Yeah, I'm
Pleased
sure.
to know you.
This is the man who... This is my oldest friend.
Wow, is that right? Why, you're just the girl to tell him what a deal he's got coming, huh? Why don't you stick around, baby?
Oh, no, not Jacob.
Mr. Jacob, the doctor here and me, we got a little proposition we was wanting to talk over with you. It's a very high-class, ethical kind of operation.
That's very ethical.
Jacob, don't listen.
Baby, are you forgetting where the 10 spots are coming from? Mr. Jacob, what we got in mind is a sort of a clinic, see? With a doctor's medical education and my business management, this here clinic could help everybody. Not just a few bums.
Well, I don't know.
Ain't that right, Sharon? Why don't you tell Jacob?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's right.
There, you see? Well, now you sit down, Mr. Jacob, so we can talk.
Psychomagnetic Medical Center. Mr. Erickson? I'm sorry, he can be seen by appointment only. Yes. Thank you for calling.
Where's Mr. Erickson?
Oh, isn't he in his office, Doctor?
No, he ain't, isn't it? There's half a dozen patients waiting to see him.
Oh, shall I try to locate him, Dr. Waldo?
Call the art theater on Main Street. Ask for Mr. Laura. She might know. Jacob, for heaven's sake, where you been? Don't you know there's people waiting to see you?
Good afternoon, Doctor. Miss Reed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Erickson.
And now listen, we're putting our blood, sweat, and tears into this operation, Lou and me. You treat it like you couldn't be bothered. Come on into the office. Now sit down and listen.
I want to talk to you, Doc.
Yeah, well, I said listen. Lou and me sunk a bundle into this place. We hocked the art theater up to our ears. Now it's beginning to pay off, and big. You're in on the take.
Am I, Doc?
You got 10% of the joint, haven't you? And you didn't put up a stinking dime.
Doc, today I sat in the park and a man came up to me. A man who'd seen me at the mission. He was sick, Doc. And I asked him to come to me and I'd help him. And do you know what he said to me, Doc?
What'd he say?
He said, I came to you, Jacob, but they wouldn't let me in. I didn't have enough money.
Yeah? That right?
Doc, didn't we have an agreement anybody could come to the clinic? Anybody?
Now, don't get on your high horse.
Didn't we agree to charge only people who had the money to pay?
Well, sure, Jacob. It must have been a slip-up.
And this man who'd seen me at the mission said others have been coming here, too. Others who couldn't pay and that they were turned away. Now, is that right, Doc? You answer me, Doc.
Well, after all, Lou and
Answer me.
Well, sometimes it depends.
It doesn't depend. I've lived with this until my heart can't stand it any longer. I've seen goodness turn to sin. I've seen
Doc, break out the bottle. This is a celebration.
Ixnay,
This is one grand celebration. Hi, Jacob.
Hello, Jacob.
We're here to celebrate, kids. This is...
Well, Jacob's not feeling very well, Lou. Some other time.
Some
maybe.
other time. You're out of your mind. Today, right now. You want to tell him, baby, or you want me to?
Lou, you and the doc, go on out.
What?
I want to talk to Jacob alone for a minute.
What?
You heard me.
Well, now, listen, kid, this ain't no secret.
Get out. Both of you.
Okay, but watch it, baby. I bruise easy. Come on, Doc.
Jacob.
Yes, Sharon.
I've always believed in you, Jacob. I want you to know that.
What is it, Sharon? Is something wrong? Did they hurt you
Listen
in some
to me,
way?
Jacob. This is a tough thing for me. I didn't make it the way I thought I would. Once I said I wanted to stand on an opera stage in Paris, but I couldn't because everybody would look at my crippled leg. And you said you wouldn't. You'd look at my face and hear my voice. Isn't that right, Jacob?
I guess so.
Where am I now? They are looking at my legs, Jacob, both of them. And they want more. A lot more. I just can't take that anymore. I just can't.
If I had money, Sharon, you could have it. You could always have it.
Your money? You give it back to the patients, don't you, Jacob?
They shouldn't
I've known
have
that
to
for a
pay.
long time, Jacob. I'm going to marry Lou.
What?
I'm going to marry Lou.
Lou? Lou Zacconi?
I've got to, don't you see? There's nowhere else I can go. There's nothing else I can do.
Sharon, if you'd have me...
I'll spend the rest of my life without a dime, living in flop houses, watching you get taken by every sucker.
Now, don't say that.
Well, isn't it the truth? Isn't that what you are, Jacob? A sucker for every con man who ever came along? I was the first one. I got you here, then Doc, and then Lou. You always took care of the other guy, Jacob, but what did you ever do for yourself?
But I thought you understood.
I do. That's why I've got to marry Lou. He's made a lot of money out of this place. And I need money, Jacob. I'm through with flop houses and cheap clothes. Jacob, wait!
Hey, what's up, Jacob? You sore or something?
Jacob,
Hey, now listen, this is going too far.
Jacob, take it easy.
All of it! All of it! Destroy it! Destroy it! It's sinful, don't you see? What I've been doing is sinful. I was wrong. I did do these things. I'm to blame. It's not your fault, any of you. I did it. These hands are mine.
Doc, get the police.
Lou, no. Let him alone. He built it. He can tear it down if he wants to.
With these hands. Please let me alone. Let me alone.
Jacob returned to a ranch in the Mojave Desert to work that he knew. And he cared for the animals, and sometimes he healed them. But never again would he minister to a human being. For now he understood how dangerous it is to heal the body if you cannot also heal the spirit. He knew the meaning of Christ's question, whether it is easier to say to the sick, "Thy sins be forgiven thee," or to say, "Arise and take up thy bed and walk."
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Jacob's Hands, an original news story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood, with Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Jacob's Hands was adapted for radio and directed by William Frug. Vic Perrin was featured as Jacob, with Virginia Gregg as Sharon. Others in our cast were Herb Butterfield, Helen Klebe, Larry Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Parley Bear, John Daner, Hans Conried, Bill Conrad, and Janet Stewart. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when from New York we present Living Portrait, an unusual study of one of the nation's most imaginative businessmen, Mr. William Zeckendorf. Whatever your own views on religion may be, CBS Radio believes that you'll be pleased to know that much time, thought, and effort is being devoted to giving children a strong spiritual foundation in Sunday schools throughout America. If your children are not attending Sunday school now, this week, Sunday School Week, is a good time to enroll them. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
This is Paris. The great bells of Notre Dame Cathedral chiming across this timeless town, echoing from the River Seine up to the hill of Montmartre and across to the tip of the Eiffel Tower. And this, too, is Paris.
Yep.
A boy and a girl in love in a hansom cab, clip-clopping through the Bois de Boulogne in the pink dawn of a Paris summer. And this. The cabarets, the nightclubs, the popping of champagne corks, and the swirl of dancing skirts. Yes, all these are Paris. But none is exactly Paris. For Paris is many things to many people. It's a two-headed chicken by Picasso, for an artist. It's Madame Curie or Victor Hugo, Balzac and Marcel Proust, to a writer or a student. Paris is a highly personal place. Each of us has painted his own portrait of Paris. This is mine.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, one man's portrait of Paris. The man, David Schoenbrunn, CBS foreign correspondent, winner of this year's Overseas Press Club Award for the best reporting from abroad, and author of the forthcoming book, As France Goes. If any American knows how France goes and why, it is this veteran Paris correspondent who has been reporting the news from Paris ever since the liberation 12 years ago this summer. Yet he remains objective, an American observer with an American wife, and as we shall see, a very American daughter, even though she is a native-born Parisienne. We take you now by tape to Paris and David Schoenbrunn.
This is Paris, oldest, best known, least understood capital in the world. This is a city of contradictions, where every valid generalization has an opposite which is equally valid. It is the gayest, saddest, most sinful, and most virtuous of cities. Paris is communist and Catholic. It is a rich city inhabited by a great number of poor people. Paris is as young as atomic energy, as old as Caesar's legions. It is both cosmopolitan and provincial, with an international core surrounded by a group of little villages. It is a city open to all, but accepting none, with one exception: its children. Paris is a great city for children, as you will hear from one of them. You've got to live here and have children to learn this secret side of Paris, a secret which is a key to France itself. From the children and from the way they treat their children, you can learn more about France and the French than from a library of books. I am sitting on a bench in the Champ de Mars, a lovely green park lying between the Eiffel Tower and the École Militaire. Just one of the dozens of perfumed floral bouquets that the people of Paris have offered to their children to keep them out of the crowded, dirty streets of a modern city. A part of Paris few foreigners know and few tourists ever get to visit. A sand pile for kids, a carousel, hidden away among the trees, only a few yards from the Eiffel Tower. A group of little girls is dancing right near me. They've locked hands in a circle, and they're singing an old French song. Let's move a little closer and listen. Let's dance the Capucine. We have no bread at home. Our neighbor has bread, but there is none for us. Our neighbor has bread, but not for us. That's very French, you know, very sad but very true, in a nation that has suffered foreign invasions, civil wars, or revolutions every generation for hundreds of years. These people and their children have learned the hard way the bitter reality of the expression, every man for himself, or as the French put it, chacun pour soi. This is really the basis of what is called French individualism. France, for almost 2,000 years, has been the crossroads of a dangerous world, and each child has learned from its father how to survive in that dangerous world. And France has survived, and Paris has become the oldest capital city of the West, so there must be some wisdom in their lessons to their children. The kids seem to love it. I'd like you to meet one of the children who's dancing and singing in that group right near us. She is 9 years old, born and raised in Paris. Her name is Lucy. She is my daughter, and she's very much a part of what Paris means to me and what I've learned about Paris from her.
Lucy, Lucy, viens ici.
Hello, Dad. What do you want?
Well, Lucy, you know, I told you I was going to do this radio report about Paris, and that's what I'm doing now. And I thought maybe I'd ask you. After all, you were born in Paris, weren't
Yes.
you? What do you think about Paris?
Well, I like Paris because whenever you look outside, you see green trees, grass, flowers everywhere.
And you like this park here?
Yes, I like it. It's just like a park.
How about going to school here? Do you like school?
Oh, yes, very much.
Why?
Oh, I like my friends.
Now, what about school? You know, you work pretty hard in school here. Do you like that?
Yes, I think it's better than working less the way you and Mommy told me. Because when you get out of school, you have more in your head than when you get out of school in America. You have less.
Well, that's a pretty French idea, Lucy. Now, tell me, are you a French girl or are you an American girl?
Well, I'm American. There's no reason why I shouldn't be American. Because you, my mother, and Grandpa and Grandma are American. The rest of the family, too.
And that doesn't matter at all to your French friends. They don't make fun of you at all.
Never, never. Sometimes the recognition, they even sort of forget about that I'm American.
Well, you run back and play with them now, darling. Tout à l'heure, huh?
All right.
Bon.
Tout à l'heure.
No, it doesn't matter that Lucy is American, and that is a very Parisian attitude. The people and the children of this city respect each other's individual personalities and opinions. We Americans are always telling our children when they go out to play or to parties, now, be good, Johnny. The French say, sois sage, mon enfant. Be wise, my child. That's very French and very good advice. They feel that you must raise your child with the knowledge that the world is not a perfect place. They try to show their children the difference between right and wrong, good and evil, but they don't constantly admonish them to be good. The French hope for the best and advise their kids to be wise. I talked about this just a few moments ago with the mother of one of Lucy's friends, Madame Mestrallet, and this is what she told me.
It is our duty as parents to protect, feed, educate our children. It is their duty to honor and obey their parents. You Americans like to say, you are only young ones, and by that you mean, I think, that children should do as they please, not be frustrated. We French put it differently. You are only young for a very short time. You have most of your life to do as you please. So during your brief youth, you should do as you are told, study hard, obey orders, for soon you will be grown up and be able to give orders.
So youth should stay in its place, the French believe. Is this good? Is this bad? I don't know. The older I get, the more I live in Paris, the less sure I am about many things. And that also is a part of the story of Paris. For this is a city of doubt, of intellectual curiosity and soul-searching. I'd like you to hear about that from a Parisian friend of mine, the editor of one of France's most influential newspapers, unofficial spokesman for Mendes France. Let's leave the park and the kids now and go to the editorial rooms of the paper Express on the Champs-Élysées and meet its editor, Jean-Jacques Servan-Schreiber.
Taxi! Taxi!
91 Champs-Élysées, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, monsieur, 91 Champs-Élysées.
The individualism and anarchy of the French comes out in full flower behind the wheel of a car, and Paris taxi drivers are a special species of humans, the most ornery, irritable, and yet stimulating of men. They growl and grumble at their fares. They drive like suicidal maniacs, but with great skill. They curse all pedestrians and policemen and are cursed back at with equal vehemence. The myth of French politeness, and I wonder whoever invented that legend, is soon dispelled by a cab driver. But you can get a valuable insight into the French mind by talking to cabbies. It's one of my favorite sports in Paris.
The other night, I was in a cab coming home from the CBS studio. It was about midnight in Paris, and I noticed that when we came along to one crossing where there was a red light, my driver simply slowed down a little bit and continued right through the red light. I rapped on the glass, leaned over and said to him, "Now, why did you do that? Why didn't you stop for that light?" He turned around to me and he said, "Monsieur, have you ever thought what a red light was there for?" He said, "A red light is just a machine, monsieur. It operates mechanically, and the whole purpose of it is to stop traffic in one direction to allow traffic to go by in the opposite direction. Now, monsieur, I am a man, not a machine. I don't have to have some automatic signal up there tell me whether it's safe to go or not. It's midnight in Paris now," said the driver. "There are no cars around," and I slowed down. I looked carefully to the right and to the left, and I saw there were no other cars. "What would you have me do?" he asked. "Just sit there like a dumb machine and wait for that other machine to change and tell me what to do? No, monsieur. I am a man, not a machine." Well, I must confess that I was very excited by that description. It means all of France and all of Paris to me. It's all that is good in this country and all that is bad at the same time. For this is really a country of contradictions. The individual spirit of the French has permitted them to overcome disasters through 2,000 years of their history. It also prevents them from ever getting the kind of community which perhaps would prevent some of these disasters from coming about. Sometimes I don't know whether these things are good or bad. I can only say that intellectually I am thrilled by a man who says to me, "I am a man and not a machine." We're going to meet another man now who is a man and not a machine. The man we're about to meet, Jean-Jacques Servan-Schreiber, is always right in the middle of a storm of some kind or other. Jean-Jacques, today at 32 years of age, is the youngest editor of a major Paris newspaper. He is a brilliant man, but a tortured intellectual. And in that sense, he reflects two of the qualities of his native city of Paris, the most brilliant and tortured capital of Western Europe.
Voici 80 Champs-Élysées, monsieur.
Well, here we are at the Paper Express. Monsieur Servan-Schreiber, s'il vous plaît.
Vous avez rendez-vous?
Oui, Monsieur Schönbrunn.
Bon, voulez-vous entrer? Par ici, monsieur.
Hello, David. Please sit down.
Thank you, Jean-Jacques. As I told you on the telephone earlier this morning, I wanted to introduce you to some of my American listeners to show them what I think is a typical Parisian. Jean-Jacques, you run a very important weekly newspaper here, and you're considered one of the spokesmen for Mendes France, although I know you deny it all the time. But I've noticed in all the years I've known you, your paper and the way you run it, the way you eat your lunches out of trays is very, very American. How come a Parisian and a real Frenchman like yourself is so American?
Because I've been to America several times, and my experience is that the Americans are better journalists than the French people. So each time I can take my lessons from American publishers, I do it. And I've always found myself better for it.
You then believe that it's important to borrow American techniques. Now, what about a way of life and an intellectual attitude towards things? Are you Parisian or American in that respect?
Well, if you mean, David, that whether I prefer to live in Paris or would I like to live in America, I prefer to live in Paris. Each time I go to America, I feel very much at ease, and I like being in America. These days and in the recent years, I seldom agree with the State Department, with the foreign policy of America, but that has never interfered with my great love of the way of life in America.
Well, I wasn't really talking about way of life or where you live. I was thinking of your approach to your work. You have an American technique in making your paper. What would you describe as the Parisian about you? What is the thing that you think distinguishes a young French intellectual like yourself from an American counterpart in general?
Well, maybe it would be very pretentious to say so, but I think we are less prejudiced on many problems. I think we as French journalists or French young people in politics, we ask ourselves more questions than our American friends. For instance, take a very difficult subject, a delicate one like communism. We don't classify it as easily as the Americans do. We try more perhaps to understand it, to see what is the future of it, what will be the European future towards communism. And we are not so, I would say, perhaps we are not so satisfied as the Americans are with our own explanations.
Would you say then that you believe that the essence of being Parisian, in the sense of French culture and civilization, is the universalism of French thought, the openness, the curiosity, the ever-seeking and constant doubt and examination, which is so French?
Well, yes, I would say some more intellectual instability, which is a good thing. Makes yourself ask more questions, you see.
Yes, and nonconformism.
Well, that would be pretentious to say so. I don't think the Americans are conformists, but we are more ill at ease, so we are seeking more, perhaps.
Jean-Jacques, would you care to say anything about Mendes and what you think the future of Mendes France is in this country?
Well, as you say, David, I'm not his spokesman.
Well, now, what's your
You'll
opinion?
have to go and see him.
What's your opinion, your personal opinion?
These days, I have no opinion. I mean, it's very difficult, and I don't think it's the problem of one man. I think the crisis now is much larger than the problem of one man.
It is indeed. Thank you very much, Jean-Jacques.
On l'appelle Mademoiselle de Paris, et sa vie c'est un...
Mademoiselle de Paris, so chic, so elegant, the envy of every woman of fashion in the world, and yet, another Parisian paradox, you see more Paris gowns in New York or London, Rio or Berlin than you see in Paris. For the haute couture, one of Paris's most important industries, is mainly an export business, a big business, quietly, elegantly conducted as the new fashions are shown to buyers from all over the world.
Good luck, peace. Numéro 55, suivez-moi. Number 55, follow me. Numéro 78.
This is the showroom of one of France's great fashion designers, one of the great designers of the world, Pierre Balmain. And the voice you've just heard announcing the numbers in his latest collection is that of a great friend of mine. Her name is Ginette Spanier. If there's anybody who means Paris and is Paris through and through, it's Ginette.
Yes, David, I am Parisian through and through. And yet, you know, I feel completely English. And that's one of the joys of Paris, is that nobody seems to think it at all strange that one of the great French couture houses should have British directress with a British passport. I've kept my British passport, I feel terribly British, and yet I feel completely Parisian with all that that name means.
What does it mean to you, Ginette?
It means being able to work here easily, live as I feel like living, with great freedom of mind and spirit.
Thank you very much, Ginette. Ginette, do you think it's Pierre in?
I'm sure that he'd love to speak to you. Oh, there he is, coming into the door right now. Monsieur Balmain, vous voulez venir ici une minute, s'il vous plaît?
Oui. Hello, David. What are you doing here today?
Well, Pierre, as usual, giving you some free publicity.
Thank you very much.
Pierre, I'm here doing a show about Paris for the CBS radio workshop, and what I'm doing really is describing my Paris. Sounds funny for me to come here to tell you about my Paris, but really, Ginette and you, among my many friends here, this wonderful, graceful house of yours, this is part of my Paris, too. And you, Pierre, one of the great figures of Paris, and I'd like to ask you a very simple and yet a very complicated question. Pierre, you're a Parisian. What does it mean to be a Parisian?
Well, you know, David, I wasn't born in Paris. I was born very far away in France, but in the Alps, in the mountains of Savoy. I had never been in Paris. I came to Paris for the first time when I was 19. I was coming to study at the École des Beaux-Arts to be an architect. That was my first contact with Paris, and fortunately, I was taken by some friends through the subway from the station to the Place de la Concorde at 8 o'clock at night. All the fountains had the lights on, and the obelisk and the Arc de Triomphe in the distance. I stood in the middle of that square for the first time, and I had tears in my eyes, and I decided that I wanted to become a Parisian, and I have never left Paris since that time.
Thank you for talking to us today, Pierre Balmain and Ginette Spanier.
Thus, the Paris of fashion, of politics, of children, Well, it's only one of the Parises. There's the Paris of song. Certainly no city in the world has ever been the subject of as many songs as Paris. For Paris is a woman, eternal woman, beloved mistress of all men everywhere. Here is Paris seen through the rose-colored glasses of Edith Piaf. And here is the Paris of Maurice Chevalier.
Paris, je t'aime, je t'aime, je t'aime, avec tendresse, mieux qu'une maîtresse, depuis le temps qu'on s'est rencontrés. Paris, on ne s'est jamais abandonné à Buenos Aires, à Londres ou au Caire, le cœur plein de flammes, j'ai chanté tes femmes, tout en moi est à toi pour toujours. Oui, enfin, tout ce qui me reste, quoi. Paris, je t'aime. Oh, tu parles d'amour.
And Jacqueline François' Paris, Paris After Dark.
Paris la nuit, ô merveilleux Paris, dans les rues, dans les cours, Paris attend le jour. Paris la nuit sans un bruit, quelques millions d'âmes cherchant le repos, des hommes, des femmes, des petits poules beaux. Paris toujours, le Paris des amours, et celui des serments, le Paris des amants. À Nation Grenelle l'étoile, Paris d'or à la belle étoile, et tout est si joli lorsque dort Paris la nuit.
A Parisian is someone who loves Paris and who loves life. By that definition, there must be hundreds of millions of Parisians in the world, for millions of visitors come here every year, and most of them love Paris, as did their fathers and their grandfathers. For Paris has been a mecca of the Western world for centuries, not only for expatriates, but more importantly, for patriots, for men who love their own countries best of all, but who found room in their hearts to love Paris too, men from all walks of life. Statesmen, writers and painters, businessmen, scientists and philosophers, all have found new inspiration here in Paris without ever losing their own originality, their own nationality. Picasso, the Spaniard, Modigliani, the Italian, Marie Curie, the Pole, Karl Marx and Lenin, Leibniz and James Joyce. No more typically American novel has ever been written than James Farrell's Studs Lonigan. It was written here in Paris. Surely there's no more homespun American folk song than Home Sweet Home. It was composed here in Paris. And surely no greater American patriot ever loved his country more than Thomas Jefferson. Well, the day that Thomas Jefferson left Paris, where he had been our ambassador, to return home to become President George Washington's Secretary of State, this is what Thomas Jefferson wrote in his diary. He said, "The hospitality of Paris is beyond anything I had conceived to be practicable in a large city. Their eminence, too, in science, the ease and vivacity of their conversation give a charm to their society to be found nowhere else. Ask any traveled inhabitant of any nation, in what country on earth would you rather live? Certainly my own, where are all my friends, my relations, and the earliest, sweetest affections and recollections of my life. Which would be your second choice? France.
Thus wrote Thomas Jefferson in the summer of 1789, just a few weeks after the storming of the Bastille, the birth of the French Revolution. Many other men have since echoed or paraphrased those words of Jefferson. Every man has two countries, his own and France. And when you say France, you mean Paris, for Paris is the heart and soul of France. You are listening to the great organ of Notre Dame Cathedral, Our Lady of Paris, and the music that thrills the souls of free men everywhere, La Marseillaise, here on this island of the Cité, where Paris was born more than 2,000 years ago. Here, where this 800-year-old cathedral stands, was once a Roman temple. Before that, the shrine of a tribe called the Parisii, an obscure tribe who've lived in history by giving their name to this little island. Here in the vast shadows of this great church, the men of the Terror during the Revolution tore down the crucifix, erected an altar to the god of reason. Here, too, Napoleon crowned himself emperor. And here, only 12 years ago this summer, as thousands of worshippers knelt in prayer, thanking God for the liberation of their beloved city, a German sniper fired from a lofty balcony and panic swept the crowd as they sought cover. One man, the man they were aiming at, remained calm, quiet, and erect, a tall, thin, dour man, General Charles de Gaulle. His voice reverberated throughout this ancient temple, Français debout! Frenchmen, up on your feet. Frenchmen, on your feet. The world needs you. The world loves you. The world, I think, would indeed be a sorry place without France, without Paris. This is David Schoenbrunn reporting from Paris and returning you now to the CBS Radio Workshop in Hollywood.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop, which tonight has presented transcribed Portrait of Paris by David Schoenbrunn, CBS Paris correspondent. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. Hugh Douglas speaking. Next week, at the same time, the workshop will present from New York The Case of the White Kitten, a satire on modern mystery stories. Interested in earning extra money easily? Let improved Series E bonds earn it for you now. Series E bonds earn more money in less time than ever before. And now they pay back $4 for every 3 in less than 10 years. You can hold your bonds 10 additional years at the same high interest, too. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Well, I was the Duke. Yeah. The Duke had to be the baddest one, you know, and I was the Duke, see? If anybody wanted to get in the gang and they thought they could whip me, well, then they could be Duke, see?
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. William Keneally speaking. You're about to hear an experiment in communication. Communication between a juvenile delinquent and you. The experiment, your reaction. Unless you are a law enforcement officer, a social worker, or a criminal yourself, your knowledge of crime is pretty much limited to what you read in the newspapers. And with each new outburst of hoodlumism, each new outrage against public decency, you, the law-abiding citizen, probably cluck in dismay, murmur that something should be done about it, and turn to the sports or the society page. We, too, think something should be done about it, and perhaps the first thing might be for the law-abiding citizen to meet the criminal. Only chances are he wouldn't talk to you. He couldn't talk to you because you don't talk the same language, and because he doesn't trust you. But he'll talk to another criminal. He'll relax with a fellow ex-con. He has, in what you're about to hear. The boy we call Bobby, alias the Duke, and the man who interviews him are friends. They served time together in San Quentin Penitentiary. The interviewer for forgery, Bobby for grand theft auto. For obvious reasons, their real identities are withheld. But their words come to you with their full knowledge and consent. Because, you see, they too think something should be done about it. Especially Bobby, alias the Duke, who at the age of 23 has already served 10 years of his life in Los Angeles Juvenile Hall, Sheriff's Office Camp 5, the Preston School of Correction, and San Quentin Prison twice. Here's the Duke's story in his own words.
How old were you when you first got in trouble?
Well, I don't know. I guess I was around 10 or 11, something like that.
Mm-hmm. What kind of trouble did you get into?
Well, see, in my neighborhood down there, it was during wartime, and all the broads were knocked up, and their old men were overseeing everything, and nobody had much money, living on government pensions. And so we used to go into the markets and stuff, and we used to steal butter and things like that,
Yeah.
We used to sell it to the people in the neighborhood, see?
Mm-hmm. Would they know you had stolen anything? Or what?
Well, yeah, man. I mean, we used to sell a pound of butter for almost nothing. They had to know, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, like I say, we sold it all the time, and this old lady, we used to sell it to her, too,
Yeah.
So one day she buys about, I don't know, pound, 2 pounds, something like that. And the first thing you know, the cops are out rousting us.
Oh?
Yeah,
What happened? She turned you in?
Yeah, man. After she bought the pound or 2 pounds of butter, whatever she bought, why didn't she turn us in, you see? But, I mean, she waited till she bought it, you see?
Yeah. What did the cops say to you?
Well, they give us this bit about, we're going to send you up and all this, and you can't go into supermarkets and steal, and the manager's pressing charges and all this shit,
Did they take you home?
Well, you see, at the time, my mother and father were down in San Diego, and so they had to wait till they get back from the weekend, you see.
What happened when they got back?
Well, my mother was very understanding, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, but my old man, he was he was just an asshole, that's all there was to it.
I mean, did he play a big part when he...
Oh, yeah, the fuzz tells him, they say, well, I'm going to leave these boys to you now. You take them home and you take care of them, see? I mean, it's almost like giving them written permission to kill us, you know what I mean?
What did he do? What did he do when you took you home?
Well, man, we got home, and the old lady was sort of blubbering, and everything.
Yeah.
And the old man says, oh, you goddamn hoodlums, and wham, he hits us one, and then he takes off his belt, and he starts beating us with it, and only he beats us with a buckle end, and he cut us up pretty bad. So after he gets tired of that game, he lays down on the couch, you see, and he's sleeping a while, So me and my brother, we go in the bedroom, we pick up this little baseball bat they'd bought us, about 3 foot long, something like that. And I hit him right in the head with it. Wham! As hard as I could, you know what I mean? So then he gets up, you see. And for our punishment, after he belted us around a while, he takes us out in the front lawn, and he makes us mow the lawn. It's about 2 in the morning. We're mowing the lawn from 2 till about 4:30, you see. I mean, that's his idea. You heard the old story, like, there's a right and there's a wrong, then there was his way, you see what I mean?
Yeah, and that was all there was to it. Well, did you ever feel your hate towards him influenced any of your trouble you had? I mean, did that cause you to go out and raise hell?
Yeah, because a lot of time I run against people that were just exactly like him, run across cops that were like him, They were always right, you see what I mean? And I run across different type of people, teachers and so forth. And it was the same type,
The dad Bobby refers to was actually his stepfather, but that made little difference to a boy of 10 who found that the hostile world began in his own home. He was the only dad Bobby ever knew. And how about mother? The psychologist calls this kind of attitude ambivalence.
Well, I don't know what the hell was the matter with the old lady. I guess after my old man died, she sort of just went goofy or something, because to marry, to stay with that jackpot for as long as she did, I don't understand it at all. Listen, I always had all the love and everything in the world. I mean, my mother always loved me. I mean, she wasn't home all the time to love me, you know what I mean? But, I mean, she loved me.
Did you ever buy anything when you were a kid? A bicycle or anything like that? Or...
No, man, all he ever bought me was trouble, that's all.
She wasn't home all the time to love me. He belts us with the buckle end. Such was Bobby's home sweet home. So what about the other side of a young boy's world, school? What would you expect?
Well, I didn't stay in school very long, so I didn't do too
well. What happened?
Well,
did they kick you out of school or what?
Yeah, well, they had a teacher in school, and it was a lady teacher. Her name was Miss Pendergast, see?
Yeah.
Well, we used to call her Miss Pain in the Ass,
Oh, yeah?
So one morning I'm walking down the hall, see, and I say to her, good morning, Mrs. Pendergast, Only I sort of, say it fast and sort of slur it like, you see?
Yeah. Like maybe it sounds like Miss Pain in the ass, you see? So she says, well, she says, there's the other half of the Hoodlum brothers, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so I belted her. You see what I mean?
You hit her?
Yeah, but I mean, you know, my mother always taught me, I mean, we didn't have to take that from anybody, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So then the vice principal calls me down to the office and tells me what I am and what I eat and so forth, and he kicks me out of school. Well, I mean, I told him.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, listen, what kind of a teacher is that calls you the other half of the Hoodlum brothers, huh? I mean, she couldn't say good morning, Bobby. She has to say something like that. You see what I mean?
Crazy, mixed-up kid? You bet he was. But if they wouldn't teach him at home, and they couldn't teach him at school, there was another institution of learning, the streets.
Any gangs then?
Yeah, we had what they call the Louis Street Boys, see?
How was that?
And, it was a gang of us kids in the neighborhood, you know. And,
was that during the war or after the war?
Yeah. And I was the Duke.
Yeah.
The Duke had to be the baddest one, you know, and I was the Duke, see?
Did you enjoy that kind of position?
Yeah, man. I mean, I had a lot of prestige, you know. I mean, if anybody wanted to get in the gang and they thought they could whip me, well, then they could be Duke, see?
Would you boys fight the war right there in the...
Yeah, man. We used to have a ball there, you know. We had a lot of guineas in our neighborhood, you know. And, so we had this one, DeSalle was his name, and he used to belong what they call the Butcher Boys, see?
Oh, yeah?
So they gathered on one side of the street, and he was Mussolini's cousin or something, you know what I mean? Yeah, he really was. And he used to stand on the fence with all his boys around him, you know, and he used to say, Viva la Mussolini, see? So I'd stand across the street, you know, with my boys, and I'd say, Mussolini, you know, and we'd charge him, see? Yeah, we'd meet him right in the middle of the street, you know.
How you proved yourself during the war?
Yeah, man. I mean, we kicked the shit out of them boys, you can believe that.
You felt that was your way of showing that you were...
Sure, that's right, that I was the Duke, see, you know?
Yeah.
And,
well, in other words, as far as your life, sort of life you led then, you didn't feel any special shame about it or any guilt or any...
No, man,
feeling?
because I couldn't, you see. I mean, I was the leader. I had to be it.
Well, the kids you led, I mean, did you ever find any kids there that you thought didn't belong? I mean, did you ever feel that you'd like to tell a kid don't get in this kind of life, or did you try to tell a kid to stay away from this kind of...
No, man, hell no. There was nothing matter with that. I mean, I used to take care of my boys, you know what I mean? And what they learned, it was for their own good. I mean, right today, I bet they don't regret it. You see?
Did you have any real bad trouble with Mexico? What happened?
Yeah, that was when I got the 12 stitches in my head.
What was that?
See, we had Annex 1, 2, and 3, you know, and the whites and different people used to live in 1, and Mexicans in 2, and the colored people lived in 3, you see? So we used to go over to 2, it wasn't so crowded, and we'd play pool over there, you know?
Yeah.
It's what they call the recreation hall, you see?
Recreation hall, yeah. What happened here?
Well, the recreation hall, that's where we used to get our marijuana and stuff, you know?
You smoke that stuff?
Yeah, well, not too much, because it made me sick a lot, you know?
Would you feel to have it for me?
Marijuana? No, man, marijuana itself isn't it. You go for marijuana, you want a bigger kick, see, and then you go on the horse or something, you know.
Have you gone that stuff?
No, man, I never tried horse, huh? I couldn't see the main line.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned once a long time ago this rough deal you had there with the Mexicans. You had some rough times over there, the pool always.
Yeah, I was over there one day playing pool on a back table, see?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, these 3 or 4 Mexicans come in, and I'm about to shoot a shot, and this one grabs me and says, "You've been playing long enough, you know?" So I says, "Well, go piss up a rope, Dad, and when I'm tired of playing, then I'll tell you, you know?" So he says, "Just cut out, you know," he tells me, you know. And I say, you know, I tell him, go to hell, you know what I mean? So he just stands there saying, you know, he's got these badasses behind him, you know. So my buddy says, well, maybe he don't understand English, you know. So he says, you tell him in Mexican, see. So I tell him, I say, Palamalavetica, you know, means like, like shove off, asshole, or something like that, you know what I mean? So then they take off, see. So we play a couple more games, you know. And right as you walk out the door into the yard, you know, you hang up your pool stick, see. And man, I look out the door and there's about 6 or 7 of them out there, see.
Yeah.
So I thought we ain't got one out, you know, and that's to get out in the yard and maybe get some help, see, from the rest of the gringos, you know. And so they got a big fence there, you know, where this guy used to keep his bottles and stuff in, you know, so we couldn't steal them.
Yeah.
And I figure if we get our back to the fence, you know what I mean? Why then, see, we'll be all right, you know. Well, the last thing I remember, I was running for the fence, you know, and I hit a couple of them with a pool stick and
one got you, huh?
Yeah, in the back of the head, yeah.
What happened? Did you take to the hospital?
Yeah, man, I had 12 stitches in my head.
How did folks feel about that?
Well, I don't know, but when I woke up in the hospital, there was my buddy laying beside me, and he was cut up something awful.
What's your folks, how they feel about it? Did your dad feel sorry for you finally? You hear you all banged up?
Yeah, he felt sorry for me. I'll tell you how he felt sorry for me, see. After they bandaged me up, my head was all wrapped up in gauze and stuff, you know. And so they come and got us, and they took us home, you know. So right away he starts the same shit, you know, the little hoodlum action, you know. So he starts hitting me. I got 12 stitches in my head, and he's belting me around. He don't hit me in the head, of course, you know. I mean, you know, he's a big-hearted, see.
What'd you tell him? Did you try to defend yourself? Did you tell him you were trying to defend yourself?
I told him what happened, and he says, well, you got no right over there anyway. You should be home, see.
So you were wrong in spite of all that, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wrong in defending myself.
Have you ever seen him since?
No. If I ever see him again, man, I'll have to go back for a long time, you see, because I'll kill him, yeah.
Gang fights, marijuana, this is kid stuff. There's a lot more for a growing boy to learn. And there's schools where skills can be quickly acquired and lessons learned that last a lifetime. There's the Preston School of Correction.
Oh, man, Preston, it wasn't like a grade school or nothing, you know what I mean? And they got a lot of guys there that you're supposed to only be 20 or 21, while they were 29, 28.
Was it pretty rough there?
Sure, it was rough, man. Like the first day I'm in, I get my ward and I go down and hit the sack, see?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm laying there straightening my sack away, and this guy comes over and he pats me on the ass, and he says, well, he says, a tender fish,
Yeah.
So I says, listen, man, just keep your hands off me, I says.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, a badass, you see?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I had to prove myself right then. You see what I mean? Because if I didn't, the whole rest of the time that I'm there, I have nothing but bullshit. You see what I mean?
I know.
So I kicked him in the nuts, see?
Mm-hmm.
And he went down, and when he did, I booted him in the head a couple times. You see? And from then on out, no trouble at all.
You feel Preston helped you anyway? It's called the Preston School of Correction. They correct you?
Yeah, it taught me one thing, man. It taught me that I once again was Duke, you know what I mean? And that I was respected, And that I took care of these people, and it cost them their dessert, and, they used to do favors for me.
The society would ask you, did it help you to correct you as far as society?
Society? Yeah, I don't know. It helped me all right, I guess. I made Quentin afterward, and that helped me.
The Duke has graduated from preparatory school, presumably with honors. He's ready for the university. He can't fail to make it. He's been trained for it.
Well, what was it that got you in San Quentin?
Well, we used to do a lot of joyriding, I mean, we'd go out and pick up a car and ride around for a while. And
Find most cars had keys in them or what?
No, man, we used to hot wire them, you see. Like Fords, they got a ignition set up where you can stick a quarter or a nickel or something under there and it jumps the wires for you, see.
Oh.
Yeah.
How many cars did you knock off?
Well, see, one night, but you know where Compton is down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, from Compton to Long Beach, we took 23 cars one night.
Just for the hell of it.
Yeah, man, we used to drive them 2 or 3 blocks, and we'd get out, and then we'd take another one, you see.
How'd they catch you?
Well, they didn't catch us on that particular caper there. I sold a couple, see, and they were sort of hot on me then,
Yeah.
And then, a couple more
How do you sell a
joyrides.
car like that? Do you have the blue slip or picture
Well,
from that?
no, see, we used to have a fence down there,
Oh, I see.
Say, like, a car was worth maybe $600-700, we'd sell it for $50 or $60, you know what I mean?
Oh, I see.
And then he'd file the engine number off and paint the car.
Yeah, record.
Yeah.
He made money. You guys didn't make the money. He made the money more.
Yeah, he made the loot, and we took the chance. That's right.
Well, when you got knocked off and went to court, did the judge have much patience with you, or did you make San Quentin one big...
You know what the judge told me, man? When I went to court, he says, I want you to look at yourself, he says. He says, I don't want you to think of the courtroom or the jury. He says, I want you to look at yourself. He says, you're 17 years old. He says, you've been in Camp 5. He says, you've been in Preston. He says, you've got nothing, you've got a record as long as my arm. He says, now, what kind of a life have you led? I mean, he more or less he pulled, like my father would say, you know what I mean? He tore me down right in front of the whole thing, and I couldn't hardly protect myself, because whenever I started to say something, he'd tell me to shut up, you see what I mean?
The quality of mercy is not strained. It is an attribute of God himself. And earthly power doth then show like us gods, when mercy seasons justice.
Well, what did you think of Quentin when you got there?
Oh, man, that shook me up something awful.
I think everybody has that to say.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Like guys used to tell me when they were in the war, they'd pile out of one of these little boats that used to pull up, you see, and man, here's all these guns and everything firing at them. Say, well, we didn't have guns firing, man, but I mean, when you see them big gates and you see Q standing there, you figure, well, this is it, Jack. I mean, this is you
done had it, huh?
Yeah, this is it.
Well, when you got inside there, how did you find the place after you got inside the walls, out of the big yard and the people you met?
Man, I mean, it surprised me. You know what it's like? It was like coming back to my neighborhood almost. You know what I mean? I met a lot of guys in it I knew, a lot of guys I graduated from Preston with.
Yeah.
And I met a lot of real fine people in there. I mean, people that publicly are branded killers and so forth, you see.
Did you have any special friends in there, or any special buddy you talked to, or anybody that helped you anyway? Did you get anybody there that kind of gave you a list of stuff?
There was one guy that really helped me there.
Who's that?
That was Ben. You remember Big Ben? Yeah, the mayor, yeah.
Ben was all right.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you.
How was Ben anyway?
Ben, he must be 54, 55.
Yeah, Ben's up there, I know that.
Yeah, he'll
Did
die.
Ben ever tell you some of his experiences, huh?
Yeah, man, he told me about one, well, it was the last caper he pulled, yeah.
Oh, the one day, you mean?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
He was doing his bank job there.
Yeah.
and it seems that they pulled it off real nice.
Mm-hmm.
And as he was backing out of the bank with the loot, you see,
Yeah.
this public-minded asshole, imagine this, comes up and grabs Ben when Ben's got the rod,
Yeah.
and he grabs him around the neck, see?
Yeah.
And he tells Ben, he says, this is it, and he starts calling cop, cop, cop. And so Ben tells him, listen, man, he says, I mean, I didn't hear this from Ben. I got it from one of the boys that was with him. It was also on cue.
Mm-hmm.
And Ben tells him, says, listen, man, I ain't got a lot of time to play games. He says, you let go of me. He says, or I'm going to blow your head off, see?
Mm-hmm.
So what does the guy do? He keeps hanging on, and he keeps hollering. And Ben tells him one more time the same thing, you know, I haven't got much time, man. And the guy keeps hanging on and keeps hollering, see? So Ben turns around, and he blows the guy's head off. Killed him right there, yeah, right in the spot.
And make a laugh, of course, on that, didn't he?
Yeah, he got life on that.
How do you feel about that?
Well, I don't know how Ben felt, but I felt it was a bad break for Ben. It really was. You know, but I mean, he was doing real well for himself, and then all of a sudden this guy...
How about the poor guy got shot?
What poor guy? He was an asshole.
A break for him, too, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, he made his own break. I mean, if you run up and you grab a guy that's got a gun, man, I mean, you figure something's going to happen to you, right?
I suppose so.
So, I mean, let's face it, the guy was... he was an asshole, that's all.
Well, I mean, did you feel that the public would look that way? I mean, after all, the guy was trying to defend something he felt was wrong. I mean, he was saving the money in the bank.
Well, he didn't save no money.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't save nothing, man. In fact, he lost a lot. You see, he got his head blown off. I mean, Ben got away with the loot and spent it before they ever caught him. You see?
Well,
I mean, his name is probably on a wall someplace or something, you know what I mean?
Well,
it was a bad break for Ben, it really was. Yeah.
Thus, logic, as taught at San Quentin. There are other lofty subjects on the curriculum, philosophy and morality, for instance.
Well, how about when you stole? I mean, you did a lot of heisting. I mean, do you ever feel guilty about it or bad about taking money from somebody? Or?
Well, here's the way I look at it. I mean, like there used to be some kids, you know what I mean? They're in my block, see? And they had something, and I didn't have it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I used to take it from them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they could go home and get more, you see?
Yeah.
So, I mean, did it hurt them any?
Mm-hmm.
No, it didn't hurt them. Only it taught them something, see, to stay away from me when they had something, because if they did, I would take it, you know what I mean?
They say we all have a conscience, or it bothers us. Did it bother you?
No, man, I don't think it's people's conscience that bother them. What a conscience is fear, you see, a fear that you're going to get caught and have to do some time for it, you know? That's what a conscience is.
You didn't have that
man.
fear since the word, huh?
No, man, I mean, you give that conscience shit, it ain't conscience, Dad, it's fear of getting caught, believe me.
As far as Quentin, the guys you met in there, I mean, do you feel Quentin was an experience for you? I mean, did you learn anything in there since the word?
Yeah, man, I learned a lot in there. I learned that, like Ben used to tell me, if you're going to be a successful thief, play the game by yourself. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because you can either squeal on yourself or that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. I've heard that philosophy lots of times.
And I also learned, man, if you're going to ever pull something, never with a gun or anything.
You ever get the feeling you want to go back, like a lot of guys do? They get this feeling here, frustration. And
yeah, man, you call it frustration. Call anything you want. I mean, a lot of times it hit me.
Did you do hard time with Joan at all?
Well, I done some hard time, like
How about
Christmas
cell time?
and so
How about your cell
time?
time?
Yeah, cell time's bad time, man. I mean, around Christmas and so forth.
Yeah.
But listen, one thing, like you can lay in a pad at night and you can say to your friend, you can say, listen, man, when I get out, I'm going to have me a new car, and I'm going to have me a fine broad and fine clothes,
Yeah.
And I'm going to have money, see?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can tell him that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he in turn can say to you, well, I'm going to have this or that. And you got to believe one another because you're laying right there in a cell, you see?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a big dream, man, a dream that you build up while you're in there, you know what I mean?
Well, you were better off there sometimes you felt than you were outside?
Yeah, in fact, I was a lot better off, you see, because I had 3 squares and I had all the clothes I could wear.
Yeah,
No, man, it wasn't a holiday, but here's the thing, I mean, in my particular case, there's a lot of guys that done a lot of hard time. I was lucky, I had it nice, you see.
Yeah.
In fact, I've had a lot nicer up there than I've had on the outside.
It's like that at every educational institution. There are some students who stay on year after year who prefer the security of the campus to the doubtful opportunities of a hostile world. And this is especially true when the institution is a state penitentiary and the student is a marked man in the outside world.
When I first got out, we got, like, the unemployment office. They have people, to take care of you and so on. So they send me out to a gas station, see? So I go out there and I say to the guy, I hear you need some help, see? He says, yeah, that's right. He says, I need help real bad. He says, you have any experience? And I says, yeah, I had about 2.5, 3 years experience. He says, where at? And I says, well, I used to work in a pool up in San Quentin. He says, geez, he says, he says, why don't you call back in about a week, he says, or 2 weeks, Yeah. The lousy bastard, he had $20 in the till, you know what I mean? And he wanted to protect it.
What shall we do now with Bobby, alias the Duke, graduate of San Quentin, philosopher, moralist, accomplished thief? Write him off as a bad risk? Forget him as a social failure? No. Let's listen to him for a moment more.
I want to ask you about something that everybody else has asked about and preaches about and writes about and has opinions about, this idea of juvenile delinquency. We see kids going in the joint more and more each day. The courts are county jail jam with kids. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I'll tell you, you said it right there. They write about it, and they preach about it, and it's on television, it's on radio, and it's on everything, man, but that's all they do, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You see? I mean, they don't do anything about it, you know? Like you go down to my old neighborhood down in Watts, see, around Juniper Street, you know?
Yeah.
And down there, what do they got down there? They got nothing, man. They ain't got a pot to piss in, see? But you go up to Beverly Hills, and here's some punk got a swimming pool in his backyard, and he got a sports car in the front yard, and he's got bicycles for his little brothers and bicycles for his little sisters, you know. That's where they put a youth center, see? They don't put it down in Juniper Street, you know what I mean? They put it up in Beverly Hills, see? I mean, they need it up there. Yeah.
Well, how about these... You heard people say, well, I was raised in the slum. I was kicked around when I was a kid. Yet here I am. I'm making good money. I haven't gone to prison. How about people like... You hear the big success story, Winchell, Eddie Cannon.
Yeah. Walter Winchell,
like Jolson.
Yeah, I heard
Who were in
all
the
that.
slums? Who knew the worst of the slums?
Yeah, let's see. Now, let me think now. Walter Winchell and Eddie Cannon and, Al Jolson you named, right? Yeah, well, that's 3, see? Now, man, I can name 400 right here in 5 minutes that are still in the joint that were raised in the slum. You see what I mean? I mean, you name 3, and I can name 3 million that didn't make it.
You think it's the environment, the streets, where you're born, that makes a difference, or what?
Sure, man, because you ain't never got a chance. You see what I mean? If you take a little white boy named Smith, and then you take a little colored boy named Smith, I mean, that little white boy's going to get much more breaks. You see, man? I mean, like a lot of kids in my neighborhood, their folks were from Oklahoma, so therefore they're Okies, you see? Or maybe their mother or father's colored, you know, so therefore they're niggers, you see what I mean? The public don't give them a chance, man.
What would you advise a kid nowadays who's growing up? Would you tell him to try and go straight if he could?
Listen, man, it isn't if the kid can go straight, it's if the public will give him a chance, you see what I mean?
It's if the public will give him a chance. Well, will you? The forger who interviewed the Duke is still writing, not bad checks anymore, but radio and television scripts. And the Duke is still interested in motors, especially the motor of the beer truck he's driving to support himself and his young bride. Both men have paid their debt to society, to the public. Will the public give them a chance? Only time and you can tell.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented I Was the Duke, a portrait of a juvenile delinquent, with William Keneally as narrator, and produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. Next week, from New York, the workshop brings you The Big Event, an account of the fateful day in the history of man when the law of averages stopped operating. Every Sunday evening, current events come into sharper focus as prominent Washington personalities are interviewed by a battery of top-flight reporters on the CBS Public Affairs feature Face the Nation. Hear Face the Nation over most of these same stations tonight. Stay tuned for Suspense, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is Maxwell Anderson, and I, together with Brooks Atkinson and Thornton Wilder, have just served as one of the judges on a verse playwriting contest conducted by the Academy of American Poets in association with CBS, which has resulted in money awards for the winners and a radio performance for the winner of the first prize. Poets need material rewards. In an age when poetry is encouraged by monetary success, there has always been more poetry written than in an age when the cash returns for verse were few and meager. And the more verse written, the better the top grade is likely to be. Our own years have not been too kind to poets. They win few prizes, gain little recognition among us. Let us then be grateful to the Academy of American Poets and to CBS for honoring this noblest and most ancient of the arts.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, Carlotta's Serape, by a newly discovered young poet, Miss Rose Orenti, with a special score composed and conducted by Lawrence Rosenthal. And, to set the scene, Mr. Maxwell Anderson.
The time is this summer. The scene is a Mexican marketplace. Carlotta is looking at a pottery display, but out of the corner of her eye, she is watching the old weaver at the next stall. She wanders over to his stand, pretending to be unconcerned. Actually, she is excited about a Serape in his collection. She touches it casually, but her fingers tremble.
Sir, it happens that this wretched rag has caught my eye. Just now entering the square, I thought, is this really a Serape or passing for one? But with all its faults, I can see it on my bedroom floor. In fact, it's somewhat striking. I imagine time will give it a grayish cast that's more to my liking. But until then, and you understand it may not do at all, what do you sell it for?
Like a child or tourist, do you know a jewel from glass? 100 pesos.
You're the typical merchant. Mercenary, crass. You call this a selection? What have you got, 4, 5 Serapes? Well, if all you can do is shrug, I see I've turned off in the wrong direction.
It only happens, does it, that this caught your eye? It happens that I've seen you pass this stall at least a dozen times today. What are you prepared to pay?
Old man, you've got your gall. 25 and not a peso more. That's final and that's all.
Perhaps you'd like it free. Since it's only to step on, you say, to crush beneath your heel. But is beauty mauled without remorse? No. Ravishment takes its own revenge. Of course, this may be what you want. All sorts of bargains go on, including the ones you make with yourself.
Let's not wrangle. I've heard your craftsmanship is great, and I will concede the point, make it 28.
Quite a concession. I've had my fill of customers who bargain for a dream and then don't pay. Say what you like and leave it here. If you don't take it, some tourist will. By and by, one will enter this square and feast his eyes on this Serape. Then, when you turn around, it will be gone. Oh, you'll cry, you'll cry.
Yes, the keen-eyed visitors descend like flies on Mexican ground. And they're very quick with their cameras. But I wonder if they see what they snap. Orizaba, with its crown of snow, will make a touching photograph. Already I cry, old man. I wear myself out with grief. Each time our mountain dies, pressed airlessly in an album leaf.
You do not cry for the mountain, no. Yes, I will say it. I saw your visitor, and you beside yourself with delight when he caught your image and reduced you to black and white. He called you Carlotta. Is that right?
That's my name. But how do you know? How is it that you never sleep? On all this square, siesta strikes the timid. And while they nod, you sit among your wares and watch like God.
You are unfair. I must watch to weave. I weave what I see.
Old man? No, of course it couldn't be.
Anything can be.
Old man, have you woven me?
You were accidental, purely fictitious. How was I to know it would agitate you and enchant you so that a noise in me would echo in Carlotta? Let me make it 90 pesos and depart.
The weight of my purse is not through my heart.
Because you have no heart? Oh, then it's yours at 86. It's part of the process to compromise, to settle for less than purity and perfect happiness. 86? No, 84, to bring us greater wisdom than we had before.
Not a peso more than 33 if all I buy is prophecy.
The future is a mystery. Still, my loom says, what you have been has made you what you are and all you must be. And the pattern of your trinity weaves like a thread through time, shuttling busily. Your face is hard, and your voice is shrill, but within you melt like lava as a volcano crumbles in flame. Spill 80 pesos in my lap and let me forget your name.
80 pesos worth of philosophy? Were your shawl a full-length portrait, I could see the high demand you make of me. But it's only an episode. There's more. Have you seen? Do you know? Is it here?
In the blue and the green, all here.
Oh, they're lovely. I don't dare touch. Look at this.
We should close this bargain, child.
I haven't seen one in Mexico I liked so much. The guide never mentioned these.
Could be a good reason. This old fellow looks rough. He doesn't aim to please.
Well, he hasn't the face I'd like to kiss, but he sure can weave.
Don't expect to get this for a song.
I hope you're wrong, but I won't bet. You'd better do the talking. My Spanish is a mess.
Sir, how much? This one, how much?
Oh, no.
400 pesos.
400? How can you ask such a price? Sir, 400's too much. 200.
Will you go away? You disgrace the acme of Mexico's art.
He doesn't change his face. Now what do we say?
I wish I knew.
Keep bargaining, that's all we can do.
I haven't the heart.
Then let's go. Isn't that what he said? And come back. That might work.
You think we should?
Sure. It might do him good.
Why did you do it? You could live for weeks on 200, and even an artist has to eat.
As I thought, you're too quick with the tear.
It's my function to weep. But you know this, and at least you do not mock as he did sometimes. Tell me, old friend, is that also here? In the yellow, in this infinitesimal dot?
It is here. It is also here.
Tasco also?
Also Tasco.
How did you know? Or shouldn't I ask?
Nothing escapes my sight. When you returned, you came to pray. You lit the taper, but it did not burn as brightly as your sorrow.
And that's the gray, is it not? Near the fringe, this little sliver?
Yes, the gray. I wondered, black or white, so I made it gray. I was glad you came back. Is Tasco still what it was, as they say?
By law, it cannot change. But Tasco's of the eye and changes with the heart.
Ah, Mexico's Olympus. I remember how treacherous pathways wind down from what is Pacos now to the silver mines. Are they still there?
Oh, they are. My friend called it atmosphere. He named it the Candid Muse and saw it everywhere.
I'm afraid I shall never see Tasco again. 200 would buy all that. As for 3, too fine a price, a legacy. Daughter, acquire your dream and I will relinquish mine. 63.
40.
You gamble perversely to lose. It tempts me to make the sale. Perhaps if I thwart you, if you got what you thought you wanted, you would recoil. The shock might change you. But of course, if you didn't see it yourself, I'd only fail. You have to choose, not I. You know that 100 is not too much, not even enough for this fabric of my soul and yours. Call my bluff.
Sir? Sir, we have circled the square, and I must confess, not here nor elsewhere in Mexico can anything compare with the beauty and finesse of your handicraft. We seem commercial to you, but what, after all, is a tourist to do but buy a memory or two? For 300 pesos, we expect an eternal passport, re-entry to a perfect square, this stall, when in fact we buy nothing at all and can never come back.
You move me. I was not prepared for such a speech. How is it you speak so well?
I studied long ago, and I'm crude about it. I wish I could say what I feel. Sir, it isn't a spiel, but from my heart. I don't care for this procedure, which they say is the custom here. And the fact is, I haven't the talent or time.
What are you saying, dear? It sounds sublime.
I'm trying the truth. Sir, 300. And my wife, if she may, would like a photo of your daughter here.
She's not my daughter, thank God. Though I think you're my son. It doesn't matter to me, but she has an aversion to photographs, I understand. I will say this because you're so sincere, that she also wants this Serape. However, she overplays her hand. You may not believe it, but she bids too high.
And as we were saying...
Then it's not for sale.
The Serape must be sold. Frankly, I don't know how, nor even why. But it pains me not to get my price. After all, there are love and labor in it, and the skeins of wool alone run high. So the price hasn't changed. It's still what I quoted, or I lose my integrity. I would advise that you circle the square again and think it over. I will too. Yes, that's my advice. We're both too big for compromise.
400, that's a wicked slice. Well, I'll take a walk and talk it over with my wife.
They're all the same. He reminds me...
It's not the same. For shame that you always add 1 and 1 and get nothing. For once resolve your balance and buy for a meager sum, and there is something you must pay, a little happiness. We cannot argue all day, and the bus leaves soon. It's bitter enough for me to vend on this mart. I can't take on your cares or weave your pattern forever. Restore me to my own identity.
For an artist, you have a practical mind. In fact, you're American at heart.
If this is a jest, and it certainly is unkind, then you will surely fail the final test.
You test me.
I teach you, for which forgive me. Had I myself the flair, some other fool would be the weaver, and I an American millionaire. One loser detects another soon enough. End your pursuit of sadness, and your hate can be revealed to you before it is too late.
Yes. I hate even myself. But you know, since I started to talk to you, it seems to go, to dissipate, and leaves a bottomless pit, a vacuum, because nothing replaces it. And it should, I think, be replaced by love. But I do not love anymore, and I'm sure somehow I have never loved. And I never will.
There's something still.
I wonder... I am young, as you say, but it's been one blunder after another. Not he, the American, nor anyone. No, Weaver, I have never loved. Not he, the dark-eyed one who vended orchids and bouquets on Xochimilco's boats and banks. I languished for him, but I never loved. Nor my Valencian swain who plucked his husky, sad guitar and sang old tunes of far-off Spain. I longed for him, but never loved. And the matador, brave and afraid, dazzled me with epaulets and crimson cloak. When first he smote a bull, Popocatépetl smoked. Yet thinking how the stain of the beast's blood soiled the sand, my heart was wrenched with pain, and I withdrew my hand. He was my life. I did not love. Not more nor less than they. The American passed within the shadow of a myth in whose darkness love dissolved away. I can no longer shield my eyes from light. The daylight comes, and in this merciless sun I see how I have never loved, not he, the last, nor anyone. I'm a hopeless case.
To know it is to claim redemption. From now on, when your heart cries, follow, do not pursue the anguish that calls out to you. Unlearn and learn until the patterns flow together and you weave your own Serape.
But it is not easy, I think.
No, not as the wink of an eye. It depends. You must want to try as I still do. I was not always a master weaver. Even yet threads get tangled in the loom, and I lament the poverty of my inspiration and sulk like a prophet of doom.
It's hard to believe.
Because for the most part, I learned that I cannot grieve. I must always wrestle with temptation, but my grief fares badly in the light of day. Weeping reproachfully outside my house, he mourns the bat-filled attic where he can no longer stay. Upbraids me for ingratitude, reminds me constantly how he partook of my largesse in solitude. Pity your exiled friend, grief sobs. And almost I decide as I soften to his tear-stained cheeks to call him back inside. Oh, pity, not because grief cries, how well I know this fawning look precedes his spate of lies, but that my house is lonely. Now he speaks, aware of this, more softly and persuasively, of all that we have shared. He argues life is static without the goad of misery. My heart is wrenched, and even as I gasp in prelude to fresh pain, his eloquence and tenderness become the sibilant hiss of a poisonous and fatal asp. He rushes to the door, and I throw my last weak strength against the panel at the knob. The weak walls tremble while I sob until with all the power that is left to me I shout, "Pity, yes! But not because you are my friend, but because you know no better than to be my enemy." True, the house is still. I peep through the keyhole, watching now how he falters down the road. I groan to think how he can find some other place to live, while I am alone. Alone. Now what do we say we start again?
45. Will you take it?
I don't think I can. It's not a bad offer and good enough for a lesser man. But you can do better. 50 might make it. Ah, here's my boy. Have you decided to grant yourself your wish? Things are moving fast. This chance will be the last for all of us.
Haggling is for the timid, sir, the language of the weak. It is not a tongue I care to learn or speak. Fair is fair, and the craftsman's hand is written all over there.
The bus is waiting. Hurry.
Don't worry, dear. Sir, you're a master. I take the time to say this and repeat it, though we have to leave. No one can weave the way you weave. I want you to know I know it. It's a pity I can't say it better and at greater length, but if I did, I'd never get back to Mexico City. I'm distressed, and I'm sure I show it. But if I could bring this back with me, I'd be your eternal debtor.
Then what are we waiting for?
I'll pay what you ask for. 400 pesos, if necessary, more.
It's already agreed. I'll pay 50.
Do I hear what I think I hear? Or do my ears deceive me? Did she say 50, 100?
She said 50.
That's 5,000 pesos, honey. I'm afraid it's perfectly clear.
But she's only a girl, a baby. Does she have that kind of money?
I don't get it. Maybe they're poking fun.
We have to forget it. Let's run.
It isn't true.
Joy comes sorrowfully to you. I might have guessed.
I don't deserve it. Oh, you fooled them all right, but 50 pesos won't take you to Tasco again.
Carlotta, you've brought Tasco to me.
Oh, not really. Here, I'll pay you before you change your mind.
It's true, I'm rarely kind, but what I do, I do. Thank you.
It's not for the floor, I promise. That was a ruse.
Of course.
I'll put it to tasteful use. It's a treasure.
Then I have no remorse. Just don't misuse your pleasure and take the quirks of fate with a grain of salt. You leave the blinding sunlight of this square, but it will follow you forever. And when you dig through ancient shadows, you will find that light was always there. Smile. You'll never meet a man if you wear that awful face.
I couldn't disgrace you that way.
Then you'll love again.
Amen.
Adios, Carlotta.
Adios, amigo. Keep watching.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and Carlotta's Serape by Rose Orenti. The American Academy of Poets prize-winning verse drama chosen by Maxwell Anderson, Brooks Atkinson, and Thornton Wilder, and produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Elspeth Eric was heard as Carlotta, and Louis Van Ruten as the Weaver. The tourists were Stotts Cotsworth and Vera Allen. Special score composed and conducted by Lawrence Rosenthal. This is Dick Noel inviting you to listen again next week when, from Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop presents The Son of Man, a passion play arranged from the four Gospels of the New Testament by Archibald MacLeish. The words of St. Mark will be read by Herbert Marshall, St. Matthew by Robert Young, St. John by Vincent Price, and St. Luke by Victor Jory. The music is taken from the Mass in B minor, the Passion of St. Matthew, and the Chorales of Johann Sebastian Bach.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
The hour is late, or is it early? As you wish, but you'll unbolt your door for me.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, Grande, Bretèche. Avery Claflin's recorded one-act opera based on Balzac's classic story of a woman's infidelity. Original music composed by Avery Claflin, libretto by George R. Mills. The action takes place in the wife's bedroom of Grande Bretèche, an estate in the Loire Valley in the early 1800s. And as the curtain rises on the first scene, the wife has hidden her lover in the closet of her bedroom as the husband enters. The husband is in high spirits, having just returned from an evening of gaming. But the suspicion that his wife is not alone is suddenly aroused when he sees that the window draperies have been tightly drawn.
You draw your curtains close. Are you afraid of dark? I should not leave you sleep alone so many nights. How beautiful you are. How I heard a noise in there.
Anno!
Surely you are alone.
Alone, I swear!
Then let me pass.
There's no one there.
You swear.
I swear upon my marriage vows.
That made you mine shall bear harsh fruit before the end of this. I am a prince of thwarted ecstasy, and lacking you, I never might have known how high the heart could climb or sink. Now swear on this pallid Christ who hung in pain to save the sinner with his agony. Swear by God's body on the tree. Put out your hand and touch the cross. What lust is on your lips or in your heart? What evil filters in your veins? Swear by your God, you are alone. laugh, and I shall be the lover at your feet.
Give me 1 hour alone. My eyes are heavy with so long a night. My years are yours. Give me an hour.
My love, would God I loved as other men, and loved no more. To kiss and be at peace forever. That door is ugly and stares as though it were alive. It shall be walled. You stir, my love. I said the door is ugly and shall be walled. Lie still, you are so tired. There's nothing in the room to matter. Pierre can come as soon as he is up and lay the bricks. More tears, my love.
Give me an hour, a moment only, so I catch my breath. I shall be smiling for you then. 1 hour, 1 hour.
Go now and tell Pierre to fetch his tools, bricks and some mortar, to turn a door into a wall. Why do you gape?
There is no need for haste. My head is heavy, and my eyelids droop for lack of sleep. There
The husband calls for a mason in order to have the closet walled up in which his wife's lover hides as the lights dim on scene 1 of La Grande Bretèche. As the second scene opens, the closet has been walled in with bricks and mortar. The husband pays the mason and they exit, leaving the wife in the silent room.
Dear Christ, how could I not what abyss love needs? How still it seems. Beloved, dearest, do not die before I die. I do not die. I live, I live to grieve a kindly heart that loves me. Have pity, grief, the saddest hill shall fall. My eyes are dry. Accursed stones! My hate will break you down. You shut in life and close me out. Here is a chink. My hand is bleeding. Break heart and hand and head. Break. And bleed away. Forgive me, oh my dear, dear love. A stifled love that rivaled mine own, the kisses that I knew, turned to bread and savors turn to a prayer and save us both. Assassin!
You said you were alone. No lies this time. Your lover's there. Can you not hear him choking?
Break down the wall.
golden flesh. The savor of his kisses lives. Have you not understood? That used to smile, and mouth as red as broken pomegranate. God, all the
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and the premiere broadcast of Avery Claflin's recorded one-act opera based on the classic story by Balzac, with music composed by Avery Claflin, libretto by George R. Mills, and produced for radio in New York by Paul Roberts. Patricia Brinton was heard as the wife, and Richard Owens as the husband. Le Grande Bretèche will be made available on long-playing records by Composers Recordings at your music stores shortly. This is Ted Pearson inviting you to listen next week when from Hollywood we make a case against the old Chinese proverb that a picture is worth 10,000 words on the CBS Radio Workshop.
Right now, city and rural police are alert to the tragic death and injury tolls in motor accidents. They're bending every effort to cut down these tolls. If you drive carelessly, it may be that the easiest thing that will happen to you is losing your license. So drive carefully. You may lose your life. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Spaceport 6, clear for blastoff. Stand by for final warning. Spaceport 6, clear for blastoff. Stand by for final warning.
From the harsh, bright soil of Luna, to whose Saturn's rainbow rings, in the hearts of lonely spacemen is a longing voice that sings. Let the cup I hold be empty. Let there be no joy, no mirth, till it be the day that I'm on my way to the cool green hills of earth. To the cool green hills of earth.
Final warning. Final warning. Final warning.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today we challenge that imagination with the Green Hills of Earth. Original story, Robert Heinlein. Radio adaptation, Draper Lewis. Music, Clark Harrington. Star, Everett Sloan.
This is the story of Reisling. Reisling. No first name, no middle initial. By vocation, he was one of the best jetmen who ever worked as crew aboard the early cargo rockets that supplied the planets deep in outer space. His avocation? Well, anyone born in the 21st century, I'm sure, has quoted his poems, sung his songs. Even with luck, heard him singing them himself in some wind-torn, forsaken tavern on the borders of a spaceport, somewhere out there, beyond the stars.
What's the matter, Reisling? Forget your own miserable words. Go on with the song.
Now, I seem to have a strange parched feeling in my throat, induced by a sudden lack of liquid refreshment.
Hey, let's have another round over here and give Reisling a double.
Reisling was no beauty, believe me, with his grease-smeared, tattered space coveralls. His hair looked as though he'd been caught in the backwash of a jet, and he had a permanent case of sun itch that he scratched continually. But that was long before he became the almost legendary figure that you know him as today. One or two of his poems had appeared in the papers, and his first set of space ballads had been published with no particular fanfare. Certainly nothing like the reviews his later efforts would produce when he was hailed as the literary giant of the spaceways. You've heard a lot of stories about Reisling, the kind of stories that are always written about anyone who becomes a legend, a giant. But this is the story of how he lived and died. This is the way it happened.
Tell me not of that Martian maiden. Let her eyes not burn in my heart. For I only know...
Well?
Well, what?
How does it end?
I don't know. I've never been able to finish it. How about that drink you promised?
Just take it easy. The poor girl's only got two hands. Give her a chance.
I'd be delighted to give her a chance.
That's strictly hands off, Reisling. It's marked private property, Captain T.D. Davidson.
Davidson? Don't make me laugh. He may be a captain when he's aboard the Goshawk, but the minute he sets foot off the spaceport, he's just another company member like you or me or any of the crew here. So she's Davidson's little starburst. Well.
I know I wouldn't want to tangle with him. He nurses a grudge for a long time.
Take the rule book out of his hands and he's finished. Captain Davidson and I have had a showdown coming for a long time. And this time, it's going to be Reisling who'll make the good captain wish we'd never met.
Rocket ship Goshawk landing at Spaceport 3.
Well, now's as good a time as any, Reisling.
Same thought just occurred to me, too.
Rocket ship Goshawk landing at Spaceport 3.
Let's get out there. Maybe he needs a few new guys on his crew.
The way Davidson treats him, he probably needs a whole new crew. Coming, Reisling?
I wouldn't miss it for the world. Oh, Greg, lend me your pocket tape machine a minute and tell the dock boss to hold me a job on the Goshawk. He'll do it if you tell him it's for me. And if you run into the stalwart Captain Davidson, tell him... Well, never mind. I'll tell him myself. Now, give me that tape machine.
Stand clear for landing. Stand clear for landing.
Every jetman in the business knew about the hatred that existed between Davidson of the Goshawk and Reisling. A hatred whose origin was buried someplace deep in the history of those first years when cargo rockets began to run between Earth and the solar cities on Mars, on Venus, and Saturn and the Moon. Davidson was a symbol of the company, and Reisling had little or no respect for either one.
Davidson here.
Reisling, sir.
What is it, Reisling?
Well, according to the rule book, sir, a member of the crew is obliged to report any deficiency in the equipment of the ship. I would like to file an official report on jet number 2, sir. It doesn't fit. The cadmium dampers are warped.
According to the rule book, Reisling, your report is to be made to the chief, who in turn will pass the information on to me.
I did, but he says they'll do. He's wrong, sir.
Reisling, we'll drop you off at the next spaceport if you feel the equipment and personnel is not competent.
Oh, Captain, I couldn't deprive you of the best jetman on the run, sir. No, I wouldn't dream of such a thing.
Captain, what do you think about Jet 2?
It'll hold.
The ceiling's pretty thin, sir. If anything goes, they'll fry down there.
I said it would hold. Increase the jet drive on all jets.
Reisling. You were talking about the Grand Canal on Mars. Is it really as fantastic as everyone says it is?
Well, it's like something you've never seen before in your life. I remember I wanted to write a song about it, but I couldn't. It always escaped me. I couldn't seem to find a beginning, just like I can't seem to find an ending for the green hills of Earth. Maybe if I go back again, then I can finish it. But right now, I've got something more important to finish. Throw the intercom for me, will you?
What are you going to do with my tape machine? What did you record back there in the tavern?
Just throw the switch like anyone who can take an order.
Reisling, don't write him anymore. You'll make it rough on all of us. He's like that.
I assure you he won't lay a finger on anyone after I get through with him.
Reisling, leave me out of this personal feud of yours.
Who said anything about you, Greg? Okay, switch. This is Reisling to Davidson. Reisling to Davidson.
Davidson here.
Sir, I want to report a stowaway in the jet room.
What do you mean a stowaway? There can't be a stowaway on the ship. It was searched by security before we took off.
Nevertheless, there is a stowaway, sir. Just a minute. Turn up the intercom power. I want to make sure it picks up this tape good and clear.
Reisling, if there's a stowaway down there, I want to know who he is.
Just a minute, sir. All right, now, turn on the tape. Who did you say you were?
I'm Kathy, sir. My last name is McCune.
Kathy McCune? You know, you're very pretty.
But I've never met you before.
Maybe you know a friend of mine. His name is Captain Davidson.
Reisling, are you out of your mind?
Shut up and listen.
I know
This is
Captain
the good part.
Davidson, but he's a much, much older man. He's been very nice to me in a stern, fatherly sort of way.
Of that beautiful creature, I'm very sure.
But I'd rather have you to be nice to me, sir.
Oh. Well, I guess there's no substitute for the real thing.
Oh, darling. Reisling.
You jerk, he'll throw the book at you. The whole crew can tune in on this intercom.
That's the general idea, boy. They'll all know what a phony he is. Father Davidson, Captain Davidson, you're still there, aren't you? Sir? Captain Davidson?
It cut you off.
Well, old rule books finally made a slip. Or maybe he doesn't know I can log him for switching off the intercom during a flight.
It looks like you're getting off at the next spaceport, and that's for sure.
Man, I wish I'd been up there to see his face. I'll bet he... What's that?
There's a leak. Something's leaking.
Look at Jet 2 control.
We gotta get out of here. We can't stop it now.
Hand me those tools. I can try.
But the jets are on full power.
Tell Davidson to cut to a quarter. I'll stop that leak.
Captain Davidson! Captain Davidson! Reisling is still off. Davidson hasn't turned it on again.
Well, then get up there and tell him to cut the jet.
But you can't stop that leak without a shield.
It's got to be done or the whole ship will blow. Come on, move! Move fast!
Hello, Reisling. They wouldn't let me into the hospital till now. How's it going?
Oh, not bad, Greg.
Captain Davidson wanted to come, too. Well, he's really sorry about what happened. Wants to bring a specialist in from Earth.
Maybe he hasn't heard the final report. Prognosis negative. Total blindness, resulting from radioactivity.
The Goshawk's been junked. He has another ship.
I'm not interested. I haven't got enough time to worry about people like Captain T.D. Davidson. I have too much to do. Much too much.
I don't understand.
Well, it's just that I suddenly have so many places I want to see. I want to go to. Remember in the power room? Remember I told you that I couldn't write anything about the Grand Canal?
I remember.
Well, suddenly it's come into focus. I've been back there a lot of times. Now I really see it. I finally have it in my head, in my heart, in my fingers. As time and space come bending back to shape this star-specked scene, the tranquil tears of tragic joy still spread their silver sheen. Along the Grand Canal still soar the fragile towers of truth. Their fairy grace defends this place of beauty high aloof. Bone-tired the race that raised the towers, their labors time ignores. Long gone the gods who shed the tears that lap these crystal shores. Slow beats the time-worn heart of Mars beneath an icy sky. The thin air whispers voicelessly that all who live must die. Her lacy spires of truth sing beauty's madrigal, and she herself will ever dwell along the Grand Canal. Yes, she herself will ever dwell along the Grand Canal. Well, there it is, Greg boy. Now I can see it. Ironic, isn't it?
Thanks, Reisling. Thanks.
When he got out of the hospital, Reisling really began to travel. Space had lost its meaning. He went from the moon to Venus and back again, to the Grand Canal on Mars. Any spaceship was his ship, any spaceport his home. And through the long years, the green hills of Earth grew in length, in magnificence. Wherever he went, the song went with him.
We rot in the moles of Venus. We retch at her tainted breath, and foul are her flooded jungles, or her crawl with unclean death.
Reisling cataloged the solar system in words and music, and always he sang of his longing to return once more to his home.
We've tried each spinning space mote and reckoned its true worth. Take us back again to the homes of men on the cool green hills of Earth.
No one can really trace the source of all the verses he wrote, but we do know where the final verse was written and when. Now a spaceship headed for the Great Lakes base on Earth, and Reisling decided at last to go home.
Ah, look, Captain. I know I'm out as far as a crew job is concerned, but all I want is a ride back home. You can carry me if you want to. There's a distressed spaceman clause in the books.
That clause was written for men who missed their ships, not for itinerant space hobos.
Captain Hicks, I haven't been back home since my last trip as a signed-on member of a crew. I believe, sir, the law says I'm entitled to a trip back.
That was years ago. You've used up your chances. I'm sorry, Reisling. The answer is no.
Stand by for blastoff. Stand by for blastoff. Destination, Earth. Destination, Earth.
Reisling, you comfortable? Well, smuggling you aboard wasn't easy.
You didn't think I'd pay for a ride on this bucket, did you?
Okay. Well, no one ever comes down here into the jet room anyhow. But you'll have to wait till the ship's unloaded at Great Lakes before I can get you off.
Jack, can you see Earth through the ports?
Yep.
How does she look?
As pretty and green as she always looks, Reisling. As pretty and green.
Let the sweet, fresh breezes heal me as they roam around the girth of our lovely mother planet, of the cool green hills of Earth.
Control room issuing landing order for Port 6, sir. We're doing it at 08:45.
I'd like to trim an hour off that. The old man would certainly appreciate it, I know.
Captain Hicks, we're pulling a heavy load.
It doesn't matter with a new ship like this. Let's see what we can do about setting a freight ship record this run. Full power on all jets.
Yes, Captain. Full power on all jets. Boy, that's one eager beaver that's feeling his oats. I'll bet he's out to cop some kind of record.
Well, I'll get over that in a year or so. How's your shielding?
Best you've seen in a long time. Oh, I forgot. Here. Feel these dials? Power?
Huh?
Radiation guide?
Yep.
Direct tap to the pile?
Pretty neat.
Sure, one man can handle the whole operation.
Say, these feel like the old hand-dumping plates we used to have.
I'll accept the links. I unshipped them because they hid the dials.
You ought to have them shipped. You might need them.
They're available if I need them. But I won't.
Well, give this bucket another year or so pulling such a heavy load, and she'll start giving at the seams a little. Wait a minute. Isn't that a leak?
I thought you'd hear it soon. Now, listen. you are. Another new item. Relines automatically and kills the leak.
Control to power, control to power. We're showing a leak up here.
Everything's under control.
Okay, Jack. The skipper doesn't want to cut power unless it's entirely necessary.
Don't worry, sir. The ship can take it. I don't think we'll...
Jack! Jack, where is it? I know that sound. Something's gonna blow. Jack! Jack, where is it? Show me where it happened, quick!
The door. The safety door. I can get out of here and close it from the outside.
Okay, Jack. Don't worry.
Control room to power. Control room to power.
Jack! You can't stay in here.
Jack!
The radioactivity will kill you. Get out. That's an order.
The captain ordered you to keep me off this bucket, and you didn't obey him.
It's Hicks. This is Captain Hicks.
Rising.
Jack, what's happened down there?
Rising, get out of here.
That jet's got to be spilled, Jack, or it's going to take the other two with it.
Jack, this is Captain Hicks.
Just find the control panel. If I can only see. Rising. Rising.
Jack.
Control calling power room. Control calling power room.
Power room.
This control, Hicks speaking.
Spilling jet 3. Emergency.
Is this McDougal?
McDougal is dead. This is Rising.
Rising? I ordered you off this ship. This'll mean jail for the rest of your life.
Keep all safety doors closed, sir. This place is hot. I'm spilling jet 3.
Rising. There are gloves and a suit in the locker near the door. Can you hear me?
I don't need a suit, sir. Just my hands. Keep the crew out of their quarters. The jet blew while the door was open. And don't let anyone ever tell you that hand dumping is old-fashioned.
Rising, I'm sending the doctor down. He'll be waiting to take you into decon. And we'll have an ambulance waiting at
Captain Hicks, stop it, will you? I've been around. I know what's happened to me.
Rising, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're aboard.
Captain Hicks, do me a favor, will you?
Anything, Rising.
The tape recorder started rolling.
It's on, Rising. What else?
Send this along to a friend of mine. You'll find his name in my instrument case in the crew quarters. He'll know what to do with it.
I'll take care of it, Rising.
Let the sweet, fresh breezes heal me as they roll around the girth of our lovely mother planet, of the cool green hill of earth. We pray for one last landing on the globe that gave us birth. Let us rest our eyes on the fleet sea skies
Rising.
and the cool green hill of earth, and the cool green hill of earth.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop. Today's presentation, The Green Hills of Earth. Our star, Everett Sloan, sang and acted the part of Risling. Our narrator, Barry Kroger. The cast, Jackson Beck, Danny Ocko, Ian Martin, Louis Volkman, Bill Lipton. The program originated in New York, was produced and directed by D. Engelbach. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Passing tape over 3 heads, 1 for erasing, 1 for recording, the 3rd for playback.
And the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind, presents I Have 3 Heads, a study of the techniques, the possibilities, and the improbabilities of tape recording. Today's workshop was conceived and created by CBS radio engineer Mort Goldberg. In today's workshop,
Mr. Goldberg has been aided and abetted by... hey, hold on.
Slow down, wait a minute. Too fast.
That was Stu Metz. Nice guy, but loves to talk, like all announcers. Aided and abetted by a writer, a director, who needs 'em? All you need for a good bang-up tape job is a good engineer like Morty and a trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly tape machine like me. That's all you need. Morty and I, we put our heads together. His one head and my three, and we can do anything. Yes, sir, anything. Uh-oh. Who's this coming in? Don't they know this tape room's closed until tomorrow morning?
Okay, Bill. Tape room 18's clear. Ready to take her inside there? Right.
Maintenance men. Prod you, poke you, take your insides out. Regular little Dr. Kildares.
Man, these new machines get heavier all the time. You said it. Lift a couple of these every day, and you could bend steel bars in a circus. Right.
New machine. What gives? Am I on the way out?
Okay. Let's put it down for a minute and rest.
I'm tired, boy.
Get a cable. We'll have to stretch it to the new box. Over in the corner. Got it. Well, what are you waiting for?
What about tools? You got 'em?
All except the wrench that fell out of my pocket. In the elevator.
I'll go get it.
Easy. Let's take the old machine out or we won't have room to work. These tape rooms aren't any bigger than a cell.
Right. Which one of these old machines goes?
Don't you know?
I don't know. Won't you?
Joe didn't tell you himself?
I thought Joe told you.
Okay, skip it. He's out. We'll have to wait till he comes back from supper.
Well, that's maintenance men for you. They can tell you transistor 205 connects to pole 83 on the BX sub-transformer, but when it comes to replacing one of the 3 experienced machines in this tape room, they should go back to plumbing. Sure hope it won't be me. Say, maybe this new machine knows who he's replacing. Hi, new here, aren't you?
That's obvious at first glance, I should say.
Well, we were all bright and new once. I'm Howard Ampex, Model 200. And you?
Gerald Ampex, Model 350.
We must be cousins.
Distant, I'm sure.
Wait till this time tomorrow. Wait till you've worked 12, 14 hours steadily. Fast forward, rewind, stop, edit, fast forward, stop, edit, fast forward, dub, loop, rewind. I hope I'll see you after a week.
I doubt whether you will.
What do you mean by that?
I saw how you trembled when I was ushered in a few minutes ago. You're quite sure I'm here to replace you, aren't you?
Oh, am I? I heard those maintenance men talking. I remember every syllable of every word, like a good tape machine should.
I'm quite aware of what they said.
Are you? Let me play them back to you. Remember? The tape room door opened, and then Frank and Bill started talking.
Okay, Bill. Tape room 18's clear.
Right.
The new machine inside there?
Right.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let's steal her.
What about Joe?
Joe comes back from supper. Get a wrench and stretch him out in a box.
Right.
Okay, let's skip. The elevator man's in my pocket. Let's lift, take her out, and sell her.
Well, now, Gerald, which of us machines is going out tonight?
Howard Ampex, that's the most dishonest thing I ever heard.
What's dishonest? I didn't change a word.
You changed the order of the words. You changed the whole implication of their conversation.
Cousin, you sure have a lot to learn about tape editing.
You mean that's what we do here? You...
Certainly not. We don't change meanings, that is. You're right. It is dishonest. That's why tape recordings are thrown out in the courts of most states. That's why editing for broadcast takes an entirely different turn.
That there was a...
What's that?
A voice on the tape room floor. Just part of a day's work. An hour's work, more or less.
It took a whole hour to get that?
Let me explain. This morning, Morty came in with a fella named George Vikas. Produces a show called Update. Vikas and Morty had a German student on a piece of tape.
I got to know a few students. My own impression from America students was that there was a...
Now, Gerald, is that clear?
That there is more.
Well, it's rather hard to get the drift.
Of course it was. With radio, people are listening on small sets. People are listening in cars. Things have got to be very clear. You play something like that, all over the country, people think something's wrong with their radio.
So how did you save the country?
What? Oh, Morty and I go to work. Morty wants to start at the beginning of the student's words, so he punches me into rewind. Here we are, back at the beginning. Morty punches my start button, and the tape starts unreeling from the feed reel to the take-up reel. It passes by my 3 heads, one for erasing, the second for recording the sounds and words that are fed into it, and the third for playing back what's already on the tape. It's this third, the playback head, we're using now as we catch the student's first words.
I got to know a few students.
Morty punches my stop button. Back we go to find that
What's that very odd noise?
Manual operation. Morty's working the machine by hand.
Well, really, by hand?
You'll have many a hand laid on you before you go back to maintenance for your first checkup. And many a razor blade, too.
Razor blade?
We're coming to that. Morty's found the Now he opens the gate, exposing the heads. He marks the spot for the cut. You'll hear him dropping the pencil.
Where's the razor blade?
My boy, never let it be said we tape machines give any external evidence of the anxiety, the pain, the shock of having a sharp razor blade passed across us a dozen times an hour. The next sound you hear will be the snick of the splicing tape, the tape machine's Band-Aids. Then the tape is put back in the gate is closed, and we're off again.
And my own.
What happened to the words you were editing?
This is a pro job, son. Morty goes on to tighten the space between the words my and own. There you have it. Now you'll hear what Morty's edited so far. Taking out the tightening the space between the my and own.
A few students. My own impression.
Another to come out. And an im from that impression. So Morty makes a mark after my own, pulls the tapes by hand this time, and marks the tape ready to cut after the first im.
My own.
That was me, rewinding. Now, here we go forward.
My own impression from America. Students.
Another to come out. Let's see how fast Morty can make this.
America. Oh. impression from America students was that there is more.
Stop!
What's the matter, Gerald? Are you shaking your heads?
Howard, it can go like this all day?
It's a tough grind, but let me show you how it will sound after an hour or so. That's when you're proud of yourself and your engineer.
I got to know a few students. My own impression from America students was that there is more in the people of this country than that kind of materialism which the tourists expose.
Well, that's very interesting. That's... Howard, are you crying?
Excuse me, Gerald. It's just so clear, so beautiful, the work I do.
Too bad I haven't some soft music for your emotional jag.
Music? Now, that's where you can have some fun. Have you seen My Fair Lady?
My Fair Lady? What's that?
A musical show I wrote.
Oh, you?
Well, I helped, in a way. Morty and I taped some of Julie Andrews' Cockney pronunciations, and Mr. Harrison making with phonetics. And we taped a funny babble of women's voices you hear on the My Fair Lady record, too. They promised me 2 seats, but I never got them.
Yes. Did I mention that I play classical music extremely well?
You did. As a matter of fact, you'll probably be very good at cleaning tapes.
Cleaning tapes?
Bringing foreign tapes up to American broadcast quality. Jim Fassett, he's our music commentator who has a program here on Sunday afternoons, World Music Festivals. He goes to Europe and brings back orchestras and singers in concerts American audiences might never hear. But listen. That's not good broadcast quality, is it?
Sounds like the Oskaloosa Little Symphony.
On us American machines, yes. But remember, Gerald, these tapes are made in Europe. Different machines. Jim and Morty and I work on these European tapes to restore the original quality. Take this piece of tape. You and I switch back and forth. You play the Fassett, Morty, Howard American version. I'll play the original tape. Here I go.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
What in the world was that?
A piece of Jack Benny tape that Morty and I lost this afternoon. Wondered where it was.
Does this happen often?
Not often enough, to my way of thinking. Boy, could we have fun. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. However, let me give you a case of where Morty and I did mix some tapes deliberately. You like band music?
Military, college, circus, jazz, or street corner?
Military. Not one, but 4 of them. This same fella, Vikas, that I told you about, he and Morty and I put together an audition for a show that hasn't been broadcast yet. A show called Sounds of the World. That music is the band up at West Point playing. We also got tapes of a band at Buckingham Palace. Another band from France, and still another band playing in Red Square in Moscow. We also got tapes of 4 sergeants, 1 from each country, and let them give the command to march. For international cooperation, how do you like this?
Company!
Fusil sur l'épaule!
nations of the world. 4 military bands from West Point, England, France, and Russia. Maybe they ought to trade the UN for a good tape machine, eh, Gerald?
I like that, Howard.
Sort of liked it myself, if I do say it as shouldn't.
Say, Howard, what's that tune?
That tune? Oh, it's a little number I wrote myself.
Oh, before or after you wrote My Fair Lady?
Well, to edit this statement correctly, I, little old Howard Ampex of Tape Room 18, am probably the only tape machine that had a song especially arranged for him. For years, Morty has played tape backwards and forwards and upside down. But he has never had the chance, until just the other day, to find out what happened when an orchestra taped a song backwards, and then I played it forward again. Says Morty to himself, what happens to the instruments? So that's where Hank Silverne entered. And this is how Hank arranged T for 2 straight. Now, I taped that, and here's how it would sound if played backwards. You see? Almost everybody's done that, including the 2 million people who own home tape recorders. But now came the job of orchestrating T for 2 backwards, so that the musicians began with the last note and played it through to the first note. Here's how that sounded. We had 7 top musicians. Hank at the piano, then guitar, bass, drums, vibes, sax, and trumpet. 4 musicians who could play T for 2 straight in their sleep. This backward arrangement almost drove them to the point of turning in their union cards. But you should have seen their faces a few minutes later. Here's what we'd been working for. A popular song, T for 2, orchestrated and played backwards. Now reversed and played forward so that the tune is recognizable. Did you ever hear music like this?
Holy smoke, Howard. That's out of this world.
Well, let's say just barely in it. First time anybody but Morty and me and Hank and a few others have heard that music.
Gosh, Howard, I feel so low.
Low? About what?
I didn't recognize you as a pioneer.
Don't be corny and call me the tape machine's tape machine. It's all in the day's work. Come on, cheer up, Gerald. Uh-oh, someone's coming.
Well, Bill, all set to get this new machine rolling?
Right.
What number machine are we taking out?
Number 20. Got your wrench?
What wrench?
The one you left in the elevator earlier. I got it. Well, hold it a minute. I forgot mine.
I guess it's goodbye, number 20.
Cheer up, Gerald. Old tape machines never die. They just go back and get new heads.
If they come around with those 2 tickets they promised you for My Fair Lady, shall Morty and I tell them where you are?
Don't bother. Morty made his own special version out of 3 recordings. Charlie Applewhite, Sylvia Sims, and Dinah Shores. Want to hear it? Just for kicks?
Fast forward, stop, start, and just for kicks.
I could have danced all night. I could have danced all night and still have begged for more.
I could have spread my wings and done 1,000 things I've never done before.
I could have danced, danced, danced,
Dance, all night
I have to say, it's all been grand, but now it's time to sleep.
Today's workshop, I Have 3 Heads, was conceived and created by CBS radio engineer Mortimer Goldberg. Mr. Goldberg has been aided and abetted by the following: Charles S. Monroe, writer; Ira Ashley, director in New York; Jackson Beck as Howard; Ian Martin as Gerald; and Ralph Bell and Bill Quinn as the maintenance men. Hank Silverne, arranger and conductor. Stuart Metz, your announcer. The workshop wishes to thank James Fassett, Irving Gitlin, George Bekas, and others who contributed portions of program material used today. Next week, from Hollywood, a satiric fantasy written by and starring Stan Freberg about the entertainment competition in a desert spa roughly paralleling Las Vegas.
America listens most to the CBS radio network.
You're 20 minutes early, Clark.
I know. It's stifling below. I couldn't sleep.
Like the boy aft.
Oh, he can't sleep because he's lonely. We better get off this station soon. Is that thunder or the reef?
The reef. But there's lightning off to the east and the wind's picking up. We're in for a storm. A bad one, I'm afraid.
Well, when you finish your pipe, why don't you turn in? I'll take over the watch.
What was that? I thought I heard...
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, Lightship, based on the novel by Archie Binns and adapted for radio by Draper Lewis. Before the perfection of the radio beacon, the lightships, which guard our many miles of coastline, were equipped with an underwater bell, which worked simultaneously with the foghorn during bad weather to warn passing ships of the dangerous reefs and serve as a navigational aid. When visibility was good, 2 oil beacons, fore and aft, identified her position. It is aboard one of these early ships that our story takes place, when a seaman's length of service depended not only upon his efficiency, but his ability to survive the corrosive monotony of the long, uninterrupted months of duty aboard the tiny steel island of a lightship.
Well, who was the last one to see him before Ben saw him?
He was sitting on his bunk when I went up to relieve the 4 o'clock watch. He didn't say anything to me. He was just sitting there talking to himself. I put some coal on the stove in the galley, had a cup of coffee, and then went out on deck.
I was going to say something when he passed me, but I don't know what to say. He had such a funny look on his face, in his eyes. Wide open, staring. Like someone under a spell. Or like a dead man.
Barometer's dropping fast, Mr. Hanson. I want a man put forward to keep a constant check on the snubbing gear. If we ever broke loose from our mooring, this wind would push us right on top of the reef. Ship's company all present?
There's a fireman on duty in the engine room and a man on the bridge. 2 below sleeping, Captain. Mr. Gill, will you take the forward watch?
I've had no sleep all night long. And besides, Clark was supposed to be on watch.
Get off my back, will you? You're worse than an old woman, always belly aching, complaining you're doing more work than anybody else aboard.
Clark, shut up. Mr. Gill, you heard my order?
Yes, I heard you.
Coffee, Captain?
Thank you, Clark. At approximately 3:42 a.m., we lost a man overboard. I want to know why. I want to know why, and I want to know how.
Well, he jumped, sir. I wasn't more than 10, 12 feet from him. Nobody touched him. He just jumped. All by himself.
I heard the boy cry out, but by the time I got there, Clark and Mr. Hanson had already tossed over a line, and he was gone. He left these shoes by the companionway. They were his Sunday best. I guess he didn't want to get them wet.
Well, he was crazy. All he talked about was what he was going to do when he got ashore. Everyone knew he was crazy, sir.
Obviously, you know a great deal more about this than I do, Ben. Now, suppose you start at the beginning.
Well, there's no place to begin, sir. It's just part of everything else that's happened on this trip. You know, about the oil for the beacons and how everyone else been getting on everyone else's nerves.
I want to hear the whole story, Ben.
If I'd known it was going to be like this, I never would have signed on in the first place. I thought we just came up to this station for 5 or 6 months and did our job and then went back to Seattle. Nobody told me we'd be stuck like this for almost 9 months now.
Now, it's not always this way, Ben, my lad. I told you that.
Sure, you told me. And a lot I could have done about it. You told me when the relief was already a month late. And to make it worse, the fog came in. I don't care what you say. We've been stuck out here way too long now. If it weren't for my concertina...
Well, you're young, Ben. You'll learn. This is your first hitch, isn't it?
Aboard a lightship, yes. It's going to be my last, too.
It's not always as rough as this, Ben. Look at me. I've been doing lightship service half my life. 20 years aboard this self-same ship, and I enjoy it. This is an important station. That reef is only 1.5 miles to the starboard, and in rough weather or in a fog, a lot of ships would break up on it without our lights and our whistle and band. You know, we're not out here just to admire the scenery, Ben.
I still want to get back to Seattle.
Yeah. Hand me that wrench by your side, will you?
Catch.
Thanks. There. Now we'll just give her a dash of white lead, and that should do it.
Chief!
I'm here.
Fog's coming in. The mate says to start the bell.
I was afraid it was getting too quiet around here. Start it up for me, will you, Ben?
Sure. How far away can a ship hear our signal, Chief?
Oh, it can be picked up as far away as 14 miles under perfect weather conditions. Now, those submarine telephones are pretty sensitive instruments.
Start the whistle, Chief.
Yes, I was waiting for that.
When I'm asleep and that thing goes off, I go straight up in the air every time.
I don't even hear it anymore. Of course, it can get a mite on your nerves if you're fogged in for a week or so.
A week or so? Oh, you're kidding, I hope. Oh, it's a terrible sound the way it goes right through you. This fog couldn't last a week. Could it, Chief?
All right, come in or go out, but shut that door. You heard enough of that fog on for the last 9 days without having it right here in the room with us?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gill. I didn't think it was going to blow right then.
Harry, see what you can do about those eggs of mine, will you? And my compliments to the cook on his coffee. It's even worse than usual.
Oh, it's only yesterday's grounds, Mr. Clark. We're conserving, you know. I had to dump what was left of the meat and flour overboard yesterday.
You did what?
What did you do with the meat and flour, Harry?
I had to do it. The meat was bad, and the flour was all gray and smelled terrible. The cook knew, but he didn't care. He would have gone right ahead and used them, but I threw them overboard.
You
threw them overboard? And how did you know that some of that stuff wasn't good, you little idiot? At sea, you eat as long as there's anything to eat, whatever it smells like.
Clark, he was only trying to keep us all from getting sick on bad food.
I'm sorry, Harry. Get the eggs. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't like losing my temper. I usually don't. The relief better get here soon. Real soon.
Harry, I want to talk to you.
Boy, I never knew that fella Clark had such a temper. He could hurt you bad if he ever hit you. He's built, really built.
Harry, you talked about the meat and flour. You promised me you wouldn't.
Now, why don't you go below and get some rest, huh? I'll finish up here, Cook.
You don't like me, do you, Harry? You want the captain to lock me up in the hole, don't you? That's why you talked about the meat and flour when you promised me you wouldn't. When are we going back to Seattle, Harry? Are we going soon?
I don't know when we're going back, but running low on food's never going to make the captain leave this station. As long as we got coal to make those engines run and blow the whistle and ring the bell, as long as there's oil for the beacon lamps here, we stay until the relief comes to take our place. And who knows when that's going to happen.
Somebody's got to tell him, Harry. Somebody's got to do something. You and I can do something, can't we, Harry?
Cook, here. I have a movie magazine for you. You can have it if you go below and get some sleep.
I don't want to sleep. I can't sleep. I just lie there and listen to the foghorn. Is it a new magazine? Why didn't you give it to me before? I suppose it's been here for months and you didn't bother giving it to me when you know it would give me a few minutes of happiness.
Cook, you want it or not. If you don't, I'm going to give it to Mr. Gill. He likes to read.
No, please. Don't let him have it. You wouldn't take it away from me, would you? You know how I suffer with nowhere to go and nothing to do. Give it to me, and then, Harry, maybe I can read myself to sleep.
Chief, could we make it back to port with the coal we have?
Well, there'll be a coal tender with the relief whenever she gets here.
You didn't answer my question.
Maybe yes, maybe not.
Barring unforeseen difficulties, we could possibly make port.
Possibly. But as you say, Captain, barring unforeseen difficulties.
Harry says the cook just lies in his bunk like a dead man, doesn't move. He just lies there.
He'll be all right as soon as he gets ashore.
I've never seen a dead man. Up close, I mean.
Death is nothing to be afraid of, boy.
Oh, but death at sea is a lonesome thing. It's terrible. Listen. Out there in the fog, to starboard.
That must be the relief. The relief has finally made it.
Have you ever seen anything prettier in your life than that sunshine this morning when the fog finally rolled out to sea, eh? And isn't that relief the most beautiful sight you ever saw, Captain? Isn't she a sight to behold now?
She's obviously lost her tender. Still think we can make it on the coal we've got?
We'll make it if I have to feed that coal in a lump at a time with my bare hands.
Here's your megaphone, Captain. They must be going to toss some ale over. There's a man on the aft deck.
Hey, Clark, look at that cook. He's all dressed up in a blue suit. He must think we're in Seattle already.
He's coming in close on this run, Clark. Catch the line that sailor's throwing.
Watch out for the weight, Ben. Kiss me. Got it.
I hear you, Kennedy.
You'll have to hold on.
What?
You'll have to hold on. We're going to Swift Shore Station. We'll be back as soon as possible.
Captain Kennedy, you must relieve us now.
Swift Shore is in trouble. We can't do it any longer. You have to hold on.
Kennedy, come around again. We're almost out of coal. We need some food. Kennedy, come back. Kennedy!
According to this report, the Swift Shore went adrift in a gale. Pulled her snubbing gear clean through her nose and went aground. I hope that storm doesn't hit us. I'd hate to think of piling up on that reef.
I had to lock the cook in his stateroom. Took 3 of us to get him below. How long do you think it will be before the relief gets back to us?
I only wish I knew. But until she does, we have a job to do, and we're going to do it.
I talked to the cook for a long time, and he was quiet then, so I asked the captain if it was all right to let him come up to the galley.
How is he now?
Well, he's better. I wish I could do something for him. It's terrible watching him day after day, knowing you can't reach him. Knowing what he's going through, it's terrible.
He's going out of his mind from loneliness. And watching the sea.
If he could just get ashore for a day or so, you know? Even a few hours. Mr. Hanson, you smell oil?
One of the boys in the engine room must have spilled some on the deck.
No, it's down there. Look, underwater. It's coming out of the ship and spreading over the water.
It's not coming out of the ship. It's being pumped out. Chief O'Rourke! Chief O'Rourke!
Ben, what are you doing down here with that oil? I told you just to fill the cups.
I haven't touched the engines in over an hour. I just did what you told me to do.
Are you lying, you little sneak? For 2 cents, I'd drag you up to the captain right now and tell him what you've done. Don't you know we need every drop of oil we have?
Will you listen to me when I tell you I haven't touched the oil? Look at the drums yourself if you're so smart. Go on, Mr. Smarty O'Rourke. You think you know it?
Don't you ever use that kind of language with me, mister. I'd break you in 2 with my bare hands. Oh, we've taken a lot from you on this trip, but I've not taken any more. And especially not any of your smart talk. Now get out of this engine room and don't show your face down here again.
O'Rourke, up here. It's the lamp oil. Somebody cut the lashing and emptied it in the scuppers.
I'm sorry this happened. I don't suspect anybody. But if one of you know about this, I expect him to tell me. Where's the cook? I want everybody here.
He's here, sir. I told him you wanted to see him.
I've been in my cabin. You should put me ashore because I've been sick, very sick.
If anyone jettisoned that oil thinking it would get us in from the station any sooner, he showed poor sense. Whatever happens, we're here till Swiftshore is repaired and the relief comes back. Now, we've been on station a long time through no one's fault. I don't want to punish anyone. But our first consideration is to give light to other ships. And we must be careful of the little oil we have left. Until we are relieved, there are to be no more lights in the cabins. That's all I have to say.
That's the way it was, Captain Lindstrom. If some of the lights in the cabins had been on, it wouldn't have been so dark back there in the stern, sir, but nobody went anywhere near him. I guess maybe he just made up his mind he couldn't stand it any longer and went ashore.
Yes, I guess that's just what he did, Ben. Chief, you can put those shoes in the forward locker.
I can. Hey, Clark. Smell the soles of these shoes. Feel them.
It's oil. They're soaked in oil.
And the cook's never set foot inside my engine room. There's only one way he could have been walking in oil.
When he emptied the drum of lamp oil.
That's exactly what I mean, sir.
You'd better come forward, sir. The wind's increasing, and I think the mooring's beginning to slip.
Stand back. She's bucking hard again. She takes much more punishment like that, sir. She'll pull through the snubbing gear just like the Swiftshore.
There's no way we can get a bearing now to know if she's dragging either. Better tell the chief to start the engines and run them at half speed. That'll take some of the strain off the mooring chains and help keep us on station.
Right, sir.
Spread it out easy, boy. Like that. Spread it out over the fire. We can't be wasting any coal now or we'll end up sure on that reef.
But if she breaks loose, we won't have enough coal to get back to port now. What are we going to do if she breaks loose?
We'll worry about that when it happens, boy. Now, don't stand there like a tourist. Get up to the captain and find out what's going on. Oh, tell him the second bunker is empty. We have one more to go.
We're shipping water fast, sir. Both pumps going, but she's filling up like a bathtub from those seas breaking in over the port rail.
Well, we can't head her into the seas. It'll take too much coal. Wind's shifting a little. If it gets astern of us, in time, we'll be all right.
Broken loose, sir. We're adrift. She's broken loose.
Mr. Clark, signal the chief full speed ahead.
Then, lad, then. Spread it out like butter on a piece of bread.
We're going on the reef, aren't we, Chief?
No, we're not going on the reef, not as long as there's a pound of steam left on those boilers. We'll get out of this storm. You wait and see. This old girl's been in too many scrapes to end up breaking her back on a reef now.
They can't do it in this wind, Mr. Hanson. They'll both be washed overboard.
If anyone can do it, Clark can, sir. He's the strongest man aboard. And Mr. Gill's out there to show him how to make it fast.
If the wind shifts back to starboard, it'll carry us right on the reef in spite of our engines.
That's the chance we have to take, sir. The wind's in our stern now. If she only stay there for an hour, so we'd be out of this and away from the reef. We've got to take the chance, sir.
Well, we have no other choice. We must leave our station and head for home. Tell him to go ahead, Mr. Hanson. It's the craziest idea I ever heard of in all my years at sea, but it just might work.
Can you make her fast up there, Clark? Take another turn around the mast. Will
Lindstrom. Did I hear the boy band rightly? Did he say we were going to sail this lightship?
Mr. Gill says it can be done, Chief. No one knows exactly how she'll behave, but we're going to try. Clark and Mr. Gill are bending on the sails now. We'll soon know how she takes to it.
And what am I supposed to be doing with my engines down there, sitting and twiddling my thumbs? What about the coal we have left?
We'll need the engines, too, to get out of this and home to Seattle, Chief. You just make sure you don't let us down.
Just you keep her stack out of the sea, and you'll have no worries from below, sir.
The tide will be changing in another half hour, Mr. Gill. We could be on our way home then.
Aye, sir. We will be.
Anything else, Chief?
I know, sir. I'll be getting below again. Oh, I just wanted to say...
Yes, Chief?
Well, if we do pull out of this and make port... just don't go saying it was your lousy half-baked sails that did it.
Hey, Clark, I'll stand you to the first round of beers when we hit Seattle tonight.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and Lightship by Draper Lewis, based on a novel by Archie Binns. Music composed and conducted by Alexander Semmler and directed by Dick Teeler. Included in the cast were Louis Van Rooten, Ian Martin, Joe Helgeson, Herman Dinkin, Wayne Nelson, Daniel Locko, Walter Black, Ralph Bell, and Santos Ortega. This is Warren Sweeney speaking. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts. This is the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind.
As freshmen first we came to Yale, roll. Examinations made us pale. Roll. Eli, Yale. Roll. Eli, Yale. Roll.
On college campuses across the nation, from Bowdoin in Maine to Occidental in California, this Indian summer afternoon, the freshman class is anxiously settling down to the first of its bright college years. For them, we have a story. It is a tender legend of the Yale of yesteryear, young man Axelbrod, written by Sinclair Lewis, Yale class of 1907, and dramatized for the workshop and directed by William N. Robeson, class of 1928. Narrated by John Hoysradt, class of 1926. And most particularly, dedicated to the Yale class of 1961. Young man Axelbrod.
Here's to good old Yale, drink it down, drink it down. Here's to good old Yale, drink it down, drink it down. Here's to good old Yale, she's so hardy and so hale. Drink it down, drink it down, drink it down, down, down.
It was a September afternoon in one of the years between the two world wars. The great elms of the old campus wore the last of summer's greenery. The warm sun caressed the Gothic crag of Harkness and spread a golden sheen on the weathered bricks of Connecticut Hall, before which Nathan Hale, class of 1773, forever stands in bronze, despairing that he has but one life to give for his country. Into this timeless scene, through the entry between Osborne and Vanderbilt halls, strode an anachronistic figure, a rugged, white-bearded old man. Wearing a neatly pressed black broadcloth suit and celluloid collar, Knut Axelbrod, retired Minnesota farmer, a man with a destination, the office of the dean of Yale College.
Come in.
Excuse me, you are the dean of the college?
Yes.
I am Knut Axelbrod.
Yes, Mr. Axelbrod. What can I do for you?
I am here about entering college.
I see. And where is the young man?
The young man?
Yes. Your son, or perhaps your grandson?
Oh, no, sir. It's me. It is I.
You? Well, I must say this is rather irregular.
No, sir. Everything is regular. I pass all the examinations. It wasn't easy, but I pass.
Yes. Yes. So I see. Yes, here's your name, Knut Axelbrod.
Yeah, that's me.
Yes. Everything seems to be in order. But, Mr. Axelbrod...
Yeah?
If you please pardon me for saying this, but you are not, well, not exactly the usual age of our beginning students.
Oh, yeah, I know, but,
What?
Well, there's a fella said once, youth is so wonderful, it is a shame it must be wasted on the very young.
But...
And I feel still young.
Oh, yes, I'm sure you do. But I'm still curious.
About what, Dean?
Why Yale? Why did you want to come to Yale?
Well, how could I say that? Yeah. All my life I work hard. I farm my land, I raise my family, I get up with the sun, I go to bed with the sun, and always I say, that is not enough. Always I say, Knut, you are a dummy. I say, what good is a man without education? And then when my last son is grown man, I quit. I give him the farm and I say, Knut, now you can get education. So I read. All day long I read, sometimes half the night. I read almost all the books in the public library back home in Urolman. Then one day I read the book about Yale. And I say, by golly, I got to go there and learn some more.
What book did you read?
Stover at Yale.
Yes. But, Mr. Axelbrod, you understand that Yale has changed a lot since that book was written.
Oh, Yale is Yale. I believe that.
Oh, so do I, sir. But Yale is for, well, what I mean to say is that,
What you mean to say is maybe Yale is for the learning of beauty?
Yes. Yes, I suppose that is what I meant to say.
And so Knut Axelbrod was duly registered as a freshman in Yale College and assigned a room, not in Berkeley Oval where the cream boys of the prep school cliques lolled in comparative luxury, but in a grubby frame building far down High Street where were lodged the unplaced freshmen, the scrub seniors and assorted grinds and self-help students. Here he met his roommate, Ray Gribble.
Come in, the door's open.
Are you Mr. Gribble?
Yeah?
I am Mr. Axelbrod.
Oh, whatever you're selling, I don't want any.
Oh, well, I'm not selling anything. I am your new roommate.
Your what?
Your roommate.
Who said so?
The fella at the registrar's office, he said to come here, room 18, and he say my roommate will be Mr. Gribble.
Well, beggars can't be choosers.
Please?
Nothing. You can have that bed over in the corner. Got a couple of broken springs, I'm afraid. You know how it is. First come, first served.
Oh, sure. Thank you, Mr. Gribble.
Wait, freshmen, wait while the song smites the sky.
Knut Axelbrod set out to savor the college he had learned from a book. He sat on the Yale fence in what he felt was an appropriate pose, not knowing that this was no longer done, not realizing why the undergraduates snickered as they passed. He went out to Yale Field to watch the football tryouts, but when he tried to get acquainted with the beefy candidates, they clearly indicated they thought he was crazy. Everywhere his warm overtures of friendship were met with the cruel, cold disinterest of youth. He was not a campus character, he was the class freak.
'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wave. All mimsy were the borogroves.
Hey, Axelbrod, pipe down. I got a math assignment to finish.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gribble. You know, but this book, by golly, it is so funny.
What book?
Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Is that your English assignment?
No.
Well, then why are you wasting your time on it?
It's funny, by golly.
I don't understand you, Axelbrod. I just don't understand you.
Why? I'm a simple fella.
Well, it strikes me a man of your years ought to be thinking about saving his soul instead of reading children's books.
Oh, I don't think Alice in Wonderland is very much for children. It says some pretty deep things in a funny way.
Rubbish.
And my soul's in pretty good hands. I go to chapel every morning.
It's compulsory. Axelbrod, what is your purpose in life? What do you hope to get out of Yale?
I can't say it very well, but there was a fella once maybe said it better. He said, truth is beauty and beauty truth. That's all you know on earth and all you need to know.
You try to buy a meal with truth and try paying the rent with beauty.
The same fella said, a thing of beauty is a joy forever. Its loveliness increases. It will never pass into nothingness.
Yes, but remember Longfellow's exhortation. Let us then be up and doing with a heart for any fate. Still achieving, still pursuing, learn to labor.
Yeah, but another fella said, the world is too much with us. Late and soon, getting and spending, we lay waste our powers.
Oh, you are a hopeless romantic, Axelbrod, and I doubt if you will ever amount to a hill of beans.
Hi, Gribble.
Hi, Atchison.
Well, well. How's old man Axelbrod tonight?
Good evening, Atchison.
I think our bearded wonder's in his second childhood. I just caught him reading Alice in Wonderland.
You'd do better to work on that English assignment for tomorrow. That Merchant of Venice. I can't make head and a tail out of Shakespeare.
The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth like a gentle rain from heaven. It is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives.
You know it by heart.
I learned it a long time ago.
Yeah, but do you know what it means?
Yeah, I think so.
That beats me.
Well, listen. What is that?
The Whiffenpoofs over at Maury's.
Whiffenpoofs? What is Whiffenpoofs?
A Whiffenpoof is an undergraduate with a rich father and a so-called singing voice. He's got nothing to worry about. He can afford to hang around Maury's and drink beer and sing every night. His old man pays the bills. He doesn't have to work for his education the way fellows like Atchison and I do. But if it weren't for us, they'd never get through college. We wait tables for them, we tutor them.
I think it's not so bad to enjoy life when you're young. There is such a long, long time afterwards when there is nothing but work.
I say the time to learn proper work habits is when you're young.
Yeah, that's right, Gribble. These rich kids couldn't get to first base without their old man's money behind them. Take Washburn, for instance.
No, don't talk to me about Washburn.
Oh, what's the matter with Washburn? Is he a Whiffenpoof?
Not even that. He doesn't do anything. He's a disgrace to the class. I mean, he doesn't go out for anything.
Yeah, he claims he's a poet, but he doesn't even heal the lid.
He's a bloody snob.
But he seems like a nice young fella.
How would you know? You ever talk to him?
No, but I seen him in class.
When? He cuts most of them.
Well, that's one consolation. He'll probably flunk out at midterm.
No, not him. He gets on the dean's list, his old man will throw the university another $1 million endowment. That's the way these bright boys get through.
You know what you fellas sound like?
What?
A bunch of hired hands talking behind the barn at harvest time.
What's that mean?
They don't own the farm, they don't like the farmer, and they can be replaced any time.
Look here, Axelbrod, I don't think I like that remark.
Oh, be quiet, little boy. And listen to the Whiffenpoofs.
Gentleman songsters off on a spree, doomed from here to eternity.
Earth is earth wherever one walks upon it, be it Camelot or Minnesota or on the Yale campus, possibly even in the Harvard yard. The buildings ceased to be temples to Knut Axelbrod. They became structures of brick and stone, many of them beautiful, some of them excessively ugly. The young men ceased to be young gods, but individuals, many of them pleasant hedonists, some of them excessively rude. Even the professors ceased to resemble latter-day Socrates.
And so, gentlemen, there was no doubt in the mind of Themistocles. He and only he was certain of the meaning of the oracle's words, "Your safety lies in wooden walls."
Well, then what'd she say?
What could she say, considering the circumstances?
Such was the background for one of the great
professor is
decisive naval
talking.
Don't
battles
pipe
of the
down,
world.
Whiskers.
The Battle
Maybe
of
I pipe
Saladin
you down
will be your
sometime.
assignment for
Anytime,
Monday.
Pop, anytime.
That is all. Good day, gentlemen.
Say, Professor.
Yes, Axelbrod.
I'd like to speak to you 1 minute.
Yes, what is it?
You're a fine fellow, Professor. I'd like to hear what you say.
Well, thank you.
And I'm pretty strong fellow, and I'd do something for you.
What are you driving at?
But these fellas in the class, they don't pay attention. You just call on me. I spank the son of a guns for you.
Thanks so much, Axelbrod, but I don't fancy that will be necessary. After all, they're not schoolboys. They're young gentlemen.
Well, then why don't they act like it?
Speaking of behavior, Axelbrod, there's something I've been wanting to mention to you.
Oh, yes, Professor.
I do wish you wouldn't show off so much when I call upon you during quizzes.
Show off?
Yes. You answer at such needless length, and you smile as though you find something highly amusing about me.
Oh, no, Professor. No, I don't know I smile. If I do, I guess it's just because I am so glad when my stupid old head gets the lesson good.
Yes, well, that must be very gratifying, I'm sure. But in the future, let's be more careful, shall we? Hmm?
Yes, sir.
Good day, Axelbrod.
Down from the Harkness Tower floated the chimes of noon, unheeded by the busy undergraduates piling out of classes, crisscrossing the campus as they dashed for eating clubs and fraternity houses, but not unheeded by the old man with bowed head and no place to go and no one to go with. Going home, the chimes sang to Knut Axelbrod, going home. And before his misty eyes the flaring red and orange of the autumn trees and the yellowing ivy-covered walls seemed to give way to the rolling gray stubble of his Minnesota farm. He had to get away from the campus, from the students. He had to get away by himself somewhere, anywhere where he would not be reminded how alone he was. He walked slowly out Whitney Avenue toward the butte-like hill of East Rock. And there, sitting atop the rock, at last he found a friend.
That's quite a view, isn't it, Axelbrod?
Hmm?
Oh, I'm sorry I startled you.
Oh, no, that's all right. You're Washburn, aren't you?
That's right. I don't think we ever met officially, but I know who you were, of course.
Yeah, I guess everybody knows who I am.
Mind if I share the bench with you?
No, go ahead.
Yeah. You cutting classes, too?
Yeah. Today, I cut classes.
You know, Axelbrod, I'm glad to have run into you.
You are? Why?
Well, I've been thinking quite a lot about you lately, and it seems to me we have a lot in common.
You and me?
Mm-hmm. We're the class scoundrels, you know. We came here to dream. These busy little goats like Atchison and Giblets, or whatever your roommate's name is, think we're fools not to buck for grades.
I guess you're right. They are so serious about everything. Grades, the football team, burning their way. They never laugh. Sometimes I think they are older than me.
Exactly.
That is a pretty book you have there.
Oh, this? The poems of Alfred de Musset. You like to look at it?
Yeah. I never see such a book. Leather is so soft. Printing is in gold. It's a foreign book. I can't read that. But, that is the kind of book I always wanted to hold in my hands.
Would you like to hear a little of it?
Yeah, please.
Ce livre est toute ma jeunesse. Je l'ai fait sans presque y songer. Il y paraît, je le confesse, et j'aurais pu le corriger.
By golly, that is pretty.
Well, it means...
No, I don't care what it means. It is like music. Like music I never heard before.
Music? Well, say, that reminds me. Schoenstein is playing Lalo tonight.
Oh, I thought the game was tomorrow.
Oh, no. Schoenstein is a violinist. Lalo is a composer. I got a couple of tickets now. Maybe you'd like to go with me.
Oh, sure. I like to hear a fella play fiddle. We got the fella back home, Uli Hansen. He can play Turkey in the Straw faster than anyone in Cottonwood County.
Oh, Schoenstein isn't exactly that kind of fiddler, but I think you might enjoy him.
Sure I will, by golly.
This was fiddling such as Knut had never dreamed of. This was more than music to the old man. It was beauty beyond bearing. The rapier flashes of the violin tore jagged wounds in his soul, and in the next phrase soothed them, bound them, and healed them with the heavenly unguent of melody. Knut did not listen. He felt the music, submerged himself in it, and sank slowly into its all-enveloping arms. Long after the last note died away, the music played on in Knut's memory as he sat in the room of his new friend having a midnight snack.
There we are. Tea's brewed nicely. Sugar? Lemon? Afraid I have no cream.
Just tea, please.
Right. Do try some of this pâté de foie gras.
What's that?
You try it. You'll like it.
Thank you. What do you call it?
Pâté de foie gras.
That tastes like the liver sausage we got back home.
Well, yes, I suppose it does. Well, that's what it is, really. It's goose liver.
Oh, well, then why don't they call it goose liver?
Well, you see, that's the French name.
Aha. You been to France?
Oh, yes. Matter of fact, I spent all last year in Paris.
You did?
Yes.
But what is it like?
Paris? Well, its women are the most beautiful in the world. Its men the wisest. Its food the finest. Its boulevards the grandest, and its monuments the most, well, monumental. Paris is beauty.
And maybe it's a good thing I never go there.
Why?
Well, that's the way I thought about Yale before I come here.
Well, yes, I guess beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah. Maybe you see different things when you are an old man.
Oh, come on now. You're not an old man.
That's what they call me. Old man Axelbrod.
Well, nonsense to me. You're a young man, Axelbrod.
I am?
Why, certainly. People like you and I don't go old.
The talk went on and on. Good talk of books and philosophy and beauty. The talk Knut Axelbrod had thirsted for all his life. But at last the fire had burned to ashes, the candles were guttering, and the window was a gray rectangle of twilit dawn.
Look! By golly, it's daylight.
Oh, so it is.
Well, I go to bed now, I think.
Well, I suppose that's about all that's left to do,
huh? I don't have the right words, maybe, but I want to say thanks.
Thanks for what?
For this night. I think this night is what I came to college for, this one night.
Well, we must do it again sometime, real soon.
Yeah, we do that.
Well, well, look here, Newt, take this, will you?
Oh, the pretty little poetry book?
Yes.
But,
No, I want you to have it. Please.
Thank you, Gil. Thank you.
Bright colleges with pleasure bright, the shortest, gladdest years of life.
But life cannot be only good talk before a crackling fire. Dawn comes cold, dawn comes gray, dawn brings reality. As Knut Axelbrod walked across the morning empty campus, he knew what he must do.
Age and youth, they just don't mix. This beautiful place belongs to the young men, not to me. And that boy, well, if I saw him again, it would not be the same. I tell him all I got to say tonight. Next time I wouldn't be young man Axelbrod. I'd just be an old bore. I live 65 years for tonight. It was worth it.
The saddest tale we have to tell. Is when we bid old Yale farewell.
That afternoon, in the day coach of a westbound train, an old man sat smiling, a look of great content in his eyes, and in his hands a small book in French, though the curious fact is that this old man couldn't read one single
Eli, 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 Yale. All the round, round, round. Eli, 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 Yale. All the round, round, round.
You have listened to the CBS Radio Workshop production of Young Man Axelbrod by Sinclair Lewis, adapted for radio and directed and produced by William N. Robeson. John Hoyt was the narrator. Carl Swenson played Young Man Axelbrod, and others in the cast included John Daner, Dick Crenna, Jackie Kelk, Ben Wright, and Frank McDonald. The chorus was under the direction of Amerigo Marino.
With this program, we conclude the current series of workshop productions. We wish to thank the many, many loyal listeners whose constructive and intelligent letters have encouraged, inspired, and directed our efforts in presenting plays in the theater of your mind. We look forward to resuming this rewarding task in the not-too-distant future. Until then, thanks and goodbye.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
From here to eternity, Lord, have mercy on such as we.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, The Eternal Joan, the story of Jeanne d'Arc as provided by historians, novelists, and playwrights of different nationalities and points of view. Narrated on tape by Louis Cronenberger, author, playwright, and critic, and dramatized by Henry E. Fritsch, with Elspeth Eric as Joan.
Saint Margaret, have pity. Pray for her, all ye saints. Oh, Lord God, deliver her. Have mercy on her.
Burn the witch!
Death to the witch!
Have pity, Saint
Warm her up, the soldiers!
Tight on the witch!
Burn her! Let's get it over with. Burn her to the end!
Make way for the guest of honor.
The Master General.
A witch, the maid of France.
Stupid.
Hey, you see what it says?
No.
Where? On her cap. Heretic, relapsed, apostate, idolater.
Have mercy. We beseech thee, good Lord.
Make way! We are burning a saint.
This was the old market square in the French city of Rouen on the morning of the 30th of May, 1431. The occasion was the burning of a young peasant girl, not much past her 19th birthday. Her name was Jeanette. Her family name was d'Arc, first without an apostrophe, then with one, after Joan had got her family ennobled. We now know her as Jeanne d'Arc, or in the English equivalent, Joan of Arc. Joan died a fearful death on that pleasant May morning more than 5 centuries ago. She was tied to a wooden stake, standing on a pile of kindling and firewood, and slowly charred. She had first been excommunicated by her church.
We, having seen and weighed all there is to see and weigh, have said and decreed that in the simulation of your revelations and apparitions you have been pernicious, seductive, presumptuous, of light belief, rash, superstitious, a witch, a blasphemer of God, a despiser of him and his sacraments, a prevaricator of the
These are
divine
actual
teaching,
quotations from the official record of the trial of Joan of Arc before an ecclesiastical court at Rouen.
erring gravely in our faith, and by this means having rashly trespassed against God and the Holy Church. Therefore we denounce you as a rotten member, which must be cast out and given over to the secular power.
The secular power to which Joan was given over by her own countrymen, that is, the English Army of Occupation, did not even take the trouble to hold a trial or to make formal charges. Her sentence took less than a minute.
What now, priest? Are you going to keep us here to dinner? Take her! Take her!
Jesus! Jesus! A cross!
A kind English soldier broke a stick in half and tied it together in the form of a cross. Joan kissed the makeshift emblem and clutched it tightly to her body. A short time later, she was dead. Yet only 25 years later, Joan was cleared of all the accusations that had been brought against her, and she was officially declared a saint in 1920. More than 40,000 statues have been erected to her in France alone, plus many others in other lands, including our own United States. Why? Thousands of books and plays have been written about her in various languages. Why? Here is our own Samuel Clemens.
Caesar carried conquest far, but he did it with the trained and confident veterans of Rome, and he was a trained soldier himself. Napoleon swept away the disciplined armies of Europe, but he also was a trained soldier, and he began his work with patriot battalions, inspired by the miracle-working new breath of liberty. Joan, a mere child in years, ignorant, unlettered, a poor village girl, unknown and without influence, found a great nation lying in chains, helpless and hopeless under an alien domination. Its king was cowed, resigned, and preparing to flee the country. And Joan laid hands upon this nation, this corpse, and it rose and followed her.
But this point alone is not enough to explain the universal appeal which Joan the Maid has had for all the world. Yes, even for the Marquesas Islanders in the Pacific, who to this day are convinced that the English ate Joan, or else why would they have wanted to roast her? There's little doubt about the bare facts, since fortunately complete records of Joan's long trials have come down to us. But for the touchstones of human understanding, we have to turn to those who have tried to interpret Joan on the basis of individual insight. Her historians, novelists, and playwrights of different nationalities and points of view.
I'll start at the beginning. It's always nicer at the beginning. I'll begin with my father's house when I was still very small. I'm in the meadow now, watching my sheep. It's the first time I hear the voices after the evening Angelus.
That was the voice of Joan herself, describing her first experience with the mystic powers that controlled the rest of her short life. The scene is taken from the play The Lark, written by Jean Arnoux of France and adapted by Lillian Hellman.
I still wear my hair in a thick braid. I'm not thinking of anything. I know only that God is good and that he keeps me pure and safe in this little corner of the earth near Domremy. This one little piece which has not yet been destroyed by the English invaders. I live here happy with my father, my mother, and my brothers. Then suddenly, someone behind me touched my shoulder. I know very well there is no one behind me. I turn. And there is a great blinding light. The voice is grave and sweet. I never heard that kind of voice before. That day, the voice only said, "Be a good girl, Joan, and go often to church." Well, I was good, and I did go often to church, so I didn't understand why the voice spoke that way, and I was frightened. But I didn't tell anybody. I don't know why. Then came the second time. It was the noon Angelus. A light came over the sun and was stronger than the sun. There he was. I saw him. An angel in a beautiful white robe that must have been ironed by someone very careful. He didn't tell me his name that day, but later I found out he was Monseigneur the Blessed Saint Michael. "Joan, go to the aid of the King of France and give him back his kingdom." "But, Monseigneur, I'm only a girl. I don't even know how to ride a horse." "You will go first to Monsieur de Baudricourt. He will give you men's clothes and have you taken to the Dauphin. St. Catherine and St. Margaret will go along to help you."
The Dauphin, of course, was Charles, son and presumably legal heir of the last French king, Charles VI. Charles, the father, was generally regarded as mad and had signed a treaty with England disavowing his son and recognizing Henry V of England as his heir. He had also ceded all of France north of the River Loire, which gave the English justification for their French campaigns. The Dauphin was weak, yet this was the man for whose coronation at Reims, as Charles VII of France, Joan was to give her life. Her voices had told her that. So Joan received her mission. She didn't leave her native Domremy right away. She was 17 before she felt ready to set out into the unknown world to help rescue France. For a poetic view of Joan's farewell to her beloved countryside, there is nobody better to turn to than that German romanticist to end all romanticists, Friedrich Schiller, and his play, The Maid of Orleans.
Farewell, ye mountains, ye beloved glades, ye lone and peaceful valleys. Fare ye well. Through you Johanna nevermore may stray. Johanna goes and ne'er returns again. Such is to me the Spirit's high behest. To Gaul's heroic sons deliverance bring. Relieve beleaguered Reims and crown thy king.
And so, instructed by a power higher than any earthly authority, Jeanette reluctantly left her childhood home in Domremy to become the maid. A few months later, in Reims, Joan saw her great dream come true. The Dauphin, her Dauphin, was anointed with the heaven-sent oil and formally crowned King Charles VII of France. When Joan left home, Papa Jacques and Mama Isabel knew only that their daughter was going to visit her favorite uncle in the village of Bury. But Bury was near Vaucouleurs, the residence of Messire Robert de Baudricourt, whom the archangel had directed Joan to see as the first step in her mission. The actual meeting, when it took place, may well have been one of the most hilarious interviews of all time. Here is the version of Bernard Shaw, whose play St. Joan is generally regarded as the classic interpretation of Joan's character and behavior. The loud voice is that of the captain, Sire Robert de Baudricourt. But the first voice is that of his unhappy steward, fresh out of eggs.
Sir, I tell you there are no eggs. There will be none. Not if you kill me for it as long as the maid is at the door.
The maid? What maid? What are you talking about?
The girl from Lorraine, sir. From Don Remy.
30,000 thunders, I told you to throw her out. You have 50 men-at-arms and a dozen lumps of able-bodied servants to carry out my orders. Are they afraid of her?
She is so positive, sir.
Positive? Now, see here, I'm going to throw you downstairs.
No, sir, please.
Well, stop me by being positive. It's quite easy. Any slut of a girl can do it.
Sir, you cannot get rid of her by throwing me out. You see, sir, you are much more positive than I am. But so is she.
You parcel of curs. You are afraid of her.
No, sir, we are afraid of you, but she puts courage into us. She really doesn't seem afraid of anything. Perhaps you could frighten her, sir.
Perhaps. Where is she now?
Down in the courtyard, sir, talking to the soldiers as usual.
She shall talk to me a bit. Hello! You there! Come up here. You, soldiers, show her the way. And shove her along quick.
She wants to go and be a soldier herself. She wants you to give her soldiers' clothes, armor, sir, and a sword.
Good morning, Captain Squire. Captain, you are to give me a horse and armor and some soldiers and send me to the Dauphin. Those are your orders from my lord.
Orders from your lord? And who may your lord be? Go back to him and tell him that I am neither duke nor peer at his orders. I am Squire of Baudricourt, and I take no orders except from the king.
Yes, Squire, that's all right. My lord is the king of heaven.
Why, the girl's mad.
They all say I'm mad till I talk to them, Squire. But you will see that it is the will of God that you are to do what he has put in my mind.
It is the will of God that I shall send you back to your father with orders to put you under lock and key and thrash the madness out of you.
You think you will, Squire, but you'll find it all coming quite different. You said you would not see me, but here I am.
Now listen to me. I am going to assert myself.
Please do, Squire. The horse will cost 16 francs. It's a good deal of money, but I can save it on the armor. I shall not want many soldiers. The Dauphin will give me all I need to raise the siege of Orleans.
To raise the siege of Orleans?
Yes, Squire. That is what God is sending me to do.
Well, I am damned.
No, Squire. God is very merciful. You will go to paradise, and your name will be remembered as my first helper.
Joan got her horse, her equipment, and her escort. But when her small party arrived at Chinon after a hard ride through 350 miles of winter landscape, she still faced her main problem. How was she, a poor, illiterate country girl, going to get an audience with the Dauphin himself? News of her arrival at Chinon finally reached even the ears of the Dauphin, and Joan was in the end admitted to the court. But to make sure that she was really divinely inspired, Charles and his courtiers decided to play a trick on her. Someone else would sit on the throne and pretend to be the Dauphin, while Charles himself would hide in the crowd of attendants, making himself inconspicuous. Here are two versions of what happened when Joan entered the royal hall of the chateau at Chinon. The first is that of Schiller. As Joan enters, she surveys the resplendent hall, then looks up at the army commander, Dunois, who in this version is impersonating the Dauphin on his throne. Dunois welcomes her.
Art thou the wondrous maiden?
Dunois of Orleans, thou wilt tempt thy God. This place abandon which becomes thee not. To this more mighty one the maid is sent.
Joan walks firmly toward the Dauphin, who is peering from behind the back of a knight. She kneels before him. Charles is understandably surprised.
Maiden, thou ne'er hast seen my face before. Whence hast thou this knowledge?
Thee I saw when none beside save God in heaven saw thee. Bethink thee, Dauphin, in the bygone night when all around lay buried in deep sleep, thou from thy couch didst rise and offer up an earnest prayer to God.
Disclose to me my prayer, and I shall doubt no more that God inspired thee.
Thou didst pray that if there were appended in this crown unjust possession, or if heavy guilt occasioned this most lamentable war, God would accept thee as a sacrifice. Have mercy on thy people. and pour forth upon thy head the chalice of his wrath.
Who art thou, mighty one? Whence comest thou? Shall I indeed withstand mine enemies?
France I will lay submissive at thy feet.
And Orleans, sayest thou, will not be surrendered?
The Loire shall sooner run its waters back.
Shall I in triumph enter Reims?
I through 10,000 foes will lead thee.
In the modern Anouilh Hellman play, the Dauphin is no storybook king. As the scene opens, Charles is lolling indolently on his throne, playing with one of those cup and ball toys that still delight children today. Enter the Archbishop of Reims.
Oh, Archbishop, you have arrived just in time. I am on the point of governing.
There is not time for jest, Your Majesty. We are faced with the dangerous problem of this peasant girl. The people are in love with her. They are convinced that God has sent her to you and that she alone can save France. They think she works miracles.
I have sympathy for them. They are as desperate as I am. As for this girl, I have no curiosity about her. I know too many people as it is, and a messenger from God doesn't sound very amusing. But I want to be a good king and please my people, therefore I shall see this girl. I think I might like to play a trick on her. Let's put a page upon the throne. Let's clothe him in the royal doublet with the fewest patches. He'll look better than I do. And let us enjoy the sight of God's envoy pleading her cause to a page boy.
And so, when Joan timidly enters the throne room, it's a young court attendant who is impersonating the Dauphin. She sees through the deception, however, just as quickly as she did in the case of Dunois in Schiller's play. She surveys the crowd and will walk straight to Charles, who tries to run from her.
What do you want?
Noble Dauphin, I am Joan the maid. The King of Heaven has sent me to tell you that you must be anointed and crowned in the city of Reims.
Well, that is splendid, mademoiselle, but Reims is in the hands of the English, as far as I know. How shall we get there?
We will fight our way there, Noble Dauphin. First we will take Orleans, and then we will walk to Reims. God told me, Noble Dauphin.
You haven't come here to kill me? No. No, of course not. You have an honest face. I've lived so long with these pirates that I've almost forgotten what an honest face looks like. Are there many people who have honest faces?
Many, sire.
Well, I never see them. Well, all right. Start boring me. Tell me that I ought to be a great king.
Yes, Charles.
In the end, Joan gets what she wants. Her army, her appointment, and a dazzling white suit of armor especially made for her. Joan's effect upon the English troops, who had been just about invincible until she appeared, is described by Schiller. The voices are those of English soldiers, except for the rather heart-rending lament of their commander, Sir John Talbot.
The maiden in the camp!
Impossible, it cannot be. How come she in the camp?
Why, through the air. The devil aided her.
Why? We're dead men!
They heed me not. They stay not at my call. The sacred bonds of discipline are loosed. I cannot rally even the smallest troop. Who is she then? The irresistible, the dread-inspiring goddess who doth turn at once the tide of battle and transform to lion's bold a herd of timid deer. A woman snatched from me all martial fame.
The maiden comes. Fly, General, fly!
Well, as we know, the army with which Joan took the field did liberate Orleans, and within a few months had cleared the road to Reims so that the Dauphin could be properly consecrated King of France. Joan's army then turned to liberate Paris, but the siege of Paris was called off. Joan, wounded for the third time in a year, was captured some months later by Burgundian soldiers who were then allied with the English. The Burgundians sold her to the English command for 10,000 French pounds, a sum normally paid only for the highest nobles. The English, in turn, handed Joan over to a French ecclesiastical court convened in English-occupied Rouen for trial on charges of sorcery, witchcraft, or anything else that would lead to excommunication. The idea was that once Joan had been convicted on any such charge by her own countrymen, the English would be free to condemn and execute her for the damage she had caused them. And that's the way it worked out.
Joan, commonly called the Maid, having been captured within our diocese of Beauvais, and having been surrendered, dispatched, given, and delivered to us as a person vehemently suspected of heresy.
After weeks of badgering, Joan, exhausted and terrified of death by fire, finally put her mark to a paper which she was unable to read, admitting all the sins charged against her and forswearing them for the future. She even resumed female clothing for a short time. But when she found out that her promised acquittal would mean only life imprisonment on a diet of bread and water, the bread of sorrow and the water of affliction, as the judges put it, she decided that she preferred a swifter death, however horrible. Bernard Shaw describes her so-called relapse like this.
They told me you were fools. You promised me my life, but you lied. You think that life is nothing but not being stone dead? It is not the bread and water I fear. Bread has no sorrow for me, and water no affliction. But to shut me from the light of the sky and the sight of the fields and flowers, to chain my feet, to make me breathe foul, damp darkness, and keep me from everything that brings me back to the love of God. I could do without my war horse. I could drag about in a skirt. I could let the banners and the trumpets and the knights and soldiers pass me and leave me behind as they leave the other women. If only I could still hear the wind and the trees, the larks and the sunshine, the young lambs crying through the healthy frost, and the blessed church bells. But without these things I cannot live. What I am, I will not denounce. What I have done, I will not deny.
And we still have from Joan what is perhaps the most touching answer ever given to a life and death question in the history of Inquisition.
Joan, do you now believe yourself to be in a state of grace?
If I am not, may God put me there. If I am, may God so keep me.
That was Joan of Arc. Did anyone ever understand her? Do we understand her today? Perhaps Jean Anouilh said it best.
You cannot explain Joan any more than you can explain the tiniest flower growing by the wayside. There's just a little living flower that has always known, ever since it was a microscopic seed, how many petals it would have and how big they would grow, exactly how blue its blue would be, and how its delicate scent would be compounded. There is just the phenomenon of Joan, as there is the phenomenon of a daisy, or the sky, or a bird.
What pretentious creatures men are, if that is not enough for them.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and the Eternal Joan, a treatment of the Joan of Arc story, written by Henry E. Fritsch, with Elspeth Eric as Joan and Louis Kronenberger, drama critic for Time magazine, as tape narrator. The Eternal Joan was produced and directed by Paul Roberts, music composed and conducted by Alexander Steinert. Included in tonight's cast were Alan Hewitt as Baudricourt and Jack Manning as the Dauphin. Also heard were John Gibson, Daniel Ocko, Bob Dryden, Louis Van Rooten, Roger DeKoven, Ed Prentice, Guy Rep, Ellen Muir, Gladys Holland, and Ruth Tobin. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us next week when, from Hollywood, we'll present A Portrait of Paris, a word picture of the French capital, recorded by David Schoenbrunn, chief of the Paris bureau of CBS News. America listens most to the CBS radio network.
The rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew. And they beat upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock.
There is such a house in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. And this year, as every 4 years for more than a century and a half, men are contending for its occupancy, the highest honor that can be bestowed upon an American by his countrymen. The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, the biography of that graceful yet indestructible symbol of our nation, the White House, home of our presidents at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C. Narrated by CBS News correspondent Alan Jackson.
In the beginning, there was a little more than a swamp by the river's edge, with a few hills rising here and there. But the country was new, and swamps did not scare it. Besides, it was an ideal location, just far enough in the so-called South to please the southern half of the new nation, and close enough to the north to satisfy that section as well. So, on one of the low hills bordering the Potomac and Anacostia rivers, our ancestors began to build a new capital. And on the next hill, not much more than a mile away, they built a house of lasting grace to serve as residence for their chief executives, the presidents of the new United States of America. General Washington, the first president, personally picked the site for the house in which he himself was destined never to live. The first occupant of the house was a stern man whose New England ancestors had weathered many storms in war and in peace. He was the second president of our new nation, and he moved into the house late in his single 4-year term. His name was John Adams. And when John Adams first passed through the entrance of the still unfinished building, he uttered a prayer, the sense of which he put down in a letter to his wife, Abigail. John Adams' prayer was ultimately carved over the fireplace in the state dining room by order of the one occupant of the house who has perhaps caused more debate than any other, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And so it may be read today.
I pray heaven to bestow the best of blessings on this house and on all that shall hereinafter inhabit it. May none but honest and wise men ever rule under this roof.
Executive Mansion, or the President's House, is what it became in the minds of the American people. And more than 100 years after John Adams became the first occupant, another president named Roosevelt, Theodore in this case, set a precedent by having his stationery engraved with the words, the White House. The name, at first unofficial, originated with one of the many misadventures which have befallen the house during the 150-odd years of its life. In August 1814, British soldiers set the structure afire, ruining the interior and blackening the sandstone outer walls. When the house was reconstructed, a coat of white paint was applied to the exterior to cover the damage caused by smoke and flame, giving rise to the name by which we know the building today, the White House. The British attack took place during the presidency of James Madison, whose universally admired and attractive wife was the famed Dolly. The British troopers and Marines came, under Cockburn and Ross, up from the river, closer and closer to the house and to the president's wife, Dolly Madison.
I am Dolly Madison. There are stories about me that I tucked the original copies of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution into my bodice just before I ran from the burning house. That I hacked the portrait of General Washington out of its frame and carried it off with the British at my heels. And, not least of all, that my husband was a coward and had left me alone when the British came. They are not true.
And they were not true. The documents were taken off safely by clerks from the Department of State. The painting of Washington that had been painted by Stuart was carried to safety by two gentlemen from New York. And James Madison was with his troops at Bladensburg, where he should have been, and was later joined by his wife. And so the house was burned, later to be rebuilt and become what is probably one of the best-loved structures in the world. But what was it like in the beginning, when John Adams and his wife Abigail arrived? The city of Washington at that time had a population of just 3,210, and the nation of just 5 million. There were no bathrooms, of course, and...
Cold. It's so cold, John, and so damp, so terribly damp.
It's that miserable swamp that surrounds us. I ordered that all the wood we had been able to get should be burned in the fireplaces so as to dry out the plaster before you came. But the damp still oozes from this confounded, porous Virginia freestone in the walls.
But we'll need to keep all of 13 fires going, even with so few chambers finished or furnished.
There's no wood to be had, Abby.
Could we not use coals?
We have a small supply, but I have not been able to get grates made for the fireplaces.
John, do you know that there is no place at all to dry clothes?
You'll just have to make do somehow, Abby. This is a wild new country we've come to.
Oh, I'll manage. I'll just use the great audience chamber to hang our wash in. But it isn't these small inconveniences that worry me.
What is it, then?
It's you, John. Never have I seen you so disconsolate, so woebegone. And it's not the ague from the walls that makes you so.
No, it's not. I suffer from a dampness of the soul.
John, what a strange remark. I don't think I have ever known you to be sorry for yourself before. Not out loud.
I'm not sorry for myself. But I never asked for this thankless task. I never sought the presidency.
John.
Oh, yes. I've been ambitious in my mind, but not in my heart. With all my heart and soul at this moment, I wish we were back in Milton, or in Brattle Street, or on the Braintree Farm. Let Mr. Jefferson have this cave of the winds.
Mr. Jefferson, Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, did become the next occupant of the house, bad heating and all. Jefferson, however, collaborated in plans for various additions to the house, most importantly for columned porticos, softening the somewhat severe aspects of the building from the north and the south. And his official dinners were renowned for their good food and wines and the good conversation that went with them. The insatiably curious president, in fact, not only sparked some memorable intellectual exchanges himself, but he also substituted round or oval dining tables for the customary rectangles, so that all his guests could more easily observe each other
thus encouraging the freest exchanges of intimate opinions, thereby eliminating those delicate points of diplomatic precedence, which he believed were out of place in a democracy.
I still say that if the British were to support us...
It seems that trifles do become giants in the mouths of Americans.
There can be no more piracy, sir. The United States will not stand for it.
Well, sir, as to slavery, we know that certain European countries do...
Purchasing Louisiana, in my opinion, is a mean and degrading mode of acquiring territory.
Mr. Ambassador, you won't believe this, but when I left Virginia to take up my post in France, I had 2 bushels of ripe pears sewed in bags. And when I returned 6 years later, they were in perfect condition. They'd candied themselves.
Mr. President, you will excuse us? Will the ladies please join me? The gentlemen will follow later.
That was Dolly Madison, wife of James Madison, who at that time was a member of Jefferson's cabinet. Dolly was a borrowed hostess for the Jeffersons' formal dinners, for when Jefferson moved into the White House, he was a widower. After Jefferson served 2 terms, James Madison, his distinguished Secretary of State, succeeded him, and Dolly Madison became First Lady of the land. Following Madison, James Monroe occupied the House, Monroe to whom we owe the Monroe Doctrine, which has become a keystone of our foreign policy. Of his wife, Virginia Courtwright Monroe, it was said that she was often frail and had to keep herself secluded in one of the bed or drawing rooms on the 2nd floor, among which were the Rose Room, the northeast corner bedroom, the northwest corner bedroom, the southwest corner drawing room, and the bedroom west of the book storage room. None of this, however, kept Mrs. Monroe from being one of the liveliest hostesses the house was ever to know. John Quincy Adams came next. He was the son of the John Adams who had been the original occupant of the house. John Quincy soon became known as the learned Yankee. He is said to have treated his guests at the house to disquisitions on poetry, music, painting, and sculpture, all, as the old books say, of rare excellence and untiring interest. Then a new kind of storm arose, a storm of votes and of voters, mostly out of what was then called the West, that is, the territory beyond the Appalachians. This was a part of their country which the cultured, eastern and southern states, still considered savage. But from it there came a tempest, born of a new consciousness of political power, and a Tennessean on horseback rode to the house in Washington in its wake. He was Andrew Jackson, and the house was destined to shake to a new rhythm as Old Hickory and his friends entered the house.
Disgusting. Perfectly disgusting. It reminds me of the days of the French Revolution. I say, have you noticed that woman, that huge monstrosity?
Why, she's actually wiping her hands on the window bridge.
What was that?
A chair, I fancy. The chairs are much too small for these bears to sit in.
Have you seen the new president?
What's that?
I said, have you seen General Jackson?
Only on his horse, out on the avenue. He looked like a ghost.
They say he has never recovered from the death of his wife.
Good heavens! They've broken that beautiful French sofa.
Well, the breaking of that sofa does seem to have quietened the mob a bit. Gad, this sort of thing would never do with us. Never.
I don't suppose it would do in your country, gentlemen, but I find it a rather pleasing spectacle.
Oh, really?
Why, yes. This is the people's house, after all. Let 'em enjoy it for a day.
And who might you be, sir? Might I ask?
My name is Andrew Jackson.
The general?
Yes. Yes, I'm the one all this fuss is for. But I am very tired, gentlemen. It is a lonely life.
house was officially declared finished and furnished in 1829, the first year of General Jackson's administration. Still, even 5 years later, a member of Congress from Massachusetts observed,
"The receiving room contains nothing but a dilapidated sofa and a battered pine table. The two pieces together are not worth $5. There is not even a mirror."
The fabled East Room was often used for public receptions, but there also the tables were still of pine and much of the other furniture was unfinished. Jackson, though, bought 20 shining brass spittoons for it. Water for the needs of the household was still caught in cedar wood troughs. It was only in Jackson's 5th year in the house that a pipe was finally laid to bring running water into the residence of the President of the United States. Jackson's successor was Martin Van Buren of New York. Van Buren, we are told, bought a gold dinner service for the house and was defeated in his bid for re-election, at least partly because it was noised around that he was in the habit of tasting French sauces from golden ladles. After Van Buren came Tippecanoe, General William Henry Harrison. But he died after only 31 days in the house, too soon to leave an impress upon its character. And after Harrison came John Tyler, and after John Tyler came James Knox Polk. It was in Polk's time that gas lighting was installed in the house. Then Zachary Taylor, Millard Fillmore, Franklin Pierce, James Buchanan. And then a new man and a new party arisen from beyond the mountains, from the newly settled, harsh and hard-living prairie states, the area that we now call our Middle West, came Abraham Lincoln. With Lincoln, there came to the house much of the hurly-burly of family life, both joyous and tragic, which has almost always been a characteristic of this structure, so much abused, so often reconstructed, yet still one of the world's most beautiful homes. Lincoln's occupancy was dominated at all times by that most critical event, the war between the states. It began almost before he had had a chance to hang his best broadcloth coat in a White House closet, and ended only a few days before his own life did, terminated by an assassin's bullet in a Washington theater not much more than a mile from the house. An awareness of the tragic war that was ravaging the country, North and South, was, of course, forever present in the house during Lincoln's time. It penetrated even to the children's quarters. The two young Lincoln boys, Tad and Willie, often played with two other children whose home was in Cincinnati, Ohio, and whose last name was Taft. One of these children, in fact, the one called William Howard, himself became President of the United States about 50 years later. There was a day when the four children made a doll out of some rags and old clothes and named it Jack.
I think he should be shot at sunrise.
What for?
Sleeping on sentry duty.
But you can't...
A soldier in missing his duty must be punished.
But Jack didn't do it. Not really.
Let's ask the gardener here.
No, I tell you, this is a pretty serious business. I don't believe anybody except the president could figure that one.
The president?
But the president, well, he's busy with the war.
Well, seems to me that this here difference of opinion, you might say, it's got plenty to do with the war. Now, I got to see the president anyhow, so I reckon I'll ask him.
The gardener did go to the president and returned with the following message.
I seen the president, boys, and here's what he says. Now, looky here, I'll read it to you. The doll Jack is pardoned by order of the president, A. Lincoln.
It was not long after this incident that young Willie went out riding on his pony in a chilly rain. A few hours later, he fell sick of the fever, as Washington wives and mothers then called it. They blamed Washington's swampy origins for it, and the deadly miasmas which were supposed to arise from the marshy shores of the Potomac and Anacostia Creek or sometimes they blamed the abundant insect life of the capital. We now know that the main cause of Washington's dreaded fevers was its unpurified water supply, a ready-made carrier for typhoid. Willie's illness occurred when he was only 11. It came during a particularly critical time in the war. Mrs. Elizabeth Keckley, a Negro housekeeper in the Lincoln household, worked day and night to save the boy. His parents did all they could.
How is he?
His forehead feels hotter, sir.
My boy.
Mr. President.
Mr. Nicolay?
It's the Secretary of War, Mr. Stanton, sir. He asks you to join him at the telegraph office at once. A dispatch from General McClellan.
Tell Mr. Stanton I shall join him within the hour. You see, Mr. Nicolay, my young son has just died. I must see him first.
But even tragedies do end sometime. On April 2nd, 1865, President Lincoln drafted this memorandum.
Lieutenant General Ulysses Grant at Appomattox, allow me to tender you and all with you the nation's grateful thanks. At your kind suggestion, I think I will visit you tomorrow. A. Lincoln.
It was Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt who once said that if the White House was really haunted, it must be haunted by the shade of Abraham Lincoln. But there have been many other men who have paced the floors and carpetings of the house at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, paced the floor in the executive offices, which were originally located on the second floor of the house itself, but later moved to a specially built wing attached to the west facade, or between the executive office and the library, or the map room, or at night walking up and down the second floor corridor, past the doors to the family bedrooms, thinking, planning, and making decisions. Andrew Johnson, who bought Alaska for the nation. General Ulysses S. Grant, the man who had won the war. Rutherford Hayes of Ohio, who labored hard to strengthen the federal civil service. James Garfield, who was shot less than 4 months after taking office in 1881, the same year that the first elevator was installed in the House. Chester Arthur, an attorney, interested in civil rights, and the man who ordered a silver ceiling for the east room of the House, designed by Tiffany of New York. And Grover Cleveland, the only man ever to occupy the House for 2 non-continuous 4-year periods. The first president ever to be married in the House.
Do you, Grover Cleveland, take this woman, Clara Folsom, to be your lawful wedded wife, to keep and to cherish?
My dears, I wish you could see the bridal gown. It's of heavy, very heavy ivory satin, with a high plain corsage, elbow sleeves, and a very long train. It could stand alone, I believe. And the
These are the footsteps of men of terrible responsibility, men who gave themselves to their country, men who in passing have left their imprint in the House of the Presidents. Benjamin Harrison, during whose tenancy electric lighting was installed. William McKinley, who on September 6, 1901, was fatally wounded by an assassin's bullet. Theodore Roosevelt, the hero of San Juan, who attended to his house by fireproofing the first floor and building a new roof for the third. William Howard Taft, who had played with Lincoln's boys nearly 50 years before. Those are the footsteps that could be heard as President Wilson walked in the so-called Lincoln study on an evening in the spring of 1917.
Good evening, Colonel House.
Good evening, Mr. President. Sir, I've heard that you've made up your mind, sir.
I have, Colonel. I shall ask Congress tomorrow to recognize that a state of war exists with Germany, my friend. Let me read to you a part of the message I shall deliver to Congress tomorrow. It is a fearful thing to lead this great, peaceful people into war. But the right is more precious than peace, and we shall fight for the things we have always carried nearest our hearts and fortunes, with the pride of those who know that the day has come when America is privileged to spend her blood and might for the principles that gave her birth and happiness, and the peace which she has treasured. God helping her, she can do no other.
There have been 6 occupants of the house at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue since Woodrow Wilson. These are still too close to us for words without partisanship, whether that of pride or that of anger. Warren Harding, Calvin Coolidge, Herbert Hoover, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and Harry S. Truman were 5 of these. And during their time, the house was faltering in all its joints, slipping sidewise and bottomwise into the old district swamp. Plaster crumbled, ceilings cracked, and a piano belonging to President Truman's daughter Margaret once threatened to fall through the second floor. In 1948, a long overdue reconstruction was undertaken at a cost of nearly $6 million and was completed in 1952. And in January of 1953, Dwight D. Eisenhower, the 34th president, entered the House. The House that, according to experts, is now secure for the foreseeable future. On Tuesday, the people will decide who is to live in the House for the next 4 years, who is to make the difficult decisions to lead our country during the fateful years ahead.
I pray heaven to bestow the best of blessings on this house and on all who shall hereinafter inhabit it. May none but honest and wise men ever rule under this roof, and may it be so forever, and may no one ever betray the trust.
This is Alan Jackson. A big job awaits the man who will reside at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue during the 4 years just ahead. On Tuesday next, be sure to vote for the candidate of your choice. And remember, as soon as you have cast your ballot, those of us who make up CBS Radio's team of CBS News correspondents, aided by the mathematical wizardry of the famous UNIVAC machine, will be on the job reporting the election story just as quickly as it develops.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, The Story of the White House, written by George H. Faulkner, with music arranged and conducted by Charles Paul, narrated by CBS News correspondent Alan Jackson, and produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. This is Bob Hite reminding you that from now on, the CBS Radio Workshop will be heard on a new day and at a new time over most of these same stations. For the highly imaginative productions of the CBS Radio Workshop, tune in every Sunday afternoon here at the Star's address. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Where are the weak of will, the strong of arm, the clown, the boozer, the fighter? All are sleeping on the hill. Where are the tender heart, the simple soul, the loud, the proud, the happy one? All are sleeping on the hill.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind, presents Epitaphs, with the words from Edgar Lee Masters' Spoon River Anthology, the music of Wolfgang Frankel, and your narrator, William Conrad. Mr. Conrad.
Thank you. More than 40 years ago, Edgar Lee Masters' Spoon River Anthology was first published. Although this group of subjective epitaphs from an Illinois graveyard is scarcely remembered today, it profoundly affected a generation of American writers, opening their minds to the vast dimensions of the character of our land and its people. In the years that followed the publication of Spoon River, while we were becoming acquainted with giant after giant, Sinclair Lewis, Ernest Hemingway, Sherwood Anderson, Carl Sandburg, the poetry of the quiet, bespectacled law partner of Clarence Darrow has all but been forgotten. We feel that this should not be. And so to a new generation, we beg leave to offer a few of the townspeople of Spoon River as Edgar Lee Masters saw them. They speak from the burial ground on the hill above the village. What they say is often at variance with the words graven upon their tombstones, and at variance, too, with their fellow townsmen's opinions of them. For even in the stillness of death, they are disturbingly human. None so good nor so bad as he may have seemed while yet alive. There was Robert Fulton Tanner, who ran the village hardware store. Looking back, he thought he had developed at last a concept of life.
If a man could bite the giant hand that catches and destroys him, as I was bitten by a rat while demonstrating my patent trap in my hardware store that day. But a man can never avenge himself on the monstrous ogre life. You enter the room, that's being born, and then you must live, work out your soul. Aha, the bait that you crave is in view. A woman with money you want to marry, prestige, place, or power in the world. But there's work to do and things to conquer. Oh, yes, the wires that screen the bait. At last you get in, but you hear a step. The ogre life comes into the room. He was waiting and heard the clang of the spring. To watch you nibble the wondrous cheese and stare with his burning eyes at you and scowl and laugh and mock and curse you, rubbing up and down in the trap until your misery bores him.
What God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. How often had the Reverend Lemuel Wiley enjoined these words, and those others, the corollary, till death do you part. Well, Mrs. Charles Bliss heard them once, and lived and died, regretting having heard.
Reverend Wiley advised me not to divorce him for the sake of the children, and Judge Summers advised him the same. So we stuck it out to the end of the path. But two of the children thought he was right, and two of the children thought I was right. And the two who sided with him blamed me, and the two who sided with me blamed him. And they grieved for the one they sided with. And all were torn with the guilt of judging and tortured in soul, because they could not admire equally him and me. Now every gardener knows that plants grown in cellars or under stones are twisted and yellow and weak. and no mother would let her baby suck diseased milk from her breast. Yet preachers and judges advise the raising of souls where there is no sunlight, but only twilight, no warmth, but only dampness and cold. Preachers and judges.
I preached 4,000 sermons, I conducted 40 revivals, and baptized many converts. Yet no deed of mine shines brighter in the memory of the world, and none is treasured more by me. Look how I saved the blisses from divorce, and kept the children free from that disgrace to grow up into moral men and women, happy themselves, a credit to the village.
The population of the burying ground on the hill is far greater than the village itself, for most of those who passed through the village now rest here. Those who had known the men of the Revolution, those who had marched off to Mexico in 46, and to Vicksburg and Gettysburg and Petersburg sometime later, and those who sent lovers and sons to the war between the states. Here are three such: Nolt Hoheimer, Anne Rutledge, and Hannah Armstrong.
I was the first fruits of the Battle of Missionary Ridge. When I felt the bullet enter my heart, I wished I'd stayed at home and gone to jail for stealing the hogs of Curl Trenery instead of running away and joining the army. Rather 1,000 times the county jail than to lie under this marble figure with wings and this granite pedestal bearing the words Pro Patria. What do they mean, anyway?
Out of me, unworthy and unknown, the vibrations of deathless music, with malice toward none, with charity for all. Out of me the forgiveness of millions toward millions, and the beneficent face of a nation shining with justice and truth. I am Anne Rutledge, who sleep beneath these weeds, beloved in life of Abraham Lincoln, wedded to him not through union, but through separation. Bloom forever, O Republic, from the dust of my bosom.
I wrote him a letter asking him for old time's sake to discharge my sick boy from the army. But maybe he couldn't read it. Then I went to town and had James Garber, who wrote beautifully, write him a letter. But maybe that was lost in the mails. So I traveled all the way to Washington. I was more than an hour finding the White House. And when I found it, they turned me away, hiding their smiles. Then I thought, oh, well, he ain't the same as when I boarded him and he and my husband worked together and all of us called him Abe there in Menard. As a last attempt, I turned to a guard and said, please say it's old Aunt Hannah Armstrong from Illinois, come to see him about her sick boy in the army. Well, just in a moment they let me in. And when he saw me, he broke in a laugh and dropped his business as president and wrote in his own hand Doug's discharge.
talking the while of the early days and telling stories.
The scars of prejudice and segregation go deep. A man and a boy who knew the racism of Spoon River still remember from the grave. Shak Dai and Yi Bo.
The white men played all sorts of jokes on me. They took big fish off my hook and put little ones on while I was away getting a stringer, and made me believe I hadn't seen aright the fish I'd caught. When Burr Robin's circus came to town, they got the ringmaster to let a tame leopard into the ring, and made me believe I was whipping a wild beast like Samson, when I, for an offer of $50, dragged him out to his cage. One time I entered my blacksmith shop and shook as I saw some horseshoes crawling across the floor as if alive. Walter Simmons had put a magnet under the barrel of water. Yet every one of you white men, was fooled about fish and about leopards too. And you didn't know any more than the horseshoes did what moved you about Spoon River.
They got me into the Sunday school in Spoon River and tried to get me to drop Confucius for Jesus. I could have been no worse off if I had tried to get them to drop Jesus for Confucius. For without any warning, as if it were a prank, and sneaking up behind me, Harry Wiley, the minister's son, caved my ribs into my lungs with a blow of his fist. Now I shall never sleep with my ancestors in Pekin, and no children shall worship at my grave.
But it is written, the sins of the fathers shall be visited upon the children, even unto the third generation. Willard Fluke and his daughter learned this bitter truth, one with hopelessness, the other with tranquil acceptance.
My wife lost her health and dwindled until she weighed scarce 90 pounds. Then that woman whom the men styled Cleopatra came along, and we married ones all broke our vows, myself among the rest. Years passed, and one by one death claimed them all in some hideous form. And I was borne along by dreams of God's particular grace for me, and I began to write reams on reams of the second coming of Christ. Then Christ came to me and said, "Go into the church and stand before the congregation and confess your sin." But just as I stood up and began to speak, I saw my little girl who was sitting in the front seat. My little girl who was born blind. After that, all is blackness.
Here lies the body of Lois Spears, born Lois Fluke, daughter of Willard Fluke, wife of Cyrus Spears, mother of Myrtle and Virgil Spears, children with clear eyes and sound limbs. I was born blind. I was the happiest of women, as wife, mother, and housekeeper, caring for my loved ones and making my home a place of order and bounteous hospitality. For I went about the rooms and about the garden with an instinct as sure as sight, as though there were eyes in my fingertips. Glory to God in the highest.
What would you say of Circe Foot, a young man with a problem? Who is to judge this victim of a senile aunt? Who is to know how he will be judged on that final day?
I wanted to go away to college, but rich Aunt Persis wouldn't help me. So I made gardens and raked the lawns and bought John Alden's books with my earnings and toiled for the very means of life. I wanted to marry Delia Prickett, but how could I do it with what I earned? And there was Aunt Persis, more than 70, who sat in a wheelchair, half alive, with her throat so paralyzed when she swallowed the soup ran out of her mouth like a duck. A gourmand yet, investing her income in mortgages, fretting all the time about her notes and rents and papers. That day I was sawing wood for her and reading Proudhon in between. I went in the house for a drink of water, and there she sat, asleep in her chair, and Proudhon lying on the table, and a bottle of chloroform on the book she used sometimes for an aching tooth. I poured the chloroform on a handkerchief, and I held it to her nose till she died. Oh, Delia. Delia, you and Proudhon steadied my hand. And the coroner said she died of heart failure. I married Delia and got the money. A joke on you, Spoon River?
Others are not so shrewd or so fortunate in hiding their dilemma. And in a small town, one person's problem can become the cross of another and another. And so it was with Minerva Jones and Doc Myers.
I'm Minerva, the village poetess, hooted at, jeered at by the yahoos of the street for my heavy body, cockeye and rolling walk, and all the more when Butch Weldy captured me after a brutal hunt. He left me to my fate with Dr. Myers, and I sank into death, growing numb from the feet up like one stepping deeper and deeper into a stream of ice. Will someone go to the village newspaper and gather into a book the verses I wrote? I thirsted so for love. I hungered so for life.
No other man, unless it was Doc Hill, did more for people in this town than I. And all the weak, the halt, the improvident, and those who could not pay flocked to me. I was good-hearted, easy Dr. Myers. I was healthy, happy, in comfortable fortune, blessed with a congenial mate. My children raised, all wedded, doing well in the world. And then one night, Minerva, the poetess, came to me in her trouble, crying. I tried to help her out. She died. They indicted me, the newspapers disgraced me. My wife perished of a broken heart, and pneumonia finished me.
One man digs his grave with his teeth, 'tis said. Another, facing problems that have broken his heart, lies down quietly and dies. Then there is yet another kind, the living dead. Nancy Knapp was one of these.
Well, don't you see, this was the way of it. We bought the farm with what he inherited, and his brothers and sisters accused him of poisoning his father's mind against the rest of them. And we never had any peace with our treasure. The moraine took the cattle and the crops failed, and lightning struck the granary, so we mortgaged the farm to keep going. and he grew silent and was worried all the time. Then some of the neighbors refused to speak to us and took sides with his brothers and sisters, and I had no place to turn. As one may say to himself at an earlier time in life, no matter, so-and-so is my friend, or I can shake this off with a little trip to Decatur. Then the dreadfulest smells infested the rooms. So I set fire to the beds, and the old witch house went up in a roar of flames as I danced in the yard with waving arms, while he wept like a freezing steer.
Thank God not all of us are mean and wretched and weak. Thank God for the hope he gives all of us when he puts people like Lucinda Matlock upon this earth.
I went to the dances at Chandlerville and played Snap Out at Winchester. One time we changed partners, driving home in the moonlight of middle June. And then I found Davis. We were married and lived together for 70 years, enjoying, working, raising the 12 children, 8 of whom we lost ere I had reached the age of 60. I spun, I wove, I kept the house, I nursed the sick, made the garden, and for holiday rambled over the fields where sang the larks, and by Spoon River gathering many a shell, many a flower, and medicinal weed, shouting to the wooded hills, singing to the green valleys. At 96, I had lived enough. That is all, and passed to a sweet repose. What is this I hear of sorrow and weariness, anger, discontent, and drooping hopes? Degenerate sons and daughters, life is too strong for you. It takes life to love life.
Where are they now? All are sleeping on the hill.
You have just heard the CBS Radio Workshop's production of Epitaphs, excerpted from the Spoon River Anthology of Edgar Lee Masters, with original music composed and conducted by Wolfgang Frankel. Epitaphs was directed by William Conrad, whose voice was also heard as narrator. The workshop is produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. The citizens of Spoon River were recreated by
Lillian Bayer,
Virginia Christine,
Virginia Gregg,
Sammy Hill,
Vivi Janis,
Jeanette Nolan,
Lorraine Tuttle,
Parley Bear,
Dick Crenna,
John Daner,
Roy Glenn,
John McIntyre,
Howard McNear,
and John Stevenson.
Next week, from New York, the CBS Workshop will present The Seven Hills, a personality sketch of one of the world's most unique and ancient cities, Eternal Rome. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Line drive was foul, just by inches. Bugs Courtney can certainly clobber that ball. Well, here we are, first of the ninth, 2 men out, 2 on base, and the count on Bugs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Score 0-0. This is Del Charbon at Ringo Stadium in St. Louis. You know, if St. Louis wins today, it'll be a clean sweep, having won a doubleheader 7-2 and 10-0 yesterday. Looks like the league leaders are fading pretty fast, and St. Louis might take over. Well, now the outfield is moved back into position, and here's the pitch. Ball 4. Bugs walks, filling the bases. Now up comes their slugger, Hank Metters. Hey, wait a minute. There's a terrific rhubarb. It looks like a youngster coming up to the plate. Hey, check this, Ted. No, it can't be a youngster. He has a big cigar in his mouth. A little bat and a big cigar. Well, here's the scoop on the rhubarb. For the first time in big league baseball, we have batting in the cleanup position for the league-leading champs, Pearl DeMondville, a midget.
You are listening to the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today we salute two great American institutions. The institution of James Grover Thurber, whose penetrating vision into the word and line has brought so much happiness to so many. And to the institution of baseball, a slice of Americana that quickens the pulse of the nation with the battle cry, "Play ball." Our efforts today are directed to the little leaguers with stars in their eyes, to the players in the minors hoping for that call which will take them to the majors and their big chance, to the players in the majors who this day are struggling so hard to live up to that promise, to the thousands of grandmothers who died so abruptly of a Wednesday afternoon, so that their devoted grandsons could pay them homage in ballparks all over our nation, and to you husbands who can't remember an anniversary or a birthday, but when called on can give the batting averages in both leagues for the past 20 years. We challenge you with James Thurber's You Could Look It Up.
When most people in our town think of baseball, they think of Squawks McGrew. He came by this handle because of a peculiar quality of voice. When things were fouled up and the team was in a slump, he'd start screaming, and then it would happen. Suddenly, he'd almost lose his voice and end up squealing like a little girl whose doll had been stepped on. All this was several years ago, when McGrew was a manager and making one of the greatest names in baseball. Now, the old boy had come home to rock away his last innings. I was making my annual visit. My paper sent me to get a story to find out who would play in the World Series. McGrew had an uncanny genius for prophecy, speaking a language all his own, and for baseball.
Hello, Larry. Come on in.
Thanks, Mr. McGrew.
Now, don't tell me, boy, that another year has passed.
Afraid so. Well, Mr. McGrew, I won't take up much of your time. You've always said the teams in first place the 4th of July usually win the series. This year, it's the Yankees and Cincinnati. You think that's the way it's going to wind up?
No, don't hurry me, boy. Let's sit out here on the porch and rock a while, hmm? Speaking of those teams in first place and the 4th of July and all that, I'd like to tell you how once we led the whole league by about 7-8 games till about mid-September. Within a few days, that margin was trimmed down so as you could got it in the eye of a thimble. just being about half a game ahead of St. Louis. Now, we'd just been belted by Pittsburgh, was headed down to Columbus for an exhibition game. What a slump we was in. The boys running around snarling at each other, eating bad, sleeping worse. Batting for the team average is maybe hot 186. Half the time, nobody would speak to nobody else, lest it was to ball them out. Son, this is probably a long way to tell you. Would you like some lemonade?
No, thanks, Mr. McGrew. Tell me, what happened in Columbus?
Well, even Columbus shut us out, 3-2. Don't mind telling you, son, I was mighty near crazy, what with the hitting and all. While we was at the Chittenden Hotel, really snarling. Believe me, I wished I was dead. I was sitting at the bar of the old Chittenden, killing time, waiting on the train to St. Louis, when up comes Bugs Courtney.
Squawks!
Get lost, Bugs.
You gotta get in the dining room. The boys are killing each other. Whitey Cut just hit Billy Klinger between the eyes with a T-bone steak.
Let them blind each other. Can't none of them see anyways. Go on, beat it, Bugs.
Look, Squawk, if you want a bar club...
I said beat it. And remember, Bugs, the Wright brothers have still got to build an airship big enough for you to hit with a ball bat. Oh, bartender.
Yes, Mr. McGrew?
How I pity me, brother, how I pity me. I thought I was the manager of a great ball team. Instead of that, I'm managing a bunch of blindfolded circus clowns.
Are you right? I seen that game today, Junior. You ain't got no ball club. What you got there, Junior, is a sideshow.
Bartender, bring me some black coffee. I must be having a DTs. I swear I've been talking to a 2.5-foot man.
It's all right, Mr. McGrew. This little guy here is Pearl Dumonville.
Pearl Dumonville? Pearl? I thought that was a girl's name.
Hold it, Junior.
What do you mean, Junior?
Don't pay him no attention. Pearl calls everybody Junior, because it always turns out he's a year older than anybody else.
Oh, yeah? Well, how old is he?
How old are you, Junior?
Who, me? I'm 53.
Well, I'm 54.
Okay. What'll you have, Dad?
Same as you, Junior. Give me a lift up in the bar, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Right this way, folks. Come right in and see the greatest collection of freaks in the world. See the armless pitcher. See the infielders with 5 thumbs. See the eyeless batters.
That's great, Pearl. That's great. You tell them. Go on.
Come on, boss. The fellas want to get out of here. People are staring at us.
Wait a minute. Pearl, I want you to meet my clowns. Clowns, this is Pearl Dumonville, a Monsieur of the old school. Now, watch it, Pearl. Don't shake hands with them. The fingers are made of chalk. It'll bust right off in your paw.
Why, you pegged him, McGrew. Come on in, folks. Step right up and see the legless base runner. See the outfielders with butterfingers. See the southpaw with the arm of a child.
Arm of a child. All right, quiet, fellas. Whitey, Hank, want you two to bring the Pearl along. He's coming as mascot. What? And I'm holding you two guys responsible.
Hey, wait a minute, Junior. How am I going without no toothbrush? What am I going to do with no other suit?
The boys will take care of you. Okay, I'm going to check out. I'll see you at the train. See the guys with the glass arms, eh? See the guys with the cast iron brains. See the players with feet on their wrists.
Shorty, why don't you go home now, huh? Come morning, and McGrew will forget all about you.
Yeah. He probably thinks you were something he's seen in a nightmare, and he won't laugh so easy in the morning either. Now, why don't you go on home?
Nix. Skidoo. And 23 for you. Mr. Pearl Dumonville is heading for St. Louis.
Hey, McGrew, remember where you found this? Or maybe you think they come with a breakfast on this train.
Sneeze, your brains is dusty.
Here's a towel. Wipe your face. Sit down here, Bugs.
There's a real couple of Damon and Phileases across the aisle, ain't they?
Hi, guys.
Whitey, we got enough trouble around here today. Why don't you go over and play with your midget friend?
What kind of a crack is that? Let that have it, you wise guy.
Oh, yeah?
Don't give me
Rasslers. That's what I got for a ball club, Mr. Dumonville. Rasslers.
A man can't be good at everything, but he ought to be good at something.
Oh, I wished I was manager of an old ladies' sewing circle instead of a ball club.
That's great, Junior. That's great. You are.
You little
All right. Lay off, Hank. Now, listen, you guys. If any of you hurt Pearl, I'll break your neck. Pearl here is the official mascot. And I want him to have a miniature suit and everything, just like the rest of us. And Hank, I'm holding you responsible.
Thanks a lot.
Well, the first thing you're going to do, Pearl, is get rid of that cigar. And if you wear our suit on the field and go insulting it, I am going myself to take you out to the zoo and feed you to the bears. What? Little blow smoke in my face, will you?
Hold it. I told you, no trouble. If anything happens to him, Hank, you're responsible. Now, remember, you guys, we have a double-header tomorrow. So see if you can try hard enough not to disgrace Pearl and me. Okay. Now, clear out. Pearl and I have some serious talking to do. Pearl, I tell you, them clowns are sure taking a lot out of me. I wished I was dead.
What makes you think you ain't, Junior? What makes you think you ain't?
Oh, now lay you off, will you? Pearl, tell me the truth. How old are you?
I told you, 54.
Okay. How tall are you?
I'm 31 and a half... No, 32 inches tall.
32 inches... That's fine. Tomorrow, I'm taking out legal and proper papers constituting one Pearl Dumonville a bona fide member of this former ball club. Maybe that'll shame them big babies into getting in there and swinging, knowing I can replace any of them with a midget. I beg your pardon, Pearl.
It's okay, Junior.
Yes, sir. I'm going to make it all legal and proper.
Drive was fouled just by inches. Bugs Courtney can certainly clobber that ball. Well, here we are, first of the ninth. 2 men out, 2 on base, and the count on Bugs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Score 0-0. This is Del Sharbutt at Ringo Stadium in St. Louis. If St. Louis wins today, it'll be a clean sweep, having won a doubleheader 7-2 and 10-0 yesterday. It looks like the league leaders are fading fast, and St. Louis will take over. Well, now the outfield is moved back into position, and here's the pitch. Ball 4. Bugs walks, filling the bases. And now up comes their slugger, Hank Metters. Wait a minute. There's a terrific rhubarb. It looks like a youngster coming up to the plate. Check this, Ted. No, it can't be a youngster. He has a big cigar in his mouth. A little bat and a big cigar. Oh, well, now, here's the scoop on the rhubarb. For the first time in big league baseball, we have batting in the cleanup position for the league-leading champ, Pearl Dumonville, a midget. Well, this rhubarb seems to be growing and growing. I'm sure it's going to be a few minutes before they can get this game going again. So we've sent Ted down on the field with a portable mic. Can you hear me, Ted? Ladies and gentlemen, I see the St. Louis manager is up out of the dugout, and everyone is screaming and yelling. Again, we'll try to take you down on the field. Ted, come in. Ted, can you hear me? Come in. Come in.
Okay, Del. I'm down here, and the pandemonium here is terrific. We'll try to get as much of the conversation as possible. Here's McGrew and umpire Kelly screaming at each other.
I'm telling you, McGrew. I'm telling you, get a batter up there or you'll forfeit the game.
I told you I'm sending in a pinch hitter. There he is, Pearl Dumonville. You stand right beside me, Pearl.
You got yourself a boy, Junior. Watch it, McGrew. Here comes that squarehead, the St. Louis manager.
McGrew, what are you trying to pull? Are you trying to disgrace baseball? They ought to bring the funny wagon for you. You know there ain't no pitcher alive can pitch no ball for no midget.
It's all proper and legal. Here are the papers, Kelly. Sign with the owners, okay for the manager. Here you are. Now look it up.
I don't care what no papers say. He's a midget.
Doesn't look right to me. He's using the kid's bat.
I don't care about any of that. But McGrew, where you been keeping him all season?
McGrew, maybe we had better get out of here. Here comes the field umpire with the rule book.
Lay off that mouth, Pearl.
Well, looks like it's legal and proper, just like McGrew said. All right, get back to your places. Get back in the dugout. Now, if there's any more screaming here, St. Louis will forfeit the game. Okay, McGrew, since you're half ball player in there.
Okay. Pearl, you just stand up there and hold that bat on your shoulder. There ain't a man in the world who can throw 3 strikes in there before he can throw 4 balls.
I get it, Junior. He'll have to walk me, and that will force in the winning run.
That's it, Pearl. That's it. Just stand there. Don't let me down.
I won't. Junior, light my cigar for me. You and me is gonna make history.
This is Del Sharbutt up in the press box again. Thank you, Ted. Thanks for that clarification on what's going on down there. Well, we are... Hey, wait a minute. The pitcher threw his glove on the ground and is stamping on it. I don't blame him, inasmuch as he's just walked 2 normal-sized men. Now he has a man at the plate who couldn't be more than 15 inches between his knees and his shoulders.
Fly ball!
The catcher is towering over the batter like the Washington Monument. Wait a minute. I have never seen anything like this. The plate umpire started standing on his tiptoes. Now he tries bending down. Nothing seems to work. Oh, this crowd is going mad. Well, he has a stance that no one has ever seen on a ball field before. The umpire is squatting on his haunches. All right, here's the first pitch. Ball 1. That was 2 feet over DeMonville's head. The catcher is going out to the mound now to talk to the pitcher. He hands him the ball. He comes back to the plate. And now, here's the pitch. Side armor. Ball 2. Well, that one was a little closer. With a normal-sized man, I think it would have been a strike. With DeMonville, it was about 1.5 feet above his head. The catcher is going out to the mound again. And the third baseman has also come into the mound to talk things over. DeMonville is just standing there, motionless, with that tiny bat over his shoulder. But he's blowing smoke rings. Well, here comes the catcher back. Boy, he gave DeMonville a look like he would like to see him in a bottle of alcohol. This is really fantastic. The runners on the bases have sat down on the bags. All right, ready for the next pitch. Here it comes. This is the slowest ball I've ever seen pitched. It's coming, slow. I believe it's going to be a... Oh, no! He hits the ball!
Fair ball!
The ball is rolling slowly down toward third. The infield is coming in fast. DeMonville is running toward first. The runners are up from their bases and are coming in. I think the catcher has the ball. No, he booted it out past the pitcher's box. The pitcher is falling on his face trying to stop it. I believe the shortstop has it. DeMonville still running toward first. The shortstop kicks the ball and is rolling toward second base. The runners are all in. DeMonville still running toward first, still 20 feet from the bag. The second baseman has finally gotten the ball, and here's the throw. Everything has broken loose down there on the field, and I'm going to try to pick up Ted. Ted, come in.
Here I am, Del. Down here by first. Pandemonium's broken loose. Here comes McGrew, running with tears streaming down his face. I'll try to pick this up, Del.
Pearl, why did you do it? Pearl! I had to hit it, Mr. McGrew. You see, I'm a man.
A man, huh? Well, there's one man that's going to throw another man right out of the ballpark.
Somebody save me! Anybody! They're trying to kill a kid!
Back up here in the press box. This is amazing. It looks like McGrew is swinging his batter around like a hammer thrower, and it looks like Dumontville is the hammer. Nobody can get near him without getting his head knocked off. And now he lets him go, and it looks like Dumontville is headed for the soap sign in center field. And there goes the St. Louis center fielder on a dead run, back, trying to get under Dumontville, and he's got him! Out!
Well, Larry, he was out all right. That was the last ever seen of Pearl de Montville. As he ran out of the ballpark, he looked like one of those dash hounds with a satchel in his mouth, still smoking that big cigar. Yeah, that was the end of Dumontville, and that was the end of our losing streak, too. When we got in the locker room that day, we couldn't look at each other. And then suddenly we all started laughing and kidding, and I quit complaining and wishing I was with the Angels. Well, sir, we went on to Chicago and took all 4 games. Got 17 hits in the first game. Poor old St. Louis. They were so shook up by that last game with us, they never did hit their stride again. Their center fielder who caught Pearl, well, he took to misjudging everything that come his way. The rest of the team followed suit. That's the way it is on a club when one guy blows up. Well, sir, my boys all went together and bought a pair of them little baby shoes. Got them golded, give them to me as a souvenir. Great guys. Whitey, Billy made up. We come home like a ton of dynamite. Went on to win that pennant.
Quite a story, Mr. McGrew.
Yeah, it happened about 25 years ago. Suppose it seems like a long time ago to you, boy, but to me it seems just like yesterday. Bugs Courtney standing up at the players' dinner and saluting what he called the greatest man and a half in baseball. Me and Pearl de Montville. You see, Pearl was right. We did kind of make history. And, Larry, all this is in the record books. If you don't believe it, you could look it up.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop, presenting James Thurber's You Could Look It Up. Written, produced, and directed for radio by D. Engelbach. Music by Richard Heyman. Heard in our cast were Ralph Bell, Sarah Fussell, Larry Haynes, Harold Huber, Joe Julian, David Kerman, Del Sharpett. Next week from Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop brings you John Train's Silent Witness, starring one of Hollywood's finest actors, Raymond Burr. The CBS Radio Workshop has come to you from New York. This is Ted Pearson speaking. You hear America's favorite shows on the CBS Radio Network.
Good afternoon. This is Ed Murrow. A new word has been added to our ever-increasing vocabulary. It's a small word, dressed in fear. To pronounce, not very difficult. To envision, staggering. This scientific word may well become the most important in all languages and to all peoples. It is pronounced fallout. Fallout. Rather a simple word to describe so much. Fallout. Radiation withheld by quantities of atmosphere that may eventually descend to pillage, burn, kill not only you and me, but the scores of generations unborn. Quite a word, fallout. I keep wondering if not the actual word, perhaps its meaning has been with us for thousands of years. I remembered the Chinese were the first to use gunpowder, not for destruction, but as a signal for joy. Much sound for much happiness. Suddenly, fallout seemed to come into focus. Stripped of its fearful garb, its offering now was positive, not negative. Fallout. Words, thoughts, ideas withheld sometimes by the atmosphere of ignorance, but eventually descending to enrich the lives of you, me, and those same generations yet unborn. Today, let us partake of man's fallout. One man we simply call preacher. His father was a great king, but his son, the preacher, sang not of fear, but of confidence and direction. The other man is a contemporary American. His name, Norman Delajoyo, American composer, and this year's recipient of the Pulitzer Prize. Through the span of hundreds of years, these men who have joined hands and in a troubled time speak. The work is called Meditations on Ecclesiastes. To assist them, we have the Columbia Symphony String Orchestra, conducted by Maestro Alfredo Antonini. Assisting their efforts will be Rabbi Theodore L. Adams, Dr. Oswald Hoffman, Senator John Kennedy, and here is the Very Reverend Lawrence J. McGinley, president of Fordham University.
While frightened children terrorize our city streets and our own fear mushrooms into brooding clouds over the Pacific, we have lost in our uneasy day the sense of structure. We fail to look at the seasons around us and in their slow rotation find the permanence of the Creator. We fail to search the reaches of man's history and find in our own growth the tracings of God's providence. The young see their visions disintegrate. The old nervously analyze their dreams. Yet the strength of God's hand works also in our day to mold from the chaos of man and his atoms a new creation. Our struggle is to recognize his season, his purpose, and his time. To everything there is a season, a time to every purpose under the heaven, a time to be born, and a time to die.
Rabbi Theodore L. Adams, President of the Synagogue Council of America.
An ancient rabbinic sage once said, "Man is half angel, half brute. Our task is to redeem man from his brutish impulses in order that he may realize the divine in his nature. Man's destiny lies in his transforming this world into the kingdom of God, not in destroying it. To pluck up evil intentions and to plant good intentions, to kill fear and to heal through confidence, to break down despair and to build up courage in this atomic time. A time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up."
Dr. Oswald Hoffman of the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod.
The sun rises and sets. The rains descend on the just and on the unjust. It is God's sun, his rain, his seasons, his world. With each new age, a world that is at once the object of God's creative power and of his redemptive love, discovers what is ever old and ever new. The passage from birth to death, amid sorrow and joy, encumbered by responsibility and enriched by rare ecstasies. A time to weep and to mourn, a time to dance and to laugh, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing.
Senator John Kennedy, Pulitzer Prize winner of 1957 for Profiles in Courage.
We live today in an age of juxtaposition. Our capacity for destruction and for dissension mixes with our desire for brotherhood and equality among nations and men. From these conflicting forces, the future will emerge. with, we hope, an awareness of good as well as evil, of hope instead of despair. Thus our age is like that described in the Scripture, a time of hate and of war, a time to love and a time of peace.
For man also knoweth not his time, as the fishes that are taken in the evil net, and as the birds that are caught in the snare. So are the sons of men snared in evil times when it falleth suddenly upon them. These words, so many 100 years old, and this music of today, is the fallout of our cultural tomorrows. Around us are the materials and ideas that may have their fallout portents of evil. Let us hope that the history of our time, when written, will record no such thing. This is Ed Murrow. Goodbye and good luck.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today's presentation, Norman Delagioio's Pulitzer Prize-winning composition, Meditations on Ecclesiastes, conducted by Alfredo Antonini. Program originated in New York. Production, D. Engelbach. Associate, Dick Muller. Audio, Harold Bridges. Next week from Hollywood, Gettysburg. Ted Pearson speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind.
Transcribed.
Cops and Robbers is a game played by children, and it's a game actors play on the radio for a living. Tonight, the actors, as usual, will be playing make-believe robbers, but the cops will be real. The CBS Radio Workshop presents Cops and Robbers.
My name is Stanley Ness. I'm a writer, mostly of crime, criminals, and what police do about them. For a long time, I've wondered what real detectives would do when confronted with a fictitious crime. And tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop is giving me a chance to find out. First, so you, the actors, and I can start off knowing what the detectives will try to find out, I've written a short dramatic sketch which we've recorded while our detectives, all retired members of the police department, City of New York, are across the street having coffee. The scene, a one-room flat on the Upper East Side of New York.
What? Who is it?
It's me, Dunk.
Well, come on in. It's open.
It's not open.
Oh, honest goodness.
Hiya, baby.
Be careful. My fingernails are wet.
Oh.
Well, where is it?
Well, where's what?
The chow mein. You were going to stop at the Chinese restaurant and bring back chow mein. Where you been?
Oh, yeah, I was. I forgot.
You forgot. How could you forget what you went out for?
Ellie, baby, listen. You got to stand by me. I'm in a jam.
You went out to get chow mein. How could you get in a jam?
I did. That's all there is to it.
What kind of a jam?
I can't tell you right now.
You expect me to stand by you and you can't tell me? Why don't you get the chow mein?
Forget about the chow mein, will you? Listen, you got the telephone number at that bar and grill where Joe hangs out, that Glenham's?
What's Joe got to do with this?
Have you got the telephone number?
Yeah, I got it. It's in the drawer there. One of their cards.
Get it for me, will you, baby?
Get it yourself. My fingernails are all wet. What's this all about, anyway?
I'll tell you later. Well, where is it, anyway?
It's there. Look. Then look, now tear apart.
Oh, here it is. Look, I got to go out in the hall and phone him.
Dunk?
Yeah?
Oh, will you sit down and relax and tell me what this is all about?
I don't have to sit down. I can tell you standing up. I shot a guy.
You what?
I shot a guy.
You went out to get a container of chow mein. How could you shoot a guy?
I don't know how I could, but I did.
So we know what our detectives will try to find out. The crime referred to was of such a serious nature that the precinct detective squad commander was called from his home to supervise the investigation. Our squad commander tonight is Lieutenant Dan Campion, who retired from the police department a little over a year ago after 25 years in the job. The detectives working under him will be Howard C. Clancy, Jerry Heaney, and Richard Jacobson. Approximately an hour and 10 minutes after the crime occurs, Detective Jacobson, who is carrying the squeal, which means it is his case, has returned to the station house and is typing up a report on the progress of the investigation so far. Remember, the detectives have no script. They are playing themselves, doing a job just like they've done every day.
What's up, Jake?
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. We had a tough stick-up in the precinct tonight.
Oh, another one?
Yeah, a liquor store over on 72nd Street.
What time did it happen, Jake?
Oh, about 9:50. It's that Fairland liquor store over in 280 72nd. And a fellow stuck a gun into the clerk who was in front of the store, and the owner was in back doing a little bookkeeping. When he stepped out, he had a pistol.
Has he got a permit for it?
Oh, yes, he had that. We checked on that. But anyway, poor fellow got shot.
Is he seriously hurt?
Oh, yes.
He's alive yet, though.
Oh, yes. He's over at Metropolitan Hospital. He fired a shot at the stick-up man. Stick-up man fired two at him and hit him. And he went down.
Where was he shot, Dick?
Under the chin it hit him. Deflected into his jaw, just below his lips.
Oh. Anything else to it?
He got a little more than $800. He grabbed money in a paper bag and ran out the front door in the street.
Anybody see him? Any good identifications
Well, he
on
had
him?
a pretty fair identification. The fellow had a car. We found it out later. He ran around the corner on 3rd Avenue. He hit some old woman, knocked her down.
Anybody see him?
There was a sanitation man trying to help the old woman up. But he saw this fellow continue to run. He went around 3rd Avenue and looked him over, and he was getting into a car and got away.
You got the sanitation man's
definitely.
name and all
yes,
like that?
Yes, we have
Good.
that.
Good.
But on the back of his car, he had some of that red tape, that fluorescent tape they're using.
Oh, yes.
And that was all over the back bumper. And he got the last 3 numbers of the plate.
Okay.
I sent out an alarm for the car over the teletype with those 3 numbers, and all the boys in the neighboring precincts have been notified.
Lieutenant Campion, Sergeant Klein on TS just rang upstairs, and he says Dowd over on Post 11 thinks he's got that car spotted that was one of that stick-up and shooting. It's over there at 2nd Avenue, 77th Street. It's a 2-door Plymouth sedan. It's 3T152.
Oh, we got the full license, huh?
Yeah, and I verified it, and it's registered under a Joseph E. McCondy. It's 761 East 76th Street. Hey, Clancy, will you check lost property on that?
Okay. Yeah, see if you can get the description of the car and get the owner's name and address.
Yeah, Dowd is guarding the car over there. He's not letting anybody go near it.
Say, Jake. Okay. You go over with Howie after he makes that call and see if we can get that owner in here and we'll talk to him.
Very good, we'll do that.
Okay, get right on it.
Now we see the detectives are off on the right track. But what about the characters played by our actors? Let's get back to them. The following scene was written, rehearsed, and recorded in advance. And, of course, Lieutenant Campion and his men are unaware of what is going on in this scene, just as they would be in the job.
All right, Joe. I'm coming. Oh, Joe.
Telling you, Dunk, you got a friend in me. That was the best fight all season, and I got to miss the finish.
I appreciate it, Joe.
Hello, Ellie.
Hi.
Well, what's the big jam you're in? You sure it's not the car?
No, it's not the car.
It only should be.
Where's the keys?
Here. Here you are, Joe.
Where'd you leave the car?
In the same place, right where you always leave it.
All right. Now, what's this big jam you're in?
He went out to get some chow mein to bring back.
Let me tell it, will you?
Well, who's stopping you?
I went out and I started to the Chinese restaurant, all right. But then I figured it's Friday. It's going to be a long weekend, and I don't have much money in my pocket.
So?
So I figured I ought to do a little work. Then I ran into you on the corner, and I said, Joe, can I borrow your car? You said, sure, why not if you fill it up with gas? So you gave me the keys, and that was that.
Not yet, that wasn't that.
You let me tell it my own way.
So I lent you the car?
Yeah, that's right. And I drove around scouting for a good place to make. I parked it on 72nd Street where I could get away easy. I walked around the corner, and there was this liquor store just right for picking.
Using my car for the get?
It was all perfectly simple, Joe.
Wait, there's more to come.
What's to come, Dunk?
Well, it was a good touch, and I cleaned out the register, and I'm heading for the door, and all of a sudden, another clerk comes out from the back with a gun.
Uh-oh.
So what could I do? I blast away. He drops, and I take out around the corner for the car. And to make a long story short, I'm in the car, and I'm away.
Is the guy dead?
He didn't wait around to find out.
My car you got to borrow to go heist the joint and shoot up a guy. That's a fine thing.
I'm sure I got away okay. I don't think anybody made the license number. There was some people looking at me as I came around the corner, but I don't think they made the number on the car.
Well, supposing somebody did.
That's what I want to talk to you about, Joe. Look, if by any chance somebody did and the cops come talking to you, don't tell them you lent me the car.
What do you mean, don't tell them I lent you the car? What am I going to tell them?
Well, you'll know what to say, Joe. You'll think of something. There ain't a chance in 1,000 anybody made the car, but I just want to cover every step of ground.
Look, I'm an innocent bystander. I was in a bar and grill watching the fight. You didn't tell me what you were going to do. Why should I cover for you?
Joe, I've known you a long time. A friend in need is a friend indeed.
Oh, tell me something, Dunk.
Huh? What?
How much did you get out of the liquor store?
Money, you mean?
Yeah, money.
Over 500.
How much over 500?
$812.
Well, that wasn't bad.
Was it worth shooting a man for?
Joe, you gotta help me. I help you plenty.
Give me 400.
What do you mean, give you 400?
You want me to help you, don't you?
But that's half.
It ain't half. You got 812. All I'm asking is 400.
But there's not a chance in 1,000 there'll be a kickback.
All right, then what are you worried about? Now, let's forget the whole thing. I'll go home and go to sleep, and if the cops talk to me, all I can tell them is the truth.
Oh, you got me in a box, Joe.
What's your box?
Give him the 400, Dunk. What are you taking chances?
Well, what are you going to tell them if they talk to you?
I don't know yet. I'll think of something.
Yeah, but what?
Well, you give me a chance. The deal was just sprung on me. I got to work it out.
All right, Joe. You cover me now. Don't forget.
Yeah, I'll cover you if they talk to me.
Thanks, Joe. I knew I could count on you. Oh, boy, this is a load off my mind. What a relief.
Now that it's such a relief, please go down and get the chow mein.
Now, with sufficient information on which to act, Lieutenant Campion has instructed his men on their next step in the investigation. Detectives Clancy and Jacobson, for instance, go to 761 East 76th Street, the address listed for Joseph P. McCondy, in whose name the car is registered. Remember, from now on, there is no script. The actors are on their own. So are the detectives. Let's see what happens.
Hey, Mike. McCondy.
Mike? Is there something I could do for you, gentlemen?
What's your name, Chief?
Joseph P. McCondy.
We're detectives. Oh, do you own an automobile?
Yes, I do.
What kind of a car do you have?
I have a 1950 Plymouth, two-door.
Did you have a little accident tonight with it?
No, sir.
Do you have a license?
Yes, sir. I have it right here.
Can we see it?
Sure. Is there something wrong, gentlemen?
Well, you were just had a checking little on accident something. tonight, I'm sure, someplace, didn't you?
No, sir.
You sure of that?
Absolutely.
You loaned the car to anybody?
No, sir.
Where is the car now?
Well, I left it on 2nd Avenue between 77th and 78th Street.
What did you leave it around there for?
Well, I was at a bar all night. I was watching the fights.
Anybody with you?
No, sir. Well, in
By
the
yourself?
bar, I've a couple of boys I see every once in a while in there.
What's some of their names? Give me one name.
Well, there was, I'd give you a couple. There was Bud and Tommy.
Uh-huh. But you lend Bud or Tommy your car tonight, did you?
No. We
The
were all
boss
there.
would like to talk to you. I'll hold on. You don't mind, hold do on. you?
No, sure.
Do you have
it's all
anything
right.
on you before
No,
you
sir.
leave? Huh?
No, sir. Absolutely not.
You're sure of that?
I'm clean.
Ever been arrested?
No, I've never been arrested.
You sure of that?
Absolutely.
Look, anything that you say, we're going to check. Don't forget that.
Right, sir.
So you might just as well tell us the truth right now.
Yeah, I've never been arrested.
You've never been arrested?
Oh, I've been down to the house a couple of times.
Let's go.
Okay.
With Joe McCondy in custody, the detectives returned to the station house. They walked them upstairs to the squad room and into Lieutenant Campion's office.
Son, if this is McCondy, fellow on that car.
Oh, hello, Mr. McCondy.
How do you do, sir?
Sit down there a minute.
Yes, thank you.
Can I see you outside a minute, Lieutenant?
Yeah, you stay in here with him, Howie.
Yeah,
and
okay.
I'll be right back, Mr. McCondy. We have some other business to take care of.
Could I smoke in here? Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but
Smoke.
don't throw the butts on the floor.
Oh, no, I wouldn't do that.
You want any coffee?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a little
Okay,
black. huh?
stand up.
Yeah, sure.
Everything you have in your pockets, take them out and put it on the desk here.
All right.
Everything, no matter what it is.
Okay.
If it's money, count it.
All right.
In front of me.
Yeah. It's embarrassing because I'm not too well healed. I only got $5, $10, $11, $12, $13.
13, okay, put it back.
Okay.
Okay,
Any other
Howie.
cards or I have his slips on wallet you? here, Howie. Okay.
Yeah, let's
I got,
look at that, will you?
All right.
My wallet, another wallet I got. I keep.
Who do you live with at this address?
Nobody.
I see, all right. What do you work at, Mr. McCondy?
Well, I kind of dapple in sports, equestrian.
What do you mean, dapple?
Well, you know, I hang around the racetracks a little bit.
You bookmaker?
Well, a little bit.
You take numbers?
No, I don't take no numbers.
You ever fingerprinted for anything?
No, I was never fingerprinted.
Never fingerprinted?
No.
Because we're going to fingerprint you.
Well, that's all right. It's your privilege, I guess.
Excuse me a minute.
Tonight, Lieutenant, he was in the spot up on the avenue tonight.
Yeah, we'll come to that.
Fine.
Say, Jerry, check the BCI on this fellow's name and address, and you got a pretty good description of him.
Okay.
And then I want you to check the Information Bureau and see if he's been... Do you ever get a summons for anything?
No.
Never had a summons
No.
in your life?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean a parking summons and something
Yeah.
like that? Well, I got a ticket for speeding there once or twice.
How long ago was
summons,
that?
isn't it?
Yeah,
Why don't you answer the question?
Well, I call those tickets, you know.
You were convicted
Summons.
then.
It's
Is
polite.
that right? You were fined?
Yeah, I was fined.
Well, that's a conviction.
Now, where were you at 9:20?
I was at Glenham's Bar and Grill on 2nd Avenue between about 75th and 76th Street. I got there about 9 o'clock. I had some real rotten chow there, and then had a few beers with Spud and Tommy, what I told you about. And we were chewing the rag there for about an hour. The fight went on at about 10 o'clock. And we made a couple of bets, me and this Bud and Tommy, and...
You didn't leave the premises between 9 and 10
No,
o'clock?
No.
Did you see the whole fight?
Yeah, I went 10 rounds.
Who won the fight?
Amero. I won.
What odds did you get?
2-1. I gave the odds.
Oh, you gave the odds, huh? What did you get on that, Jerry? Anything?
Hey, McCondy, what are you handing out here? You did a bit in 1952 for pettit larceny.
What kind of a pettit larceny was
You
it?
went to the island for it.
Oh.
What kind of a pettit larceny was that? Was that grand larceny and reduced to pettit larceny? You took a plea on it, didn't you?
Yeah.
It was grand larceny then, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, I don't know the technical words for these things.
Oh, you know just as much about it as we do.
Well,
you arrested.
You know more law about
Now,
that
hold
than...
it, fellas. Listen, who used your car tonight? We haven't got all night. There's a man dying.
I told you when we picked you up at your house that we were going to verify everything that you told us. Remember me saying that?
Yeah, I know that.
Listen, Mac, why don't you stop kidding? We're bringing the bartender over here. And
Well, you
stop
could bring him
kidding.
in.
Well, he's coming in.
That's okay with me.
Howie, take this guy over and fingerprint him and let him think this thing over. And if he don't come up with something different, boy, you're in.
It's after 1 in the morning. A detective has gone to Glenham's Bar and Grill on 2nd Avenue to get the bartender, Whitey. He brings him into Lieutenant Campion's office.
Hi, Luke.
Hello.
This is Harry White, and they call him Whitey. He's the bartender. This is Lieutenant Campion in charge of the squad here.
Hello, Whitey. How are you?
Lieutenant.
This is Detective Heaney and Detective Jacobson.
Hi, Whitey. How do you do?
So how long you been in our precinct, Whitey?
Oh, I've been working a joint up there about 8 years now.
8 years, huh?
Yeah. All right, if I sit down?
Go ahead. Sit down.
You can smoke. Do what you want.
You know Joe McCondy, Whitey? Yeah, I know Joe a long time. You see him tonight? Yeah, he was in tonight. Was he in the General tonight? Yeah. Was he there all night? Well, wait a minute now. Pretty busy night. He came in a little after 9 o'clock. I think it was about 9 o'clock, yeah. Was he there all night then? Yeah, he was there, well, let's see now, the fights. He was watching the fights. He was there till about 11:15, I think. Anyway.
Who was he with, Whitey?
I had a couple of pals of his.
Who are they?
Oh, I don't know. Their last name's Tom and Bud something. He's always with them. What time did Joe come in there, did you say? Well, I think it was around 9 o'clock. Might have been
wasn't
before
10
that.
o'clock?
Oh, no. He was in at 10 o'clock.
Was he there at 7:30?
No, he wasn't there at 7:30. No,
Did you miss him any time at all between 9 and 10 o'clock?
Between 9 and 10?
Yeah. Did you miss him?
No.
You took a bet off
No,
him,
he
didn't
was there. He was drinking all the time.
Well, he said he was there since about 7:30. All evening and all night.
No,
Somebody's lying here, Whitey. Either you or him. Now,
No,
come on.
I remember. Listen, I know Joe very well.
What about his two pals, Whitey? Did they leave the place at all tonight?
No, the two pals were there. They were there all the time.
They came in with
Hey,
him?
wait a minute. I tell you one thing. The phone rang, and I picked it up, and the call was for Joe. But this was about 10:30, I think. So I called Joe, and Joe went up the phone. I forgot about it. I was busy, like I said, you know. And suddenly Joe comes running up the bar. He says, "I gotta go."
What time was that?
Well, this was about right after the fight.
Was this male or female voice?
You mean the guy that called for? It was a male voice.
Male
voice. Yeah.
And he called, and then Joe said he had to leave right away?
Yeah, he said something about. He says, "I got to go up to Ellie's." I think it was.
What time was that about?
I think it was about 11:15. It was right after the fights were over. Yeah.
Oh, we don't need a lineup for this. Bring Joe in and make sure he identifies him. Dick, go out and bring Joe in. Is this the fella here?
Yeah.
Hi, Whitey.
Hi, Joe.
Hi.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
You said that you were in the bar all night.
Yeah.
Until the time you come home, the detectives met you at your door.
Yeah.
What are you lying about?
Well, I was there.
Well,
all
Whitey,
night.
now, stop. Whitey said you weren't there. He said you left there.
What?
Who's Ellie?
I don't know no Ellie.
Well, you got a phone call and you left the place all excited.
Well, I wasn't excited. Yeah, it's
Who
true.
called you?
I got a phone call at Whitey's place, you see? Now, here's the way it works. Like I told you before, I take a little book here and there, see?
Listen, Joe.
No, that's
about
the truth.
book.
That's true.
You want to hold a bag for everybody, hold it, because you're gonna hold it unless you tell us who you loan your car to or if somebody else uses your
Maybe
car.
Joe would rather talk to us with Whitey outside. You wait outside a while,
Yeah,
Whitey.
okay.
Go on out with him, Dick, huh?
Very good. Good luck, Joe. All right, Whitey, thanks.
Are you going to tell us who you loan your car to or not?
I didn't lend it to
All right,
nobody.
nobody had your car tonight?
No.
You
had
were
it
the
all
only
night.
one had
It
the
was
keys?
It was on the street.
Hold it, fellas. Does the car belong to you? There's no mortgage on it or
No,
anything else?
no.
It all belongs to you?
Yeah.
Does everything in the car belong to you? That stuff in the back, on the trunk and all like
Everything's
that?
all-
Everything belongs
Yeah,
to you, huh? Is that right?
That's right.
All right, well, how about the gun under the seat?
I don't know nothing about no gun.
Now, you fellas heard him say everything belongs to him. And
What
do you
about-
know with a previous misdemeanor, boy, this is a felony. You're not
what
kidding
this is,
anybody.
a
You're in.
Well,
There's a man dying over there.
All I know is you could check with the Whitey and with Bud. Bud works in the garage on First Avenue.
We'll have somebody check. McCondy, I want to tell you something. Yeah. Now, we found this gun in your car, and what we're going to do, we're going to send this gun down to the Ballistic Bureau to have a test made and to see if it conforms with the bullets that were shot into that man tonight. So we're just going to hold you. You are now arrested. You're arrested for 1897 of the penal law, which happens to be a felony. So I want to tell you right now, you're permitted to call somebody or write a letter.
Why don't you get smart yourself and kick in? You haven't got a chance.
I tell you, everything I told you is true.
We've been babying you all day and all night.
I don't wanna
We're not
take-
going to baby you anymore.
I don't want to take no raps for nobody, so...
You're not going to take any raps?
No,
Okay, well,
I
I'm
don't wanna
glad to
take
hear
raps.
that. Why don't you tell the lieutenant just what happened?
Okay.
All right, let's go.
I got a phone call
Let him
at
talk.
Whitey's, you see, from Dunk. Dunk.
What's Dunk's name?
Dunk Rui.
Dunk Rui?
Yeah, it's like Dewey with an R.
Where does he live?
He lives on 398 East 71st Street. That's Ellie's. That's his girlfriend.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's where he called me from Ellie's house.
Let's take this name and address for a while. Check that at the BCI. See if we get anything on him. Go ahead now.
Well, he called me up and he said he had to see me, you see. So I told him to come down because I wanted to watch the fight. I didn't want to miss the last round. So he said it was very important I should come to Ellie's house as fast as I could get there. He was the one who was excited. I wasn't excited.
You're the calm type.
Yeah, you know. Anyway, I went over to Ellie's house and I loaned Dunk my car. He didn't tell me what he was going to do with
No, he
with the
twisted
car.
your arm for you to get it from him.
Well, I lent him the car. He pays
Where's
me a couple
Dunk
of
now?
bucks. I don't know where he is now. Maybe he's at Ellie's.
At Ellie's house?
Yeah.
What time you lend him the car?
I don't know when he took it. I gave him the keys.
Where do you generally meet him?
At Whitey's.
At Whitey's?
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
But he goes steady with Ellie, huh?
Yeah, I've been up there for a bit.
Does he live with her?
Well, he's there most of the time.
Just a friend.
Let's be discreet, you know.
What's that location again?
398 East 71st.
What apartment?
It's 3E, I think it is. It's on the third floor.
They got a phone over there?
Yeah.
Okay. Say, Dick.
Yes,
Jerry,
Lieutenant.
get right over to this Ellie's house. You may nail that guy right there. In fact, I think we better put him in the boob downstairs and we'll all go over.
Now, 20 minutes later, the detectives are in the hall on the third floor outside of Ellie's flat. Here, as they hope to make the final arrest in the case, Lieutenant Campion gives his instructions.
Yeah, but listen, everybody get your guns out right now. We don't want anybody to get hurt.
Yeah.
Special delivery.
Okay. Oh.
Where's Dunk?
What? What do you mean?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't hide it. There's no sense of hiding it. She's not. She's going to be a nice little girl. Listen, Ellie,
What do you
where's
want?
Dunk? Where's Dunk?
Dunk who?
Oh, you know Dunk who. Now, don't give us that
I don't
line.
know what you're talking about, really.
You don't,
Look
huh?
the place over, Lieutenant.
Yeah, look this joint over.
Give us a good searching.
Yeah, give this a good
There's
going
nothing here.
We'll find out. We'll find out. We're the best moving men in the
We're
world.
going to scream, too, so just keep it nice and
Go over there and
quiet.
sit
Screaming?
down.
Okay.
Oh.
That's my money.
How much is there?
A Couple $100?
What is a couple of hundred?
It's my money. It's all I got. It's all my money.
How much?
I don't know, about $200 or $300 or something like that.
Count that out,
I saved
Jake.
it.
Ellie, where's Dunk?
I don't...
Come on, we know he was up here
Jerry,
tonight.
let her watch him counting this dough, will you? How much is there?
There's $815 here.
Well, that's-
815 isn't a couple.
I don't take it out and count it all the time. I don't keep my money in the bank. I keep it under there.
You know the difference between a couple of $100 and $800. Look, I'm going to cover the door in case this bum comes in.
Oh, do that by all means. And yell if you need some help there. Let's get back to the money.
Where did you get this money?
It's my money. It's my money. It's all the money I have.
Don't be screaming. I asked you that again. Okay. What do you do for a living?
I don't do anything right now.
Where did you get this money?
I saved it. I've worked other times. I've been on the
What kind of work do you do?
Well, I've been on the stage.
How long ago?
Several years ago, just for a little while, and then I've had other jobs.
Well, how do you maintain yourself right now?
Right now, I'm unemployed.
For how long?
Oh, about 6 months or something like that.
6 months, and you got 815 fish under the cover there?
You live here alone, Ellie?
Yes, sir, I do.
What's the men's clothes doing in the closet?
That's,
Your father's.
No, not my father's. Somebody left them here. No,
She'll explain. Come on, she'll explain.
You been arrested before, Ellie?
No.
Never been arrested?
No.
Hold on.
Ellie, Doc.
Yeah, man.
Pick him up, man. Pick him up.
Oh,
Give him a quick fan.
take
Give him a
hands off.
frisk.
What's this, Ellie?
Give him a frisk.
I don't know.
Sit
They
down.
didn't...
Sit down.
Sit down there.
You didn't know Dunk, huh?
I didn't say I didn't know him. I said I hadn't seen him in a long time, and I hadn't.
Dunk, you better get that new suit out of the closet. You're going to need it.
We're cops.
I don't know you cops.
Oh, do you want to be shown?
Sure, I want to be shown.
What do you work
you
at?
Bum, we'll show you.
What do you work at?
I don't work. I'm sick.
Are you? You'll be sicker when this is over. How long do you know the Jane here?
How long do I know you? Couple years, right?
Couple years.
Do you live here?
Well, I don't know what you want. What do you want with me?
Are they your clothes in the closet?
They're his clothes.
Yeah. Did you leave any money with her? You left an envelope with her, didn't you? Some dough?
She said you
How much
did.
was it?
Shut up.
You keep quiet.
How much did you leave with her?
Look, I want a lawyer. I mean, I
You
don't
get a lawyer. You get a lawyer. How much did you leave with her? How much money?
She said
No,
you left the money
I
with
did.
her.
All right, I left her some money.
She said you left $800. Is that
I
right?
didn't leave. No.
How much
didn't
did
leave
you
you
leave?
$800.
No.
You didn't count it.
I didn't leave any $800. So me.
Put a pair of
You got
cuffs
a
on
charge
this
or
guy.
something?
Where
What
were you?
am I charged?
You'll
We're
hear
going to
the
give you
charge.
48. Did you ever hear about a
I
48?
don't know what it is, no.
Well, we make out a short affidavit down in court, see? And it's a 48. And if we can't find anything on you, in 48 hours, we give you another 48. And we keep giving you 48s.
Until you get wise to yourself and
What
talk.
kind of a deal is that? I did nothing.
That's the right.
All right, get them up. We'll take them down the house.
Wait till I see that Joe. I'll tell him.
Come on, keep going, Dunk.
Next time I'll borrow somebody else's car.
And that was Cops and Robbers, with real cops and not so real robbers. They were actors, and I'm sure you will agree, very good actors, playing for the most part without a script, knowing only the backgrounds and motivations of their characters. John Sylvester was Dunk, Elspeth Eric was Ellie, Larry Haynes played Joe, and Ken Lynch was the bartender. The CBS Radio Workshop is grateful to Lieutenant Dan Campion and Detectives Richard Jacobson, Howard Clancy, and Jerry Heaney for helping us try to prove a point. I hope we did.
You have been listening to Cops and Robbers on the CBS Radio Workshop. Cops and Robbers was conceived and directed by Stanley Niss, who also acted as your narrator. All names were fictitious, except those of our detectives, who are all retired members of the Detective Division, Police Department, City of New York. This is Art Hannes inviting you to listen next week when the CBS Radio Workshop will present The Legend of Jimmy Blue Eyes, a narrative poem set to music by Ray Noble, the story of a jazz trumpeter who sells his soul to the devil. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts.
Another brilliant concert by the New York Philharmonic Symphony comes to you over most of these same stations on Sunday as Guido Cantelli returns to conduct an exciting program featuring the Beethoven Concerto No. 4 in G major with the distinguished German pianist William Backhaus as soloist. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed on most of these same stations by The Jack Carson Show. Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop was transcribed. This is the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Colloquy 2, a dissertation on love. From time to time, the workshop presents discussions or colloquies on matters of general interest. A few months ago, workshop listeners heard Colloquy 1, in which Dr. Frank C. Baxter interviewed William Shakespeare in an effort to determine whether Shakespeare had indeed written the works of Shakespeare. Tonight, we turn our attention to a more universal subject, one that has intrigued both scientists and scholars throughout the ages, love. And to moderate our discussion, we have an eminent scholar indeed, Dr. Frank C. Baxter, Professor of English of the University of Southern California, who will in turn present Colloquy 2, a dissertation on love, or boy meets girl. Dr. Baxter.
Good evening. Thoughtful men and women the world over agree that the peaceful future of mankind depends on mutual understanding and the free and unrestricted exchange of information on every subject, from nuclear fission to the care and feeding of infants. It's in this spirit that our colloquy is being held tonight. For if it is indeed true that love makes the world go round, then it's of the most vital importance that the world understand just what love is. To this end, we have invited here 3 distinguished authorities in the ars amatoria to join with us in this dissertation on love. From London, Sir Eustace Ponsonby, scientist, scholar, and student of human behavior.
Good evening. I must say that I'm looking forward to this evening's exercises. We had a similar do on our wireless, on the 3rd program, of course, about 12 months ago. It was very stimulating, yes, exceedingly so. Good show.
Thank you, Sir Eustace. We'll do our best to emulate the BBC, if not to surpass them. And from Paris, Monsieur Lucien Durand, noted author and critic.
Bonsoir, mes amis Américains. Though considerably later than my compatriot Lafayette, I am no less happy to be here, and I am particularly happy to discuss the subject of love. For, as you know, love is to Paris what automobiles are to Detroit. Huh?
Yes, and from another city where love is a commodity, from Hollywood, with the American point of view, one of our brighter young leading men, motion picture star Tuck Flint.
Well, love, it's a great subject. That's what my next picture is about. With an angle, of course, very offbeat.
To plagiarize Mark Twain, love's like the weather. Everybody talks about it. But unlike the weather, everybody does something about it. And what they do about it is the subject of this meeting tonight. In order to begin our discussion, we should have a definition of love. What, we might well ask, is love? Mr. Flint?
Well, love, that's what makes money at the box office. It's what the best-selling books are all about, and the hit tunes on the jukeboxes. Without love, we'd be out of business.
Then love's nothing more than a commercial product?
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Oh. Well, I see. Monsieur Durand, would you care to hazard a definition of love?
Ah, l'amour. L'amour, c'est la raison d'être, la raison de vivre. C'est le bon vin de la vie. C'est...
Yes, of course. I'm sure it's all of these things. Sir Eustace.
Well, let me see. Well, we must realize that a man has many loves. His horse, his dog, his regimental comrades. Yes, and sometimes even his wife.
Oh, sir, it would appear, Sir Eustace, that the British, in finding so many objects for love, are inclined to spread their love too thin.
By God, sir, I'll have you know there's nothing thin about the way an Englishman makes love.
No, very subtle. A race which boils its mutton could scarcely be expected to kiss the hands of its ladies, huh?
Absolute rot. Well, kissing hands never won an empire, sir.
Ah, but he whose kingdom is a woman's heart craves no wider realm.
Gentlemen, if I may.
Of course, yes, sir.
It would appear from your attempts to define love that it's perhaps an emotion unsusceptible of definition.
Right. If it makes money, why knock it?
Well, gentlemen, in lieu, then, of some satisfactory definition of love, suppose we approach the subject by example.
Oh, well, how do you propose to do that, Doctor?
Well, by observing how love works. Now, let us see what happens in the first phase of boy meets girl.
Oh, Doctor, everybody knows that. Boy meets girl, boy loses girl, boy gets girl. It's my next picture, but like I said, with a new angle.
Oh, boy gets girl. With your typical American efficiency, you have reduced love to a formula, Monsieur.
Excuse me. I believe that Dr. Baxter is ready with the demonstration.
Thank you, Sir Eustace, thank you. Now, I present for your consideration now An American Girl. Her name is Mary Smith. She's an average American girl. She's typical, she's lovely, but she's not engaged. She sets her hair with Marvell, brushes her teeth with Star Allure, creams her face with Glamour, keeps healthy with Vita Glow. But still, she's not engaged.
She needs a head shrinker. Doctor, how old is this girl, by the way?
Almost 22.
Probably something to do with her psyche. I know a guy in Beverly Hills. He's pretty expensive, but I'm sure he could be a...
Wait. Mary Smith won't be an old maid. For at this very moment, she is about to embark upon love's supreme adventure. She is about to meet the man in her life. But as she works at her switchboard in the offices of the legal firm of Green, Brown, White, Black, and etc., little does she suspect what bliss awaits her beyond the opening of a door.
Oh, yes. This is the legal firm of Green, Brown, White, Black, and etc. Oh, I'll connect you with Mr. O'Brien, our attorney.
Enter the boy. His name is Bill Jones, an ordinary guy, clean-cut in a manly sort of way. His clothes are Ivy League. He shaves the modern way, the electric way. He enjoys beer in manly moderation, and he smokes filter tips, cigarette and all. He likes children and dogs, owes everything he is to his mother, and everything he has to the finance company. And like almost all thinking Americans in this puzzled generation, he spends much of his waking time wondering where the yellow went.
He seems like a nice sort of a guy.
Oh, he is. But Bill Jones is completely unprepared for what is about to happen to him.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Can I help you?
Yes, I have an appointment with...
Yes?
Say, how about taking in a show with me tonight?
Oh, thank you, but I'm afraid I'm busy tonight.
Well, how about tomorrow night, then?
Oh, I'm awfully sorry.
The next night? Could I pick you up after work and we could have dinner first?
Oh, well, maybe. I'm not sure. I'd have to break a date.
I'll break it then, will you?
I'll try.
I'll pick you up at 5:30, okay?
I guess so.
See you then. Oh, gee, I nearly forgot something.
What?
What's your name?
Well, gentlemen, any comments?
Rather precipitous, what?
It would seem so, but that's what we call love at first sight.
Well, you'll be interested in what a rather noted Britisher, Mr. Rudyard Kipling, had to say on this subject. Mr. Kipling said, and I quote, "It takes a great deal of Christianity to wipe out uncivilized Eastern instincts such as falling in love at first sight." Rather clever, huh?
Yes, and a certain Christopher Marlowe also said, "Whoever loved that loved not at first sight."
Well, how about you, Dr. Baxter? Do you believe in love at first sight?
Good sir, I am but the moderator of this forum. However, if I may offer just one more quotation, the late Josh Billings had this to say: "Love is like the measles. We cannot have it but once, and the later in life we have it, the tougher it hits us." Now, gentlemen, to the question at hand. The boy and girl have obviously fallen in love.
Yes, Doctor, but if it were really the grand passion, if they felt all of those things which you so charmingly hinted at, the bells in their heads, the feu d'artifice before their eyes, the throbbing of their titillated hearts, why did the girl not agree to a rendezvous immediately?
Because she's a nice, well-brought-up American girl, and she has to play hard to get.
Oh.
Hey, You know, that's a pretty good scene. Maybe I could get the studio to buy it. With a few fixes, we could...
Mr. Flint, please, please. The accepted technique is to make the boy believe that the girl is very, very popular.
Dr. Baxter, you have already pointed out that despite her allegiance to all the accepted brand names, she has remained unhappily unengaged.
Ah, you know that, Monsieur Durand. I know that. But the young man doesn't know it.
Oh, well, I can only point out, mes amis, that in France, if a young woman plays too hard to get, she sometimes does not get got.
Very funny. Well, that's always a calculated risk, I imagine. But suppose you tell us, Monsieur Durand, how does boy meet girl in Paris?
Oh, very well. Well, now, the girl is a midinette, a seamstress for a modiste in the Rue Saint-Honoré. One evening, as she walks down the Rue Royale to the metro, that is the Paris subway, she passes the boy. He sees her, but she does not see him. He follows her into the metro station, buys a ticket, and follows her onto the platform, his heart beating madly. When the Direction Vincennes train clatters in, he boards the same car that she does.
I know that picture. Allied artists made it last year in Italy. Now, what was that girl's name?
This is a different story, Monsieur Tack.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Eh bien alors. Well, the boy does the same thing night after night for a week, 10 days, perhaps 2 weeks. Gradually, the girl becomes aware of him sitting in the metro across from her, standing on the platform near her, waiting on the corner for her, following her down the street. So, they have fallen in love before they even speak to each other. And then, finally, one night, the boy is rewarded as his heart tells him he must be. As the train rumbles into the Vincennes station at the end of the line, the girl smiles at him. He is beside himself with joy and beside her in a moment.
Bonsoir, mademoiselle.
Ah, bonsoir, monsieur.
Would you permit me to accompany you as far as your house?
Oh, it would be a plaisir, monsieur.
Oh, c'est mon plaisir, mademoiselle.
You live near the Porte de Vincennes?
Oh, no, mademoiselle. I live on the Avenue de la Porte de Villiers, on the other side of Paris.
Oh, then why have you been riding in the Direction Vaisseau these many nights?
It is more pleasant ride than Direction Neuilly, since it is the route you take.
Ah, monsieur est gentil.
Mademoiselle est belle.
Since you live so far away, I must not permit you to accompany me. Without doubt, you are late for some rendezvous.
Oh, no, pas du tout. My only rendezvous is with you. But I must not detain you. Undoubtedly, you are expected.
Oh, no. Only for dinner. Besides, I told Mama I had a feeling I might be detained tonight.
Very interesting, Monsieur Durand.
But still rather irregular. They weren't properly introduced. Well, not cricket.
Oh, Sir Eustace, do you English make love by the rule book?
Well, no, that's to say, but dash it all, my dear fellow, there's some things that just aren't done in England.
Apparently in England the most interesting things are not done.
Dr. Baxter, must I endure the captious comments of this amoral apologist for a decadent and immoral nation?
Sir Eustace, France is much more than a nation. France is a state of mind, a way of life, a civilization.
Our subject is love, sir, not civilization.
Gentlemen, please. Suppose we pursue our investigations into Phase 2, boy gets girl.
By that, Doctor, I take it that you mean the courtship.
Yes, I believe we may call it that. And Sir Eustace, since we've heard both the American and the French points of view in the first phase of love, perhaps you could show us this second phase, the courtship, from the British point of view.
Oh, I should be charmed. Well, shall we begin?
At your service, sir. May we have some appropriate music, please?
So they have met, this charming young couple, properly introduced, being of the same social standing and background, and with the same sensible viewpoint on life. A year has passed, possibly 2, and a mutual attraction has developed. One might say that they care for one another. And as we find them seated in the study of her mother's home, the boy speaks.
Happy?
Ecstatically. Tea?
Thanks.
Sugar?
2.
Cream?
Thanks, no.
A stout fellow.
I know. That's why I'm skipping cream. Daphne.
Yes, Gerald?
I've been thinking.
Really?
Quite. We're engaged, you know.
Yes, I know. Thrilling, isn't it?
Wizard.
Crumpet?
Thanks, no. Daphne.
Yes, Gerald?
Daphne, you've never permitted me to kiss you.
It isn't being done, Gerald.
But now that we're engaged...
I'm sorry, Gerald, if you find me rather old-fashioned.
But, damn it, Daphne, I'm a man, you know, with red blood in my veins.
Yes, I suppose you are.
I only claim what is rightfully mine.
I suppose so.
May I?
If you really insist.
Oh, I do, you know.
Very well. Feeling better?
No wonder those British movies lay a bomb at the box office over here.
Apparently, then, Sir Eustace, your countrymen believe in a more quiet, even a more sedate kind of romance than we found in either France or America.
Well, yes, exactly, sir. Well, now, let me put it this way. Nature has never produced a more beautiful nor a more perfect form than the egg. Yet nothing can be more quickly ruined by too rapid cooking.
You let one of those eggs sit around too long, and what have you got?
Very good, Monsieur Flint, very good.
Gentlemen, I must ask you to stick to the subject at hand. We have so far been quite unable to define love. Our examples have revealed a wide difference of opinion as to what constitutes even the most normal behavior patterns of boy and girl in love. I've always understood that love is the universal language, yet we seem to be getting to no agreement here. So now, gentlemen, I ask you to think on things of love about which you can agree. Those mannerisms that seem to know no national boundaries, that are oblivious to geography, in short, the love that is universal. Well, Sir Eustace?
Well, Shakespeare said, "Friendship is constant in all other things, save in the office and affairs of love. Therefore all hearts in love use their own tongues. Let every eye negotiate for itself, and trust no agent."
Yes, much ado about nothing. Well, gentlemen?
That's a pretty fair writer. Did you see Brando and Julius Caesar? It was a success with the eggheads, but did it make money at the box office?
Well, that's a very interesting viewpoint, Mr. Flint, but how does that translate into terms of love?
Well, it's just that we Americans have our feet on the ground, that's all. None of this nonsense about living in a garret on bread and wine. We think big. That's why we are big.
Even in love?
Check.
Monsieur Flint, suppose you explain exactly what you mean.
Okay with you, Dr. Baxter?
The floor is yours, sir.
Okay. Let's have a little romantic American music.
Oh, darling, I could go on dancing to this music forever.
Yeah, they're playing our song.
Oh, just think, as long as I live, whenever I hear them play Rock Around the Clock, I'll remember they were playing it when you asked me to marry you.
Yeah. You scared?
A little. After all, it isn't every day that a girl changes her name from Smith to Jones.
Yeah. Gee, it's cool. Real cool. So let's go somewhere where we can be alone and talk.
Oh, that sounds wonderful, darling.
We could drive up to Lake Waxahachie, the view from the hill.
Oh, everybody drives up there.
Well, we could drive down to Elm Meadows.
Oh, everybody says that's filled with mosquitoes this year.
Yeah.
Well, what'll we do?
I don't know.
Hey, there's a moon outside. Maybe we could take a walk.
Walk? Gee, I never thought of that. Come on. Man, get a load of that moon.
Ah, quel délice. Quel délice.
I beg your pardon, Monsieur Durand?
Forgive me for interrupting the proceedings, Dr. Baxter, but the boy's discovery of the moon is universal, n'est-ce pas?
That's a very good point, Monsieur Durand. You're suggesting there are, after all, perhaps certain similarities in love?
Right. Moons belong. They're part of the picture. Blue moon, moon over Miami, Allegheny moon. Hit songs all because they used moon in the title.
What's your opinion, Sir Eustace?
Well, moons do function as certain peculiar stimuli. You know, I once tried to separate in the laboratory particles from the air from which the moon had evidently...
Pardon me, Sir Eustace. The boy is talking.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Yes, of course.
There. How's that for a view?
Oh, it's dreamy. The moonlight on the river and the little ripples gleaming in the light. Bill.
What?
Bill, we got to make plans.
Like what?
Like where we're going to live.
What's the problem?
You know, there's a dreamy little cottage out in Summit Hills we could buy with an option to...
I thought we'd start out in a little apartment. Buying a house would cost a lot of dough. Just furnishing a house would cost a fortune.
Oh, no, it wouldn't, darling. We wouldn't need much to start with. A TV set, of course, a freezer, a washing machine, oh, and, of course, a dryer. One of those electric rotisseries, and wait till you taste my cooking. And for the warm weather, an air conditioner...
Hey, how are we going to pay for all this stuff?
Well, the installment plan.
Gee, it sounds like paradise.
I take it then that marital bliss in America depends upon household appliances bought on credit for a house one cannot afford.
Well, I hardly think the young man is well enough along in business to assume all these obligations.
Well, that's just my point. They think big. Those kids will make out okay. Those kids are in love.
Oh? I don't seem to recall their mentioning the fact.
They're buying a house, aren't they?
Oh. Gentlemen, a moment ago there was hope that we could arrive at some point of mutual agreement. The mention of the word moon seemed to spark a response from each of you. Now, if the moon is indeed a universal symbol of love, surely there must be other symbols to which you can all agree. What about romantic music?
Oh, you call that, how do you say, rock and roll romantic?
Well, what of the girl's looks, of her beauty? Cervantes said, "There are but two things that chiefly excite us to the love of a woman, attractive beauty and unspotted fame."
Unspotted fame excites us to love? Really, my good doctor?
He's from France, you know.
Well, Monsieur Durand, won't you tell us, how is it with our boy and girl now in France?
Well, gentlemen, a Parisian boy and girl who met on the metro, the subway, they got along fine. Now let us pay a visit to 1.5 rooms on the 6th floor of a 400-year-old building in the Rue de Faubourg, Montmartre. The building is very historic, which is to say, there is no elevator. It is also, in some respects, quite modern. There is running water. Cold water, naturally.
Bonsoir, chérie.
Oh, bonsoir, mon amour.
Ça va?
Oui, ça va.
It is good to see you, chérie.
Oh, and it is good to see you, mon amour.
All day long, as I have awaited this moment, I've seen your face before me, smiling, welcoming, beckoning.
Oh, with me it has been the same, mon amour.
How sweet you are.
Oh, kiss me, mon cher. And now I will get you a glass of wine. Pardon, chérie. Allô? Allô? Oui? Oh, oui, cher ami. Yes, here. It's for you, mon amour.
Oh? Who is it?
It is your wife.
Well, French seem to be a very understanding race.
Precisely. But it is a practical arrangement, and it preserves a certain way of life.
Well, I say preserve us from such a way of life.
By the way, what of your English boy and girl, Sir Eustace? Are you prepared to say that they're living happily ever after?
Well, certainly. Eldest boy's in public school. Nipper's still with his nanny. Daphne's grown into quite a lovely woman, busy from morning to night, good works, committees, all that sort of thing.
As for Gerald himself?
Oh, he's coming along smashingly. Got a good situation in the city, joined one of the better clubs, and spends a great deal of time there nowadays, too.
But why does he, with such a seemingly happy home?
Yeah, I thought an Englishman's home is his castle.
Well, it is indeed. But then, with all the women folk at home, the cook, the maid, the nanny, to say nothing of the wife, well, what would a man do without his club?
He might find a beautiful woman.
Oh, nonsense, monsieur. Gerald forgot about beautiful women when he married Daphne. Besides, he finds his club much more interesting.
I suppose so. England is a land conceived by men for the comfort of men.
And France?
Aha! A land where the comfort of men is the first concern of the women.
Well, it would seem then, gentlemen, if I may attempt a summary, that love, many splendid thing that it is, takes on different forms in different lands and climes. We've been unable, clearly, to find our universal language. To our Gallic cousins, it is not always coexistent with a nuptial state. To the English, it's one of the more placid emotions, while to the American, love is so easy to come by that, well, it may have possibly lost much of its pristine value.
Very well put, Doctor.
Very fair statement, I say, Doctor.
Well, Mr. Flint, what have you got to say to that? Mr. Flint?
Excuse me. Say, Dr. Baxter, that actress who played the girl in the demonstration, what's her name?
Why, that's Sammy Hill.
I thought she did a real fine job. Sammy's a cute name.
Yes, indeed, both she and the boy. Oh, who is he, by the way?
That's Shep Mencken. Shep, Sammy, I want to thank you for helping us with our dissertation on love tonight.
Well, not at all, Dr. Baxter. It was a pleasure.
Oh, I had a lot of fun, too.
You did?
Yes.
Sammy, may I present Mr. Tack Flint?
The Tack Flint?
Yeah. Pleased to meet you.
Oh, Mr. Flint. Tack, the pleasure's all mine.
Are you sure?
Ah, vive l'amour!
Well, at least they were properly introduced.
Well, perhaps Shakespeare said it best. No sooner met but they looked. No sooner looked but they loved. No sooner loved but they sighed. No sooner sighed but they asked one another the reason. No sooner knew the reason but they sought the remedy. Or did the same Will Shakespeare sum up this knotty question of love still better than all dissertations, discussions, and conversation when he said, "My love's more richer than my tongue."
From Hollywood, you have just heard the CBS Radio Workshop production of Dissertation on Love, starring Dr. Frank C. Baxter as moderator. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson and was directed tonight by Sam Pierce, written by Mr. Robeson and Jess Goldstein. With Dr. Baxter tonight were Ben Wright, Shepard Mencken, Ramsey Hill, Peter Leeds, and Sammy Hill. This is Hugh Douglas. Next week, from New York, the CBS Radio Workshop will present Figure Fallop's Billion-Dollar Failure, the story of a pollster who accepts an assignment from a minion of the nether regions and comes a cropper. As national interest runs high in the conventions and their results, CBS Radio, which is broadcasting these important events, urges you to follow through to make sure you're registered to vote next November. No matter which candidate you prefer, you are lost in making a choice unless you're registered to vote in a national election. Are you sure you're registered? Are you sure the rest of the voters in your family are? Make sure today. Registration laws vary from state to state. Make sure you're in the book. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed over most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. Tonight, attend the Democratic Convention with the CBS Radio Network.
The unexplored life is not worth living.
That was the Greek philosopher Socrates, now dead these 23 centuries. The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Our theme tonight is a timeless one, the tragic fate of men and women who violate mankind's most awesome taboos and must suffer the penalty, both in the torments of their own souls and in the fearful punishment meted out to them by gods and men, even if they were actually innocent of guilty intent. The specific situation involved in our study is so ancient that we refer to it by a term derived from the name of a Greek prince who lived more than 3,000 years ago. Our title, The Oedipus Story. Oedipus, we are told, was the son of King Laios and Queen Jocasta of the Greek city-state of Thebes, not far from Athens, and belonged to the generation just preceding that of the Trojan War, that is, to the 11th century before Christ. Oedipus's parents were childless and had in despair sent a messenger to the famous temple of Phoebus Apollo at Delphi to ask the god through his prophetic priestess to grant them a son and heir.
Holy Pythia, I'm sent by my lord and lady, the king and queen of Thebes, to pray a boon of mighty Phoebus. I bring gifts.
Name the boon.
The king and queen lack one thing only to make their happiness complete. A son.
Let me see those offerings. A tripod. Gold? No. Good workmanship, though. Spices, incense. No meat?
The sheep are tied outside.
How many?
3.
Well, stay where you are, whatever your name is, while I consult the god. Mighty, son, heavenly archer, seers of the gods. There's one before me who seeks a favor. He from Thebes, he says. His king and queen long for a child, a son. They send gifts, mighty Phoebus. I have put some of their incense into the fire. I hear you, master. I hear you, Lord. No, Lord. Yes, master. I will tell him.
The message, sacred one, for my king.
Queen Jocasta will bear a son, but it would have been better not to have invoked the gods. The son will slay his father and take his mother to wife.
But, Holy One...
The god has spoken. Go.
But...
There is a curse upon the family. I know not whence nor why.
It is from Homer, the most ancient of the Greek poets whose works survive, that we first hear of the consequences of that terrible curse. In his Odyssey, the hero, Odysseus, makes a brief visit to the underworld and meets the shades of some of the renowned men and women of the past.
The mother, too, of Oedipus I saw, beautiful Jocasta, who in life had done unwittingly a heinous deed, had married her own son, who, having slain his father first, espoused her. In misery he lived, for so decreed the offended gods. But she went down to Hades' gates that are forever barred to her, since in her grief she'd slung a rope from the bridal chamber's rafter and ended her own life, leaving Oedipus to bear woes without measure. The Greeks seem to have been the first Europeans who gave dramatic expression to the Oedipus theme, the dilemma of a man who becomes abnormally attached to his mother and as a result becomes his father's unconscious rival.
The situation which the Oedipus story symbolizes, however, is much older than the classical Greek version and has appeared in nearly every part of the world, often in religious clothing. In ancient Egypt, for example,
with us it was part of the Isis, Osiris, and Horus cult.
In Babylonia, we had Ishtar and Timus.
In Assyria, too. And the Sumerians had something like that before us.
Many people, especially in India, still tell our story of Agni, Tani, and Mithra. It was a major theme in the old Persian and Median religion.
With us in Japan, it is the story of Izanami.
They had different names in
Izanagi.
Scandinavia, Africa, Polynesia, and the Americas, but the story was much the same. It obviously describes a situation which psychologically was so common as to seem universal. Our modern term, Oedipus complex, derives from it.
The mother usually is the first person whom an infant learns to love, since the mother is usually the first to supply food and warmth, comforts, and affection. It is natural, therefore, that children should at first be jealous of anyone else who makes demands on their mother's attentions, whether other children or father.
Mama, Johnny hit me.
Hush now, Nicky. I'm feeding the baby.
I don't care. Johnny hit me.
All right, Nicky, I'm sorry, but I have to feed the baby now.
I don't care. I hate her anyway.
Now, Nicky, you shouldn't say that.
But it's true. You're always busy with her.
Now, Nicky, she's just a baby.
I don't care. Johnny hit me.
All right, come here. Mama will kiss it and make it better. Well, oh, darn it. Oh, Nicky, please run and open the door. Mama's still feeding the baby.
You were going to kiss it. It's right on my head here.
All right, bend over. Now, please go and see who's at the door. I'll kiss it again later.
Okay.
Well, I thought I'd never get in. Oh, thank you, son. Where's Mama? Honey?
In here.
I'm sorry, honey. I left my keys at home. Oh, you're with the baby.
I'm just done. Wait a minute. I'll be right with you.
But, Mama, you said you'd kiss it again. Johnny hit me.
Now, don't be a crybaby, Nick. Let me see. Oh, gosh, that doesn't look like so much.
Yeah, but now Mama's going to talk to you all the time, and she said when she was through with the baby.
Well, as they grow up, most children adjust themselves to the fact that they are not the only ones who count in the world, even to their parents. And they gradually form the outside attachments which go with so-called normal living. It is only when the emotional dependence of growing children upon one parent or the other becomes too intense or lasts into adulthood that we psychiatrists reach for special terms such as Oedipus complex. Or sometimes, in the case of a girl's overly strong attachment to her father, Electra complex. The two terms, of course, merely describe opposite sides of the same coin, an Oedipus situation. A common symptom of both is dislike or even hatred for the other parent, who appears as an ever-present rival for exclusive affection.
The Oedipus motif in one form or another appears in the literature of all ages and regions so often that the emotional situation which it symbolizes must also have been a common experience. Greece of the 4th century B.C. alone left us at least 8 dramatic works about Oedipus himself, plus a number of others with related themes. In the Middle Ages, the Oedipus theme was sometimes connected with figures prominent in Christian tradition, such as Judas Iscariot and St. Gregory. And in modern times, a great array of poets and dramatists have dealt with the subject, including Shakespeare, Corneille, Voltaire, Dryden, and not least of all, America's own great Eugene O'Neill in his trilogy, Morning Becomes Electra. O'Neill does not depict just one aspect of the Oedipus situation, but several, including the Electra form, from which he takes his title. His story is laid in New England at the end of the Civil War and deals with the tangled relationships between a well-to-do shipowner, General Ezra Mannon, his wife Christine, his daughter Lavinia, and his only son, Orrin. The general and his son have been away to war, the son unwillingly, having signed up only in response to his father's and sister's pressure. Lavinia, the daughter, is sitting in the garden with a young ship captain, Adam Brandt, who is employed by her father's firm. Captain Brant has been secretly making love to Christine, the mother, while pretending to be interested in Lavinia.
What do you think of the news of Lee surrendering, Captain Brand? We expect my father home very soon now.
Yes, you must be very happy at the prospect of seeing your father again. Your mother has told me how close you have always been to him.
Did she? I love Father better than anyone in the world. There's nothing I wouldn't do to protect him from hurt.
You care for him more than for your mother?
Yes.
Well, I suppose that's the usual way of it. A daughter feels closer to her father and a son to his mother.
A short time later, Lavinia, in her father's study, accuses her mother of having become involved with Captain Brant.
Stop lying, I tell you. I went upstairs. I heard you telling him, I love you, Adam, and kissing him. You're shameless and evil. Even if you are my mother, I say it.
I knew you hated me, Vinny, but not as bitterly as that. Very well. I love Adam Brant.
How you say that without any shame. You don't give one thought to Father, who's so good, who trusts you. How could you do this to Father? I won't listen.
You will listen. I'm talking to you as a woman now, not as mother to daughter. I loved your father once before I married him, but marriage soon turned romance into disgust.
So I was born of your disgust. I've always guessed that, Mother. Ever since I was little, when I used to come to you with love, you'd always push me away. Oh, I hate you.
I tried to love you, but I could never make myself feel you were born of any body but your father's.
How can you be so? You've loved my brother, Orrin. Why didn't you hate him, too?
I was resigned by then. I hope you realize I never would have fallen in love with Adam if I'd had Orrin with me. When he'd gone to war, there was nothing left but hate and a desire to be revenged and a longing for love. Suppose you'll hardly let your father get in the door before you tell him.
No, not unless you force me to. Father hasn't been well lately, and I'm not going to have him hurt. It's my first duty to protect him from you.
I know you, Vinny. I've watched you ever since you were little, trying to do exactly what you're doing now. You've tried to become the wife of your father and the mother of Orrin.
Lavinia, of course, had bitten off a great deal more than would perhaps seem proper in a daughter. And when her father, General Mannon, arrives home...
Father! Oh, Father!
Come, I thought I taught you never to cry.
I'm sorry, Father, but I'm so happy.
Tears are queer tokens of happiness. But I appreciate your feeling.
Oh, I'm so happy you're here. You're the only man I'll ever love. I'm going to stay with you.
I hope so. I want you to remain my little girl. For a while longer, at least. Must be your bedtime, Vinny. March now.
Yes, Father.
O'Neill, in these scenes, has outlined the conflicting relationships between Lavinia and her father and her mother. In the following, he gives us a similar insight into Orrin's position in the all-embracing Oedipus situation which dominates life in the Mannon household. Orrin cynically describes to Lavinia an incident during the war which won him military honors and his father's respect. Orrin belittles both.
And I think how proud he was when he came home, Orrin. He boasted that you had done one of the bravest things he'd seen in the war.
One of the bravest things he'd seen. I'll tell you the joke about that heroic deed. I sneaked through their lines. There was a thick mist. It was so still that you could hear the fog seeping into the ground. I met a rebel crawling toward our lines. His face drifted out of the mist toward mine. I shortened my sword and let him have the point under the ear. He stared at me with an idiotic look, and his eyes dimmed and went out.
Don't think of that now.
Before I'd gotten back, I had to kill another in the same way. It was like murdering the same man twice. I had a queer feeling that war meant murdering the same man over and over. Their faces kept coming back in dreams, and they changed to Father's face. What does it mean, Vinny?
I don't know.
The next morning, in the trenches, my head was queer. And I thought, what a joke it would be on the stupid generals like Father If everyone on both sides suddenly saw the joke that war was on them and laughed and shook hands. So I began to laugh and walk toward their lines with my hand out. Of course, the joke was on me. I got this wound in my head. Then I went mad and ran on yelling. Then a lot of our fools went crazy, too, and followed me, and we captured part of the line we hadn't dared tackle before. You wonder that I laugh?
General Manon is dead by this time, poisoned by Christine. A final revenge, perhaps, for his having robbed her of her son. Lavinia knows that her mother has killed her father, but is unable to convince Oren.
My God, how can you think such things of Mother?
I've never lied to you, have I?
Yes, but...
And even
but
if she's got you so under her thumb again that you doubt my word, you can't doubt the absolute proof.
Never mind what you call proofs. Now, you listen here. If you think that you're going to tell me a lot of crazy stuff about Mother, I warn you, I won't listen. Mother means 1,000 times more to me than Father ever did.
Lavinia and Oren, driven by Lavinia, do avenge their father's death by killing Captain Brandt and driving their mother to suicide. But they, too, must pay the penalty. Oren misses his mother so much that he also kills himself. And Lavinia is left alone, a woman past despair, with only her pride and her bitter memories to keep her company. The immortal version of the Oedipus story, of course, is that of Sophocles, who wrote his trilogy sometime in the 5th century before Christ. His drama begins with Oedipus at the height of his glory as king of Thebes and contented husband and father. The curse which overhung Oedipus's birth had frightened King Laius and Queen Jocasta so much that they had given their newborn infant to a trusted shepherd with orders that the child should be exposed on the barren slopes of Mount Cithaeron, and that a spike should be driven through his feet so that he could not even crawl for shelter. It was from this that the boy had later derived his name, Oedipus, which in Greek means swollen foot. The faithful shepherd had pierced the infant's feet, but then, in pity, had turned him over to another herdsman from Corinth, and the Corinthian had delivered the child to his own royal couple, who were themselves childless. Oedipus had grown up, never doubting that he was the son and heir of Polybus and Merope, the king and queen of Corinth. But when he had reached manhood, well, this is how he himself describes the incident to Jocasta in John Dryden's play Oedipus.
'Twas at a bridal feast. One warm with wine told me I was a foundling, not the king's son. I, stung with this reproach, struck him. My father heard of it. The man was made to ask pardon, and the business hushed.
'Twas somewhat odd.
And strangely, it perplexed me. I stole away to Delphos and implored the god to tell my certain parentage. He bade me seek no further. 'Twas my fate to kill my father and pollute his bed by marrying her who bore me.
What had happened before Oedipus had met and married Jocasta, we have to reconstruct from various accounts. Oedipus, on his way to Delphi in his chariot, had to pass through a narrow gap in the mountains. Partway through, he had met a party of 5 men, also with a chariot, carrying his unknown true father, Laius.
Ho there! Out of the way!
Out of the way yourself! I'm deeper in the past than you are.
Can you not recognize the Lord?
So am I a lord, and of Corinth. There is gold on my chariot, not brass as on his.
Well, listen to pretty boy. We'll take care of you.
Stop, I say.
Never mind, Lord Laius. We can handle him. At him, you shoulder rat!
Well, then, come on! As for you, loudmouth. And now, you, my lord, whoever you may be. Look at the last of your warriors run.
I am ready, robber.
Robber? No, my lord. I shall leave your chariot for your driver over there to take back to your home, and your armor as well. Sorry, my lord. But 'twas not I who begged the fight. Charioteer, you may come now and pick up your master and your comrades. I'm on my way.
After Oedipus had received his horrifying oracle from the temple at Delphi, he had decided never again to return to Corinth, to avoid any chance of the prophecies coming true, never realizing, of course, that he had already fulfilled the first part of it by killing his real father, King Laius, in the fight in the mountain pass. And then, in his aimless wanderings, he reached his native Thebes and found the city in terror. A sphinx had settled on a cliff overlooking the city and insisted that all passers-by solve a riddle on pain of death. Many Thebans had already perished when Oedipus, passing through the city, volunteered to face the monster.
Thou hast a riddle, winged one?
Indeed I have. And many Thebans, stranger, have died for lack of wit to answer it. Carest thou so little for thy worthless life that thou wouldst come forth to challenge me?
'Tis little indeed I care. Speak up.
Hear then and die, fool, as have all the others. Name me the creature that walks on 4 legs in the morning, on 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening.
'Tis simple.
Indeed it is.
'Tis man, who in his infancy on all 4s crawls, in the strength of his middle years walks on 2, but needs a staff when creeping age once more deprives him of his powers.
I'm lost. I perish. Receive me, abyss, in your depths.
The Thebans, grateful for their deliverance from the monster, had offered Oedipus the kingship and the hand of their widowed queen, Jocasta. For nearly 20 years, Thebes had prospered again. Oedipus had proved himself a wise and popular ruler. His life with Jocasta was happy, and he had 4 children by her, 2 boys and 2 girls. But then a terrible plague struck the kingdom.
1,000 deaths advance. All is so sudden. Scarce one man falls, but that another, looking on in wonder, falls himself, and a third, stooping to raise his dying friend, topples beside him. Death's grown riotous.
Our streets are covered with the dead and dying.
Betwixt the bride and bridegroom does the nuptial torch do common office for marriage and for death.
Nor are the people alone afflicted. Our cattle die, and the very earth has turned as barren as the wombs of our wives.
The gods are angry. Some evil stalks the city.
To find out for what sinful deed Thebes was being punished, the queen's brother, Creon, is sent to Delphi once again to consult the oracle of Phoebus Apollo. He reports that the gods are wrathful because King Laios' murderer has not been punished, although he lives in Thebes itself. Puzzled, Oedipus sends for the old blind seer Tiresias.
To thee, Tiresias, sightless but all-seeing, the purport of the answer the god returned to us, the messengers have doubtless told.
Let me go home. Prevent me not. 'Twere best that thou shouldst bear thy burden, and I mine.
For shame. Withhold not, I adjure thee, the word of prophecy. We are thy suppliants all. Wouldst thou betray us and destroy the state?
I will not vex myself nor thee. Why ask? All that will come, though I be mute.
Thou makest me wroth. I will not stint my words. Methinks that thou art he who planned the crime. And wert not blind, I truly think that thou didst do the bloody deed.
Is that thy thought? Then let me charge thee. Upon thyself thy curse and punishment inflict. For thou... Yes, thou, Lord Oedipus, thou art the murderer thou seekst. 'Tis thou and thou alone who draweth misfortune upon Thebes.
Vile slanderer.
Thou goadest me to speak against my will.
Thou shalt rue so gross a calumny.
Must I say more to aggravate thy rage? I say thou livest with thy nearest kin, in infamy, unwitting of thy shame. Thy word is not to be invoked by me. I leave to Phoebus what concerns the god. This day shall be thy birthday and thy grave.
And so it proved. Oedipus almost immediately found evidence that it must have been he who had killed King Laios. Yet he still did not accept the fact that Laios had been his true father, and Jocasta, therefore, his mother. But then a messenger arrived.
Who is this man? And what is news for me?
He comes from Corinth, and his message this: thy father Polybus has passed away.
And the Isthmian commons have resolved to make thee king.
Nay, I will never go to Corinth more, not while my mother lives.
If that old curse perchance is causing thee alarm, know that thy fears are groundless. Polybus no more thy sire was than I. He took thee from my hands a living gift, while I in turn had got thee feet sore wounded from a servant of thine own household, who said he had found thee in Cytherene's wooded glens.
Oh, nay, speak no more. Enough of these ancient lays.
Not so, my queen. At last, I find the truth after so long a search.
Perhaps, my lord, thou soon wilt wish that thou hadst never found it. I must go.
So Oedipus alone continues to question the Corinthian messenger, his horror and despair mounting as bit by bit the truth is revealed. He sends for the aged shepherd to whom his death had originally been entrusted, and the old man unwillingly admits that it was Jocasta herself who...
Lord King, come quick! The Queen!
Our sovereign lady, Queen Jocasta, dead by her own hand, and all the horror of it none who have not seen can comprehend.
And Oedipus!
Our king, he with a frenzied cry against the bedroom's door launched his full weight and splintered it to find Jocasta hanging there, a running noose entwined about her neck. And when he saw her, with a maddened roar he loosed the cord, and when her wretched corpse lay stretched upon the earth, 'twas dread what followed. He tore the golden brooches that upheld her queenly robes, upraised them high, and smote the pins into these his eyeballs, uttering words like these:
Swing wide the gates! All Thebes let see their king, his sire's slayer and his mother's.
Look ye! Look! The gates are opening!
No more shall ye behold such sights of woe. Deeds I have suffered, and myself have wrought. I vow to flee, self-banished from the land, to save my people from the curse which yet adheres to me. The end. Oh, where?
An end too dread to tell, too dark to see.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and the Oedipus story, as written by Henry E. Fritsch, with excerpts from Sophocles to Eugene O'Neill. Music was composed and arranged by Alexander Steinert, with additional scoring by Ralph Sandor and Henry Silverne, and directed by Henry Silverne. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Alexander Scorby was the narrator. Elspeth Eric was heard as Lavinia, Peggy Allenby as Christine, Jack Manning as Oren and Oedipus, and Roger DeKoven as General Menelaus. Also included in the cast were Ivor Francis, Robert McQueenie, Guy Rep, Nell Harrison, Mark Leonard, Bob Dryden, Bobby Alford, Joanne Palmer, Joseph Julian, Ruth Tobin, and Joseph Warren. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, the Workshop offers an unusual departure in radio drama, a free adaptation of 14th century Japanese theater based on Arthur Waley's translations of the classic No plays of Japan, adapted by Harvey Marlowe. Music composed and conducted by the noted Japanese composer Takushindo.
There is a rock which stands at the gates of the shrine on the highest peak of Mount Katsuragi. On this rock is written, whosoever of all mortal men, whether he be king or slave, if he turn his heart to me, I will send a light to lead him and guide him on his way.
I am Lord Hojo no Tokiori, ruler of all Japan. But today my heart is heavy. The prayers at the temple are of no avail against the illness that has overtaken my wife, mother to the heir to my throne. Perhaps a pilgrimage to Mount Katsuragi will serve her better than all these prayers here at the temple.
So he arranged with the temple priests for a pilgrimage to begin on the morrow. Clad in the holy habit of the priests, with only his honored short sword strapped to his side, he went to take leave of his wife.
I have come to say goodbye, for I am soon starting on a ritual mountain climbing.
God be with you. I have heard that it is a dangerous ritual. Shall you take our son with you?
It is not a journey that a young child could make.
Well, I pray you will come back safely.
And I will pray for your good health. I must go now.
My lord, I have something to say.
What is it?
I would go with you to the mountains.
No. No, how could you leave your mother when she is not well?
It is because my mother is ill that I would go with you to pray for her.
My dear wife, your son says he would come with us. What is to be done?
Ishiwakamaru, when your father leaves, I will have none but you at my side. I have not had you out of mind or sight for as long a time as it takes a dewdrop to dry. Give me back the measure of my love. Let your love keep you with me.
This is all as you say, yet nothing shall move me from my purpose. I must climb this difficult path and pray for your health in this life.
They saw no plea could move him, and so they set out. 80 or more, priests, pilgrims, the ruler of all Japan, and his son. The way was rough and tortuous, the elements showing no respect for the pilgrims, nor the ruler of all Japan. For the winds howled and the thunder rolled down from the mountains. The rain and the sleet wetted them so that they were all a shiver. And then the hail, the size of hen's eggs, smote them, and they all cowered in the shelter of the rocks. And Lord Hojo no Tokiori, noticing his son faltering more than the rest, ordered the pilgrims to halt and take shelter.
We have climbed so fast, we are already near the summit. We will stay here and rest for a while.
My lord, we gladly obey.
Father, I have something to say.
What is it, my son?
I do not feel well.
Quiet, my son. Let not the priests hear you talk so, lest the spirits of the mountain take offense at our coming. Perhaps you are merely tired because you are not used to climbing. Lie there and rest.
But the boy was not merely tired from climbing. He was deathly ill. And soon the color ebbed from his face. His complexion was as the coloration of the rocks around him. The priests and the pilgrims grew restless, and as they grew restless, they grew fearful. They muttered amongst themselves, and they commissioned the priest to speak strongly to Lord Hojo no Tokiori.
The pilgrims are saying that your son is indisposed. He is not feeling well, but there is nothing wrong with him. He's only tired with climbing.
So you are not troubled about him?
No. He will arise refreshed and ready to resume the climb in the morning.
But the pilgrims would not readily accept this reassurance. All night they burnt incense and chanted the scriptures. In the morning, they gathered around the child, and they saw that he was no better. Again they grew restless and then fearful, and they muttered among themselves, and again they commissioned the priest to speak with Lord Hojo no Tokiori.
Oh, Master, ruler of all Japan, last night you said this boy was only tired from climbing, but now he is looking very strange.
Though I say it with dread, there has been from ancient times a custom that those who fail in this climb should be cast down. All the pilgrims are saying that he should be thrown into the valley.
Would you hurl this innocent child into the valley? It is the custom of the god of Kumano. It is a mighty custom. I cannot gainsay it.
Then the pilgrims, sighing for the sad ways of the world and the bitter ordinances of it, made ready for the hurling. Foot to foot they stood together, and Tokiori too amongst them, heaving blindly, none guiltier than his neighbor. The piercing cry of the falling boy, emblazoned deep in the mind of Tokiyori, echoed again and again, from mountaintop to mountaintop, from pilgrim heart to pilgrim heart. Like a madman, he stood there and had to be restrained lest he leap after the falling boy. And the winds howled and the thunder rolled down from the mountaintops. With anguished face raised high to the gods above, he vowed to forsake all worldly goods and to dedicate himself to eternal earthly wanderings until his flesh became spirit and merged with the like of his son. He unbuckled his honored short sword and flung it far into the valley to rest forever beside his son. And then, as a lowly priest, he set out on his lonely wanderings, and would brook no one addressing him as Lord Tokiyori. And soon no one any longer knew him as Lord Tokiyori, ruler of all Japan. 4 years pass, 4 years of wandering, 4 years of not forgetting. 4 years later, he again found himself in the valley at the foot of Mount Katsuragi.
Ara, it is snowing again. I must seek shelter here.
The curtain of snow parted, and there, not many feet from where he stood, lay a windswept excuse for a house. He knocked and called.
Is there anyone in this house?
Who is there?
I am a pilgrim. Pray let me lodge here for the night.
That is a small thing to ask, but we have no lodging fit for you. We cannot receive...
No. I do not care how poor the lodging may be. Pray let me stay for this one night.
We would gladly ask you to stay, but there is scarcely space for us, that are husband and wife and a boy whom I call son. You had best be on your way before the daylight goeth.
So you are resolved to turn me away?
I am sorry for it, but we cannot shelter you.
Peace be with you. I will go my way.
Alas, it is because